Here we go.
Okay.
We've had a long day,
Yeah.
but we're back.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining the stream.
How beautiful she is. Love you.
Love you. Peace, love, and music.
There you go. That's her quote. Peace, love, and music.
Clown! I can't believe this. This is another again. And Cenk Uygur is another, implicit act.
Nice, babe. Good job, hon.
Joey had just died. And I remember I think I cried when I was writing it. The teacher cried because she was, that was a cool teacher. She'd been a punk Irish, I don't think she's still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's her and her husband's band. Kind of like the Celt. It's like a Celtic punk. I can't think of what they're called. So her and Rochelle are kind of not friends, but the point is, and she does digital graphic design like for work. And she said I could do it. I mean that I was good enough.
Advocate of political Islam, the spread of
compliment from my Photoshop teacher about my
political Islam in the West. He always
I could do it professionally. They both said that about both subjects.
takes that side. He always advocates in that direction, and he tried to fulfill and perpetuate
Yeah, buddy. I'm sure he's proud. I'm proud.
I'll say that I got it from my
the
dad.
lie that basically
There you go.
the Iranian People's Revolution isn't real.
It took a while for me to figure out where the camera
They're
was.
all
trust me.
stupid, and they're being tricked by
I
Israel
actually had to chip this dumb thing off because you couldn't really tell properly.
into doing this. So I criticized Iran
All right, let's see if it's gonna
Supreme
load.
Leader Ali Khamenei. $1,000 times. So apparently somebody looked up how many times he did this. 0. 0. This is the first time he's ever. I can't believe this. This is another again, and Cenk Uygur is another, implicit advocate of political Islam, the spread of political Islam in the West. He always takes that side. He always advocates in that direction, and he tried to fulfill and perpetuate the lie that basically the Iranian People's Revolution isn't real. They're all stupid, and they're being tricked by Israel into doing this. So I criticized Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. So apparently somebody looked up how many times he did this. 0. 0. This is the first time he's ever mentioned his name. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy.
Let's see
But
if
there's
this
one thing you
seems to be smooth, but it has hiccups.
can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet.
Not really sure.
Instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't
I
bow.
just think for S and H, I'm just gonna put it down here for this one
Again, there
until we figure out what exactly is going on. Oh.
they're still trying to, you know, lionize this guy as if he's some kind of like, you know, strong martyr, cleric, paladin, patriot fighting against these oppressive forces. Meanwhile, he's sending his fucking army in to shoot protesters and kids because they don't want to be oppressed by him anymore. So it's very disappointing to see Cenk Uygur saying this. It's so fucking pathetic. Trying to act like there was anything virtuous or noble about the way
She's lost her mind.
Islam in the West. He always takes that side. He always advocates in that direction, and he
Back away.
You can't make this.
tried to fulfill and perpetuate
I love she that's just a good
Out of this world.
Bad boy, drop it.
We're gonna try this dog video first.
Drop
see
it.
if it loads it up right, and then it'll autoplay.
I'm never letting you out into the yard again. Put it down.
I believe.
Oh, God. Drop it. Drop it. You want to trade? Trade? Drop it. Go put it back. I'm sorry, slobbery friend. Glad you're alive. Okay, let's put you back. I'm so sorry. He crawled back in there, so I think he's okay. Okay, get back.
Daddy is dead. No way, he's doing the same cadence.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and
Probably
even
millions.
thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for
Man.
the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many
Died
countries.
like a dog.
Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command
July would know.
is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by
Delilah. Okay, well,
the thousands.
I tried, and I tried.
combat operations continue
Shane
at
Gillis
this
thing? I
time in
did.
full
So
force,
good.
and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have
Nice.
very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action.
Sad.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude
Yeah, there was like 8 or 9 people that got wounded.
to the families of
Yep.
the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Honestly, I am so glad that we have somebody that's not
Okay, because she can't.
bullshitting.
Delilah here.
He's right. He
Delilah.
is. This is the first time that we have somebody that
Oops, this thing is getting messed up.
doesn't bullshit you.
Wow,
Yep,
she
true.
just took a fry
That's
off
what
the
happened.
plate. Delilah, that is a lot.
Happens.
Wait, I feel
This is
Before it ends, that's
usable
the
at
way-
the moment.
he got a whole fry off the plate.
Really.
Yes, but that's too much salt. It's a blood thing. I mean, or where is your blood pressure?
it is.
Well, Mal, that's your takeaway? Absolutely it is. Because a lot of people
My goodness.
create this false perception that any sort of military intervention, and also, by the way, before somebody says, oh, well, you know, they didn't have to die. What do you think would happen if Iran was just allowed to continue doing things? You know what Iran would do?
When you say dumb, yeah. But then it's not just that, he'll add water to it and shit and do weird shit. I don't want to have to deal with that. We should just figure that out. Some type of Velcro, because you're gonna get a new one. Use maybe not Velcro, but we need to do the thing that we thought. Either we get plastic chains to go around it, or we get metal chains and put silicone around them, or whatever type of thing around it, and then yeah, call it a day with a lawn. You know what I mean?
I'm trying not to be mean, but like, why do you have to have milk, like I just don't understand.
Yeah.
It's all the different.
Well, it's as soon as he was done with
Iran would
something, he
continue
went,
funding
"No,
terrorism,
I don't
and
even
those
finish whatever he had in there. and
terrorists
came to
would
this one."
inevitably kill American citizens,
It's like, he's gotta have something. And if
just like
God
they
can
have been
bless
for the
us,
last
I guess
20
it's time
years.
to continue. That's good.
The idea that this was an avoidable problem is ridiculous.
When it comes to the cigarette, there is patience.
Reached up and grabbed it.
Well, I was like trying to set.
She was assertive.
She got the fry.
Poor baby.
She ate the whole thing.
basic-
She would never give her a whole fry. Even if
Basically,
it was
civilization.
They have.
They have waged
Mhm.
war against civilization itself. Our
I
resolve,
like that. It's true.
and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy to do and have freedom to do is we've done things that others are unable to do.
No, he's right about this. Is the reason why Americans last time there was an American attack on American soil was like probably what, fucking Pearl Harbor or something, right? Unless you're counting 9/11. Like, we don't have that other people have to deal with, and it's because we have a really big military. If we didn't have a military, we'd be dealing with that constantly. Military is the only thing that, like, every single other, like, solution to a problem is backed up by the threat of force. That is the only real political power on a baseline that matters. The reason why people don't attack America is because of the American. One thing you can't take away from him, he died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow. Again, they're still trying to, lionize this guy as if he's some kind of, like, strong martyr, cleric, paladin, patriot fighting against these oppressive forces. Meanwhile, he's sending his fucking army in to shoot protesters and kids because they don't want to be oppressed by him anymore. So it's very disappointing to see Cenk Uygur saying this. It's so fucking pathetic, trying to act like there was anything virtuous or noble about the way he died. He probably died like a dog, like all the rest of them. Hopefully they show the kill cam footage and everybody in the whole world can watch it. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to watch it and they're going to laugh because the guy is a joke and now he's dead. And his son is dead, and then all the rest of those people involved are going to be dead too. That's what's going to happen. And the world's going to be a better place. That's the reason why. And so, was he bombed other Muslims? Yeah, he's blowing up other Muslims too. It's just so fucking retarded. Anyway, let me go back. I'll look at the other comments too over this. Toronto. So this is from earlier today. We didn't even see this yet. So, look at this. Trump just posted a statement on Truth. Okay. Look at that. Holy fuck, that is massive. And let me go and take a look at it. Truthful. Okay, there it is. Can I just find this on Twitter so I can... Actually, can I just do this here? It's not... Here we go.
36 hours. The United States and its partners have, over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds.
I gotta say, knocking out the main guy on the first day, that's pretty good.
Of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now, was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building,
So they just blew up their ships. Yeah, I saw this.
all in a matter of literally
Knocked out
minutes.
his entire bloodline. That's
Iran's
right.
formerly
what you
supreme
have to do.
leader, Ayatollah Khamenei,
Here we go. It should be.
Probably
even
millions.
thousands
Yeah, good job, Mr.
of
President.
Americans
He's
on
really on a streak.
his hands and was responsible
Man.
for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many
Died
countries.
like a dog.
Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time with full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have
Nice.
very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action.
Sad.
As one nation, we agree for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude
Yeah, there was like 8 or 9 people that got wounded.
to the families of
Yep.
the fallen.
It's probably not
And
in there.
sadly,
I have.
there will likely
Is
be
there?
more.
Oh, there's some water. Yeah, could you get
Honestly, I am so glad that we have somebody that's not bullshitting.
it? Here you go.
He's right. He is. This is the first time that we
Bullshit
have
wants to
somebody
sit
that
on the
doesn't
phone.
bullshit you.
I know.
Yep,
You
true.
probably took it
That's
in
what
the
happens.
Before it ends, that's the way it is.
Lamau, that's your takeaway? Absolutely it is, because a lot of people create this false perception that any sort of military intervention, and also, by the way, before somebody says, oh, well, you know, they didn't have to die, what do you think would happen if Iran was just allowed to continue doing things? You know what Iran would do? Iran would continue funding terrorism, and those terrorists would inevitably kill American citizens just like they have been for the last 20 years. The idea that this was an avoidable problem is ridiculous. They have been doing this for for decades at this point. So trying to stop this from happening and then people getting killed, it's a tragedy, but at the end of the day, it's not like the alternative is nothing. This is it's a complete false premise.
Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible
No, honey.
that that won't be the case.
World's terrorist
But America
sponsor,
will
exactly.
avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization.
They have.
They have waged war against civilization itself. Our
I
resolve,
like that. It's true.
and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have
Delilah, hey,
done things that others are unable to do.
The nukes, remember that? Remember that, the nuclear bombs? That was a big one. No, he's right about this. Is the reason why Americans, the last time there was an American attack on American soil was like probably what, fucking Pearl Harbor or something, right? Unless you're counting 9/11. Like, we don't have to deal with the same shit that other people have to deal with, and it's because we have a really big military. If we didn't have a military, we'd be dealing with that constantly. Military is the only thing that, like, every single other, like, solution to a problem is backed up by the threat of force. That is the only real political power on a baseline that matters. The reason why people don't attack America is because of the American military. That's the reason why. It's not because they like pop music or they think Taylor Swift is cool. It's because the American military can find them and kill them.
But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American.
I don't see why. Like, I mean, I think that you can talk about these theoreticals, but I think another factor too is that, like, we obviously have a lot of people in the Middle East. We have, like, in October 7th is a great example of this. In October 7th, American hostages were taken by Hamas. Hamas is being funded by Iran. So whenever Hamas takes hostages and they're being funded by Iran, you should look at the actions of the terrorists inside of America, or sorry, inside of the Middle East, and you should basically say these are the actions of Iran, because Iran is cutting the checks. Iran is paying them to do this. They are a proxy of Iran. So really the idea that, well, we can just avoid this or not have this happen, this is impossible. If we're going to do business and we're going to have our citizens and we're going to have trade with the Middle East, we need to make sure that we neutralize terrorism in that area. Like, obviously. Like, they're going to attack, like, they've attacked our boats, they've attacked other boats. Like, this is all money that we're spending. It's a huge amount of money that we're spending dealing with this. So there's not like, there's not, what I'm trying to really drive home with people is that there's no neutral option. This is a fantasy that's invented by people on Twitter. The idea that you can just simply ignore these people and they're going to go away, we've been trying that didn't work.
We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies
That's not what it is.
possess such weapons, would
Yep.
allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term.
So I take it you fully support the war crimes of Trump and his buddy Netanyahu. I'm from Ukraine myself in the Donetsk region. I'm curious to know your take on Russian operation then. If you condemn it, it's a level 99 double standard. I'll pull you up after this. While I'm pulling you up, while I'm finishing this video, I want you to look up Asmongold Ukraine and then just go through the search results and see what you come up with. And I'll pull you up after I finish this video, okay?
There's never been a military like we possess.
Just Google it.
And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many
Ignoring this problem now makes it worse for the people in the future.
years ago.
It's true.
This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or
Not a good slogan to have.
or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Hear that?
We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do.
Fuck them.
These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom
Jesus.
to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Man, that was a good one. That was actually a good one. Wow. All right, I get it. Honestly, big W. Yeah, that's great. I mean, shit. Like we gotta see this a lot more. Best president. Yeah, I'm happy about this. And he did come through for him at the end. He did come through for him. I'm happy about that, and it's great. I'm very, very happy. Now, Keir Starmer also made another statement about. I was breathing soda. I should not do that. And we're gonna watch we're gonna watch his update too. This is what Keir Starmer has said.
I'm at
Oh, boy.
back. I'm sorry.
Compare this
I
to
gotta
Trump.
get that. It's the rat
Let's get it.
tail. Get it out of my face.
Yesterday, I spoke to you about the situation in the Gulf. Yesterday, I spoke to you about the situation in the Gulf
This is already sounding like a YouTube apology video.
and explained that the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes on Iran.
Yes.
That remains the case. Over the last 2 days, Iran has launched sustained attacks across
My
the
neck
region
and shoulders.
No
hurt.
way.
at countries who did not attack them.
Because they're a terrorist nation that should be stopped and dismantled as soon as possible. Duh. Obviously.
They've hit airports and hotels where British
Because
citizens
I
are
just noticed how
staying.
bad they hurt.
Well, how am I
This is
supposed to do
clearly
anything
a
while I'm outside?
dangerous situation.
No, I mean, I just was like.
We
trying
have
to
at least
stop that.
200,000 British citizens in the region. Residents, families on
Let's
holiday,
see.
and those in transit.
This is holding. Let's see if I
I
can't
ask
move it
all our
over to
people in the
the
region
original.
to please register your presence and follow Foreign Office travel advice.
Yeah, I'd say
No, it's for some reason
Get the
it's
fuck
showing
outta
too
there.
much.
I know this is a deeply
Oof.
worrying time, and we will continue to do all we can to support you.
Ugh.
Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are also being put at risk by Iran's actions.
Yeah, true.
Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the supreme leader
It seems like a whole album was cheap.
Oh, come on now. Mm.
Jeez.
Mm-mm.
this.
Mm-hmm.
These are our copies of the ones that are on this.
Mm-hmm. Secret superpower.
Sure would.
Alright.
No eating crumbs off the carpet. That's enough. That's too desperate.
Cheers.
It's outrageous, really. Stop. Anastasia. It's probably that.
You want to bite me or something? No,
She
she looks
just
like it.
got comfortable. No, she was having a really hard time to try to lay down. I know. But I'm just letting you know, she's really just struggling to get comfortable around. Like, I don't know. She might be sleeping because that thing is full of rock.
will not stop Iran from launching the was deliberate, not lethal.
Pussy! Wow. Dude, y'all, I feel so bad for y'all over in the UK. You've got to deal with this limp dick. This is crazy. Wow. Natural selection, like this mindset would just be gone. But somehow they're still around. Well, let's talk about it.
One in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon.
Oh, Great idea. Why didn't anybody else think of this? Of course. This is brilliant. So we got this clown. I can't believe this. This is another, again, and Cenk Uygur is another, implicit advocate of political Islam, the spread of political Islam in the West. He always takes that side. He always advocates in that direction, and he tried to fulfill and perpetuate the lie that basically the Iranian People's Revolution isn't real. They're all stupid, and they're being tricked by Israel into doing this. So I criticized Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. So apparently somebody looked up how many times he did this. Zero. This is the first time he's ever mentioned his name. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy, but there's one thing you can't look away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow. Again, they're still trying to, lionize this guy as if he's some kind of strong martyr, cleric, paladin, patriot fighting against these oppressive forces. Meanwhile, he's sending his fucking army in to shoot protesters and kids because they don't want to be oppressed by him anymore. So it's very disappointing to see Cenk Uygur saying this. It's so fucking pathetic. Trying to act like there was anything virtuous or noble about the way he died. He probably died like a dog, like all the rest of them. Hopefully they show the kill cam footage and everybody in the whole world can watch it. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to watch it and they're going to laugh because the guy is a joke and now he's dead. And his son is dead, and then all of the rest of those people involved are going to be dead too. That's what's going to happen. And the world's going to be a better place. That's the reason why. And so we got this clown. I can't believe this. So we got this clown. I can't believe this. This is another, again, and Cenk Uygur is another, implicit advocate of political Islam, the spread of political Islam in the West. He always takes that side. He always advocates in that direction. And he tried to fulfill and perpetuate the lie that basically the Iranian People's Revolution isn't real. They're all stupid and they're being tricked by Israel into doing this. So I criticized Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. So apparently somebody looked up how many times he did this. Zero. This is the first time he's ever mentioned his name. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy, but there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow. Again, they're still trying to, lionize this guy as if he's some kind of strong martyr, cleric, paladin, patriot fighting against these oppressive forces. Meanwhile, he's sending his fucking army in to shoot protesters and kids because they don't want to be oppressed by him anymore. So it's very disappointing to see Cenk Uygur saying this. It's so fucking pathetic. Trying to act like there was anything virtuous or noble about the way he died. He probably died like a dog, like all the rest of them. Hopefully So we got this clown. I can't believe this. This is another, again, and Cenk Uygur is another, implicit advocate of political Islam, the spread of political Islam in the West. He always takes that side. He always advocates in that direction, and he tried to fulfill and perpetuate the lie that basically the Iranian People's Revolution isn't real.
I mean, I'm not complaining, but street.
So you're not watching it.
Well, I was just going on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it.
This. I just wondered why you weren't talking.
I'm trying to fix it.
Fix something because it was. Goodness, this poor baby. Oh gosh, this thing's. That's what. That's it. Oh, it should be.
it. Drop it. I'm never letting you out into the yard again. Put it down. Oh, God. Drop it. Drop it. You want to trade? Trade? Drop it. Go put it back. Sorry, slobbery friend. Glad you're alive. Sorry. He crawled back in there. So I think he's okay. Can't get back.
Yeah, no, this fucking. Excuse me, they're all alive.
One in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon.
Oh, great idea. Why didn't anybody else think of this? Of course, this is brilliant.
But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless, and putting British people at huge risk, along with our allies across the region.
Skipping the whole time.
That is the situation we face today.
Yep.
Our partners in the Gulf have asked us
No, I got it.
to do more to defend them.
I was trying to-
And it is
Jeez,
my
come on.
duty
Kill.
to protect British lives.
Yeah?
We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations.
Jesus, man, this is just... God, bro, like... I feel bad for y'all. Like, this sucks, man. This is like whenever we had Biden. Like, really? Like, he go up there... You know, jeez, guys, wow, it's sad to watch. I know, it's just pathetic.
Which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes.
Yeah, wow.
But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source
Duh!
in their storage depot
No way!
or the launchers which are used to fire the missile.
No, wait. So, wait, are you telling me that in order to stop the missiles from hitting you, you have to stop the missiles from spawning? Just, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Yeah, you just blow up the missile base, and then there's no more missiles. What?
Yeah.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose.
Isn't it crazy how terrified he is of alienating his, like, radical Muslim, like, voter base? It's so obvious that's the reason why he's pussyfooting around this. Like, can you imagine if Churchill was here? Like, honestly, we wouldn't have needed to bomb Iran because they would be gone. He would have already blown them up, like, fucking probably a decade ago. It's so pathetic, isn't it?
We have
Okay,
taken
absolutely.
the decision
Real one.
to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region.
So they're going to, this is it? They're going to accept the U.S. using their bases so we can help? Jesus, man. That's it? That's all y'all are gonna do? Oh my god, what a loser.
Killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
Yeah.
The basis of our decision is the collective self-defense of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives.
Oh my god.
That is in accordance with international law.
Guys, like, this is just... This is bad. This is really bad. I'm so sorry.
And we are publishing a summary of our legal advice. We are not joining these strikes, but we will continue with our defensive actions in the region.
Why not? Why are you not helping us? Like, you're begging us to help you with Ukraine, and now we're sending over all of our fucking all of our shit to Ukraine, and you're doing this on the context of, oh well, we don't want to have another appeasement war like Hitler, and now you're not even gonna help with Iran. What the fuck, man? Really, he's scared. I know. What a fucking bitch. I mean, like, at least France at least comes in and they're helping. They're sending a fucking aircraft carrier over. It's just like the old days, right? You gotta remember, they helped us get rid of them.
And we will also bring
See,
experts from Ukraine
Wow.
together with our own experts to help Gulf partners shoot down Iranian drones attacking them.
Great.
I want to be very clear. We all remember the mistakes of Iraq.
Yes, Iraq was bad. That's true. Iraq was bad. Every war now is Iraq.
And we have learned those lessons
More lessons
were
than that.
not involved in the initial strikes on Iran.
He's so afraid, man. It's sad.
And we will not join offensive action now.
Why?
But Iran is pursuing...
Like, Iran can bomb you. Like if you're worried about them getting nukes, and you even admitted that they refused to not get nukes, then, like, what are you talking about how... Like, do you realize how close you are to Iran? Like, I would like, I don't know, like, I'm assuming Great Britain, UK is probably like, what, 2,000 miles, 1,500 miles away from Iran? Like, it's not like, is it 4? 4,000? Okay, maybe it's a little bit closer. It's about 3,000? Okay. It's a lot closer than we are, all right? That's the point.
a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting...
Wait, what? Scorched earth, wait, sorry.
A scorched earth strategy, the initial strikes on Iran. And we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy.
Okay.
So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
Oh, wow.
Because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat and prevent the situation spiraling further. This is the British government protecting British interests and British lives.
Wow. Wow. I just... Dude, like, wow. That's really, I mean, you gotta be honest. Like, it's kind of impressive whenever you think about this. It is. It's kind of impressive how much of a flop this guy is. I can't even imagine this. Oh my God. What a loser, man. Holy fucking shit. But I guess that's kind of what happens. And I just am amazed that somebody like this is really running Britain. It's so embarrassing. Let me turn this down. There it is. So, yeah, get him out of the UK. In action, man? Yes, I know. And can we get him next? I think we're going to have to. Like, I don't want to have to get him, but, like, I don't really see the option besides this. Summarize what he said. Who cares? I mean, this is embarrassing. You never worried about the safety of UK citizens before, so why would we trust you now?
Yesterday.
Yeah, dude, what a loser, man. What an absolute fucking loser. And I'm from Ukraine, and we're so tired of fighting, not only with Russia, but also with our leftists. It's a shame that rightists in Ukraine is an active minority. We stand with U.S. and Israel, man. Yeah, I know that most people in Ukraine do. I mean, very clearly they do. So this is Keir Starmer. Jesus Christ, what a limp dick loser. I don't even know what to say. And what is this here, if I can pull up the other comments? But what is this? And full statement from Trump. Let me go back. I'll pull this up. And is this him talking about it too? Oh, he's talking about, yeah, Europe must finally equip itself with real strength, real ability to defend its skies. So even Zelensky, what is this here? And the situation in the Middle East shows how difficult it is to provide 100% protection against missiles and Shahed drones. Even the Gulf countries would have more advanced missile air defense systems than those provided to us so far by our partners, and have them in larger quantities. Not all ballistic missiles are intercepted. There were also Shaheds that air defense in the region had not stopped. And yeah, this is it. I mean, very clearly, that's it. I'm so tired of looking at the scammer. This guy, I don't think Zelensky's a bad guy, right? But yeah, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a nothing, man. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know how this happens. Iranian regime's reckless use of proliferation and ballistic missiles have been a dangerous threat for decades. Now, President's direction, the forces are eliminating the threat. This is the new stuff. Uh-oh. Here we go. You see there, Bo, you just know it's really bad. Yeah, he kidnaps men, dude. I don't know what the details are. I have no idea. I mean, we had a draft too, so I don't think that's enough. What is this here? Iranian missile scores direct hit in Jerusalem? Oh boy. Wait, what? That's the sky? Oh my God. Holy shit! This is like the end of like a fucking movie. Wow. What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my god! Yo! Yo! Yo!
It's fucked
Yo!
up, man. That's in the
No
middle of
way!
Jerusalem.
What the
No
fuck?
way! No way!
God damn.
Oh my god! Oh my
It's like
god!
Cloverfield? Yeah.
They almost got hit.
Holy
by
Oh my
fuck.
god.
They just got hit in the little
Oh my god!
area.
Oh
That's
my
on
god!
Hypersonic. I'll watch it again after I finish this.
Oh my god! Oh my
What
god!
was the air missiles doing? I don't know.
Yo!
So this is
Oh
what
my
this guy
God.
looks like. One of them is right here. See him? See
Whoa!
how fast that was? I mean, like anybody could have gotten it. Yeah, there's no base there. This is why we're there.
Yo!
Our biggest boats
No
and,
way!
and biggest
What the
military.
No
fuck?
way!
Because we can't
No way!
just allow people
God
to think that
damn.
Oh my god! Oh my
It's like
god!
Cloverfield? Yeah.
these people
Holy
Oh my
fuck.
god.
have been terrorized by this regime for too long.
Oh my god! Oh
That's
my
on
god!
Hypersonic. I'll watch it again after I finish this.
Oh my god!
There's 3 more incoming.
Oh my
What
god!
was the air missiles doing? I don't know.
Yo!
That's why we still went back.
Oh,
Wow.
oh my god! Oh my god! That's retarded! It actually hit right here!
God
Oh
damn,
my
look
god,
at
that
that.
actually.
Holy fuck, man.
Ah!
And you can see how fast it is. Look, watch. There it is.
Whoa!
Jesus.
Oh my god!
That's not hypersonic? No, it'd be faster. That's not that fast. Wow.
Yo!
And like, bro, piss his pants? I would too, bro. Like, that shit's scary. Like, god damn. British Typhoon fighter jet shoots down an Iranian suicide drone targeting Qatar. Well, thank God. At least they're doing something. Tough blow for the Ghost Fleet. In the North Sea, our French Navy helicopters contributed tonight by boarding to the boarding by Belgian forces of a tanker under international sanctions. Well, there it is. Got another one, right? You can just go out and get them.
Yes, actually, Ayatollah
Oh, what is this?
Khamenei was in his office every day, and several times.
Sorry, the audio's bad. I'm not going to play it. And yeah, it's just very, very annoying. Yep, Germany, France, and the UK are ready to take defensive action against Iran. Again, like this should have happened. Like it's embarrassing that they didn't take offensive action against Iran. Really, they should have gone hard on this right from the very fucking beginning. And what is this here, if I can find it? This is from Spain. One can oppose a hateful regime and at the same time oppose an unjustified and dangerous military intervention. No, you can't. At the end of the day, if you have a hateful regime that's making bombs, there is only one solution, and it is military intervention. That's it. You're not going to have a conversation with them. You're not going to sit around and play patty cake with them. You're not going to explain to them why they're wrong for trying to blow you up. That's it. Like you either are okay with the regime or you're okay with the military action to get rid of it. There is no middle ground here. There is no, oh, well, maybe if we just reason with them that just, what are you, fucking 5 years old? Are you retarded? Jesus Christ. Calling for immediate de-escalation, respect for international law, and the urgency of resuming dialogue. Oh my God. This is so embarrassing. Who are these guys? We had conversations for 40 years. Yeah, exactly. Like these people will spend all day, all night, for years, infinitely talking about a problem, and the problem will just continue to get worse until somebody does something about it. It's so pathetic.
Yeah, they said that they would, that it was okay if they died, that they weren't gonna haunt us. You know what I mean? Like they were like, okay, like this has to come to an end. Like they've been doing this. Can't get ready. Any resolution, but these guys are just over there, basically.
Insane. We're literally giving power to foreigners that hate us and hate our country. This Biden judge is trying to block ICE from operating, should be removed from the bench. How the hell is ICE supposed to allow illegals with no right to be here to be released on bond? They can be released without bond in their own country. Trebuchet, launch them away. So once again, not trying to make you Islamophobic or anything. Dude, I keep having people in my chat being like, is he foreign? Bro's name is Zahid Qureshi. What do you mean, is he foreign? Are you serious? Anyway, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but like this dude ain't a straight white Christian. Alright, I'm just saying. I've noticed. I'm noticing he's not a straight white Christian male. You know, let's be honest for just a second. Here we have a foreigner in the government as a judge, quite literally trying to end immigration enforcement. Like, this is insanity. We don't need to live like this. We do not need to live like this where we are bringing people in, giving them power over us, and then they're destroying us. Now, to understand the level of dominance that we are about to witness in Texas, as well as in New York. We'll get to Texas, don't worry. This is McDonald's advertisements throughout all of Europe. This is in Germany specifically. During the day, they don't put French fries in the McDonald's thing because Happy Ramadan. But at night, the billboard does have French fries because Ramadan, who fast during the day, eat all night long. So essentially, not even exaggerating, they don't want to offend Muslims by putting food on billboards when Muslims are fasting. This is the level of capitulation that we're witnessing. And this is fucking McDonald's. This is McDonald's. They don't want to deal with that shit. Alright? Now, the craziest thing is, McDonald's food isn't halal. Right? They're not allowed to eat it anyway. Like, it's not like McDonald's is even food for Muslims. It's not halal food. Muslims can't eat at McDonald's. But they still don't want to offend them. And they're not even customers. They're just afraid they're going to burn down their stores if they see French fries. This is a real thing, and it's all of their ads throughout all of these European cities. Happy Ramadan, buy a McPlant burger, except the box is closed and you can't see the food. But at night, the box opens. This is insanity. I've never seen anything. Quite literally, they're afraid of terrorist attacks. They're not even talking to potential customers. This is unbelievable. I'm dying here. Like imagine needing to live like this. This is an actual insane world. Now, you have to understand how Ramadan was being celebrated. Not by everyone, obviously, God forbid, but by certain Pakistanis. They literally say directly they celebrate Eid, which is part of the Ramadan holiday, by raping British girls.
Eid rapes. That is one of the shocking allegations coming out of Rupert Lowe's independent inquiry into the rape gangs.
By the way, this was covered up by the British government and is only being released now.
That have stretched across Britain. It was launched just this week.
Today marks the beginning of something long overdue. Today we open the hearings of our independent rape gang inquiry. 2 full weeks of evidence, testimony and scrutiny. 2 weeks in which survivors will finally be heard.
The crowd-funded inquiry, backed by £600,000 from 20,000 ordinary Brits sick of the cover-ups, has just heard testimony that should make every decent person in this country feel rage. Survivor Fiona Goodard spoke of her experience.
There was a phone call once where she tried reporting me missing and she said I was being picked up by Asian men and I was being abused. Now,
Asian men means Pakistani Muslims, by the way. It doesn't mean Chinese guys. Just trying to understand where to target your racism.
the call handler said back to her, you can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture.
What?
She didn't mince her words, and she claims that gangs of predominantly second-generation Pakistani men and other mostly immigrant men targeted vulnerable, white, working-class girls. Here is a damning direct quote from rape gang survivor, that same one there, Fiona Goddard at Rupert Lowe's rape gang inquiry. She said this: some Pakistani men celebrated the Islamic festival of Eid by raping young, white girls.
Isn't that a nice way to celebrate the holiest day of the year? I don't know, man. I personally do other things on holy days, but listen, multiculturalism is beautiful. It's our greatest strength.
Yes.
Someone in my chat just said, I hope this isn't real. This is real, this is confirmed, this is a fact, and you're racist for knowing it.
You heard that correctly. Eid rapes, a religious holiday twisted into an excuse.
That's why you say it's coming out now. Muslim grooming gangs have been a thing for decades. No, you misunderstand what's going on in the United Kingdom. The grooming gangs have been around for decades, with hundreds of thousands of white British girls that were victims to these grooming gangs. The government has been covering them up to the largest extent that they possibly could, and right now, finally, because of Rupert Lowe and crowd-funded inquiries, they're finally getting evidence and testimony together of the actual victims, and they're releasing the details now because everyone knew this was going on, but it was a cover-up. Now, the details are absolutely damning.
Used for barbaric sexual violence against British children. Marilyn Horne, CEO of Freedom from Abuse, said, "I've been called racist, I've been called all sorts of things.
That's right.
I don't care because I know
Coming to Texas, near you.
I'm right. They are not interested in protecting our women, girls and boys because they quite like it in this country." She went further. Some of these girls have been taken from pillar to post, raped in lay-bys on filthy mattresses in hotels, you know, backs of taxis. This is across the country. It is endemic. It is everywhere. These are not animals. They're monstrous, barbaric, evil, vile men, and they have got no moral compass. None. That is damning. There is
Yeah, so anyway, pretty wild how this just started happening all of a sudden. Now, for those of you that want to understand the level of bullshit going on in England, all right, you have to recognize the insanity of the government. So this is Rupert Lowe, the guy running for the right wing right now.
So much of the human rights for foreign paedophiles, sex pests and murderers
is not giving way. Members may disagree with what he's saying, but we will conduct this in an orderly way.
What about the human rights of the British people? The right not to be raped, stabbed and killed by foreigners who should never have been in our country to begin with.
That's right.
Please spare me the continued moral outrage.
That's right. Shut the fuck up, you absolute degenerates. Right, human rights for the rapists, but not human rights for the British girls getting raped. Right, so Tommy Robinson is actually, he fled England because he said something Islamophobic, and they want to put him in jail again. He was in solitary confinement in prison for years because he was Islamophobic in Britain. So he ran from Britain for now, and he's been making his rounds on different podcasts. And dude is not holding back at all, basically warning us what is coming to every one of these areas that open up our borders to people of specific influence.
Yeah, they're not here to work. They're not here to assimilate or integrate. They're here to dominate. Yep. And that's not every Muslim, yeah? But the per se, you have to look at the broad numbers. And I'll give you some numbers, yeah? In the UK, Muslim men make up 3% of the population. They're responsible for 90% of the convictions for rape gangs.
There it is! Right, everyone thought 13% of the population committing 50% of the violent crimes was bad. What about 3% of the population committing 90% of the gang rape? What about that? How's that for a statistic? Like, what? Nothing will make you racist and Islamophobic like facts. All right, it might ruin your life.
90% from a 3% population. Now, 30% of the men convicted are called Mohammed. If you go to Sweden, 63%
30% of rapists in England are called Mohammed. What? Are you kidding me? Like, what? Let's be real for a second. That's insane.
The rapes, Muslim migrants. There's about 15% Muslim population, but 63% of the rapes. Paris, 77% of the rapes are Muslim migrants. Austria, 48% of the rapes are Muslim migrants. Germany, 58% of the rapes are Muslim migrants. Now, all these things are, so migration and immigration is meant to benefit the nation.
Yeah.
So if we look in Germany, since Angela Merkel, I just said 58% of the rapes are foreign national Muslim migrants. 11% of the rapes in that country last year were by Syrian nationals. They're from Syria. Their passports from Syria. They're born in Syria. They've been brought into the country, we're told, Germans are told, for diversity. It's not for diversity. You opened your borders, you let 1 million men in, you didn't know who they were. Just look at the rape statistics that have gone up from 2017 to 2022. The rapes have gone up 45% in Germany. In the UK, 2023 to 2023, our rapes went from 8,800 to 88,000.
Bro!
88,000 rapes in the...
88,000 rapes a year, bro.
It's gone
from 8,000 to
88,000.
88,000.
Now you take that same statistic and go another 20 years, you're talking 1 million rapes, 880,000 rapes, and nothing's going to stop it. Nothing's stopping it. They're not stopping it. The men that are coming in are hostile. An Afghani is 22 times more likely to commit a sexual assault and rape in Britain than any other nationality, than British nationality.
Bro.
Why are they coming in?
Why are we doing this? Like, why we're killing ourselves? And these numbers are gonna offend you and they're Islamophobic and stuff, but it's unbelievable. Like, and this dude's been going everywhere spreading this.
My investigation identified 260, so that's 26%. Another inquiry into Telford by a law firm identified over 300. So 20 to 30% of the men in that town were raping our children. And
if that's not the most radicalizing shit in the world, I don't know what is. Now again, I don't want the 30% of Muslim rapists to ruin it for the 70% of Muslims that just want to integrate and live a peaceful life. But we don't need to open our borders to this. We don't need to do this to ourselves. We don't need to kill ourselves like this, dude. This is insane. Now, in fact, this just happened today, actually, or last night, rather. Scum once again defaced the greatest leader Britain ever had. This is Winston Churchill's monument, you know, absolutely vandalized with the Free Palestine shit, globalized the Intifada. All right, like, it's insane. They are welcoming people into their country that hate them and want to overthrow them. It's not right, bro. It's ridiculous. And it's this weaponized empathy that's completely insane. In Spain, a Senegalese migrant who raped a 14-year-old girl will pay a fine instead of going to prison. What? 26-year-old migrant raped a girl on that he met on Instagram. Despite the migrant admitting in court he raped a kid, he was sentenced to 60 days of community service and a fine. Essentially, that's just legalizing rape if you pay for it.
Say something negative online about Islam, make a hateful comment against LGBTQ or trans or any of these narratives and agendas, and you'll face prison. What they are basically doing is legalizing the rape of our daughters and our women in Europe. We see this in Sweden, we see it in Germany, we see it in the UK. No prison sentences for migrants and refugees who are entering our nation and raping our women. Like, how can that make sense? How can you get 31 months in prison for a tweet?
That's quite literally the suicidal empathy of the West. All right, we have given feminism all the power to have empathy for the retards that we're bringing into our country, and they're killing us.
Like Lucy Connolly, but you don't go to jail for child porn or raping our women. We need a revolution within every institution in Britain.
Yeah, quite literally. And so I just wanted to go on this little side tangent before we get into the Texas situation, because it is coming here too. All right, thank God it's much less. It's not as major. Now, in Dublin, one of the safest cities in the world in 2003. Dublin, one of the top 10 most dangerous cities in Europe in 2024. What changed? What happened in those 20 years? What happened in the 20 years since 2003 to 2024? What happened that made it one of the safest cities in the world to one of the top 10 most dangerous cities in Europe? Can you explain that to me for a second? What happened? What changed? Who was brought in? Now, this is complete insanity. It doesn't stop, and it's every day.
Individual family stories. One of the very first was from a grandfather who rang from Rotherham, who wanted to talk about his granddaughter. 1 month after her 13th birthday, she'd gone to school and then gone missing, and the school had rung her mum, who'd immediately rung the police, who'd said, "Don't worry, love, she'll turn up as soon as she gets hungry." She didn't turn up that afternoon, that evening, and at 2:30 in the morning, the next morning, a woman on the other side of Rotherham had picked up the phone and dialed 999 because she'd heard a young girl screaming in the house next door. Police had gone round to the house. They found this 13-year-old girl with another young girl. She was almost completely naked. She was blind drunk, and she was with 7 adult Pakistani men.
Oh, this man's racist. Put him in jail. That's essentially what we're doing here. Put him in jail. He's being racist. He's racist. Put him in jail. Churches are on fire. Almost every day there's another church burning down. Yesterday there was a church on fire in Italy. The day before there was a church on fire in Montreal in Canada. The day before there was a church on fire in England. It's probably a coincidence that all these churches decide to simultaneously combust with no investigations. All right, look, here we have Canada. All right, this is what Canada's going through too. It's the same.
And Canada is a white supremacist, colonial, racist project, as is Israel, as is the state of Israel. So I don't even consider myself to be a Canadian because this is indigenous land and this land is occupied. So
again, this is coming from Muslims, the #1 colonial people in the history of the world. How are there 56 Muslim countries, right? So Canada is importing people that say, I don't see myself as a Canadian, I'm here to conquer Canada.
land is occupied. So the people who are here, whether they are settlers, we firstly need to educate ourselves about what has happened on this land and what is continuously happening in order for us to be able to understand what our government or this government is doing on abroad and on overseas.
This is the resistance that we're going to continue to see, and as a result, neighboring countries and those who are fighting in solidarity all around the world will also rise with the Palestinians, and we will see. And then
I said this before, I'll say it again. The Palestine cause is a fake cause on a fake genocide that never happened because Palestinians decided to be terrorists, murder and rape a lot of innocent people, and then they lost a war that they started. And now Palestine has been utilized as this gigantic retard Trojan horse for morons across the Western world, basically saying, look at what's happening in Palestine. They lost a war that they're started and they're using human shields. Well, now we have to rape your women. That's how it works. Sorry, rise up. Rise up. Now we have to rape your women in Canada now or something. And it's essentially what we're seeing, right?
Let go.
Like, you are getting images like this coming out of every single migration-heavy country.
What's going on? Let go of her. Let go of her.
Give me my phone. She's my girlfriend.
Well, you can't touch her like that. What happened? Did she fall off?
Right, so his girlfriend that he's dragging down the street. Like, dude, this is insane shit. It really is. It's unbelievable. And we're forced to tolerate this. We're forced to say this is normal. All right, meanwhile, these are the people we're bringing in, all right? In Bangladesh, Muslim men are protesting women's rights by hanging female effigies and beating them with shoes. You really think these are the people? These are the people? Like, are we serious? These are the people that we're bringing into our countries? Like, these are the people that are going to assimilate with our values? Like, what are we even talking about? Like, quite literally, people are trying to bring in people from these cultures into our cultures. Why? Why should we do this? Why should we be forced to do this? It's complete insanity, right? And you see, like, even people like Nick Shirley asking basic questions, right? He's not some hard-hitting Islamophobic guy, right? Asking basic questions, and every single response is just like, wow, holy shit. They hate us and want to dominate us and conquer us.
Now you have all these Islam men yelling Allah Akbar. I have a question for you guys. If America were to get in a war with a country like Iraq, who would you guys defend, America or Iraq?
We won't get in a war. That's not permissible for us. But at the same time,
yeah, because Muslims are known to be peaceful people that have never started any wars.
Who would you defend first?
We would support our brothers in Iraq.
We're importing people that quite literally want to overthrow us.
That's the only way.
So you wouldn't defend America?
We would not defend America.
But you're American.
But at the same time, listen. At the same time, America is our country because we.
There it is. There it is. America is our country, but we would fight on Iraq's side instead of America's side. But America's our country, therefore we have rights.
We were born here, but
we are born here. We conquered you. All right, it's our country. We conquered you, but we would fight against you because we hate you and we want to destroy you.
Islamic book, we're not allowed to fight with people that are against our religion, so we just take up the jail time.
So you would
That's
not.
what we do.
So you would not defend America.
I would go to jail instead of fighting for America.
Great. Terrorists in our country. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We are importing incestuous goat fuckers into our country that quite literally directly admit that they want to fight on behalf of our enemies. This is the compound of Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, before the strikes, and this is the compound of Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, after the strikes. So the United States and Israel did an epic tag team, epic duo, and they fucking annihilated the shit out of a really fucking bad guy. Now, I'm gonna give you some lore just for a second to understand why, in my opinion, this is incredibly good. For the Iranian people, this is an unbelievably good thing. He was massacring them by the tens of thousands. He oppressed them for the last 47 years. And we're going to talk about their reaction to Donald Trump in a minute. It's pretty incredible. This is obviously good for the entire region of the Middle East. A lot of you might not be aware of this, but Iran's proxies include the Houthis, which bombed American ships, Hezbollah, which killed hundreds of American Marines, Hamas, which started all sorts of wars that cost us billions of dollars, whether you agree with sending foreign aid or don't, like I do. I don't like sending foreign aid in general. But the reality is, destroying this Iranian regime is quite literally
biblical. So, objectively speaking, this is a really good thing. It's good for the people of Iran. It's good for the people of the Middle East. And also, for America, it's also a good thing. I firmly believe in the biblical doctrine of, if they're trying to kill you, you kill them before they kill you. And these guys quite literally are enriching uranium. They're building intercontinental ballistic missiles. They're trying to kill us. They say they want to kill us. They literally are sending their sleeper cells to try to assassinate our president. They've done terrorist attacks in England from Iranian sleeper cells. Quite literally, the world is better off without these motherfuckers. America is better off without these motherfuckers. And thank God there is 0 casualties of American troops and of Israeli troops so far in this entire operation. Thank God. It looks like Allah is fighting on our side. Anyway, so the moment after Israel got... the Israel War Room, the moment after the bomb dropped on Khomeini's compound, they posted this. This is shit posting of the highest caliber. I've never seen anything like it before in my entire life. Bro, the El Presidente chart. Let's go. We got Maduro in January, El Mencho in February. All right, we're starting March strong. We already got the Supreme Leader. Let's go. Every month, the new El Presidente. You're going to see. It's going to be amazing. We have a president with balls. This is how it feels like to not need to live in a cucked world where all these retards in the Middle East are messing shit up for everybody else. Don't need to deal with that. All right, so according to the Israeli media, which is almost always correct when it comes to Mossad investigations and shit, Israeli media says growing indications that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was killed in the U.S. and Israeli strike. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it, boys and girls. It's a fantastic day. The dog is dead. It's unbelievable stuff. So if you actually look at the videos of Khamenei's residence getting obliterated, yeah. Damn, bro, I love how they have Iranian people living their everyday life, and because the United States and Israeli strikes are so pinpointed, they don't have anything to worry about. Holy crap, bro. That's honestly incredible. It really is. It's unbelievable.
Targeting
this is
one of the...
Putin's been fighting and dying in Ukraine for the last 3 years. This is how you do it, bitch. Bro, no one can do it like we can. We're quite literally unique. So anyway, this is the news.
Of the first strikes was targeting Iran's supreme leader's compound.
Right. As it should have.
Ali Khamenei, who's been who has been the leader of Iran since 1989.
Yeah.
If you can imagine, he's the longest serving.
He died like a dog.
Leader in the Middle East.
Was the longest serving leader in the Middle East. He died like a dog. I don't know if you got the news. He dead. He's dead. It's not confirmed. It'll be confirmed by the time this video comes out, okay? Listen, it's not confirmed now, but it'll be confirmed by the time the video comes. You'll see.
His compound was targeted, and I
have faith in the lethality. I have faith in the lethality of our freaking military.
I think they probably wanted to lure the Iranian leadership into some bit of complacency and assuming that they would be home or in their offices during daylight hours. It also is a sign that they feel pretty confident that they control the air above Iran and that the air defense systems are not...
Yeah, this was done super well. I'm actually going to show you exactly what this was. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to show you exactly how the operation went, how the operation happened. It's the craziest thing ever.
As strong as they were.
They couldn't even mount a counterattack against us at all.
Last summer, they were targeting, one of the first strikes was targeting Iran's supreme leader's compound, Ali Khamenei, who has been the leader of Iran since 1989. If you can imagine, he's the longest serving leader in the Middle East.
Was the longest serving leader in the Middle East. Anyway, dude, my wife literally just sent me this while I'm recording. Breaking news, he's dead. I told you, man. I told you it would be before the video comes out. I told you. Oh, died like a dog. Died like a dog. And the funniest thing is, and this is hilarious, I'm going to show you all the crash outs. No, leave my Islamic terrorist dictator alone. Dude, the leftists losing their mind is my favorite part of all of this. It really is. So not only was he killed, but actually, apparently, also, his son-in-law and daughter-in-law were killed in that strike.
Targeting, one of the first strikes was targeting Iran's supreme leader's compound.
Yeah. Anyway, not a good day for these guys. So Donald Trump did a whole address. It already got 100 million views. We're going to watch it at the end of this video because I have to show you all the details first and all the crash outs. So Marco Rubio, right before the war started, Today, I designated Iran as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. For decades, the Iranian regime has cruelly detained innocent Americans and citizens of other nations to use as political leverage. Iran must end this abhorrent practice and immediately free all unjustly detained Americans. All right, so it's like we label them as terrorists, and now it's like, holy shit, they're terrorists. We have to kill them. Expertly done, fantastic play, masterful gambit. We all love it. Oh my god, dude, we all appreciate the game. The game is appreciated. Now, John Fetterman, a Democrat, Operation Epic Fury. President Trump has been willing to do what's right and necessary to produce real peace to the region. Oh my god, dude. The one Democrat being like, wait, holy shit. Holy shit, Trump's actually doing good things. Gets 200,000 likes. It's really that simple, but the Democrats can't stop. They can't stop freaking out about this. Now, Fetterman actually went on Fox News to congratulate Trump. Hell freezing over.
Others like Thomas Massey, who wrote this: acts of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to the AP. What is your response to—
Oh no! Donald Trump, before getting rid of the supreme leader, he should have talked to Congress, which is made up of foreigners, Islamists, and retards, so that they could leak all the war plans and risk the lives of American soldiers. What a fantastic plan! See, the reason why we can't actually do it the way he wants it to is because it's untenable, and because Donald Trump actually, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's coping or not, Donald Trump enters wars successfully and in a very short period of time. He fucking rolls in, steamrolls the opposition, gets what he fucking wants, zips out, no boots on the ground, no long-term entanglements, just obliterate the enemy and leave. And quite literally, that's the way it needs to be. Well, why do we need Congress to get involved, where Ilhan Omar gets on speed dial telling Khomeini when and where he should be hiding in his bunker? Quite literally, we don't need to deal with this. But it's absolute insanity. Now, remember, Khomeini directly admits to taking part in several assassination attempts against Trump and saying he's going to assassinate him again. This is a credible threat to the leader of our country. Getting rid of this guy is the easiest thing in the world. These are literally terrorists. Taking out terrorists is base. Sorry if you heard the news here first.
To Massey and to your colleagues who don't agree with this?
No, that's bizarre. You know, I'd like to remind my
colleague
over in the House that Iran massacred 30,000 of their own people right now. This war is not about the Iranian people, it's about this poisonous regime. And that's why I'm proud to stand with our military. I'm proud to stand with Israel, too. I might be a Democrat, but in this specific case, the president is absolutely correct to do these kinds of actions. And now we have Israel's back. And now that's why it's entirely the path for peace in that region. How many treaties, how much negotiation? I never thought they would work. Iran has only ever responded to these kinds of things.
That's
and
right.
Here we are right now, and they have the opportunity, real peace, and to change their way, committed to trying to destroy Israel and destabilizing the entire region.
Yeah, quite literally, the only normal Democrat is the Democrat that has a brain tumor. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude here, but this is insane. Like, it's actually wild watching these people cope like this. Now, you have to understand exactly where we struck. And we did this instantly. They were not prepared. Dude, we had a third of our Navy around Iran, and they had no idea this was coming. Like, dude, absolute morons.
Jennifer.
John, I've just received a list of some of the early targets that have been attacked inside Iran. Let me read to you from that. There have been attacks on the Iranian parliament, the National Supreme Council, the Ministry of Intelligence, the Iranian Atomic Energy Agency.
Good. Get rid of that. Don't need
and
it.
also cyber attacks on news agencies such as IRNA. So this is very significant.
That's right. That's right. No carpet bombing, boots on the ground, infinite forces, regime change by force, show up and impose. Dude, no. Just a lot of very pinpointed attacks where we get rid of all the fucking bad guys as quickly as we possibly can. Absolutely. This is what I've been saying the entire time. Nice, swift, sexy imperialism. You know what I'm saying? MAGA, make imperialism great again. It's official. President Trump and the U.S. military and Israel have killed the IRGC commander Mohammed Pakpour in strikes. He's responsible for killing thousands of Iranians. Swift justice. Absolutely. Dude, unbelievable teamwork here. I'm not gonna lie, it's insane. The U.S. and Israel blew up the office of the supreme leader of Iran, and Iranians could be heard screaming and cheering in the streets that this happened.
وای به تو زدن
Boy.
Wild. Dude, holy shit. All right, anyway, breaking news. Iran decided this is how they're going to respond to all the drama. By bombing literally everyone around them. You know, because they're terrorists. It's a terrorist regime. It's literally run by terrorists. Nux, you're being Islamophobic. No, they're literally terrorists. They are quite literally, definitionally, quintessentially terrorists. Iran becomes the first country to strike Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Jordan, Bahrain, and Qatar in a single day. And that's aside from striking American ships and Israel. All right? They have quite literally struck 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries in one day. All right? This is insane. So after massacring 30,000+ of their own people, estimates are currently closer to 100,000, but 30,000 is confirmed. Now they're just striking all their neighbors because they're terrorists. Because they want to go to heaven where they could fuck children for eternity. That's what their literal religion dictates. I don't understand. No, you're being Islamophobic. No, they hate me more than I hate them. Okay, let's be real here. So this is what they've been doing around the region. All right, so this is Abu Dhabi struck by a missile because Iran's just firing missiles literally everywhere. Look at this. This is just hitting civilians, right? These are the good guys that all the leftists are fighting for. Oh no, leave Iran's terrorists alone. Leave Iranian terrorists alone. This is Dubai. They're just striking cities. Just their neighbors. Muslims killing Muslims. What else is new? Get ready until you see why. Get ready for some Muslims in America to lose their mind. Oh my God! Striking Iran during Ramadan. Well, Iran is striking Kuwait and Bahrain and Jordan and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia during Ramadan. What is this? Like, what does this even accomplish? The goal is terrorism. The goal is death. They know they can't kill Americans, so they just bomb all their neighbors. It's insane. They just want death. Iranian missiles successfully breached the UAE's air defenses, striking the hotel resort in Dubai. Dude, look at this.
Quickly. Let's move quickly. Oh my God.
Insanity.
Okay.
But actual terrorists. Like, you want to know what terrorists look like? It's these fuckers. Aren't you happy we're obliterating this regime before they actually get ICBMs and nukes that could reach us in the United States? No, leave those my Islamic terrorists alone. No, yeah, quite literally, kill them before they kill us. Biblical principle. Very smart, actually. I'm really happy that when God decided to, write the Bible, he put that in there. Large explosion hits Qatar's capital, Doha. This is crazy. Look at this. Take a look over here. Insanity. This is crazy. And of course, because we're in 2026, massive explosion happens in front of the guy taking the video. Turns the camera around to film his fucking reaction. Dude, we're literally living in, these people are retarded. This is some low IQ shit, for real. Large explosion hits Doha in Qatar. All right, now, it's not just there. They struck our Navy. Major black smoke billowing from the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, right? Because they struck Bahrain, too. This is insane, dude. These people are actually monsters. Just striking every country they possibly can. Like, you're gonna tell me that these people care about international law? Everyone that's crying about international law right now, I'm about to show you a lot of nice crash outs. All right, so this is them hitting Jordan. Holy shit. Bro, it's crazy, dude. Sand People Civil War or something. Iranian drone just slammed into a high-rise building in Bahrain. Dude, they're just striking every single country they can. These, by the way, these strikes are just coming straight from Iran. Watch this. That's insane. This is just hitting residential buildings for no reason. This isn't to give them some sort of advantage in war. It's just because they're terrorists. And it's because they know they're dying. It's because they know they're dying, so they're just shooting missiles literally everywhere. Kill as many innocent people as they possibly can. All right, so this is Iran striking a Saudi oil facility. Saudi Arabia, another country. International law is so important, right guys? Right guys? So anyway, thank God, all right, Western countries that do not believe in inbreeding, it's a coincidence that the countries with inbreeding have lower IQs, but the countries that don't believe in inbreeding actually are intercepting the missiles. So this is Jerusalem. Jerusalem was struck today. Well, sort of struck, all right? They fired like hundreds of missiles towards Israel. Thank God every single one of them was intercepted.
Yeah, the air raid sirens have just started again here in Jerusalem. We've been getting a series of alerts about incoming attacks coming into Israel across a huge expanse of this land.
Yeah, so they're just striking everyone, civilians, it doesn't matter. See, when we attack them, we're pinpoint striking. When they attack us, they're just fucking doing whatever they can. Now watch this. This is insane, actually. Look how crazy this is, dude.
If you look there, that is the side of a missile intercept.
Yeah,
so
that
is
little
an
black
Iranian
cloud
missile that has been flown across here.
Yeah, little black cloud, that's just, thank God, intercepting missiles, stopping it from killing civilians and stuff. Now, there is tragedy that did happen, and we are going to have to talk about this. 51 schoolgirls were killed, 60 were injured when a strike destroyed a girls' elementary school in Manab, southern Iran, Irani media had reported. Now, according to Iran, 51 schoolgirls dead, 60 injured in an Israeli strike on a school. So apparently, while this was all going down, Israel went out there and struck an Iranian school. Now, I was just talking about all this, like, incredibly pinpoint targeting where we're taking out, like, all sorts of these things, and our allies, our greatest ally, Israel's just striking schools and killing children. Are they really? Dave Smith says a bunch of Iranian children liberated already. Don't worry, Dave Smith is retarded. I'm going to show you him in just a few minutes. Warning graphic. Israeli strike on Manab's girls' school kills 160. Oh my God, the numbers are even higher now. It's 160. If you've watched my videos before, you know that this is a debate. All right, so actually, it turns out Iran blew up their own school. Yep, not even kidding. This is Iran blowing up their own school and blaming the Jews. It's happening. It's unbelievable how this keeps happening. It's heartbreaking that this keeps happening, but we have people like Thomas Massey saying that America's blowing up children in Iran. Oh my God, holy shit. How do you keep falling for this Islamist propaganda? It's stupid. It's dumb. Stop it. Stop expecting your adversary to have the same IQ average as you do, okay? Please, please, for the love of God. They have sex with goats. Please. Anyway. So, a failed missile launch in Iran caused the projectile to fall on a school, and then, of course, they blamed the Jews. We've seen them doing this literally during the entire Gaza war. This was reported by Al Jazeera, Qatar News, also like this. Right? But we investigated it. It's undoubtedly their own missile blew up their own school, and then they decided, yo, let's just blame the Jews. But, bro, no one's falling for this shit anymore. It doesn't work.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
We've been hit. We've been hit.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented military operation, crippling Tehran's leadership by taking out Iran's supreme leader, along with dozens of other top officials.
The devastating blow to Iran's Islamic regime, a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare, with 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours, using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, and striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
We've already seen dozens of U.S. military bases targeted with retaliatory strikes as Iran vows revenge.
President Trump urging Iran not to return fire or face, quote, force that has never been seen before.
The sentiment for Iranian Americans across the globe, elation. Celebrations erupting after the strikes came down in what could be the best hope for relief from the Islamic regime's reign in decades. We begin this morning with Jennifer Griffin to walk us through this history-making mission. And good morning, Jennifer. It's really quite remarkable when you look at the total package.
Griff, very remarkable, but also a complicated picture emerging this morning. The Iranian leadership that did survive, and there are a few leaders that did survive, the president as well as Ali Larijani, who's very powerful in Iran, have threatened the U.S. and threatened to attack 27 U.S. bases across the Middle East. And we've been seeing a lot of those missiles flying into neighboring countries. A mob also tried to storm the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan, of course, have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting today in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and the IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he described the killing of Ali Khamenei as extremely painful, threatening revenge. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed to fire more than 300 missiles at the UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra, about the same number as it fired toward Israel. Actually, about 100 ballistic missiles were fired toward Israel yesterday, according to the IDF. So this was actually more missiles fired at UAE. Iran has expanded its response, even firing missiles at Oman, which tried to negotiate that last-minute nuclear deal and avoid war. Qatar received about 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 35. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, today. Israel, meantime, has increased its airstrikes and says it will now target Iran's nuclear facilities, and just moments ago hit the headquarters of the IRGC and barracks in Tehran. That is where the massacre of last month's Iranian protesters was organized and carried out. Smoke has been seen rising from near Iran's state broadcasting facility in Tehran. And in terms of the U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military, we learned, carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. 10 to 15 senior leaders of the Iranian government and military were killed in that Israeli strike on Ali Khamenei's compound. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation, the joint operation, had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at Khamenei's compound. Quote, "There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline. That is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline, I'm told. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack," a senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard and on a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. But some survived, including, as I mentioned, Ali Larijani, the man to watch, and Iran's president, who issued a statement just moments ago. Griff?
Yeah, and Jennifer, you mentioned what we're watching, what Larijani will do now. And, you know, I think we've focused so much on the IRGC, but would Larijani possibly try and go after or try to activate the Basij? People haven't talked much about the Basij, and it's important to understand that is a strong militia that could be sympathetic to the IRGC within Iran.
Absolutely. The Basij are like the internal police, this state police that are really very vicious and were responsible for a lot of the killing of those 32,000 protesters who were killed in December and January in Iran. The Basij are still a factor. Remember, we've talked about this in the past, but in the early days of the Iraq War, a lot of those security forces just took off their uniforms and floated away and then reorganized and came back and began carrying out terror attacks. Now, the difference this time is the U.S. will not be occupying Iran. They don't have ground forces that are going in, so there won't be any targets inside Iran. But those Basij and the paranoia that's been created over decades of theocracy and state control and authoritarianism in Iran is going to make it may be one of the reasons you're not seeing people come out quite in the large numbers that you might expect after such strikes on their behalf. But I think people are scared, and they have a right to be scared. They were slaughtered in the last 2 months. So what you're also likely to see, Griff, is the IRGC launch through proxies, through sleeper cells around the world, targets of opportunity. They tend to fight asymmetrically with terror attacks, and that is what I would expect to see: assassinations, terror attacks, but it won't happen immediately. It'll be when we let down our guard. And I think the strategy right now, from what I am observing, is that Iran is firing missiles at all of the states surrounding in the region, all of the states that host U.S. military bases, trying to create so much chaos that there's maybe pressure at the UN or elsewhere calling for a stop to the war. And if they think they can just survive these initial strikes and then regroup, that is their strategy at this point. But I'm not sure it's going to work, because it's really mobilized all those strikes on UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia has just mobilized those nations to prepare to engage Iran at this time.
Jennifer, there's been a lot of people commenting at the level of intel that the U.S. and especially Israel had prior to this attack, that it's really been impressive. So they've taken out this leadership. You talk about the leaders that are left behind. Based on the intel that they have, I mean, do they think that this B team, or I don't know, maybe this is the C team that's left behind, do they have the ability, the authority, the capacity to do what the A team could do? I'm just curious if that was taken into account. Like, why weren't they also taken out? And then also the security, the special security forces that you and Griff were talking about.
Well, I think, first of all, Ali Larijani would be part of the A team. So some of the A team did survive. And that is what's dangerous in these kind of strikes. We've seen with Hezbollah and elsewhere that there are usually follow-on strikes, and usually the person who moves up in the rankings, they then have the bullseye on their back. Obviously, the U.S. and Israel have excellent intelligence. This could not have been carried out without human intelligence on the ground. They've been mapping these sites that they targeted for months, if not years. But in terms of the human intelligence that would have led to knowing that a meeting was taking place of 10 to 15 top leaders, I mean, you can't underestimate the impact, and also the impact of killing Ali Khamenei, who is the spiritual leader. That was, literally, as Ali Larijani said, a knife in the heart of those who followed him. So this was a very significant strike. It is not over, and there are still remaining leaders, and certainly they're going to be very careful about how they move around. But as soon as the U.S. and Israel can suppress the air defense systems, and they're in the process of doing that, they're going to have a lot easier time than flying their air forces over Iranian territory, and then it becomes a lot harder for those leaders to hide. But that is still a few days off, I'm told. And in terms of the Basij, in terms of the IRGC, I mean, you're talking thousands of people who are in, if not 150,000, people who are in those security forces and who are believers, true believers, and who are willing to die, and suicide bombers and whatever have you. That is very hard to target. You can target their headquarters, you can target their leadership, but this is complicated. And remember, there are a lot of allies in Iraq. Iraq has a lot of Shia militias. We just heard that some of them have fired some missiles at some of the neighboring states as well, and they also are firing at a U.S. base in Erbil right now. So this is very complicated. There are Shia Muslims around the world who There are many who will celebrate the end, if this in fact is the end of the theocracy in Iran. Many of those people who went into exile, the dissidents who left after the Shah's regime fell. But there are also many who supported that regime and believe that this was a strike on Shia Islam.
Jennifer Griffin, great reporting last 24 hours especially. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey. What is going on there now?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Throughout the morning, we've heard air raid sirens sounding across Israel's second largest city. The Iranians still trying to respond. In the distance, you can still hear some of those car alarms going off after those incoming missiles were intercepted overhead. We are getting some new video from the Israelis who launched a fresh round of strikes into the heart of Tehran this morning, going after a very specific building. Exclusively, an Israeli intelligence official tells Fox News that the building you see blown up here in the Iranian capital was used by the IRGC as a command center during the demonstrations earlier this year, as a place to order the crackdown against protesters. This official says that the specific location was used to command the massacring of protesters. Again, though, the Iranians have been responding over the past 24 hours. Overnight, we arrived at a scene of a direct missile impact here in Tel Aviv. A building was completely destroyed, and for blocks there was damage just due to the blast radius from this explosion. One woman was killed in that building. Another woman nearby died running to a shelter. And when you step back here and you look at the amount of air defense that's being used to shoot down these missiles, it's not easy for the Israelis, but so far they have been quite successful. We do know Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council leader in Iran, is threatening to renew strikes on Israel and regional countries, saying that Iran fired missiles at the United States and Israel yesterday, and today we will hit them with a force they have never experienced before. Well, President Trump is hearing those threats directly and warning the Iranian regime to stand down. The president posting to True Social overnight saying Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. The region waiting to see what comes next. The exchange of fire continues here on the ground, and the majority of the Israeli population, 10 million people, spending most of the day in bomb shelters. Guys?
Trey, you know, obviously nobody has covered this more closely than on the ground than you have. Is there anything, what if anything, have you been surprised by in terms of the response, not necessarily by Iran, but by Iran's allies and proxies?
Well, the Iranians are directly targeting not just Israeli civilian population centers, but also Gulf countries. There is significant damage in Qatar, in the UAE, in Bahrain, Kuwait. And it shows that the Iranians, as Jennifer put it yesterday, really miscalculated their response, because now they are drawing in regional countries that maybe before were hesitant to allow the United States to use their airspace or even possibly directly participate in the strikes against Iran. And so there's a lot of questions on the table about whether or not these countries will get more directly involved. The Emiratis today were warning that they will not tolerate these missile barrages against their countries, and civilians are being injured in these Gulf countries, allies of the United States. And so that is certainly surprising, but when we look at these threats from the Iranian regime, it's almost as if they are not taking President Trump seriously. And we know that the Americans and the Israelis were working together to meticulously plan this operation that started with a series of airstrikes against Iran, decapitating the Iranian leadership. They took out Iran's supreme leader and 40-plus senior officials in the Iranian regime and the IRGC, and yet still you have leaders like Ali Larijani from Iran's Supreme Council that are saying they're going to hit Israel and the United States even harder. And so this tough talk doesn't last long. We saw similar statements from Iran's supreme leader. He's now dead. And so the president gave Iran a diplomatic off-ramp before this war began. He offered them an olive branch. He said, we're willing to make concessions. I was on a background briefing with a high-ranking U.S. official yesterday who said we offered the Iranians so much, and yet they still were not willing to come to the table in good faith and make a reasonable nuclear deal. And that's not even to mention their ballistic missile program or their support of regional proxies. And so what's left of the Iranian regime leadership, they're still threatening the United States and Israel.
But Trey, isn't that the danger, that at this point it's existential for Iran, that, you know, they almost have nothing to lose or don't feel like they can go to the negotiation table and last as leaders there. I want you to answer that question. My other question is, given the fact that, you know, President Trump said this is only going to last a couple weeks, and that's what the hope was, does the fact that these other Persian Gulf countries, that they've been attacked, have had damage and also casualties, does that increase the pressure on the American administration, on the Trump administration, to take care of this quickly before it gets, you know, out of hand?
Great questions, and I'll answer here in two parts. The first question having to do with sort of the broader regional considerations. And look, the Iranians have the ability to launch ballistic missiles. They have short-range ballistic missiles that they are now using to target these Gulf countries. They have drones. They have anti-ship missiles. We understand a tanker was hit in the Persian Gulf overnight. But despite these efforts, they have actually responded in a relatively weak way when you compare their response to the 12-day war. They simply aren't able to launch these ballistic missiles in massive barrages that they could do before. And that is largely in part because the United States and Israel have worked together using their intelligence agencies to monitor the coast of Iran. They've had drones flying back and forth, watching to see if these ballistic missile launchers were going to pop out from underground positions, and then they're hammering them with airstrikes. And so the Iranians are getting off what they can, but they can't sustain this for weeks. This is a matter of days before, first of all, there's air superiority over the entire country of Iran for the United States and Israel. But secondly, Iran's ability to launch large-scale ballistic missile attacks, which is largely seen as their biggest lever to pull. The other question has to do with these Gulf countries and the ability of them to respond. It would not be surprising if they get more directly involved. But what we should note here is the trust that was developed in the region over the past year. We have heard from Gulf leaders speaking about the American administration in a way that they've not talked before about U.S. presidents. President Trump's been able to do something in the region using two of his most important members of the administration, his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. And they've been able to use back channels to develop a new sense of trust among these Gulf partners. And that led to not only support for the ceasefire in Gaza, Board of Peace participation, but also close coordination as it relates to this war. And so we have to imagine these conversations are continuing each and every day. And I've been talking with regional officials, diplomats in the Gulf, even as recently as yesterday, and they appear confident in President Trump's decision-making and what will come next in this conflict.
All right, I'll tell you this, Trey. If we see Emirati fighter jets striking targets in Tehran, that will be a game changer, to your point about the allied Gulf region participation. Trey Yingst, live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Trey, great reporting as always. Stay safe.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Look, Gold Wharf is in trouble now. It is all chaos. All of it. Gold Wharf's gone down, and things are falling apart. On the 27th of February, one of China's top gold suppliers, Gold Wharf, suddenly made headlines when its executives went missing overnight. Rumors even started spreading that huge amounts of gold had disappeared. The news hit like a bombshell, shaking the entire gold market and shattering many people's dreams of wealth. In Shenzhen's Shuibei, a key hub for China's gold and jewelry, panic spread quickly. A large number of investors rushed to Gold Wharf stores, hoping to find some explanation or even a clue. People were in a panic, emotions running high. Police in uniforms were also on site, trying to keep the situation under control. It wasn't just in Shuibei. Other Gold Wharf stores in different areas, which used to be brightly lit, were now shut with gates. A filmer asked, "Why is Gold Wharf not open today? Does anyone know?" At Gold Wharf, Jewelry Group's headquarters in Pushen, Fujian, a gold store was also packed with people. Anxious faces wandered through the shop, dialing phone numbers. They couldn't believe that the once thriving, trusted Gold Wharf would abandon them like this. The boss ran off to Thailand. Executives are all missing. These rumors spread like ripples on a calm lake. Even late into the night on the 27th, many investors refused to leave. They gathered outside the stores, a light from their phones casting shadows on their faces. A comment from a gold store owner echoed the feeling of many victims. When will I get my 10 million yuan back? Others online lamented. No one's in charge? The Jiaowurui gold trading platform started off with a good scam. On Xiaohongshu, also known as Red Note, a user claiming to work in the jewelry industry posted on the 27th. It's all other people's hard-earned money. The attached chat screenshots showed a key gold wholesaler in Shuibei has lost all their executives, and rumors of huge amounts of gold disappearing. The stores already closed this afternoon, waiting for tomorrow's official announcement. The post also noted that Gold Wharf's scale was comparable to Jiaowurui, and boldly stated that the scandal involved several tons of gold. In the comments, someone said, Gold Wharf in Shuibei collapsed last year. The one in Fujian just blew up these past few days. Several people my father knows puts money in there, mostly elderly folks.
This hasn't been confirmed yet, just a rumor. The first thing is, over at Shuibei, another big player has disappeared, gone down, and the executives are all missing. But it's still unconfirmed, can't say the name. It's got Pier in the name, and they say it's several tons of gold.
Investors anxiously asked, what do we do now? Should we call the police, or is there a rights protection group? I can't sleep. A reply came, if they've run, there's nothing we can do, just leave it to fate. They're specially scamming old people's money, really despicable. The young ones can't be tricked. It's always the greedy elderly people, not even telling their families. Someone started a rights protection group on Douyin, and others worried, I bought a gold necklace from them. Is it really pure gold? The rumors online are growing louder, with some of the most shocking being the huge amounts of gold.
Hello, James sent us an email and he wants to know, where did the saying, dead as a door?
Okay, so spoiler alert, that last episode, the gold is still gone. They don't know what to do with the money, as in, like, if they count it as fraud, or how they don't know how to reimburse the people. It's a big problem right now. And yeah, people's livelihoods are being thrown around because of that. It's just crazy how one company can make such a big ripple. And here's the term,
James sent us an email and
dead as a doornail. Where does it come from?
Dead as a doornail come from? That's a great question. Now, dead as a doornail is an idiom, and idioms are sayings in which the meaning is not easily deductible from the individual words. Break a leg means good luck. Dead as a doornail means completely, utterly, and unequivocally done, finished. That's it. It's an old saying, and it actually appears in one of William Shakespeare's plays, Henry VI, Part 2, from the early 1590s. Dead as a doornail comes from the manner in which doors would be constructed, how they would be built. They would be made from boards. The boards are going to be nailed together, and the nails are going to go through the boards. As the nail comes through that board on the back side, that point is going to be hammered over. It's going to be turned back in so that that nail is bent over. It's clenched over, and it's going to act like a staple, hold that nail in place, and that nail is not going to back out. That nail is a dead nail. Bent over or clenched. This is what that dead doornail will look like. We recovered these nails from an old door that we burned. Nailed it.
I had several Democratic friends reaching out to me yesterday.
Okay, so here's
the Union address.
another good video. I've already watched this one today too. Basically, everybody's upset with the State of the Union address, and people that have been Democrats for a very long time are no longer Democrats because of it. So, next.
So anyway, last night, President Trump was seen dancing to God Bless the USA at Mar-a-Lago before telling partygoers, I gotta go to work, and leaving. Little did they know, work was striking Iran. Put your hands down. Right? right, so bro's out there, he was partying, and all of a sudden, bye guys, gotta run. And then Khamenei died like a dog. Coincidence. So anyway, this is a tweet from Khamenei. Absolute cinema. This was a tweet Khamenei decided to retardedly make 10 days ago. The U.S. president said for 47 years that the United States hasn't been able to eliminate the Islamic Republic. That is a good confession, I say. You, too, will not be able to do this. Well. Did someone not get the news? I noticed you didn't tweet at all today, Khamenei. Is everything okay over there in hell? Bro was really surprised out of his mind. He thought he was going to be able to have sex with 72 children in heaven. Turns out he's getting raped by Lucifer. Anyway, Donald Trump addressed the nation, and we got to see what the man had to say.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
That's right.
A vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
That's right.
For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged
The Islamic Republic is completely decapitated, but its violent proxies are out for blood. As Iran vows a revenge the world has never seen before for the death of the Ayatollah, pro-regime militias are violently swarming US embassies in Baghdad and Beirut, desperately trying to breach the compounds in a terrifying echo of 1979. But the chaos doesn't stop there. Instead of going toe-to-toe with the US military, Iran has launched a cowardly, full-scale missile barrage against civilian targets in neighboring Arab nations, raining down fire on Dubai and Doha in a bid to blackmail the region into submission. This unprovoked assault on neutral nation proves that the headless regime's only strategy is terrorism. The Middle East is officially on fire, and our story starts with the chilling threat Iran just broadcasted to the world. Take a listen to this clip.
Okay, so he's dead and that's it. Here's a missile that was intercepted in Qatar.
But first, we have to talk about the fact that another leftist tried to kill Trump, and leftists are basically celebrating that he tried. So once again, no one's surprised, the left, the party of violence, but this happened. All right, we got all of the Secret Service guys. They're all rushing in. February 22nd, around 1:30. A male in his early 20s was shot by the U.S. Secret Service agents and a deputy from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office following an unauthorized entry into the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago. Right? They tried to enter Trump's house and kill him again because, again, the media, the leftist mob, all these retards, they keep pushing the Trump is Hitler shenanigans.
And now he's dead. And that's it.
So yesterday, President Trump and the administration confirmed that the Supreme Leader Khamenei, the Ayatollah,
who's been wreaking havoc on his population for decades, is gone. And it looks like a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber flew a 36-hour non-stop mission from Missouri and slammed bunker buster bombs or even JDAMs into the Tehran's leadership compound where the Ayatollah was sitting on his golden crapper. Iran's most fortified nuclear sites look to have been hit as well. Fordo, Natanz. And this is what the B-2 does best, going in when it's least expected and hitting sensitive sites so no one sees it coming and it's complete shock and awe. This is American air power delivering justice for the Iranian people at this point. Unmatched stealth tech built to penetrate deep into Iran undetected and destroy threats that have menaced the world for decades. Iran's hitting back with missile barrages across the Gulf and at Israel. Oil prices are surging slightly at this point, and the region is on high alert, obviously. Here's some of the latest rhetoric from Tehran. You're gonna love this. The IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the strong armed force of the Ayatollah, has just vowed the most ferocious offensive in history against America and Israel. So again, they're not backing down. They literally are the Chihuahua biting at the heels of the pit bull at this point, and they're promising crushing revenge as well. A 3-member interim leadership council has been chosen in Iran for the successor. And then this breaking news coming in just now, U.S. Central Command releases a statement. And I love this. They're doing fact checking on the Iranian regime. So U.S. Central Command said Iran's IRGC claim to have struck the USS Abraham Lincoln with ballistic missiles is a lie. They said the Lincoln was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close. The Lincoln continues to launch aircraft in support of CENTCOM's relentless campaign to defend the American people. And if that wasn't enough, there's more breaking news from CENTCOM. I think it's pure brilliance. They continue to troll the regime. The regime is trying to get out as much propaganda as possible, and CENTCOM's not having it. So the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members so far. Lie. There have been no reported U.S. casualties. The IRGC claims that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by a missile. Lie. No Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. The Iran regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. And then this is video from CENTCOM as well. It's showing Tomahawk missiles slam into different sites across Iran. Again, Iran, 2.5 times the size of Texas. It's going to take a lot of metal and a lot of strikes to eventually make the IRGC capitulate. Because again, look at these strikes happening right now. That was on a drone, a 139 Shahed drone. These are mainly on ballistic missiles as well, because again, you got to take down the ballistic missiles. And this could be a war that lasts a couple weeks. So you have to strike down the ability of Iran to retaliate. But February 28th, 2026, let's talk about that actual mission that took place. Operation Epic Fury and Israel's Operation Roaring Lion. The tip of the spear here, again, this is relatively unconfirmed, but I think it's pretty obvious at this point that B-2s are the point of the spear. Spirit stealth bombers blasted out of Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri. These beasts flew 36-hour round-trip missions direct from the continental United States. The UK denied forward basing. That's okay, UK. That's okay. You guys can seem like the nice guy to Iran. We just want Iran to think we're nice. Yeah, good luck with that. Iran basically deemed you a terrorist network already. So good luck trying to look good in the eyes of Iran, or whoever you're trying to look good in the eyes to. But hey, the B-2s didn't need your base. It's all good. KC-135 tankers rolled in for support, and a lot of this is based on the flight tracking of the KC-135. But President Trump laid this out on Truth Social. He said this was necessary to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missile arsenal, which we've talked about before, almost as important as the nuclear program. Because ballistic missiles, once those get long range enough and good enough, you just ka-chink lock on a nuclear weapon to that ballistic missile, and there you go. Now the ballistic missiles are a problem. And then this is coming out of the aviationists. B-2 Spirit stealth bombers take part in night strikes on Iran. It looks like radio communications on ATC frequencies revealed that 4 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers flew a round-trip mission from the Konus for night strikes on Iranian targets. Reports suggest the stealth bombers may have joined strikes on Iran flying non-stop from Missouri in a grueling 36-hour mission. So this shows the scalpel. This shows the silent, invisible scalpel that rolls in first with those silent corridors created by the F-22s. But let's talk about Iran's side. Their military is built for asymmetric warfare. Thousands of ballistic missiles, which we've seen them launch. A lot of the different interceptors have been very effective at taking those down, like a lot of the systems that are protecting Israel and protecting the different carriers right now. So again, drone swarms are going to be a focus for Iran, proxy militias across the region, and a layered but aging integrated air defense system that is likely in complete tatters at this point right now. They launched those Shahed drones mainly, and they've gotten some shrapnel damage in other areas. There's also reports of an intercepting system hitting one of those drones, and then some of the shrapnel from that falling and causing a casualty in the Gulf states. But Patriot batteries and allied interceptors are dialed in at this point. There's proxies out there as well. They're kind of like lurking in the background, kind of waiting, because again, the regime is in tatters right now. So the regime might be thinking, how do we actually get these militias, how do we get these proxies here to try to protect us? Because they know they're on the chopping block. Even this new Ayatollah knows he's on the chopping block. What do we call him? The new Ayatollah? Or we call him the not gonna work here anymore Ayatollah? And then potentially those B-2s dropping GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators on the nuclear sites like Fordo and Natanz to basically just cause catastrophic collapse throughout that entire area. Enrichment cascades and centrifuges destroyed would be the goal there. But you don't need the GBU-57 for the Ayatollah's palace. Hitting him on his golden crapper while he's sitting there in his whitey tighties, complaining to his girlfriend about his wife, you don't need the GBU-57. That might actually be too much overkill that goes down into the earth and doesn't actually cause damage in the actual offices and palace itself. You'd probably just go with a GBU-31. Those are those 2,000-pound JDAMs. You can adapt them to have a little bit of penetration capability if you need to go in and punch through a few different stories of the palace. Lots of adaptability there. It looks like Iran has about 200 casualties with 700 injured, and that's coming in from Iranian Red Crescent sources. Also, the propaganda machine in Iran is claiming civilian losses. We don't know the validity of that, but that's their claim. They're saying a girls' school in Manab was hit. But again, I've seen this firsthand. A lot of these terrorist-minded type people like the Ayatollah and the Inner Circle and the IRGC hardliners are, they're going to shield themselves with civilians. So likely even building C2 command and control structures underneath schools, underneath hospitals. I mean, I saw it firsthand. I saw insurgents do that in Afghanistan, where they basically would bring the village children with them as they went through the village because they knew they were being tracked by an F-15E or an MQ-9 Reaper drone. That's just the mentality, the sick mentality of this terrorist insurgent mindset, and that looks like it was alive and well in the Ayatollah's Inner Circle, likely alive and well also in the IRGC, or at least in a lot of the hardliners of the IRGC. But this operation showcases why the U.S. military remains unmatched, and the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber is the heart at that. Striking deep, striking in the middle of the night, and striking silently. This is the backbone of these strikes. Looks like 4 to 6 aircraft. Each of them are capable of carrying up to 2 of those GBU-57 max ordnance penetrators. Those are those 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that can penetrate over 200 feet each. Hardened concrete earth, no problem. Speeds on impact exceeding 800 miles per hour and detonating with massive explosive force to obliterate deeply buried targets like Pickaxe Mountain that could have been struck as well. 36-hour missions is the B-2's bread and butter. F-22 Raptors escorting those B-2s for top cover, and KC-135 and KC-46 tankers supporting across the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Naval assets fired 38-plus Tomahawk cruise missiles to open corridors and take down the IADs as well. But you don't want to give the Ayatollah too much warning, so if these different sites, these surface-to-air missile sites, were taken out immediately, the Ayatollah might have been able to scramble into his bunker underneath the city and be the rat. That's what he's called by the local population there, because he scrambles underneath the city and then you can't find him for weeks. So that wouldn't be good as well. So potentially these B-2s rolled in first, just with the F-22s creating those silent corridors to not tip off any members of the IRGC to call their buddy the Ayatollah. Likely the B-2s just went in with that silent corridor and the F-22s paving the way. Also, we've got carrier assets, F-35C, Lightning IIs, F-18Es and Fs blasting off the USS Abraham Lincoln. As we saw, the USS Abraham Lincoln is providing strike and combat air patrol power, likely with planned targets blasting off every half hour or so. Israel also committed, went all in, 200 jets, F-35I Adirs, custom Israeli electronic warfare jets, F-15Is from Israel, F-15Es from the US, and then CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion strike debuted Lucas. That's a one-way attack drone. It's an upgraded Shahed 136 derivative. Oh, cool, Iran, you want to launch your drone swarm against us? Awesome, we'll take your drone swarm and we'll double it, and then we'll let you deal with that. So the B-2s are uniquely suited to strike those nuclear sites like Fordo and Natanz with a GBU-57, but the decapitation hit on the leadership compound in the heart of Tehran, where it's said that the Ayatollah was chairing a meeting of top officials, likely came from long-range pinpoint missiles that could have even come from Israel. It could have been Tomahawk missiles, and then it could have been teamed up with other weapons on the B-2. Because the GBU-57, that's just a little bit too much firepower. It's like bringing a 50 caliber to a handgun fight. Like, this is just a little bit too much. So what could have also been dropped by the B-2 would be those GBU-31 2,000-pound bombs, but also pinpoint missiles coming in from the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, potentially those coming in the opening 30 seconds to pin everybody down and make sure they couldn't leave that meeting, ensuring surgical precision without needing that massive penetration weapon. You don't need that when you're going up against a surface site. And then overall, these tactics are textbook. SEED, suppression of enemy air defenses for you acronym lovers, dialed in to level 11 perfection. AGM-88 HARM missiles, and then F-35s launching glide weapons, JASSMs, joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, destroying radars and SAMs. Where do we see this go from here? Well, let's talk about the 4D chess situation, because likely what we'll see out of Iran is the fact that they're going to have one-off systems pull themselves out from fortified areas and launch ballistic missiles. So those are going to need to be targeted as well. Specifically, the F-16CJ is very uniquely suited to do that. And I'll do a follow-on video on the F-16CJ and the likely missions that it's doing right now. But it's pretty clear at this point, when those B-2s slip through undetected, they can deliver those earth-shattering payloads that satisfy every time. So for the 4D chess section, strike the head of the snake, strike hard, and disrupt command and control by creating chaos so the enemy collapses from within. Think about the pandemonium and the panic right now in the inner circle of Iran. They're still sending out propaganda, but they know their days are limited. If they don't turn in the keys right now and do a full surrender, they're likely going to go bye-bye here in the next few days. President Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, have calculated that eliminating or isolating leadership, gutting the nuclear infrastructure, and shattering C2 would ignite internal fractures and uprisings while ending the nuclear threat for good. So those B-2s direct from the US mainland, after the UK said, no, we don't want you here. We want Iran gone too. Like, we don't want to get hit by their ballistic missiles, but can you guys just take the heat? That's a little bit too much heat for us. But this sends a crystal clear message to the UK as well. America can step in and protect you and doesn't even need your permission to defend its interests or its allies. So it's worth being said that Diego Garcia is being used for, it looks like, the F-16CJs, but the UK has said they don't want the US to use Fairford to fly combat missions out of. So very interesting, where they're trying to play both sides, where the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, already called the UK a terrorist organization. So at this point, UK, you might as well just have a backbone and not worry about what they think about you, because they're not exactly putting you on their Christmas card list. But the bigger objective here is regime change without US troops on the ground. Use overwhelming air power to set the conditions for Iranians to finish the job. If the IRGC these splinters and protests explode, this could be game over for the current regime. So here's what we could see in a hypothetical situation. Struggles and power vacuums in the inner circle will likely happen as they start to turn on themselves. So the moderates within the actual party itself will likely start to get more of a foothold. And at this point, there could be limited special operations maneuvers that go in and strike down the top leadership, or just continue to pound them with these extremely advanced weapons. What do you think? Where do you think we go from here? Do you think internal fracture will actually take down the regime in Tehran? Let me know in the comments below. And then if you want to see me do a live every week, right now, pretty much every day, specifically focused on Iran, join the Max Ready Room. Click the link in the description below. Join the lives. I'll see you there. And then follow me on X. Follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. Thanks for watching, guys. Click the next video that pops up right here. This is Ryan, also known as Max.
California is doubling down on batteries and battery plants for the grid. Hundreds are getting built right now. At the same time, last year we had a massive fire at one of these battery plants that had a major environmental impact in the community around the plant. Our guest today is Professor Michael Hogan, who's gonna tell us his findings with these battery plants and their impact on the environment, and also the impact of these plants on the grid.
Let's consider that these are an experiment. There may be good that will come out of this technology, but the thing I'm concerned about is running it at such a massive scale without fully understanding the long-term consequences.
I'm Siamak. Welcome to California Insider. Michael, it's great to have you on. Welcome.
Thank you, Samant.
We want to talk to you about battery plants in California, and there's a number of them. This is a technology that we are investing in. At the same time, we had this big fire in Moss Landing, and there was big impacts on that. You've been studying what's happening with that. Can you tell us what's happening?
Well, first of all, not to correct you, but I don't call it a fire. It was an explosion. And I'll get into why we know it was an explosion and not a fire. But we have over 200 battery plants in California alone. Last year, 8 of them had a toxic explosion. That's a lot of damage, a lot of human suffering. Around the world, we had dozens of battery plants explode. In Moss Landing itself, it's not well publicized, but that was actually the 4th explosion they've had in Moss Landing plant alone. This was the biggest, and that's why it got the most attention. But we need to be aware this is a widespread phenomenon. Now, the first question one should ask is, why do these plants explode? Is this a random problem for the operators? Is it in the design? And I'm here to tell you some about the chemistry and physics of these batteries.
Before we get into that, can you tell us what happened in Moss Landing? And what we are hearing that there was big environmental impacts. And some of the community members told us that. And there was other professors that were studying the soil. Can you tell us what was the impact of that?
Well, the impact was a massive plume, 375 feet high, went into the air. So you had dispersal of tons of toxic materials, heavy metals, hydrogen fluoride. And this penetrated an area to the interior of at least 15 miles. Now, the people farther away didn't get as much impact. And in north and south, you also got impacts, even though the prevailing winds were toward the east. So you had thousands of people who were affected by this plume of toxic material. And there really wasn't much information given out at the time about how toxic and how damaging this was to human beings. I mean, there were thousands of people with immediate health effects: pulmonary, throat, eyes, and skin. Those were the obvious things that happened. And so you had many, many hundreds of people had to move. They couldn't stand the kind of pain they knew they were getting. And this particular explosion lasted about 3 weeks. It would tamp down some, and then it would explode again. but it was basically a 3-week-long event.
Because they were letting it burn, right? They couldn't do much about it. That's what we were told.
Well, this is a controversial topic. You're correct. They're given a stand-down order. And part of the reason for that is it's very dangerous for the firefighters to try to do anything. They can do things with water and actually just make the flames and the explosion worse. So they basically did nothing. They let it die out. And I'm not criticizing that decision, but I'm really conveying that to tell you how dangerous these explosions are, that they're explosions you can't really control or respond to. The immediate impacts were huge on the populace. Many people have had to permanently move. They just realized they were in danger living there, even with a possible future event. So they've moved. They've gone to different counties, different areas, different homes. The people that were affected the most were the people that were the most tied to this location for their work, or the poorest who couldn't afford to move or get into even a temporary hotel. So that there were many, many people impacted in the short term. I've interviewed about a dozen of them myself, and the stories are just mind-wrenching. It's really very sad to hear this kind of impact upon people who are our neighbors, who live in our same counties.
Was it during that few weeks that they were feeling that impact, or are they still feeling this health?
Both. Some still have the pulmonary distress that is obvious. For some of them, the symptoms, especially the skin, has died down. So it's a variety of lingering effects, but they're big and they're widespread. And I think another issue is that they haven't kept a really good database of how many. I'll call the public health department, and how many people have you logged in that have these effects? We don't keep the records. We don't have a comprehensive database. So very, very big impacts. And the other impacts, which I'll get to in a bit, is the impacts upon the agricultural soils.
This is something we heard from farmers, and there's a lot of strawberries and those kind of farms, like different kinds of farms in that area.
It's a major agricultural area for berries, several types of berries and avocados. Now, in particular, I'm concerned about the cobalt. The cobalt fragments are microscopic. They're maybe 50 microns in size. They go into the soil, they embed in the soil because they're not soluble, and they will stay there for a century. And we have concentrations of cobalt that are 100 to 1,000 times the natural amount that you'd find cobalt. Cobalt is a carcinogenic subject. I like to emphasize cobalt because it's one of the most toxic of the emanations. And the other problem with the agricultural aspects is that it will linger in the soil for a century. It's not going to wash out.
Does it end up into the food, or how would it impact us?
The berries, the avocados take up cobalt that is in the soil. They take it up into themselves, and so all of that food is subject to toxicity. I'm not trying to alarm anybody. People ask me, am I still eating berries that are grown by the local farmers? And I say, well, I've reduced the amount that I'm eating. It's a serious long-term problem. We're not facing up to it. We should be having much more data. The studies that we have back, I think, are very poorly designed. I'm not sure who designed them, but it was almost like the studies were designed not to bring out the biggest impacts. For example, they spent a lot more time sampling the Elkhorn Slough, which is important. Elkhorn Slough is very important waterway and natural area. But that's not the big threat to our food systems and our future health, because the slough itself will flush out. That whatever toxins are there will flush out on the order of several years. So it's not the slough that we should be mainly concerned about. It's the agricultural soils, and there have been far too little done on that investigation.
Do you think this kind of explosion that caused the pollution in the agricultural land, or are there other smaller explosions that happen? Do they have similar type of impact?
Well, this was just a monster explosion. This dwarfs the size and scale and length of the others. So you're correct that they would have some impact, but we have enough sampling, even though we don't have sufficient sampling, we have enough to be able to say this one explosion was a massive addition to the toxicity of the soils.
We mentioned other battery plants in California. Is this type of explosion, can they happen in other battery plants?
8 last year, 8 of them, 8 different plants. It's interesting because they were all somewhat coastal. And one of the things I was going to expand upon is what causes the batteries to explode. And one of the things we know causes them is moisture. So what could possibly go wrong with building a battery plant near the coast? It's not clear that we're spending a lot of effort in siting these things. And certainly in doing it, let's consider that these are an experiment. There may be good that will come out of this technology, but the thing I'm concerned about is running it at such a massive scale without fully understanding the long-term consequences. So let me elaborate on the long-term health effects. Long-term, these cobalt microparticles, they're about 50 microns in diameter. That's roughly the width of a human hair. They get down not just in your throat, not just in your lungs, but the very lower part of your lungs where your alveoli are. Your alveoli is where all of the work in the gas exchange gets done by the lungs. And so it turns out that the alveoli have a diameter of roughly 70 microns. So what could possibly go wrong? You have a particle that's almost as big as the alveoli. So it goes into the alveoli, but it really gets stuck. It gets stuck because its size is too close to the size of the alveoli, but also because these cobalt particles are jagged. We've looked at them in detail. If this were a fire, you wouldn't have jagged particles. The reason they're jagged is this was an explosion. So you have these jagged, toxic cobalt particles lodged down in your alveoli. Because they are trapped there, they typically will live there for decades. Now there's an analogy that has become rather obvious to the American public. In the 9/11 terrorist attacks, there was massive tragedy on day one. We had around 3,000 people were killed. But 20 years later, we now have a registry of over 30,000. So many more people died from the 9/11 attack a decade or two afterwards. And this is one of the reasons why this was a delayed effect, because they had the same thing of a lot of heavy metals in the air, a lot of cobalt and nickel, for example. They got in the first responders' lungs, they got in the building occupants' lungs, and people didn't even know what kind of effects they would have. But 10 and 20 years later, we started to have massive waves of pulmonary cancer because cobalt is carcinogenic. So we should be extremely concerned and targeted on the long-term effects. As bad as the short-term effects are, I mean, they were tragic for whole families who had people injured in hospitals and having respiratory issues and eye issues. But the long-term effects are potentially, and no one can predict. I can't tell you how many deaths will occur from carcinogens that are down in the alveoli. But we should have to be putting much more attention onto that.
You mentioned we are putting these by the water. Is there a reason we're doing that?
Well, the Moss Landing plant was simply convenience. They had abandoned a natural gas plant, and so they had an empty concrete building. So there are different reasons. Who can say what the designs are? The plans that are underway now, they're talking about as many as 20 new plants in the Central Coast in the Monterey-Santa Cruz County area. But they're also talking about many more in Tulare and Fresno County and many in San Diego County. So they actually have at least 100 new battery plants in the pipeline as we speak.
And why are we doing that?
Well, let's talk about that, the broader effects. First of all, let's talk about the economics of all this. Besides the human life that's endangered and our crops, What's the money saying to us? The Moss Landing battery plant received a subsidy from the California state government of $500 million. Let me spell that to make sure I got it across. Billion, B-I-L-L-I-O-N.
So 500 million.
500 million. Without that money, it would have never been built. No private entity would have dared to build a plant where they had to make that kind of expenditure because they knew the risks. So that 500 million is basically up in smoke, if you'll pardon the pun. It's lost. That's your and my taxpayer money went to subsidize this. So the first thing we need to think about with economics is who's paying and where's the money going. There's one other big factor in the economics besides the subsidies. The subsidies are rather outrageous in most rational people's opinion. But the bigger picture on a day-to-day basis is the grid integrity. We have a serious problem throughout the country, but especially in California, where our grid is on the margin of failing most of the time. We're right on the edge because we don't have enough dependable, reliable power. We've overinvested in intermittent energy. And there's a role for solar and wind and related battery plants. There's a role, but we've invested so hugely that we are not able to accommodate that energy into the grid. So in one of our earlier Institute events, we interviewed a grid operator, top guy in the California grid. And he said it's very distressing how much power is wasted. Now, how does power get wasted? Let's say you're operating a wind plant and you're at a big generation point. You've got plenty of wind today. By the way, the wind turbines don't operate when the wind's too high or when it's too low. They shut down at a certain magnitude and they just can't operate at a low. So basically they can operate roughly 19 to 28% of the time they actually produce. So let's say you're lucky enough to be operating. Your wind comes up and you're really producing. And then you let the grid operator know you're ready to feed that into the grid. So the grid operator actually has to make a real human decision whether to switch you into the grid or not at that moment. It can be dozens of times where the switching goes back and forth. Every time there's a switching, there's an inefficiency and power is wasted. Furthermore, there are times when the grid operator says, look, I have plenty of power now from nuclear and natural gas and hydroelectric. I don't want your wind energy now. I can't use it efficiently in the grid. So not only is it wasted because you're producing it, it's gone. It's not into the grid. But under the way the state laws read presently, the grid operator has to pay you for that. So we're incurring massive economic expenses to the ratepayers because of this wasted energy. They do the same thing in the UK, only to a higher degree. The UK is actually 5 years ahead of California in terms of over-reliance on wind and solar. In the United Kingdom, they waste enough energy every day to power the entire town of London. It's huge. It's huge. Wow. And so you might say, well, so what? What's wasted energy? That's why your power bills in California and mine are 80% higher than the national average.
How much is this wasted energy? Do you have any numbers? Did they provide you what percentage?
It's many, many hundreds of megawatts a day. It's an enormous...
Because the grid can't take in. If they would have to switch, then they will lose efficiency.
Yeah, it's not efficient. The number one thing to the grid operator is that the grid be dependable. He can't be operating in a way where he has to worry a lot about the next 2 minutes as to whether the grid will be stable. So his first priority is to keep the grid stable. And that's very difficult when we don't have a reliable base load. Base load means the amount of energy he can just switch in and out at whim. No wastage, no delays. And we don't have enough base load in California. We're short on the totality of nuclear, natural gas, geothermal, and hydroelectric. We don't have enough of it. We're over-reliant on the wind and solar portion.
And is this why we're building these battery plants, so we can store this energy and make it more efficient?
You figured it out. The phrase I like to use is that especially the offshore wind industry and battery plants are joined at the hip. One would simply not exist without the other. If the wind turbines were operating in the ocean and you had no battery plant, you would have even a larger amount of wasted energy. If the battery plant was there and they didn't have any wind energy coming in, they would have no purpose. So the two industries are literally joined at the hip. And I first saw this dramatically when I went to a meeting with several of our state legislators. And they couldn't even separate their argument. They were propounding to have more battery plants and more offshore wind. They at least were smart enough to realize that these two were joined, but their total arguments were that they were totally embedded, with that we needed both of them. And that's true. If you're going to have one, you have to have the other.
Michael, there's other types of batteries that may not get into this scenario. Is that true?
Well, it's true because we have a lot of inertia with the industry. There's an industry that's heavily tied to investment and to working with Sacramento, and that's the lithium-ion battery industry. And so we do have other battery types that look promising. The phosphate battery, for example, that's coming into existence. We have tests, and we even have battery storage that's not electric battery. We have gravity batteries. It sounds kind of wild, but they're actually using them back in the East Coast, where when you have excess energy, you use it to haul up a large weight in an elevator. And then when you need energy, you let the weight slowly drop. I know it sounds silly. There are actually commercially scale.
Are they viable?
They are viable. I think the main problem is that they rely upon having specialized installations, geometry. And so mainly where they're succeeding is in the abandoned coal mines, where they use the coal mine elevator shaft. You have the free construction. So, and I don't want to speak to which is better than others. I think we should just be aware that there are alternatives. And frankly, we haven't been putting enough investment in some of the other alternatives to lithium ion.
Tell us about the offshore wind. You're mentioning that we only use 18% to 27%.
That's all it'll generate. When I talk about impacts, I talk about life cycle. It's not just what's happening at the moment. It's what time it takes to build a totally new set of wind turbines. And so what we found out with the offshore wind is they have the highest breakage rate of any power industry. Every year in Europe, they've got fairly good figures. They actually break and lose about 9% of the hardware. That's huge in the capital. The turbine blades might spin off, they might break in two, they might fall into the seawater. But there's a lot of problems with the gearboxes. The gearboxes are very elaborate machines. Their failure rate is very high. And so the other thing that compounds is they take an extremely high amount of maintenance. The amount of oil it takes to run a fleet that goes out to each turbine daily to check on it is enormous. So that you often hear from the wind industry of what low emissions they have, that they're not generating pollutants, but their maintenance alone actually generates more pollution than nuclear, natural gas, geothermal, or hydroelectric in the life cycle, the maintenance, the construction of the plants in the first place, and the decommissioning.
To build the turbines?
To build, tremendously energy intensive.
The material or to build them?
The whole thing. A lot of it starts with the mining. You mine materials for the battery plants and for the turbines, most of which come from China. And you have materials that are very environmentally costly to make. Besides the land pollution, you have a huge number of deaths, worker deaths. In the Congo, for example, most of the mining is done by child slave labor. And some of the figures that come out on that, now this is for the broader industry. This would include supplies for all the electric car batteries, as well as the solar panels and the wind. But combined, the figures range as much as 2,000 children a year die from handling these toxic materials. So the environmental impacts, life cycle of the wind and turbine are huge.
What about solar? You brought up solar energy. Is there a difference between wind and solar?
There are a couple of differences. Solar has a place if sited correctly and not destroying a lot of habitat. It has a place, and the grid is able to accommodate a certain amount of it. We've gone over that amount, as I said before. Onshore wind is also not as deleterious. But let's focus a minute on what's unique to offshore wind. With offshore wind, so far we've killed, that we know of, over 5,900 whales, one of the most endangered set of species that we have.
How?
The way that happens, it's mostly in the surveying and installation. These turbines are on rods which are 300 feet high or higher. They are 35 feet in circumference, solid steel. How do you get those embedded in the ocean floor? It's a big job, and it's very noisy, and it creates sound levels of over 200 decibels. Now, if we had 200 decibels in this room for a few seconds, what do you think would happen to you and me? We would be deaf permanently. And the whales' ears are very similar to ours. They have the same kind of inner ear structure, just bigger. But whales will be instantly deaf, and a deaf whale is a dead whale. The whales rely upon two things: communication. Whales are one of the most communicative species that we know of. They have very large vocabularies. This is one of the first studies I did for the Navy decades ago. The Navy was interested in how elaborate are their communications. They're very elaborate. They have discussions that you wouldn't believe. I won't go into the details, but they have social discussions, they have mothering discussions, they have guidance discussions, and they rely upon these discussions, but they also rely upon their sonar. So without their hearing, they're dead. And that's why they wash up within a day or two of. We had one incident in the Orkney Islands in Scotland where 72 pilot whales washed up dead in one day. And coincidentally, it was the day after they started the surveying for the offshore wind. So we know about the whale deaths, we know how big they are. The other reason we know that is that the wind industry came into the White House about 1991, 92. And they said, look, we've read your laws. We know we're going to kill whales. And we know that in the U.S., if you kill a whale, you can be imprisoned. What do we do? So the White House issued executive orders issuing kill permits for about 400 whales. So we know that this is not a secret. We know how it's happening, and we have been letting it happen.
So you think the way we are going about this industry is we want to just get in without paying attention to all the environmental impacts?
Well, I don't want to make adverse attributions, but it does appear that we're doing this with a speed that's really not appropriate. This is a giant experiment on planet Earth and our seas. The magnitude of this has been huge. We don't see it that much because it's mostly been in Europe, and then in the New England coast, we've been doing it for about 3 or 4 years now, and we've started to see the number of whale deaths rise just in the New England area. So again, I'm not trying to make attributions. I'm just saying, if you're dealing with something that's this deleterious to our habitats, we should be doing it much more limited areas and much more slowly to fully understand it. There's a lot of discussion. If you read the press that is propounding offshore wind, what you'll hear a lot is, we're really studying it. We're trying to make it safer. I have no doubt they're trying to make it safer, but it's not safer today.
What about battery side of it? These battery plants that are getting built in California.
Well, they're huge experiments. Moss Landing was a huge experiment. And instead of learning from that and learning that we should be going much more slowly and much more small scale, the state is now looking at 100 new battery plants that are, they call it in the pipeline. They've located the sites and they're starting to design them. They haven't been finally approved. It's an area where experimenting with human and animal lives is something we should take much more seriously. Let me mention greenhouse gases for a minute. That was the whole original theory behind wind and solar. Let's reduce greenhouse gases. Do you know the ultimate irony? If you compare the life cycle greenhouse gas generation of wind, solar, nuclear, natural gas, geothermal, and hydroelectric, wind and solar are the worst. They create the most greenhouse gases. Now,
so by the life cycle, you mean from the production?
From the mining.
What energy it takes to do the mining? Because the mining is very intense. Is that?
It's intense. And the production, most of the production's in China, and most of the production is from coal-fired power plants.
So we don't see that.
We don't see it. So we just see our Teslas driving around with nothing coming out of the tailpipe. That looks so great. It's great because we live in a bubble and we can enjoy the cleaner air in our neighborhoods. But we should be more concerned about clean air for everyone in the world and look at the true life cycle of these things. And if we do, wind and solar just don't pan out very well with any metric.
In terms of these plants, and a lot of times people are trying to put these plants into the areas where there are cities because they are looking at them as job creators. We have seen some different lawmakers that have been proposing it's good to have them in your city because you're going to have jobs. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's rather simplistic because any power plant is going to generate jobs. And so to say that we should be doing battery or offshore wind because it produces jobs, well, everything else does as well. But more importantly, and I had a debate in one of our local newspapers with someone who was propounding wind energy, and we went back and forth, and finally he said, well, on the environmental issues, you're right, that it's really a bad industry. He said, but it creates a lot of jobs. And I wrote one final letter and gave him the death statistics of people who work in offshore wind and battery plants. And the death statistics are off the charts higher than any of our other main power sources.
How?
Well, let's take offshore wind for a moment, which is the king of all of them. In offshore wind, they had an interview on 60 Minutes with some of the workers. And typically, the woman who was interviewed said, most of my colleagues are young people. We're in our late 20s and 30s. We don't have serious technical backgrounds, but we're hired to go out every day and climb a 300-foot tower manually. It's not an elevator. There's nothing enclosed about it. There's a rope to try to catch them if they fall. So they're climbing these towers, and they're working with very complex electrical machinery in the gearboxes. And so you have a lot of deaths from falling, dying in the fall, and others from electrocution. And they don't keep good statistics. The way I keep track of this, I have some news feeds that show one by one. And practically every week, there's a worker death. It's just, and that's just in Europe. I mean, we have them in other parts of the world as well. So the numbers are off the charts from worker deaths compared to conventional power sources. With battery plants, most of the deaths really come down to the explosions. How many of these workers are killed in the explosions, and how many have the long-term carcinogenic risk. But any way you measure it, there's just no comparison. If you look at deaths due to nuclear, for example, it's laughable. There's a handful of deaths that have been due to nuclear. I'm going to exempt Chernobyl from that discussion because that was a pretty pretty big thing, but that was really, quite frankly, because the Russians are not good engineers. You know, when you look at the French nuclear industry and most of the rest of the world, extremely good engineering. Very few, you can count the total number of deaths in history on the fingers of your hands. So we have to decide what's important. Is it having an energy source that sounds green, sounds clean, or is it important to preserve lives?
So, Michael, you're a physicist. You have done a lot of environmental work in 68 countries. How did you get into researching this?
Well, I first started working with NASA on atmospheric physics and designed the first heat shield for the NASA Apollo. I got very interested in the combination of chemistry and physics in the atmosphere. And that led me about 7 years later to start my own research firm, where we did environmental research across all kinds of sciences: biology, air quality, noise, water quality. And to me, that was very exciting because I had all these different minds that looked at the world from different aspects, but were all expert in different areas. We did thousands of environmental studies, mostly for large federal agencies like the EPA or the FAA, doing very diverse studies on sound and vibration and air quality. So it's just been a passion of mine to study these things and bring out the facts, because when we have the facts, we make better decisions.
And how did you get into looking into Moss Landing?
I don't live that far from it, so that I could see the light in the sky from the explosion. I live in the general area. Fortunately, I wasn't severely impacted like the people in the 15 mile zone. I've always tried to look at the environmental factors in my neighborhood. In the Central Coast, for example, I did the first comprehensive water for aquifer study for the Army Corps of Engineers decades ago. And we mapped out then exactly what should be done with our water storage. And I thought it was a pretty good plan. The state really never executed it. They've built a pittance of what we need for water storage, but that's another story. But I'm interested in the environment, in the way we steward it, and the impacts it has upon our lives.
Was there a moment for you that you decided you got to look into the battery plants? There's something off about this that is not getting studied environmentally.
I think my journey on that started years ago. And as I said, I had one meeting with several of our state legislators and gave testimony, and there were 19 other people at the meeting, scientists and fishermen and mayors and so on. And out of the 20 people that gave testimony to the legislators, 19 thought that it was something we should be much more cautious about. The 20th was a union representative and was all for the jobs. So that was really the era where I started to get very interested, because I realized what the political leaders said to us at that time. They said, "Thank you for your testimony, public." They said, "But you should know we plan to build these things anyway, regardless of the impacts and data that you've shared with us. We've decided we're going to build these." And that made me even more passionate about getting the facts out, because most people don't have the background facts that we've discussed, the scientific health effects, the grid inconsistency, and economic impacts. And if everyone really understood the impacts fully in the life cycle, we'd be making better decisions.
Dr. Michael Hogan, it was great to have you on California Insider.
Thank you.
What do you think about these battery plants in California? Do you support us building more of them?
U.S. forces turning Iran's own drone playbook against them, deploying Iranian-inspired kamikaze drones for the first time in combat. It was all part of rare daytime strike, taking down senior leaders in Tehran, including its...
Leftists that fled to Canada are now begging online for free housing.
I'm a scholar of the far right who
A
has
scholar of the far right? I can see why you don't have a job.
fled the United States to Canada, and
She fled the United States.
need help.
By the way, for the people wondering, this is not a funny joke. This is an actual real person.
I'm a researcher of the far right. I am sitting on 10 months of rare and priceless ethnographic data on a violent Christian nationalist church. I have not had time to analyze it yet because I've been so busy waking up with this weight on my chest and frantically needing to go. This is day one as a refugee in Canada. We made it across the border. I don't have a home. It's so hard. It's so hard. Every choice is so hard. The fear we felt crossing the border.
Oh, and she was also a teacher.
My students just turned in their midterm exams. The situation in Canada is absolutely dire. The housing crisis here is worse than in the United States.
Yeah?
I lived in LA for 6 years, and
I would have never guessed.
And I have not faced rent as bad as here.
Uh-huh.
When my partner, our cat, and our dog fled the United States, we headed north with the goal of being close to where our families are located.
This is The Walking Dead. Well, we have to go north. It's fucking The Last of Us. We have to go and find our family.
My partner and I are here on a visitor visa, which is a 6 months possible stay for Americans.
Uh-huh.
But while you're here on a visitor visa, you can't work. So we
Yeah.
are currently surviving off of what savings we could get together before we fled
Yeah.
the United States. And that's not terribly much.
No way. So you're broke? I would have never guessed this. So you had a total fucking psychosis moment. We've got to get out of America. We've got to flee. Big surprise. A person like that doesn't have a lot of planning. That poor dog. I know, this poor dog.
And in Canada, I think it's actually the cost of living crisis is worse here, especially when you are shut out of the healthcare system, when you can't
That's crazy.
access any of the resources that Canadians have access to. And that's understandable.
Sounds like it's
You know, I'm
Wait a minute.
not a citizen of the country, but
Wait a minute. So it's understandable that they don't give health care, but these are the same people that think that America needs to give health care to illegals?
it is making the financial situation dire because we can't work. Because there are 2 adults, a cat and a dog. We are looking for more than a room, but a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
For free. If you know of a studio, 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that we might be able to rent or stay in for free, please DM me. Guys, does anybody have a house that they can give me for free? Are there any houses?
This is the ask.
This is the ask. I need to live in your house. I need to live in your house with my dog.
As horrified as I am to be revealing my location. So if you...
Why do you think it... Who do you think is after? Do you think Donald Trump's after you? Like they're trying to track you down and like capture... What is this, like a Handmaid's Tale?
No, she does actually believe she's being tracked.
And I have to be able to get across the border with my cat and 2 suitcases and what I hope will look like junk in the back seat. Any other moment could be the kickoff to a genocide. I'm tired of being afraid when I'm teaching in classrooms that somebody's gonna come and shoot it up. As a non-binary person and as a leftist.
Do you think the United States is like they're trying to track you down? It's like 12 years a slave. They're gonna go onto the plantation and they're gonna see her working at the Starbucks. Like, that one, bring her over here right now. You're going back to the plantation over there in California. Nah, she ain't got no papers. She not free, man. Now she can stay there illegally once her visa's up, just like all the Indians.
Is that what they do over there?
I'll get in touch with you.
They all just
or
overstay their visa?
DM me. I will be checking my messages regularly. If we can't find housing, we're gonna have to leave, and I don't know where we'll go.
I think that you should go to Iran. I think you get to go to Iran. It's a great place. They're very musical.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
I hope that this works.
I looked at the account, left it less than a month ago. They didn't even have enough funds. Wait, so she didn't even have enough funds to survive for a month? Oh my God.
This hour with Fox News alert on Americans in the battlefield. U.S. Central Command confirms that 3 American service members have died in action, and 5 others are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. We do not know where those casualties occurred. However, we do know that U.S. bases in Iraq have come under attack by Islamic militia now. Those militia that are aligned with Iran. Those are the ones that they fund and purpose at their will, that regime. The president launched the major offensive against Iran's terrorist regime early yesterday morning. Israel today continues to go after strategic sites deep inside Iran, dubbing its military offensive Operation Roaring Lion. This is a special Sunday edition of the Faulkner Focus. I'm Harris Faulkner. Those are U.S. missiles launched in the opening phase of the operation. Israeli officials confirm strikes have killed more than 40 senior Iranian commanders since the operations began, which includes the top Revolutionary Guard leadership and Iran's defense minister. A huge development now, coming together in just the last bit. Iranian state media confirming Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Now, we knew that yesterday. Fox confirmed, the president talked about it, and now wide.
Jonathan, I did want to share this with you and our viewers right here. This is from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst posting this just now, stating that the Israeli Air Force is now launching a new wave of strikes against Tehran. We had some video that we played out a short time ago of one of those strikes from earlier this morning. But as we continue to take a look at the developments of Operation Epic Fury, I mean, this is not going to let up. President Trump stating that this mission could last days, if not weeks, as we share this new information. Can you talk about, you know, the goals of these military operations, and also on the flip side, Iran continuing to retaliate as well?
Well, I think that's right. I don't think this is going to go away very quickly. First of all, and as far as the strikes are concerned, it's a little unusual that the Israelis are doing strikes. It is roughly 5:30 p.m. In Israel or in Tehran. So it's a little unusual that these strikes would be done at this hour. More of them tend to be done overnight. But what it also tells you is that the Israelis and the Americans have air cover, that they have very little concern over Iranian missile defense systems, surface-to-air missiles. So that's one thing that it tells you, but it also tells you that there's a lot of targets. Both the Americans and the Israelis went in to attack both key personnel, and they're trying to get to all of the rocket launchers, because as we've seen, the Iranians have shot missiles and have connected in Dubai, in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Most of those have caused no damage and have been repelled, but in Dubai they have, and now overnight there was a big attack in Beit Shemesh in Israel, which is about 15 kilometers from Jerusalem. So these attacks are going to continue. This is not something that's going to be over any day, and we don't know yet the full fury of what the Iranian counter response will be.
And let's talk about the goals from the U.S. and Israel. You were talking about these are very targeted strikes. They're taking a look at weaponry. They're taking a look at some of the top leaders. The Supreme Leader was killed. 40 of the top leaders were also killed in the initial strike. When we take a look at where Iran stands right now in terms of mission accomplished for the United States and Israel, where do we stand with that?
We don't stand anywhere yet. We don't know. It is far too early. If we want regime change, then the protesters or people in Iran are going to need to take control of at least one or two major institutions of government, most likely the army or the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Those are really the hardcore people, so it's unlikely that it'll be the IRGC. But if you can get somebody from the army to come out and perhaps meet with the president, who was not one of the people that were killed, then you have a chance for a civil society afterwards, and perhaps, I know the Americans are talking about bringing the former Shah's son in. We are way too soon to be talking about regime change. We've killed the old guard, but the old guard is still there with the slightly younger guard. It's right now there's no regime change.
So, Jonathan, there's a long way to go when we're talking about a regime change. As we take a look, though, in just the next few days or weeks, what are those immediate next steps in order to get to regime change?
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of this stuff continuing. You're going to see, I mean, obviously they need to try to take out as many missile launchers and from both the ballistic missile and the short-term missiles. We have to be very careful about whether or not the Iranians will deploy a dirty bomb. That's a major concern. Out of the country, you also have to worry about whether or not European Iranian sleeper cells will be activated. I don't, from my own discussions with people in the intelligence community, I don't know of any confirmation of sleeper cells in the United States, but I do know of confirmation of sleeper cells in Europe. So we have to be on the lookout for a variety of things. I think we're not ready to negotiate with any individual who might take over the government, and I think that the protesters are going to need to be out in force in Iran, because that also demonstrates to the rest of the world that the people in Iran would like to see regime change as well.
When you talk about the concerns of potentially deploying a dirty bomb, where might they deploy it? Within their own country?
No, most likely Israel. I mean, all they have to do is put nuclear. They don't have to detonate a nuclear weapon. They just have to send one over that might hit or even explode in the air, and then creates fallout all over.
All of this has to do with the nuclear program and Iran refusing to meet the United States at the diplomacy table when we're talking about halting the enrichment of uranium. Can you talk about, the significance of this?
Sure. Well, the Americans were they did a good job in June in destroying, or at least burying, a good deal of the Iranian nuclear weapons program. I'm not sure that it was obliterated. Most people don't really think that, and they had stuff that they had taken away, and they were trying to reconstitute it. I think the Iranians made a tremendous tactical mistake by not actually being forthcoming and trying to negotiate in bits and pieces. But honestly, I'm not sure that this wasn't the ultimate goal anyway. What we had been looking at during the negotiations with the Iranians on the nuclear weapons program looked remarkably close to what had been negotiated by Obama in the JCPOA that President Trump walked away from in 2018. So I'm not sure that the ultimate goal was really a nuclear negotiation. I think this was probably closer to what the Trump ultimate goal was.
Jonathan, as we continue to look ahead, is there any particular aspect of all of this that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Yes, there are a couple of things. One is what happens outside of the region. As I said, sleeper cells in Europe or other things. Is there going to be larger escalation with the countries, in particular the countries that have U.S. bases, which would be the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar? And of course the Saudis. I mean, people sometimes forget the Persian Gulf is kind of like a U or a V, and you have the Iranian on one side, and you have the Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and a little bit of Iraq on the other side. So missiles going across that Gulf are the Saudi oil fields, the UAE oil fields are all pretty exposed. Now they're also heavily defended, but they're also pretty exposed. So if things get desperate, will the Iranians, in desperation, try to attack the oil fields of the Saudis and the UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq that are in that area?
All right, Jonathan, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
So Donald Trump's, he has a way with words, right? He decided to say this. He has absolutely a way with words, and it's beautiful.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country.
God, I love this man sometimes. Yes! They're trying to kill us, so we kill them first. That's right. Announcement? Announce war on the cartels? They're trying to kill us. We kill them first.
Okay, we're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
Away with words. A wordsmith, truly a poet, I have to say. Bro is a poet. We didn't know it. He's gonna kill them dead, like dead, okay? We are so back. None of this garbage. Now, it is biblical to kill them before they kill you. If they try to kill you, you kill them first. Pouring drugs into our country counts. And so does American. This is happening on multiple fronts because 4 passengers on a U.S. speedboat were shot and killed by Cuban Coast Guard. 6 injured, says the Cuban embassy. So apparently, they opened fire on 10 Americans in a speedboat, killed 4, injured 6. So people don't realize this is happening a lot. And for some reason, we're not allowed to acknowledge the fact that, yes, if you try to kill us, we will kill you first because we actually care about our own people. We're not Democrats, okay? Well, what do you mean? You think we're Democrats? Are you insane? When Trump says stand, we stand.
Support. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Yeah. And all the Democrats keep sitting. That's right. That's right. We're sending our Sky Doritos to the Middle East and, oh, and it's over. And it's over. Traitors. Anyway. This is insane. Cuban border guard killed 4, injured 6 aboard an American speedboat. This is from the actual Cuban embassy. On the morning of February 25th, 2026, a violating speedboat was detected within Cuban territorial waters. The vessel, registered in Florida, had a registration number, approached up to 1 nautical mile. And they killed them. When a service unit of the border guard troops and the Ministry Interior, carrying 5 service members, approached the vehicle for identification, the crew of the violating speedboat opened fire on the Cuban personnel. Maybe. We'll see. Because this story is very, very questionable. Really? We have Americans on a speedboat going to Cuba on international waters and just shooting at people? Are you serious? Really, bro? Resulting in the injury of the commander of the Cuban vessel. As a consequence of the confrontation, at the time of the report, 4 aggressors on the foreign vessel were killed, 6 were injured. The injured individuals were evacuated to receive medical assistance. In the face of the current challenges, Cuba reaffirms its determination to protect its territorial waters. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? You mean you can't just invade other countries? You mean you just can't be an illegal alien in another country or they'll kill you? Wow, that's crazy. Anyone defending Cuba, by the way, is literally endorsing the idea of killing illegal aliens. I think it's important to note. Anyone that actually supports Cuba supports killing illegal aliens. That's what we're doing. So, Cuba reaffirms determination to protect its territorial waters based on the principle that national defense is a fundamental pillar of the Cuban state in safeguarding its sovereignty and ensuring stability in the region. Investigations by the competent authorities continue in order to fully clarify the events. All right, very cool, very cool. Nice. Classic racist Cubans killing people invading their country or something, or whatever. That's their narrative. But Marcus Rubius responds to the reports that the border guard, the Cuban border, fired at us.
So this morning, we were made aware by Cuban authorities of an incident off the coast of Cuba. We immediately began to look into it. As it stands now, the Department of Homeland Security, the Coast Guard, others are involved. The majority of the information we still possess is what Cuban authorities are providing both the public and the U.S. government. We have our embassy on the ground in Havana working this as we speak, asking for access to the people that were on those vessels, if they were American citizens or permanent residents. According to the Cuban regime, the boat was registered in Florida. We're tracking that.
According to the regime.
We will know shortly, and we will know quickly, many more facts about this incident than we know right. The majority of the facts.
Yeah. I don't know why the footage is so bad.
Cubans. We will verify that independently. And as we gather more information, then we'll be prepared to respond accordingly. I'm not.
Yeah. So anyway, we're gathering information because essentially, kinda, no one actually believes them. That's the craziest part. No one actually believes the Cubans, all right? Because the Cubans, quite literally, they're run by a narco-terrorist communist that's terrified he's going to become the next Maduro. So it turns out, just in, Marco Rubio is doing an American-led investigation here.
North coast. Now the territorial waters. That's about 1 mile off Cuba's north coast. Now the speedboat, which is registered to Florida, was carrying 10 armed individuals who, according to preliminary statements from those detained, intended to carry out an infiltration of terrorist purposes. That's according to Cuban Interior Ministry. Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. needs to confirm these details independently from Cuba.
That's right, we don't trust those bastards.
Suffice it to say, it is highly unusual to see shootouts in open sea like that.
That's a good point. You mean to tell me that we had a couple of Americans on a speedboat going into Cuba's territorial waters and just shooting at Cuban guards? Are you serious?
It's not something that happens every day.
That's weird.
It's something, frankly, that hasn't happened with Cuba in a very long time. But we're going to find out. We're not going to base our conclusions on what they've told us.
And the Associated Press reportedly talked to the brother of one of the men killed on the boat.
Yeah, anyway, so the point is, there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on over there in Cuba. And I'll be honest, it doesn't seem kosher at all. Florida man may be wild, but they ain't dumb.
This is from Cuba's Ministry of the Interior saying, quote, on the morning of February 25th, 2026, a violating speedboat was detected within Cuban territorial waters. The vessel, registered in Florida, United States, approached up to 1 nautical mile northeast of the El Pino Channel in Cayo Falcones. This is in the Villa Clara province when a surface unit of the Border Guard troops of the Ministry of the Interior carrying 5 service members approached the vessel for identification. The crew of the violating speedboat opened fire on the Cuban personnel, resulting...
Like, this sounds like such a crazy story. It doesn't sound even remotely legitimate. It's insane. They're really expecting us to believe this?
In the injury of the commander of the Cuban vessel. As a consequence of the confrontation, as of the time of this report, 4 aggressors on the foreign vessel were killed and 6 were injured. The injured individuals were evacuated and received medical assistance. And we are continuing to share with you some of the responses we just heard from Representative Espaillat. But take a look at this. This is another representative right here saying the dictatorship in Cuba has just attacked a boat from Florida and murdered those on board. This regime must be relegated to the dustbin of history.
Agreed,
so we did want to
actually.
share with you some breaking news after Cuba says that 4 were killed after a speedboat from Florida entered Cuban waters. We're also keeping a very close eye on all of the Trump administration's social media posts, the president himself and cabinet members to respond to this breaking
Oh, this is going to be
news. But
crazy.
we did want to share with you, and I'm going to put up that statement from the Cuban embassy from the United States with more of that information, as they have reported that a violating speedboat was detected within Cuban territorial waters. That vessel registered in Florida, United States. They were saying that when a surface unit of the Border Guard troops of the Ministry of the Interior carrying 5 service members approached the vessel for identification, the crew of the violating speedboat opened fire on the Cuban personnel, resulting in the injury of the commander of the Cuban vessel as a consequence of the confrontation. As of the time of this report, 4 aggressors on the foreign vessel were killed and 6 were injured. The injured individuals were evacuated
It is
and
wild
received
that
medical
it's wild that they think we're actually going to buy this, dude.
assistance. So that specific statement is from the Ministry of the Interior via
Right. So a corrupt communist dictatorship is telling us that what actually happened was we sent a couple of Floridians on a boat and they invaded Cuba's waters. All right. Let's just entertain their story for just a second. We invaded Cuba's waters because fuck if I know. Then they were asked for identification because borders are important, actually. All right. And then the Americans just started opening fire on the Cubans, missed every single bullet, and then the Cubans shot 10 Americans, killing 4 of them, injuring 6 of them, without actually receiving any injuries themselves? Are you serious, bro? They asked for their identification, and then, like, really, bro? They said it hit their commander. Oh, yeah, right, their commander was hit by a bullet, grazed by a bullet, not even hospitalized. Are you kidding me? Like, there's no way anyone is buying this. These guys were from Florida. Your average Florida dad could defeat like actual trained Cuban soldiers, in my opinion, all right? You're telling me that there were 10 guys on a boat with guns firing at Cuban people and with what, stormtrooper aim? Are you serious? No one is buying this. Now, to understand how bad Cuba is, Hassan Piker supports Cuba, which in my opinion means that we should overthrow Cuba immediately. All right, my geopolitical analysis is actually really good and accurate. Essentially, Hassan Piker supports them. I think we should overthrow them immediately. Colonize them. That's right. Make American imperialism great again. MIGA, make imperialism goated again. That's right. That's what I'm saying. So essentially, Camila Cabello is a celebrity of some sort. Who knows who these people are? They're not really that important. Raises awareness for the living conditions in Cuba. It has been 67 years, 67 of a failing dictatorship and oppressive regime. The Cuban people are suffering in an echo chamber where no one can hear them because you speak, you risk your life. So essentially, you have a gigantic, unironic, gigantic, massive dictatorship, communist dictatorship, starving, killing their own people. You have Cubans actually being like, yo, this is an oppressive regime, it's awful. You know, just like Venezuela, right? And Hassan responds with, gross. Gross. You mean it's disgusting that we have Cubans talk about how their families being oppressed by an oppressive regime in Cuba. That's awful. So Hassan, who supports the radical Islamic terrorist dictatorship and also supported the radical communist terrorist dictatorship of Venezuela, also supports the radical communist dictatorship in Cuba that massacres, starves, and tortures their own people where they don't have freedom of speech. And this is Hassan Piker. Gross. Anti-America, pro-Cuban communism. It's pretty incredible stuff. Now, Cuba is about to become an American golf course, and it's happening in real time. It's pretty insane. So even Asmongold responded to Hassan here because it's become an actual meme that Hassan literally supports all the worst people, and we're going to talk about that in a second.
And he's mad about this? He's mad about this. What a third worlder, man.
True!
What a third worlder. Oh my god. What is this? Why you get mad about this? There's nothing. Hey guys, keep in mind, there's nothing that performative communists in America hate more than real people that have lived under communism.
True!
They hate
100%. This is like IDUBS crashing out about the Iranians saying stuff like this, you know? Like there was this Iranian guy saying that Iran's regime is bad. And they're like, he's just pushing American propaganda. It's like, are you insane? Like, this is someone that actually suffered from communism. Hassan, you are a capitalist Nepo baby. Okay? Quite literally, unironically, you are a capitalist Nepo baby loser. All right? You had personal ponies when you were a kid. All right? Like, are we serious? Like, his dad is a billionaire. His uncle is a multimillionaire that gave him a career in media. All right? He was always rich. Always. He currently is a communist that owns a mansion and a Porsche in Los Angeles. Like, unbelievable, dude.
hate them more than anything. They do, because there's nothing you could say.
And he's inbred.
Again, like, there's no argument against this or anything else. And yeah, this is just, it's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing that you're trying to degrade a Cuban, I don't know if she's a Cuban American, but you know, again, I mean, you know, if we had that system that I was talking about, she would be. And anyway, the fact is that yes, 100% it's a shithole over there.
Yeah.
Do you think Che Guevara and Fidel Castro were good guys? What do you?
Hassan does, because he's a terrorist supporter. Absolutely, he does. He supports all the terrorists. He hates the United States. He's a subversive agent that's been paid by China to push Chinese propaganda. He is an absolute subversive agent that's pushing radical Islamism. He's pushing Chinese communism, radical communism, and general immigration and invasion from the third world to overthrow and destroy our country. He absolutely is an enemy and a traitor to our nation, in my opinion, and I think he should be denaturalized and deported, because I don't think we need to tolerate people like this here. At all, actually. I'm a very simple man. I think if you are working with enemy nations to overthrow our country, you should be denaturalized and deported. You are a communist, and due to the Communist Enforcement Act, we got to get you the fuck out of here. Quite literally. We should take your mansion from you. It's stolen land anyway, right, bro?
Fucking retarded? What are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
You dumb?
Yeah, you
Fuck
dumb.
no, they're
He's really dumb.
psychos.
Yeah.
Like, what is this? Is our mother is Cuban? I don't know. And so anyway, no,
Yeah, so here we got a performative American rich Nepo baby communist telling people suffering under communism that it's gross to talk about how you suffered under communism. It's incredible stuff. It really is. It's honestly incredible stuff.
I don't know what the hell. And the thing is that, you see, a lot of these people need to understand that Cuban Americans are some of the most American, most patriotic people in the whole country.
True.
I mean,
because they left communism. Absolutely.
we have Marcus Rubius, who might be our next president.
That's
There's a
right,
good chance we
dude.
might have him be our next
Yes.
president. And so this entire bullshit, patriotic as fuck, exactly. And so this whole bullshit that like we got going on here, and they're attractive too. I mean, some, right? But like that's it. And so, like, to say this is gross, like it's just what a sad thing to say, bro. Like that's just embarrassing. Like, you're getting upset about this, right? You just don't understand socialism like I do, says college freshman to a man who escaped socialism on a raft.
True. It was never tried yet. Socialism wasn't tried properly yet.
Man, this is the one thing that they hate because it breaks the narrative. It's all
That's
about
right.
the narrative.
Because here's the thing. If you apply any form of logic to communism, it falls apart. Because communism is an inherently retarded, anti-human ideology that can't exist. It's also anti-God and anti-Bible, but it also inherently is retarded. Right? The idea, oh, let's just all be equal and all have equal shit. Yeah, and who's going to enforce that? And who's going to enforce that it's all equal, all right? Who is going to take the billions from Elon Musk and redistribute it? And who's going to be in charge of that, bro? Yeah, right? So it's an inherently impossible system that can't possibly work at all. And I think even like the hardcore communist retards like Hassan, they know that. They just hate America and want to overthrow our country.
Narrative. It's all about the narrative. You making up a bunch of bullshit, lying about everybody.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think people know that it's bullshit.
Yeah, he's just a performative loser at the end of the day. And he also supports terrorists. And he also allegedly raped a 15-year-old in a brothel in Germany. But we don't need to get into that, all right? Because he's a leftist darling. We don't want to break the narrative.
All right. Hope you guys can hear me okay. Definitely not the news I'd like to be reporting this morning. And I used to be a geopolitics channel, if you guys are unaware, before I did politics in the United States or talk about it. But yeah, this is not the greatest update, but we have to report. This is the news right now, just reported by Central Command.
The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented mission, effectively decapitating Iranian leadership in one of the largest military operations in modern warfare history.
Looming questions over the future of Iran this morning, with the country and its longstanding regime on edge after the Ayatollah and 40 other leaders eliminated in what we believe was one strike in broad daylight.
Jennifer Griffin joining us right now with some of the stunning details from the mission, plus new details we're just learning. Jennifer.
Griff, we've just been able to confirm that it was the CIA that provided the intelligence to the Israelis that led to that.
large crowd was following Republican Jesus, and as the days passed, his disciples came and said to him, "Republican Jesus, these people have been following you for 3 days and they've become very hungry, and we only have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish." And Republican Jesus said, "Bring the fish and the bread to me." And his disciples did. And Republican Jesus took 99% of the bread and the fish and gave the 1% back for the disciples to spread amongst the followers evenly. And the disciples said, "But how shall we feed all these people with only 1% of the bread and the fish?" And Republican Jesus said, "Why are these people always looking for a handout? They should just go out and get a job." And the disciples were in awe at Republican Jesus' wisdom. When walking down the streets, Republican Jesus was approached by an old blind man. "Have mercy on me, Republican Jesus," said the blind man. And Republican Jesus said, "What is it you want?" And the blind man said, "Republican Jesus, I am blind, and I wish to see. Can you heal me?" And Republican Jesus said, "Oh, Obamacare didn't take care of that for you?"
Throttle us. They can suppress us, but they can't stop a text message.
When the nation gathers for the State of the Union, not everyone answers the call. Divided chamber.
While Democrats throw tantrums and boycott Trump's State of the Union like petulant children, even their own allies are calling them out for their juvenile behavior. Stephen A. Smith just torched his own party, asking, where are the adults? Here's what they don't want you to know about why they are really running scared. See, it's not just about empty seats at a speech. This exposes the complete meltdown of Democrat leadership. When you can't even show up to do your basic constitutional duty, what does that say about your fitness to govern? You see, these are the same people demanding respect while acting like spoiled toddlers. Meanwhile, Trump, well, he gets to deliver his vision for America to a national audience without their constant interruptions and eye-rolling. They're basically giving him a free campaign commercial while looking petty and weak. Every empty Democrat seat becomes a visual reminder of their refusal to participate in our republic itself. And speaking of people who would refuse to face reality, let me tell you about another group that has been in denial. Yes, something's brewing in America. Feel it. The financial experts, the political establishment, even some Democrats are finally admitting what we've known all along. The problem? Most Americans never know the full story until after it happens, after the market crash, after the dollar collapse, after your savings become worthless overnight. Here's the brutal truth. You can't protect yourself after the damage is done. You have to be ready now. See, all this uncertainty, the economic chaos we're seeing, see, the warning signs are flashing everywhere, and they may be telling you it's time to diversify into something real, something that's held value for thousands of years. That's why so many Americans are turning to Noble Gold investments. So don't wait until it's too late. Visit nextnewsgold.com or call the number on your screen. Now back to these Democrat boycotts. Yes, it gets worse for Democrats. While they're staging their little protest, Trump's inviting actual American heroes to attend. Hockey players who stood for the flag, military families, everyday patriots who built this country. The optics couldn't be more perfect. Empty Democrat seats, next to real Americans who love their country. It's like Trump planned this whole thing, right? Yeah, you can't hate the media enough. Margot Cleveland says, poor guy has to watch his every word and throw in compliments to women's team, which every sane person would assume that the men's team loves women's team and is proud of them. Listen to this.
Quinn, Jack mentioned the celebration you had with the women's hockey team. They've said they're not going to be able to go to the State of the Union tonight. Will you guys be going?
I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but yes, and yeah, we're excited to go. I mean, it's something you don't get to do. I don't know what today is, every Tuesday, but yeah, but it's gonna be something for us. But I'm glad you mentioned the women's team again. We're extremely happy for them. Obviously, a lot going on social media right now surrounding our team and their team, but in the last couple of summers we did a lot of training with them and got to know a lot of those girls really well. Extremely happy to come.
Yeah, clearly, you can see it in his face. He's like terrified of being canceled, right? Quinn Hughes was asked by ABC's George Stephanopoulos about attending tonight's State of the Union. I don't know how much we're allowed to say, right? This sets up for what Trump is doing, connecting directly with American people. Kash Patel put President Trump on the phone in Team USA's locker room so 47 could personally congratulate them. Check this out.
1 minute. 1 minute. And by the way, your goalie played not bad.
How are you? Say hi. How are you? Say hi to him.
How you doing, Don? I have seen hockey goalies have slightly worse games. Unbelievable, and you were all unbelievable. And that team is pretty good you played. I don't know if it's not going to begin anytime soon, right? And, I tell you what, I just told my people 2 minutes ago, I didn't know they'd be calling. I said, we're giving the State of the Union speech on Tuesday night. I could send a military plane or something. But if you would like to, it's the coolest night. It's the biggest.
We're in.
Yeah.
Can you pick us up in Miami on Tuesday morning?
Yeah, Tuesday morning. Close the northern border. We'll get cash and we'll get the military to get you guys out.
I'm gonna let's go.
Boys are going to the State of the Union.
We're going to get the military. We're going to send the military to come get the winners. The locker room celebration proves Trump's strategy is working. Now watch how he's turning this into the ultimate State of the Union power move. President Trump swapping the Democrats for the USA hockey team at the State of the Union might be the greatest deal he's ever made. Yeah, of course, these are the optics we're going to see. Some Democrats there, empty seats, all wearing white in some kind of, protest. But then you're going to have real American heroes there. Trump replacing boycotting Democrats with actual American champions. But now we need to show why Democrats are making this so easy. Before boycotting the State of the Union, Democrats already disgraced it. Remember, they ripped up Trump's speech, refused to stand for Laken Riley. They wouldn't even stand for a 13-year-old brain cancer survivor. Every State of the Union Democrat sets a new low. Remember, who will ever forget
address to the nation tonight, just short of about an hour and a half, as we watch the interaction here. It comes in the middle of a huge...
Nancy Pelosi disgracing her office. I mean, she disgraces her office every day, but that honestly was like the newest low I've ever seen. So who knows how low they'll stoop tonight. But thankfully, we do have control of the House and the Senate. And we won't have a Nancy Pelosi sitting behind Donald Trump today. And these examples of Democrat disrespect explain exactly why their boycott threat rings hollow. They've already shown their true colors in previous speeches. Nick Shirley is going to be at the State of the Union. Man, I hope he gets an award. I hope President Trump calls him up there and pins a medal on his chest, man. What this kid did is it's sending ripple effects across the entire nation ever since he put a camera on the Leering Center in Minnesota. Now, Representative James Comer, Democrats are boycotting Trump's State of the Union, and I'm glad, he says. The American people don't want to watch shouting and political stunts. Tonight is about the vision for the future. I look forward to continue working with this administration. I guess he was on Maria Bartiromo. Let's see.
But with respect to the Democrats boycotting it, I'm glad. That room gets pretty crowded, and the less Democrats who are there disrupting, showing out, booing, having signs, and making gestures, the better. This is a very serious speech. Our country, as is always the case at the State of the Union, we have a lot of challenges. We also have accomplished a lot, from securing the border to getting inflation under control. These are things President Trump's going to talk about and remind the American people, but he's also going to talk about his vision for the future, and I look forward to hearing that, because I want to work with him to pass his agenda.
Well, you're right. It is a serious speech, but the Democrats aren't taking it seriously. In fact, the rhetoric has continued to ramp up against the president and against Republicans, so much so that we potentially saw a third assassination attempt against President Trump when that 21-year-old showed up at Mar-a-Lago, forcing the agents to respond, Secret Service to respond. What's your take on that? Because, you've got crazy ads. There's one, Juliana Stenton. She put out an ad, a campaign ad, loaded with profanities. F Trump this, F Trump that. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. Is this part of the stoking of people who could be mentally challenged, who are taking this idea and going and moving on it?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, look, the Democrats have really raised the temperature in America. You've got some liberals that, especially politicians, who are encouraging people to go out and jump in front of cars, to protest, to disrupt, to anything. They don't really have a policy. They just have Trump derangement syndrome. And remember, the Secret Service isn't funded now because that's the part of the government that's being shut down now. So the president knows this. He's trying to get the Democrats on board, and I think that he'll have a good, positive, unifying speech tonight.
And I'm looking forward to it. I know you are. The Republican response shows the boycott is backfiring. Democrats think they're making a statement, but they're just clearing the room for Trump's agenda. Here's the press secretary. Says guests for tonight's State of the Union include children from the Flotus Fostering the Future initiative, military heroes, and everyday Americans.
This lady will have two great children with her as part of her Fostering the Future initiative. The president himself has invited some extraordinary guests this year who, again, truly exemplify what it means to be a patriotic American, men and women who have served in our United States military. He'll also be telling the stories of everyday Americans who have directly benefited from his policies. One of them, Megan Hemhauser, who's a waitress from Pennsylvania. She and her husband are directly benefiting from the president's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime policies, which he, of course, signed into law with the help of Republicans last year. She and her family will be taking home more than $5,000 this tax refund season. Another young woman who she and her husband have been struggling with infertility, but she's now saving $3,500 to purchase the drug for infertility to help create a beautiful family for she and her husband through President Trump's initiative of Trump RX. So he'll be sharing these stories, again, of everyday Americans who are directly benefiting from his policies and making a few new policy announcements as well to continue tackling the affordability crisis that Joe Biden created 1 year ago. And the president will be talking about the positive metrics we have seen and moving forward towards making life, again, more affordable and prosperous for all Americans.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. And if you haven't done so yet, text raw feed to 844-840-4963. Get on the insiders list, and you'll be the first to know when we go live and when we drop special unlisted videos just for you. Don't rely on YouTube notifications, okay? Trust me. Let's keep going here. This is while Republicans are celebrating the boycott. Let's see exactly who Trump is inviting to fill the empty seats. A massive list of congressional Democrats launch a boycott of the State of the Union, including Pramila Jayapal and Adam Schiff. That's fine with me. They can all go to hell anyway.
100%, and that's exactly what President Trump
can do, because this is the message that Republicans are going to take out to the midterms. The notes in which he echoes tonight will be exactly what you hear Republicans say on the stump. And you keep in mind, this is a president that's going to be out there. It's almost as if he was running for election. They're going to have him on the campaign trail. I'm expecting the president to deliver in a way in which the American people expect him to, presidentially, and tell them what's in it for them. What has he done over the course of a year? And I can tell you, he's accomplished a great deal cleaning up the mess of Joe Biden's presidency, but there's much more to be done.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We got a couple more years ahead of us to celebrate. And Maxine Waters, yeah. James Brown called. I'm not going to Trump's State of the Union address. He doesn't deserve to be in my presence. And Adam Schiff says, I want to attend the State of the Union. This isn't business as usual. Here's what I'll be doing instead. What, making up more lies?
It's 250.
Donald Trump is violating the law and Constitution. He is ignoring court orders. He has weaponized the Justice Department to go after his enemies. He is letting loose ICE troops in our streets that are getting people killed. I will not be attending the State of the Union. I've never missed one. I have always gone both to inaugurations and
Dude, just eat a fat one, bro. You need to just report to prison. That's exact. I don't even care what you're doing. Stephen A. Smith, cooking Democrats planning to boycott the State of the Union.
President of the United States is going to give his State of the Union address, and the Democrats got other plans. So some are talking about walking out in the middle of his speech. Others are talking about boycotting it altogether and essentially finding something else to do. I'm here to tell you that neither is acceptable. Neither should be acceptable. At some point in time, ladies and gentlemen, there's got to be an adult in the room.
Yeah.
If you're going to act as juvenile, as petulant, as petty as you accuse the President of the United States to be, how are you ever going to hold a high moral ground, at least high enough to judge him accordingly? If people on the right can turn and look at you and say, you're no better, you act no better, where's it going to get you? See, these are the kind of things that end up getting people like myself and others in the news, because we're talking about getting things done. I've said repeatedly, and I'll state it again, and I'll make news by saying it again. I have no desire to be an elected official. I've never entertained politics in my life. I'm certainly not an aficionado on the issues. Got a long way to go to learn all the things that go on. But you know what I have? I have common sense. I have decency. I have respect for the office even when or if I didn't respect the individual. Because I would understand it as a representative, whether it be that as a representative or a senator in the United States of America, guess what? I have a constituency to answer to. And I have people who need me, who I represent. And whether I like it or not, this individual is in office until 2028. And I got to find a way to do business with him in order to get something done. You see, when you go to the American people and you ask the American people, yo, stand up, step up, and handle your business. Stop bitching and screaming all the time. When you got problems at the job, when you got bills to pay, when you got a family to take care of, find a way to work around it and handle your business. How come that can't apply to elected officials? Why do they get away with that? Why do they get to circumvent those rules and regulations? Why do they get
I mean,
to circumvent
I like him
the need
so much.
and the
He
insistence
resonates with me
of
100%.
mere decorum?
1,000,000,000%.
This is the kind of stuff that ticks me off.
So here's the beautiful irony they missed. By boycotting, Democrats just handed Trump the perfect metaphor for his entire presidency. On one side, you have absent Democrats who won't even show up. On the other side, Trump's surrounded by American heroes and patriots. They literally created the visual representation of their own irrelevance. This boycott perfectly captures everything wrong with today's Democrat Party. They'd rather throw tantrums than participate in our republic. They'd rather virtue signal to their base than actually govern. Meanwhile, Trump gets primetime television to showcase his achievements with a room full of patriots instead of obstructionist Democrats trying to steal his thunder. Honestly, this might be the best thing that could have happened for Trump's speech. Sometimes your enemies defeat themselves, and that's exactly what we're watching here. So let me ask you this. Do you think these Democrat boycotts actually helped Trump more than they hurt him? Let me know in the comments, and while you're down there, check out the Next News merch shop for gear that shows you actually support America, unlike these boycotting Democrats.
The system controls information.
Uranus, the second farthest planet from the Sun, and the long-suffering butt of the joke. Yes, let's get that out the way. This oft-forgotten orb, rarely lauded like its larger cousins Saturn and Jupiter, rolls around the solar system on its side. It has only been visited once, and even that was fleeting. The Voyager 2 spacecraft sped past on the 24th of January 1986 with just a few hours of up-close observations. For the last 40 years, this has been the foundation of what we know. No other spacecraft have even been close. But that doesn't mean new discoveries have stopped. Technological advances in telescopy and fresh takes on old Voyager 2 data have revealed a raft of remarkable new insights, some of which might rewrite the textbooks. And just in time, there's a perfectly aligned launch window opening in as little as 5 years. Whether or not we'll make a trip back to the planet is yet to be seen, but as we approach such a critical decade for revisiting Uranus, it's time to get back up to speed with this forgotten world and unveil the latest findings. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me as we reconnect with our old friend Uranus to explore its mysteries, old and new. We'll delve into Voyager's back catalogue and show that sometimes new discoveries don't need new data. Uranus is the 7th planet from the Sun, and since its discovery from William Herschel's back garden in 1781, only 2.9 Uranian years have passed, each lasting 84 Earth years. The next new year is approaching in 2033. This strange world is perhaps best known for its near horizontal tilt. Its spin axis is angled at 97.77 degrees to its orbital plane, so it essentially rolls its way around the Sun. To put that in context, Neptune's axis at 28 degrees is the next highest. This gives Uranus the most extreme seasons in the solar system. Each pole faces the Sun continuously for 42 years of polar day, followed by 42 years of polar night. This was pretty much all we knew about Uranus as 1985 came to a close. We guessed it might be an ice giant and were aware of 5 moons and a ring system, but essentially this planet was a mystery. Then, in 1986, Voyager 2 arrived, flying past on its way out of the solar system. Almost instantly, numerous discoveries were made. This enigmatic planet was revealed to be even colder than expected, challenging our fundamental ideas of how planets form and evolve. At minus 224 degrees Celsius, Uranus's atmosphere holds the record for the coldest temperature on any planet in the solar system. Voyager 2 also found a magnetic field tilted in a way we had never seen before. 11 new moons and 2 new rings. Its iconic imagery showed a calm and eerie blue-green world. But recent observations and research have built on this picture, refining, and in some cases redefining, our understanding of this sideways planet. What's more, returning to Uranus has been marked as the highest priority in NASA's planetary science program for the next decade. With this renewed interest, let's dive into some of the most remarkable findings of recent years. Uranus is 4 times wider than Earth, with a diameter of 51,118 kilometers and a mass that's 14.5 times greater than our planet's. These parameters can be used to calculate its gravity, which for Uranus is a comfortable 8.7 meters per second squared, about 89% of the gravity we experience on Earth. Grouped with Neptune as an ice giant, Uranus is believed to have a rocky silicate core, likely
It would be
much
crazy if
smaller
it would
than
be a
Earth's,
rocky planet.
surrounded by a deep mantle of water, ammonia, and methane ices. A misleading term, since its inner temperatures can soar to nearly 5,000 degrees Celsius. It's much more like a fluid ocean than ice as we might think of it. This extreme heat and the immense pressure at the base of the mantle, up to 600 gigapascals, can break down the abundant methane molecules and compress the resultant carbon atoms to form diamonds. A captivating picture. But is it right? Voyager 2 data initially said so, but new modeling published in the journal Astronomy and Astrophysics in 2025 suggests that it's perhaps not quite the whole story. The researchers, Luca Morf and Ravid Heled of the University of Zurich, took an agnostic approach, generating random models of the interior contents of Uranus and its ice giant neighbor Neptune. These were then compared to observational data and narrowed down accordingly, with one major surprise. The results showed that the possible composition of Uranus is much more varied and complex than previously assumed. For example, the rock-to-water ratio could be as low as 0.04, making the planet almost entirely water, or as high as 3.92, making it the complete opposite, namely predominantly rock. This means that Uranus and Neptune have the potential to be rock giants instead of ice giants. What's more, if the rock-dominated option holds up, it challenges our fundamental models of solar system formation. But, as the authors attest, this work is theoretical. We'll only know for sure by visiting the planet again. More on that later. Continuing out from the rocky core, the outermost layer of Uranus is comprised mostly of helium, hydrogen, and 2% methane, with a cloud layer on top. Methane absorbs red light, leaving behind the distinctive blue-green hues Uranus is known for. Voyager 2, during its 1986 flyby, found Uranus cold and tranquil, with only faint clouds and a dark spot. But this veil of tranquility has been lifted thanks to telescopes including Keck, Hubble, and the James Webb Space Telescope, revealing a hidden dynamism. In 2014, the W.M. Keck Observatory in Hawaii detected 8 huge storms on Uranus's northern hemisphere. Such was their intensity that, for the first time ever, amateur astronomers were able to see details in the planet's atmosphere. The largest white spot in this near-infrared image from the W.M. Keck telescope is the brightest storm ever seen on the planet at this wavelength of 2.2 microns. It's around twice as bright as anything seen before. It accounted for 30% of all the light reflected by the planet in this observation. The cloud rotating into view in the lower right also grew into a storm, spotted by amateur astronomers at visible wavelengths, which was a lot of fun for the amateur astronomers. Of course, having the right kind of telescopes helps. No one wants to be fiddling with lenses for hours while you set things up, only for the galaxy you're looking at to still be out of focus. But if astrophotography was ever something you wanted to get into, the sponsor of today's video, Dwarf Lab, has a great, accessible option you should try. It's called the Dwarf Mini, and I've been really impressed by it. This deep space telescope has the power to image distant nebulae, but it's about the size of a paperback book, so it's really convenient to carry around. Setting it up is easy. Just pop it on a tripod, connect it with your phone, then tap what you want to look at. The Dwarf Mini automatically aligns itself using the stars to calibrate which way to point, and then will take up to 1,000 images and stack them to give you the best possible image of your target, right then and there. Check out these images I took myself, So if you want a portable, powerful deep space telescope with no faff, check my QR code or click the link in the description below to check out the Dwarf Labs telescope. Those who use Astrum 5 at checkout can even get 5% off their purchase. Observations by Hubble over a 20-year period found that the polar regions become noticeably more meteorologically active as the planet moves through its uniquely long seasons. Despite the study lasting 2 decades, Uranus was in northern spring for the entirety of this time, with the sun starting at equinox over the equator and moving towards the North Pole as it nears summer. The Hubble team's results, published in 2025, found bright cloud activity when the sun was closest to the equator, with peak activity observed near the 2007 equinox. The haze and cloud structure changed dramatically over the 4 observation windows, with aerosols in the atmosphere thickening at the North Pole as the planet approaches the summer solstice, which it will reach in 2030. You can see this accumulation of aerosols in these images. The North Pole changes from dark in 2002 to highly reflective in 2022, with complementary darkening of the South Pole as it moves into winter's shadow. Together, this shows that sunlight is directly altering the formation of haze and clouds in the Uranian atmosphere. The Hubble observations also identified circulation patterns that drive seasonal shifts, uncovering evidence of atmospheric gases sinking at the poles and upwelling elsewhere. The persistence of this downwelling and the changes in climate are driven by Uranus's extreme axial tilt. It's the only planet that receives more energy from the sun at its poles than the equator, and it experiences the most radical seasonal changes in the solar system. But it's not just the sun's light that drives this. A team at Imperial College London found that the Uranian thermosphere is also heated by the solar wind. Again, this is the only place in the solar system where this seems to happen. But as the solar wind's pressure has been dropping since 1990, Uranus has been cooling alongside it. Despite these remarkable findings, Uranus is still significantly less volatile than its cousins, Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune. They are famous for their vast storms and swirling atmospheres, and that's because these are driven by internal heat left over from the formation of these gas giants. It's the slow release of this energy that creates the turbulence they are so well known for. Which brings us to one of Uranus's great mysteries. Why is it the coldest planet in the solar system? What happened to the heat left over from its formation? 2 recent studies, both published in 2025, revealed that Uranus does have its own heat, but only releases a tiny fraction of it, emitting about 15% more energy than it receives from the sun. By comparison, its neighbor Neptune emits more than twice as much energy as it receives. This extremely low heat flux is more than just another oddity for the oddball planet. It hints at a violent past, with consequences not just for its climate and weather, but its fundamental characteristics and even its moons. Uranus's near horizontal 97.77 degree tilt has long been thought to be a consequence of a violent historical collision, but we've only recently started to uncover the full picture. High-resolution computer simulations published in the Astrophysical Journal in 2018 by Jacob Kegaris at Durham University and his colleagues have provided a more detailed picture of how this could have happened and the far-reaching influence it had for the planet. Their study ran more than 50 different impact scenarios in an attempt to recreate the Uranus we recognize today. The result confirmed that 3 to 4 billion years ago, a young Uranus was most likely dealt a glancing blow by an object 2 to 3 times the size of Earth, probably a protoplanet made of rock and ice. The impact would have occurred over a remarkably short period. In just a matter of hours, enough force would have been delivered to reorient Uranus's axis, knocking it to its side, and it set in motion a series of events that created the planet we see today. the simulations show that most of the protoplanet was deposited in Uranus, creating a hot, high-entropy shell in the icy interior. Highly disordered, high-entropy materials don't conduct heat well, so this layer acts like an insulation, trapping heat deep inside the planet and helping to explain the low heat flux and extreme coldness we see on Uranus today. This unique interior structure may also help explain Uranus's profoundly weird magnetosphere. Usually, these invisible magnetic shields originate from the geometric center of a planet, its core, but that's not the case here. Voyager 2's original flyby discovered that its magnetic field is tilted by almost 59 degrees from its rotational axis and offset from the planet's center by a third of the planet's radius. This magnetic misalignment creates an asymmetric magnetosphere with a magnetotail that corkscrews into space for millions of kilometers. When Voyager 2 flew past, the magnetosphere actually appeared to be much smaller than thought, and this has baffled scientists for decades. Recent reanalysis of the original data, led by Jamie Jasinski at NASA JPL and published in Nature Astronomy in 2024, finally provided an answer. When Voyager arrived, it was in the midst of some violent space weather that compressed the planet's magnetic field, something NASA couldn't have planned even if they tried. The new study instead suggests that the planet's magnetosphere is actually even larger and more active and variable than initially thought. The reason for such a strange magnetosphere isn't fully understood, but it could be that fields don't originate from the planet's core at all. Rather, they come from the convecting mantle, influenced by the deposits left by that ancient collision billions of years ago. For us at least, this has had one serious upside. The off-kilter magnetosphere leads to stunning, sprawling auroras that do not align with the poles like on Earth, Jupiter or Saturn. These phenomena have been imaged by Hubble in both the visible and ultraviolet parts of the spectrum, and by studying a decade of these images, scientists recently calculated Uranus's rate of rotation with 1,000 times greater accuracy than before. Their technique revealed the planet completes a full rotation in 17 hours, 14 minutes and 52 seconds, 28 seconds longer than the estimate obtained by Voyager 2. And I simply couldn't miss out including this stunning representation. It shows infrared auroras, which, after 30 years of study, were finally detected on Uranus in 2023 using the Keck 2 telescope. But the consequences of Uranus's violent past haven't ended yet. At the time of impact, its largest moons hadn't formed. Instead, the planet sat amid a disk of stuff, for lack of a better word, with the impact jettisoning further rock and ice into orbit around the planet. As this started to clump together to form the 5 largest moons, Uranus's new axial plane acted like a gravitational tidal wave, pushing them to the same tilt. As of now, Uranus has 29 confirmed moons, 2 more than when I last made a video about the planet. Moon 28 is currently called by the rather catchy title S2023U1 and was discovered in 2023 by Scott Shepard using the Las Campanas Observatory in Chile. The most recent addition, its 29th moon, was made in February 2025 by using the James Webb Space Telescope's NIRCam. Designated S2025U1, it is yet to be officially named. Let me know if you have any great suggestions for names in the comments. This startling array of moons is divided into 3 categories. 14 inner moons,
Babe, I
5
fucking
major
just
moons,
turned the
and
dumb
10
thing on,
irregular
like when I was
satellites.
smoking.
Romantically, they are named after characters from English literature. The
It's
major moons,
windy
Miranda,
and the
Ariel,
toads need
Umbriel,
heat.
Titania, and Oberon, feature diverse
just turned it
compositions
on. I mean-
dominated by water ice and rocky material. Studies published in 2025, it was a very busy year for Uranus scientists, hint at possible differentiated interiors, with liquid oceans sandwiched between rocky cores and icy mantles, which of course raises the tantalizing question of whether they are habitable for life. But again, only an actual visit could tell us that. Like its immediate neighbors Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune, Uranus has a ring system. They are aligned with its tilted spin axis, so during Voyager 2's approach 40 years ago, they appeared almost like a bullseye. The rings are very young by solar system standards, thought to be a mere 600 million years old, and they're believed to have been formed by the breakup of a small moon colliding with a meteorite or a comet. Their most remarkable feature is how dark they are. With an albedo of less than 2%, they are made of the darkest material in the solar system. What exactly that is of yet unknown. But scientists think it could be particles of water ice mixed with organics or methane ice singed black. Against Uranus's bright exterior, the rings are really difficult to discern. So much so that they were discovered by accident in 1977 thanks to a star occultation, an event in which Uranus moved in front of a star and the subsequent dimming confirmed the presence of the rings. 13 rings have now been imaged thanks to Voyager 2, as well as the advanced telescopy of Hubble, Keck 2, and the James Webb. They range from a few kilometers wide to roughly 100 kilometers wide, and it's unclear why some of the rings are kept so narrow. Shepherd moons may help maintain the structure of some of them, but for most, the mechanics remain obscure. Excitingly, a rare stellar occultation happened again in April 2025, with Uranus passing in front of a star about 400 light-years from Earth. This led to a coordinated effort to observe Uranus like nothing done before. Led by planetary scientists at NASA Langley, an international team of over 30 astronomers using 18 observatories, simultaneously trained their attention on Uranus for about an hour. It was the largest campaign ever organized. 2's 1986 flyby. The nature of an occultation is perfect for studying Uranus's atmosphere and rings. Atmospheric findings are yet to be released, but the precision of the ring data, specifically the timings of each occultation, have allowed scientists to determine where Uranus is in its orbit, updating its position by around 400 kilometers. This is critical information for sending a physical mission, but I'll talk more on that later. This unprecedented coordination is just the beginning. Over the next decade, Uranus is set to pass between Earth and the galactic center of the Milky Way, prime opportunity to carry out further occultation studies, with the best ever conditions lined up for 2031. The last few years have been a flurry of publications and activity. Looking at you, 2025, focused on the strange seventh blue-green sideways planet, revealing it to be a dynamic world with a storied past and enigmatic features. So much has been learned since William Herschel stood in his back garden, looking through a homemade telescope, and that's despite Uranus and its neighbor Neptune being the least visited planets in the solar system. Even more discovery lies ahead still. The 2023 Planetary Science Decadal Survey has made a Uranus orbiter and probe mission NASA's top planetary priority, and the Chinese National Space Administration have also proposed a mission to the planet with Tianwen-4. With the possibility of another visit on the horizon, scientists will need to look sharp as we are approaching a critical window. 2031 and 2032 are optimal launch opportunities. Thanks to planetary alignments, a future spacecraft could get a gravity assist from Jupiter, shortening the journey by several years. Mission objectives are set to include mapping the planet's gravity and magnetic fields over time, studying the weather systems and atmospheric composition, characterizing rings, and investigating the potential habitability of its moons. So, stay tuned. The next chapter of Uranus exploration is being written as we speak. Have you ever wanted to ask us a question? Our favorite section of the newsletter is dedicated entirely to questions and answers. Just sign up down below and reply to one of our editions with anything you've been wondering about. It can be about space, science, or even how we make our videos. We love hearing from readers and featuring your questions in future issues. It's a simple way to join the conversation and be part of the Astrum community. So, if curiosity ever strikes you, make sure you're on the list and ready to send in your first question.
Iran built an unstoppable missile wall, but the US Army just completely erased it in a matter of minutes. For years, the leaders in Tehran bragged to the world about their massive ring of fire. They built thousands of heavy ballistic missiles and promised that if a war ever started, they would swarm American bases and wipe them off the map. In late February 2026, they finally launched their ultimate attack, firing a massive wave of weapons from deep inside their borders. But the regime fundamentally misunderstood how American defenders actually fight. They thought a missile traveling at 5 times the speed of sound could not be caught. But what if you do not even try to catch it? What if you use a mathematical trap to vaporize it before it falls? How did a wall of American heavy metal instantly turn Iran's swarm into harmless falling dust? February 2026, just before dawn, and every American in the Gulf knows the air feels different. The IRGC's top brass just lost their heads, literally. US and Israeli decapitation strikes cut through Tehran's command structure like a scalpel. The regime's answer is textbook, fire everything. Within minutes, Iran's missile crews are wrenching open the valves on those Shahab-3 missiles, liquid-fueled, Soviet knockoffs, more water heater than weapon. They call it True Promise 3, but anyone who's ever stood next to a fueled Shahab knows the promise is mostly smoke. You can smell the UDMH from half a mile away, a chemical stench that clings to your tongue. It's not stealth, it's a billboard. The IRGC Ring of Fire doctrine reads like a fever dream. Launch a dozen missiles in a tight enough window to swamp our sensors, break our nerve, and score a propaganda knockout. They want to turn Al Udeid Air Base and the 5th Fleet at Bahrain into craters. They want the world to see American runways burning on live feeds. But here's the flaw: they believe massed steel and high explosives can outpace math. They think a missile moving at Mach 5 is untouchable, that numbers alone can break the laws of physics. That's the bluff. I've watched the IRGC's training videos. I've read their manuals. Their doctrine is all about shock, overwhelm, saturate, paralyze. But every time they roll out those missiles, they forget the basics. Liquid fuel means hours of prep and a plume visible from space. Their own launch sequence hands us a 30-minute warning. By the time they hit the ignition switch, our ANTPY-2 radars are already staring straight down the barrel. The IRGC defect protocol, their phrase for the moment the enemy's shield cracks, never even gets a chance. In this fight, the only thing that cracks is their illusion of invincibility. The rest is a numbers game, and nobody plays it faster or meaner than a US Army fire control computer. Out at Kashan 2 just after 6:18 in the morning, the IRGC's launch crews scramble across the concrete like ants around a leaking drum. 12 Shahab 3s line the pad, tall, ugly, and sweating poison. The fueling trucks hiss as UDMH and nitrogen tetroxide pump through cracked hoses, painting the air with a stench that would make your eyes water inside a gas mask. This is not some Hollywood countdown. It is a chemical rodeo, and every mistake means a crewman gets dissolved instead of promoted. Here is what the IRGC never admits. Liquid-fueled missiles are a logistical nightmare. You want a real show of force? Try hiding a 5-story torch belching a yellow-green plume that is visible to every satellite from Ankara to Diego Garcia. OPIR birds in geostationary orbit catch the first plume at 03:1812 UTC, 5 seconds after ignition. The venting starts long before that, a glowing billboard that says we are about to lose our best hardware. Every time they roll out these Soviet-era water heaters, they hand us a 30-minute head start. That is not doctrine. That is a surrender note. The IRGC idea of shock and awe is to light off a dozen missiles in a tight window, hoping and praying that mass will cover for engineering. But liquid propellant means you cannot just hit a button and launch. You need hours for fueling, safety checks, venting, and the constant risk of a stuck valve or a leaky seal. 2 missiles never even clear the pad, fuel purge valve failures according to the chatter. The rest erupt skyward in a staggered sequence, each one trailing a fat infrared plume that our X-band radars love more than coffee. By the time they reach boost, every American fire control computer in the Gulf is already running the numbers. There is no mystery, there is no surprise. Just a slow-motion math problem, broadcast in real time by their own incompetence. The IRGC calls this the Ring of Fire. To anyone who has ever felt the taste of ozone after a Patriot launch, it looks more like a ring of smoke and wasted steel. The only thing unstoppable about this salvo is the embarrassment. 03-1807 UTC. That's the moment every IRGC colonel swears by in their doctrine, the instant the enemy's shield is supposed to crack. They even gave it a name, Defect Protocol. I've seen it in their manuals, stamped in red, like it's some ancient magic that will turn steel and software into sand. But here's the punchline. The only thing that defects is their own confidence. Let's pin this down. 5 seconds after ignition, OPIR satellites catch the plume. By 03-1821, our ANTPY-2 radar in Qatar snaps to a hard track. There's no drama, no confusion. The system doesn't blink, doesn't hesitate. The IRGC wants to believe a dozen Shahab 3s in the air means panic in the Gulf. What they get is a computer running the numbers before their warheads even clear the horizon. The so-called defect protocol in this fight, it's a punchline. Their doctrine is a PowerPoint fantasy. The only thing breaking is their illusion of surprise. I've heard their officers talk about the moment the shield shatters. They picture American crews scrambling, alarms wailing, a wall of steel coming down. Reality check, 03-1807, the only thing shattering is the myth that numbers beat physics. The IRGC launches their water heaters and expects the world to tremble. Instead, every launch is a confession. Every plume is a flare that says, "Shoot me." Defect protocol. That's what they call it. I call it wishful thinking. When your missile doctrine is built on the hope that the enemy's math will fail, you're not a strategist. You're a gambler with a losing hand. The US Army doesn't blink. The system sees, calculates, and prepares to erase. 03-1807 UTC, timestamp it, frame it, hang it in the IRGC's Hall of Regret. That's the hour their unstoppable wall hit a real shield and bounced. ANTPY-2 does not care about bravado or bluster. It cares about the math. February 2026, Al Udeid's X-band radar is already humming, staring through the haze before the first Shahab 3 even claws off the pad. That is the difference between a regime that worships spectacle and a system built to erase it. The Iranians think a wall of smoke and a dozen missiles will blind us. They have never watched a phased array work. ANTPY-2's face is all business, 12 meters wide, packed with gallium nitride transmit and receive modules, each one a tiny hammer in a 5 megawatt orchestra. Frequency, X-band, 8 to 12 gigahertz. That is a 3 centimeter wavelength, tight enough to split a warhead from a decoy at 1,000 kilometers. When the first yellow-green plume blooms over Kashan, the radar sees it as a spike, raw, hot, and unmistakable. Paint it, track it, lock it. No panic, no guessing. Just a hard track at 03-1821 UTC, not a second wasted. I asked Dr. Li Wei, Raytheon's lead engineer, what it takes to discriminate a real warhead from a can of scrap metal. He grinned and said, centimeter level resolution at 1,200 kilometers. The rest is just software. He is right. The radar does not blink. It runs a track while scan mode, sweeping a 120-degree arc, updating every 10 milliseconds. That is 100 times faster than any human could process. The IRGC's doctrine calls for a salvo tight enough to saturate sensors. But ANTPY-2 can track 300 tracks at once, each with a unique signature. Massed steel does not mean a thing to a computer that can split a missile's heat signature from the background noise before the warhead even tips over the horizon. This is not the radar you see in Cold War movies, spinning dishes, green screens, guesswork. This is a wall of math and microwave energy, a 1,000,000-watt flashlight through a keyhole. Every bolt, every weld on those Iranian water heaters is mapped in real time. By the time their defect protocol is supposed to trigger at 03:1807 UTC, the instant their doctrine swears our shield will crack, we have already solved for trajectory, velocity, and impact point. Not a single American battery is surprised, not one. The radar hands off to fire control and the numbers start to dance. Iranian propaganda calls it a wall. I call it a parade of targets. The only thing unstoppable in this fight is the radar's appetite for new tracks and the quiet contempt of every operator who knows the difference between a real shield and a PowerPoint fantasy. THAAD is the high-altitude hammer in the American missile wall. Forget the press releases and Pentagon PowerPoints. This is the only thing standing between a Gulf runway and a crater at Mach 5. In February 2026, as the Shahab-3 missiles clawed into the sky, the THAAD crews at Muwafaq Salti and Al Udeid did not flinch. They watched the ANTPY-2 hand off a hard track, then waited for the algorithm to spit out a launch solution. No guesswork, no heroics, just pure, cold math. THAAD's engagement envelope stretches from 40 kilometers up to the edge of space, 150 kilometers above the Gulf, where the air thins and the math gets ruthless. Iranian doctrine bets on speed and mass. THAAD bets on physics. The moment a Shahab-3 arcs past 40 kilometers, the system delegates, engage on detect, no committee meetings, no phone calls to the White House. The battery commander gets the authority, but the fire control computer is already halfway through the shot sequence by the time a human even blinks. I have stood next to those launches. Each missile is a 3-ton titanium javelin packed with a tungsten cord kill vehicle, guided by a radar that can split a warhead from a decoy at over 1,000 kilometers. The launch cycle is pure hydraulic violence, a piston slam that rattles your chest, a pressure wave you feel in your teeth. When the order comes, the THAAD can go from cold iron to ignition in under 30 seconds. That is not theory, that is doctrine. The 2026 engagement clocked a cue to launch interval of just 3 seconds. The system does not care about IRGC bluster or defect protocols stamped in red ink. It cares about velocity, lead angle, and impact geometry. The Shahab-3 missiles try to outrun the shield, but the exo-atmospheric kill zone is unforgiving. THAAD's window is 40 to 150 kilometers, right where the Iranian warhead is most vulnerable, still coasting, no atmospheric drag to hide behind. The radar paints the target, the fire control computer solves the intercept, and the missile rides pure kinetic energy to a collision. No explosive warhead, just a tungsten bullet, slamming into steel at 4 kilometers per second. The result is a vaporized warhead, no detonation, just a flash and a shockwave that snaps through the desert air. That is the layered defense in action. THAAD sits above the Patriots, closing the altitude gap and catching what the lower tier cannot. The IRGC can call it a ring of fire all day. I call it a ring of falling debris and ruined propaganda. When the high-altitude shield is up, the only thing unstoppable is the math. The Shahab-3s arc upward, but the real defense is invisible, lines of code, not steel. The US Army's air defense network does not react with fear. It computes. Each missile is a variable, each second a constraint. Iran's doctrine, mass launches, overwhelming force, gets reduced to a math problem. The computers at Redstone Arsenal, with more processing power than Iran's missile command, take over the instant the ANTPY-2 radar hands off the tracks at 03:1821 UTC. The Battle Management Command System runs Mixed Integer Linear Programming, MILP. It is not a buzzword, it is why American runways remain intact. The solver processes every trajectory, every launcher, every interceptor. It weighs threats, assigns shots, and produces a solution in half a second, less than the time it takes to blink. Link 16 connects the Gulf's missile defense grid, Al Udeid, Muwafaq Salti, Bahrain, tying everything together with encrypted data. The round-trip latency is 4 seconds from radar to fire control to launcher. Iran's IRGC hopes to compress time and force errors, but their barrage only feeds more data to the machine. The algorithm does not care about doctrine or propaganda. It cares about velocity, lead angle, and probability of kill. It cares about not missing. Every incoming gets a firing solution: who shoots, when, with what. THAAD for high arcs, Patriot. PAC-3 MSE for low and fast. The MILP optimizer juggles inventory, reloads, engagement windows. It is a knapsack problem with millions at stake per shot. No bravado, just math. As each Shahab crests the radar horizon, the system tags it hostile, Mach 5, predicted impact, time to go. Allocation is instant. 2 interceptors per missile, sometimes 3 if odds dip below 95%. The operator's finger hovers over a board, but the system already knows. The IRGC calls it defect protocol, as if the shield will fail. The American protocol is simpler: kill confirmed, launch authorized, the command fires, hydraulic arms open, 3 tons of tungsten and titanium surge skyward. Detection, computation, allocation, launch, all in less time than a Shahab clears the plateau. The algorithm is the real trigger. It never hesitates. Kinetic intercept isn't magic, it's math, welded to metal and set on fire. Every time a Shahab 3 tips over the horizon, the equation writes itself. 1 warhead, Mach 5, a steel shell packed with 150 kilograms of high explosive. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps dreams of shock and awe, but physics does not blink. The fire control computer runs the numbers before the warhead even starts to fall. Lead angle, closing velocity, intercept geometry, solved in milliseconds. The formula is simple: kinetic energy equals 1/2 of the mass times the velocity squared. For a Patriot. PAC-3 MSE, that is 45 kilograms of tungsten slamming in at 3,000 meters per second. Do the math. Over 200 million joules. That is the energy of a compact car hitting a concrete wall at highway speed, all focused into a tungsten spike the size of your forearm. The Shahab's warhead never stands a chance. The American kill vehicle does not explode. It erases. On impact, the steel casing vaporizes, the high explosive shatters, and the entire payload turns to plasma in a flash that lasts less than a blink. You want to talk about unstoppable? Try stopping a math problem solved at 4 kilometers per second. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps calls it defect protocol, as if hope can bend the laws of motion. But there is no bluff in a kinetic kill. When the computer hands off the solution, the interceptor rides a rail of numbers straight into the heart of the target. The only thing left is dust, falling silent over the desert, and a warhead that never even arms. That is what a real shield feels like: cold, precise, and utterly unforgiving. At 03:20:38 UTC, that is when the second Shahab 3 gets erased. Patriot, PAC-3 MSE, terminal phase, end of story. IRGC's big gamble, their so-called ring of fire, reduced to a single blip on a radar log and a dust cloud falling over the Gulf. Circular error. Probable for that missile, 400 meters if you believe their brochures, but the only thing accurate about the Shahab 3 is the way it broadcasts its own funeral. I have seen better aim from a blind man with a slingshot. The battery crew at Al Udeid does not even flinch. Another water heater down, someone mutters, deadpan, as the fire control screen flashes, kill confirmed. You feel the Patriot launch in your chest, a deep metallic snap, then a taste in the air like burnt copper and ozone. The shockwave rattles the concrete, but it is not danger. It is the sound of enemy hopes vaporizing at Mach 5. IRGC's defect protocol. Here is the punchline. Their doctrine calls for a shield to crack, but all they have managed is a live demonstration of futility. One more tungsten bullet, one more warhead erased before it can even arm. No crater, no fireball, no headlines for Tehran. Just silence. That is what happens when you pit spectacle against physics and propaganda against American math. The only thing left is a fading echo and the knowledge that every number in their playbook just got zeroed out. I watched those so-called unstoppable Iranian barrages die in the sky. Liquid-fueled antiques vaporized by American tungsten, math, and pure machine will. Tehran's propaganda dissolves on impact. Today, at Al Udeid and 5th Fleet headquarters, our radars still sweep, our launchers wait cold, and the only thing left smoldering is the myth of the missile wall. Precision wins. Always. Drop your thoughts below. Let's separate fact from fantasy.
The night sky in Tehran was just torn apart by the screech of US and Israeli warplanes. Smoke continued to billow from the ruins of the Supreme Leader's residence. At this moment, China's state-run Xinhua News rushed to calm the military's nerves, reporting urgently around 11 p.m. Beijing time, Khamenei will give a televised speech in just a few minutes, but this countdown turned into a long, suffocating global joke. From the wreckage site ahead, the coldest and most definitive confirmation came. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who ruled the Middle East for nearly 40 years, along with his son and their family, were all wiped out in the first wave of US and Israeli airstrikes. They were pulled directly from the rubble beneath his official residence. In the US White House, US President Trump publicly confirmed with intelligence that Khamenei had been killed. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also chimed in, coldly stating that there are many signs he is dead. Major international media outlets like CNN and Reuters followed suit and declared the news confirmed. The visual shock and geopolitical impact of this moment far surpassed the event in South America a month ago. In January, when the Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro was captured, China strategists in Beijing were still reeling from the loss of 800,000 barrels of cheap oil per day, but at least Maduro was taken alive. This time, however, Trump, with the support of supercomputers, made no negotiations, no capture, no leaving any chance for survival. What truly sent chills down Beijing's spine was not just the loss of a regional ally, but a terrifying common point behind both of these decapitation strikes. Whether in the presidential palace in Caracas or in the supreme leader's residence in Tehran, both anti-US fighters had heavy air defense radars and surface-to-air missile systems, paid for by Beijing. Yet neither of these systems could stop the stealth fighter jets, those JY-27A radars praised at defense exhibitions as being able to make any stealth fighter disappear, and the highly anticipated HQ-16 and HQ-17AE air defense missiles were helpless when Israel's F-31I and US Tomahawks came crashing down. Trump didn't fire a single shot to threaten Beijing, but with Khamenei's body under the ruins, he sent the coldest death notice to that red wall. 7 hours before the war started, Tehran's mouthpieces on X were still bragging about the luxury package from Beijing. According to them, this batch, which included kamikaze drones, advanced anti-ship weapons, hypersonic missiles, and a battery of HQ-16 and HQ-17AE air defense systems, were enough to make Tehran impregnable. The online army even confidently claimed, with these mysterious weapons that can supposedly take down the US military in seconds, no one will enter Iranian airspace. Not to mention, China had even vaguely informed Arab countries about these arms sales, trying to intimidate Washington into not making any rash moves. But what happened? In what could be called the most stunning airstrike precision strike lesson since the 1991 Gulf War, Beijing's paper data was stripped bare. U.S. military aircraft didn't step foot across the border. The Growler, the EA-18G electronic warfare aircraft, lined up along the southern border, instantly starting full-spectrum electronic suppression. In that moment, Beijing's proud ground communications and satellite navigation turned into old television screens full of static. Then, the JY-27A and JY-L1 long-range early warning radars and the JY-10, JY-14 Air Defense Command radars, which had once shown at defense exhibitions, were each targeted by anti-radiation missile led by the F-22 Raptors along the western border. These so-called eyes didn't even pop up an error message. Even the Shenong Shield, or Silent Hunter, low-altitude anti-drone system was nowhere to be found. After the first line of defense was shredded, the Israeli Air Force took the most critical final step. They had specially modified the F-31I for the strike, adding self-developed stealth fuel tanks that expanded its combat radius from 1,200 kilometers to 2,200 kilometers. The fleet took off from their homeland at about 1,500 kilometers per hour, without needing to refuel. The F-31I entered Tehran like it was a no-man's land, treating the complete three-layer air defense network as if it were nothing. It was even more humiliating than when the F-16 destroyed Russia's S-400 on the Ukrainian battlefield. Beijing's system didn't just fail to detect the F-35's arrival, it practically welcomed it with open arms. Tehran's core Revolutionary Guard headquarters and missile launch positions were precisely wiped out. Some Tehran residents even looked up and saw Israel's aerial refueling planes leisurely flying over Iranian territory. When Khamenei was crushed under millions of tons of steel and concrete in his underground residence, he probably couldn't understand. Why didn't the Chinese air defense network he spent billions on even give him a final warning? This went beyond weapon performance. It was a global live-streamed public execution of Beijing's military technology. The air defense network was pierced like a sieve, and the saturation attack that had been bragged about for decades became a joke. In an attempt to save face, the regime hastily launched 200 missiles. However, due to a lack of reconnaissance and guidance, only 35 managed to waver into Israeli airspace. Where did the remaining 100 or so go? They relied on astounding fate-guided targeting, perfectly avoiding U.S. high-value targets, and instead they slammed into civilian facilities in neighboring Arab countries. Iran managed to affect 8 countries, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. Even Dubai's Palm Island was set on fire by a drone, and a civilian was killed in the process. Originally, the U.S. military had large bases scattered around Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, with countless Patriot missiles trained on Iran. Now, on the eastern side, the U.S. eye-in-the-sky drones from Pakistan were keeping an eye on the interior, while Israeli stealth aircraft struck directly from the west. This suffocating sense of being squeezed from both sides turned Iran into a live target. What's worse, Iran's wild missile launch didn't harm a single U.S. asset, but it did force the reluctant Arab powers to turn against them. Saudi Arabia and Jordan not only helped intercept the missiles, but Saudi Arabia even turned its guns around and announced its support for the U.S.-Israeli coalition against Tehran. A few years ago, Beijing was boasting about brokering historic reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Iran. But now, the Middle East peace pie is shattered in an instant. Beijing, which had been eagerly preparing to sign a major defense agreement with Tehran, now finds that the agreement has not only failed, but has become a funeral death note, just like the one they sent to Venezuela's Maduro. If tactical failures were simply a loss of face, then the strategic manipulation that followed brought real fear to China's leadership. Trump wasn't playing by traditional political rules. He was using a supercomputer-calculated optimal solution to deal with China, Russia, and Iran. For months, he had appeared hesitant on the Ukrainian issue, making harsh statements about Iran but holding off on taking action. This dithering made China and the Kremlin fall into a deep path dependency, building various models and concluding that Trump wouldn't act. But just when China, Russia, and Iran had completely let their guard down and even started mocking him, Trump launched the Z Plan, the most unlikely scenario predicted by his opponents. One of the most powerful U.S. warships, the nuclear-powered supercarrier Ford, even disappeared from open-source tracking systems and entered radio silence combat mode. This silent deterrent was far more intimidating than any slogan. With the frontline defense line completely collapsing, something surreal was unfolding in the public opinion sphere in China. In 2025, a well-known defense university strategist, Professor Li Li, appeared on television spitting out radical opinions. One of her classic lines was, "If the U.S. dares to strike Iran, Iran will erase Israel from the map within half an hour. The day the U.S. strikes Iran will be the day we recover Taiwan." Now, the U.S. didn't just strike, they struck from above. The Iran that Li spoke of, which was supposed to erase its enemies in half an hour, couldn't even protect its own airspace. What's China's response to all this? On a Chinese booking website, a one-way ticket from Damascus, Syria to Beijing, China was outrageously priced at 3.4 million RMB, about 470,000 US dollars. This is China's rock-solid friendship. Usually, they try to smuggle components and provide radar networks before the war. But now they're trying to make a fortune off the crisis. Hong Kong's financial speculators are also preparing to make a profit off of the Middle East conflict. But it was what followed that truly shook Beijing. Trump skipped all diplomatic formalities and directly issued an ultimatum and a call for liberation to the ordinary people of Iran.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
China's propaganda machine had already prepared a plan, ready to spin the decades-old script of American imperialist aggression, shouting the invaders will drown in the vast sea of the Iranian people's war. But what happened next left Beijing's mouthpieces completely speechless, even terrified. Under Tehran's night sky, cruise missiles streaked across like a meteor shower, but there were no militias. Instead, real footage circulating on social media showed that when the news broke that Khamenei's body has been found, Iranian high school students were cheering on rooftops, celebrating the fall of the dictator's family. Countless Iranians flooded the streets, singing and dancing, their joy uncontrollable. On the other side of the world, exiled Iranians in Berlin were shouting in praise of President Trump. The exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi raised his fist high, announcing his return to his homeland to build a free country without Khamenei. As Beijing watched the ordinary people of Iran cheering at the destruction of the dictator, their hearts must have been filled with extreme fear. What they feared wasn't the hundreds of warplanes, but that this virus of rebellion would spread throughout the network. They couldn't help but silently ask themselves, when the same precision-guided weapons one day land behind the red walls, will the people of China also cheer? With Khamenei's body dug out from the rubble of his residence, the Middle Eastern reshuffling has become irreversible. Senior scholar Victor Davis Hanson has pointed out that Trump's seemingly strange move's final strategic purpose to weaken China's power and to drive Russia away from China. And it seems to be working. For China, it's not just about losing a small ally. In January, they lost Maduro, and the cheap oil they relied on is gone. Now the lifeline provided by Iran is facing total severance. If the turmoil in the Strait of Hormuz cuts off the last oil lifeline, the energy shock will deal an immeasurable blow to Beijing. As China's lifelines are cut and cover-ups exposed, the 12-hour airstrike sent a stark message to China. Its air defense systems are useless in combat, its strategies are ineffective against advanced technology, and its diplomatic alliances crumble when faced with the truth. As Trump cleared out the pawns in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, his focus shifted to China. Those who once boasted of quick victories now face nothing but fear.
Although I've covered quite a few nuclear technologies over the past few years, there is one which I haven't touched upon, but is regarded as one of the most insidious forms of nuclear weapon. One which was parodied by the Mad magazine with the slogan, "Save buildings, not lives," and on the one hand was called the cleanest nuclear device by its creator, whilst being seen as one of the most inhumane nuclear devices, namely the neutron bomb. When its proposed deployment was leaked in June 1977 by Walter Pincus of the Washington Post, it created a worldwide outcry that the American Carter administration were about to deploy them without a major public announcement. So what is a neutron bomb, and why did it cause so much controversy at the time, when despite the talk by the military that it was a much needed weapon, it was never actually deployed, and by 2003 all US stocks had been destroyed? Well, the neutron bomb is still another form of nuclear weapon or atomic bomb, but to give it its correct title, it's an enhanced radiation weapon, or ERW. It was created in the 1950s by one of the members of the Manhattan Project, Samuel T. Cohen, after he visited the Korean War and seeing the similarity between Seoul and Tokyo. He had also seen the devastation created by the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and in his mind he decided to create what he called the most sane and moral weapon ever devised. A weapon that would avoid the total devastation and long-lasting effects of radiation that the atomic bomb had shown, and yet would still provide the ultimate purpose of war, basically to kill enemy soldiers in the field. In 1958, Cohen had been investigating a low-yield clean nuclear weapon, one which would create a large burst of radiation but without creating a very large amount of long-lasting radioactive fallout as seen in conventional atomic bombs. He discovered that the bomb case thickness made a major difference to the amount of radioactive fallout that would occur. This was because the case of a nuclear weapon, which was often made from depleted uranium, and was used to reflect neutrons from the nuclear reaction back into the bomb's core to increase its reactivity many times. This was also the source of most of the radioactive fallout. He figured that if you used a thinner case material, most of the high energy neutrons would escape. This would create a much lower yield weapon with less destructive capability, but it would release 10 to 15 times more neutron output compared to a conventional nuclear weapon. Neutron bombs were unique in the fact that the radiation radius would extend beyond the blast radius of the weapon. Even the biggest bomb, the 50 megaton Tsar Bomba, had a neutron range which was smaller than its blast radius. He calculated that a 1 kiloton bomb could release more lethal prompt neutron radiation than a much larger conventional non-ERW device. He justified this use of radiation to kill soldiers because it would have a relatively small blast radius and do much less damage to the surrounding infrastructure and buildings, as well as being more humane than using many conventional weapons such as thermobaric bombs, napalm and cluster munitions. Although he was convinced in his ideas that this would be an ideal and manageable nuclear weapon that could be used as a tactical device on the battlefield, 6 presidents came and went before he could convince President Jimmy Carter that this would be a weapon to counter the overwhelming tank superiority of the Soviet Union, which by the mid-1970s was deemed to be up to a 4-to-1 advantage compared to NATO in the European theatre. The problem which NATO had in the 60s and 70s was that the Soviet Union had created a huge conventional army with many more tanks and armoured vehicles. The fear was that a Soviet attack would send huge amounts of tanks into West Germany in tight formations, making them much more difficult to counter than if they were spread out. Cohen convinced Carter that this small ERW could be used to intimidate the Soviet Union into widening their tank attacks and thus making them more vulnerable to conventional weapons like NATO tanks, which were seen to be superior, and the anti-tank missiles which NATO had in the hundreds of thousands. If that didn't work and the conflict was going against NATO, these weapons could be used on NATO soil with less blast damage and residual fallout than a conventional nuclear bomb, and that they would be small enough that they might not trigger a full-scale nuclear retaliation from the Soviets. The idea was that they would be detonated above the massed ranks of Soviet armour, and that the intense burst of radiation would produce an almost instant incapacitation of the crews inside any unprepared armoured vehicles and troops on the ground within about a 1 kilometre range. This was seen as a deterrent that would minimise civilian casualties, as it would be restricted to military targets and kept away from civilian areas. But of course, this was still a nuclear device, and although it was much smaller than the one dropped on Hiroshima, 1 kiloton compared to 15 kilotons, it still produced a blast radius of about 500 metres, and because it had much less radioactive fallout, Cohen said that it was a clean weapon that would leave the area it had been detonated over able to be used within days or less by what was hoped to be NATO troops. But the idea of using a tactical nuclear weapon against the much larger numbers of conventional armour of the Soviets was seen by many in the Western military and political leadership of the West as being one of the triggers that could bring about an all-out nuclear war. One that had to be avoided as much as possible unless there was no other alternatives. The use of these enhanced radiation weapons was put into practice in the late 50s and 60s though, as part of anti-ballistic missile systems used by both the US and the Soviets. Here, high-speed anti-ballistic missiles such as the Sprint missile would be fired into the path of an incoming ICBM and detonated within about 100 meters of it. The high-energy neutron burst given off by this would cause a partial fission of the incoming warhead, with the hope of effectively disabling the weapon. Approximately 120 of these neutron bomb-armed missiles were built, and about 70 entered service from 1975 to 76 as part of the Safeguard anti-ballistic missile program, until it was eventually shut down and decommissioned in the early 1980s as part of the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, or SALT. The Soviets also used this type of device as the last layer of their anti-ballistic missile defense over Moscow to protect it against a Western attack. But how clean and humane were the claims of Cohen about the neutron bombs? The primary method of destruction was an intense burst of neutron radiation, which would be effective against any organic materials, basically anything that was alive within the radiation radius. Atoms are made up of positively charged protons, negatively charged electrons, and neutrons which carry no charge. When a fission reaction occurs in materials like uranium-235 or plutonium-239, these large unstable atoms split apart when they're hit by a neutron. This causes new isotopes to be created and a lot of energy in the form of heat, gamma and X-rays, and the release of 2 to 3 more neutrons, which can then go on to hit more uranium and plutonium atoms in an exponential chain reaction, which only stops when the material itself is blown apart by the heat of a reaction. The neutrons released are fast or prompt neutrons, usually in the 13 to 14 megaelectron-volt range. This means that when they hit protons in atoms of living cells, especially hydrogen atoms in water and fat cells, they can recoil a proton forward at high speeds. And because the proton is a charged particle, it dumps its energy very densely, causing intense ionization paths within the cell. This causes complex DNA damage, like breaking it up into smaller strands and leaving clustered lesions. It also damages cell structures and membranes and causes cell death or the loss of function. This high-energy neutron radiation can also create secondary radiation, which gives off gamma rays and other energetic particles, which could go on to create even more damage within cells. There is also another effect caused by neutron radiation, which is called neutron activation. This is where neutron radiation induces radioactivity into other non-radioactive materials when their atomic nuclei capture the free neutrons, becoming heavier and entering an excited state which is unstable. This nucleus then starts to decay immediately by emitting gamma rays and particles such as alpha, beta and fission products. Basically what this means is that within the neutron radius, other materials, especially metals, but also including air, water, soil and the elements in it, can be made radioactive. Normally these have short half-lives ranging from 7.3 seconds for nitrogen-16, which is found in air and water, to 14.96 hours for sodium-24 in concrete and soil salts, but up to 5.27 years for cobalt-60 in steels and alloys. All of these would add extra radioactivity into the area. Although it's said that death would be instant for those close to the detonation, with radiation levels up to 8 Gray, for reference 1 to 2 Gray is usually fatal but not always instant. If they were further away, the dose would be still lethal, but the effects of acute radiation syndrome could take days or weeks before death only occurred, as the body can no longer replace its damaged cells. Basically a slow, painful and very inhumane end. If you've ever seen the dramatised TV series Chernobyl, then you've seen the effects this has. Now this was under ideal conditions, however in the real world things are different. The Soviets knew that these weapons could be used, and it doesn't actually take much to add protection to mitigate for most of the extra neutron radiation. The air itself provides absorption of neutrons. This is why the range is only about 1 kilometre. Beyond that it drops off rapidly. Also, armoured vehicles can be fitted with extra materials with high hydrogen content, such as water, plastics, polyethylene or boron carbide, boronated steel or wax. This could drop the neutron level within the vehicles to where it was no longer capable of incapacitating the crew. Then there is the issue that if such an attack were to occur, there will be thousands of vehicles. and they would only have to be spread out a bit more, and you would need hundreds of neutron bombs covering approximately 1 square kilometre each to mount an effective defence. Even though they had a much smaller blast radius and fallout levels, detonating dozens or hundreds of neutron bombs in a relatively small area will probably be worse than using conventional nuclear weapons. And as it would be used on home soil, any collateral damage would be against German civilians, not Soviet ones. But the most obvious thing was that any form of tactical nuclear weapon, be that conventional or ERW, would more than likely trigger a corresponding response from the Soviets, and before you know where you are, you're into a full-scale nuclear war. Although Jimmy Carter's administration said they would adopt the neutron bomb, they actually put it on hold and didn't build any. It would be Ronald Reagan's administration which actually built them and put them into production, with approximately 700 ERW devices in the 1980s, in the form of the W-70 Mod 3 Lance missile and the W-79 Mod 0 18-inch artillery shell. However, due to the extreme political pressure from Europe where these devices would ultimately be used, they were not deployed and instead stockpiled in the United States. But during the mid-70s to late 80s, superior high-precision conventional anti-tank weaponry like the A-10 Warthog and advanced anti-tank missiles made neutron weapons obsolete by the 1990s. The last W-70 warheads for the Lance missiles were dismantled in 1996, and the W-79 artillery shells were fully disposed of by 2003. Other countries also developed ERW weapons, including France and China, but both again only developed and tested them. They didn't deploy them. Instead, they saw them as a technology reserve that could be called up if required at some point in the future. The Soviets did make their own versions, and after the fall of the USSR, its successor, Russia, in the 1990s and 2000s worked with the US to destroy approximately 25,000 weapons. But due to the fractured nature of the breakup of the Soviet Union, it's not known if the now Russian ERW weapons were destroyed. But if they did survive and hadn't been maintained, it's unlikely that it would still work. So I hope you enjoyed the video and you found it interesting, and if you did, then please thumbs up, share and subscribe, and a big thank you goes out to all of our patrons for their ongoing support.
Previously on the Younger Dryas.
Because the kettle lakes, we learned, were produced by blocks, big blocks of glacial ice. Dead ice that was strewn over the landscape after the destruction and the recession of the ice sheets. Okay, so then we went on to this graph. We're learning some additional nomenclature and getting a kind of a broad perspective through this graphic. In all cases, drumlins are found under the glaciers, have formed beneath the glaciers, not outside glaciers. Now this to me is very significant. So they find this foot-thick bed of brownish lacustrine gytja. What is gytja, Mike?
You got me.
I was setting you up for that. Okay. Gytja is a dark mud that is rich in organic nutrients and oxygen and has accumulated at the bottom of a marsh or lake. Gytja is a sediment composed of partially decomposed plant and animal remains, along with fine, non-organic sediment deposited in standing water. He was describing the stratigraphy, the strata above the Gytja, which meant warm environment, the cold glacial deposited clay, and the deposit below. So you picture the sandwich, right? Cold, warm, cold. And then of course that cold, that's the Younger Dryas. It was followed by the warmth that we now enjoy worldwide. And why civilization has been able to prosper and the human population has grown to 8 billion people.
Welcome to Randall Carlson's definitive work on the Younger Dryas, your comprehensive overview of climate change.
All right, so we left off last episode by quoting Jan Mangerud. And let's see, what do we know about Jan? Jan was a Norwegian geologist born in 1937 in Oslo, Norway. We covered this, but just to remind people, he was a member of the Royal Norwegian Society of Sciences and Letters and a member of the Quaternary Research Association.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pause for a minute right there because we need to define a term.
Okay.
Quaternary. A lot of people have trouble pronouncing that. They say quaternary. I think I even remember you, Mike, mispronouncing the word.
Oh, me?
Quaternary. So what is
Quaternary.
the quaternary? Quaternary. Well, it's the two epochs, the Holocene and the Pleistocene. That's all it is.
Got it.
It gets its name because once upon a time it was believed that there were 4 distinct glacial interglacial cycles that defined that period that we now call the Pleistocene and the Holocene. And it turned out obviously to be much more complex than that, but so the term still sticks, even though it's only 2 epochs, the Pleistocene and the Holocene. Now, what's important and interesting there is that the Pleistocene is now dated. It's gotten older and older the more we study it. And it's generally defined, what distinguishes the Pleistocene from the previous relatively warm, the relative warmth of the Pliocene, is the onset of this oscillating climate between glacial, interglacial. Glacial, interglacial. How many times has that oscillated during the Pleistocene? I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows, but it's quite a few times actually, maybe 10 or 12 times.
Wow.
Anyways, the most recent oscillation, which brought the Earth out of the Ice Age and spawned the Holocene that we're in now, the question arises, and it's a question that has no final answer to it, is the Holocene truly a distinct epoch from the Pleistocene, or is it just another interglacial period within the Pleistocene?
I've never heard you ask that question before.
Well, I'm not the one who originated that question, but it is certainly a question that doesn't have a definitive answer to it.
Okay, because I thought we were firmly in the Holocene.
We are firmly in the Holocene, yes. By definition, the Holocene is this period now dated to have begun 11,600 years ago. Older estimates say the Holocene began about 10,000 years ago, but now we've got definitive stratigraphic correlations that allow us to say Holocene began 11,600 years ago because they basically bumped it right up against the end of the Younger Dryas. The end of the Younger Dryas marks the beginning of the Holocene.
Right. That's my understanding, but you just said that that's subject to
it's subject is the whole 11,000 plus years of the Holocene really a completely independent, separate epoch, or is it just an interglacial phase within the larger Pleistocene that is going to come to an end at the next oscillation and the next onset of the ice and the glacier?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if that second option is the case, then we're technically not in the Holocene.
Well, we're technically not out of the glacial age. We're not really. What would then probably happen is the Holocene would just become a substage within the Pleistocene.
Okay.
We'd probably still call it the Holocene. I mean, there's no reason we wouldn't necessarily change the name of it. But that's the question. If the glacial ice doesn't return for another 1,000 years, well, I think we could say, yeah, this is its own epoch. It's beyond what would just be a stage within the Pleistocene.
Got it.
Right. If the ice comes back in 100 years, well, now we might go, oh, well, this is actually just a stage within the Pleistocene. Because how, if we go back to the what has long been considered within the Pleistocene, the analog for the Holocene is a period called the Eemian. E-E-M-I-A-N, the Eemian, and it is now dated to have lasted from 116,000 years ago to 129,000 years.
Oh my God.
So 13,000 years.
Yeah.
13,000 years. And within that Eemian, the climate actually was far more variable than was understood, 30, 40, 50 years ago, particularly with the advent of much more precise dating methodology. Within that Eemian, which had phases that were actually considerably warmer than the Holocene. That warmth caused all the glaciers worldwide to shrink to the point where sea levels may have been as much as 20 feet higher than that. Now, is the Eemian a true analog for the Holocene? Well, for a long time it was considered to be. It looked like it was about the same length of time, and it was definitely a period of warmth. The thing is, though, within the Eemian, there were some major shifts and changes within the climate on a scale we haven't seen in the Holocene. Okay? Now, we go back from the Eemian, and there are other periods much earlier than that that look like they could be sort of quasi-analogs for the Holocene. In some ways, though, the Holocene seems kind of unique. And that's a discussion we definitely want to return to when we start looking at the impetus for the rise of civilization and the conditions that were conducive to the rise of civilization as we now know it. Because ultimately what we're trying to do with establishing this contextual framework of the Younger Dryas and the transitions that it represents is to understand the rise of human civilization and possibly the fall of human civilization.
Right.
Because ultimately the academic studies of the Younger Dryas, the ice ages, the climate changes that saw the termination of the Great Ice Age are of intellectual, very stimulating intellectually themselves, right? But they're not just of academic interest. I believe firmly that the Younger Dryas has a great deal to teach us about our own time and what the future potentially holds, whether it's 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years from now. Okay. So anyways, that's where we introduced the term quaternary because Jan Mangerud was a member of the Quaternary Research Association. So if you're researching the Quaternary, you're going back roughly 2.5 million years to the beginning of the Pleistocene and looking at what characterizes the Pleistocene, which is the oscillating glacial, interglacial climate. And what's also interesting is that the earliest tool-making hominins seem to show up about the same time, a couple of 2.5 million years ago. And then when we go back to about 250,000 years ago, which essentially when you go down the Greenland ice cores, when you go down core to bedrock, those ice cores are going back about 250,000 years. So they're going back to roughly the time when the very earliest potential modern human remains appear to exist. Now it's sketchy. When we get that far back, it's sketchy. But I'll make a prediction here. I'll go on a limb and make a prediction that as we continue to learn more and more, we'll be constantly pushing back the time span during which modern Homo sapiens sapiens has been an inhabitant of the earth. And we're up now pushing a couple of 100,000 years. And I will fully expect that before we're done, we'll probably have found evidence that it goes back earlier than that.
A little further, yep.
We interrupt this podcast for a brief moment while Randall receives a package from the gods.
Yeah, a package came today, Mike, and let's see, it says right here, Mike, that it's from the gods. Mike, I got a package from the gods!
You're in luck. There's a big sale going on at cbdfromthegods.com.
You don't believe me? Look. So at this moment, Mike, I'm feeling really special. So, but I think I better open it up and see what's in it. What do you think? And let's see if I can just muscle it open from here. Yep. All right. Oh, look it. There's a personal note from the gods. Hi there, Randall. I hope you enjoy our new batch of products. We are grateful for your support, and I look forward to talking to you more in the future. Continuing taking good care of yourself out there. Here's to good health. Sincerely, Olivia. Oh, this is Olivia who does all the formulas for CBD from the gods that I've been using for, what, 3 years, 4 years now?
CBDfromthegods.com.
So that's Jan Mangerud, and we were quoting from him. We ended that. We talked about glacial features. We learned about Kettle Lakes. We learned about Eskers. We learned about Moraine. We learned about drumlins. We learned about till, all of that. We learned about Gitcha. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move on, and we're going to go back to 1952. What happened in 1952 that's significance? Well, I was 1 year old, but aside from that, it was the first publication. Here we go. This paper was published through the University of Chicago Committee on Publications in the Physical Sciences. So it was the University of Chicago Press, 1952, by Willard F. Libby. And this was his, where he's describing this process that he figured out called radiocarbon dating. Radiocarbon dating allows you to estimate spans of time that have elapsed because the known rate of radioactive carbon and the formation of carbon-14, right, from say regular carbon, is at a known rate. And we'll get into that. We'll talk about the process of radiocarbon dating. I don't really want to try to break that down right now, how it works. It's very interesting how it works. But I just want to show that, you know, in the early 50s, this man right here, Willard Libby, published his paper on radiocarbon dating. And radiocarbon dating turned out to be very much a game changer.
Yeah.
But it has to be, you have to have organic material because of the fact that carbon is a constituent element within organic material. So carbon-14, radioactive isotope of carbon, right? Carbon-14, and you can date right now. They've refined and made the capabilities of the method much better. Say since Willard Libby's, and it now can date organic material back to about 60,000 years. Then beyond that, it doesn't really work anymore. But so, anyways, we will talk about that more and how it works. But for now, what radiocarbon dating did was, for the first time, allowed scientists, geologists, paleoclimatologists to really start getting a chronological handle on these events. Now, since then, radiocarbon dating has been calibrated, and what we've found is that when we go back a few centuries or a millennium or two, the actual calendar dates and the radiocarbon dates are pretty consistent. But the further back you go, they begin to diverge, right? So some people are, dismissing radiocarbon dating because of this divergence. However, scientists have done due diligence, and they've calibrated by using primarily dendrochronology. Because here a tree is an organic, so you can use radiocarbon dating to date it, and it has annual layers in it. So each year that tree exists has a layer. and you can count layers. Now, well, how do you, oh, well, a tree, what if it's, 20,000 years old? Well, here's the thing. Dendrochronologists have very exhaustively collected thousands of samples of trees from around the world. And what you can do, let's say you've got a tree here and it's layered. I should actually do a diagram showing this. Let's say it's got this layer here, right? And it existed for 200 years, 300, let's say 300 years. And then when it was 200 years old, another tree grew near it. And that other tree was 200 years younger than this tree. However, here's the thing. You can now correlate the layers in the older tree with the younger tree, right? So now the older tree dies away, the younger tree is still there for another 200 years, right? But because of this overlap, let's say 100-year overlap, you can go in and you can make a correlation, a cross-correlation between the rings in the older tree and the rings in the younger tree. And if they're in the same environment, let's say you've got a warm, rainy growing season, now you have a nice big fat ring. Then let's say it's a drought, well, now there's not much growth, you have a very skinny ring. And you can look and very much you can see, yeah, here's the pattern in the older tree and here it is duplicated in the younger tree. Well, now even the older tree is only 300 years old. The younger tree is 200 years older. So now you have a chronology that's 500 years, right?
Right.
Now, by doing this exhaustive correlation back and forth, they've been able to go back and, correlate now radiocarbon dating, because at the same time now you've got that organic layer in the tree, so you can date it, right? So now ultimately what you're trying to do is you're trying to calibrate the number of years from the counting of rings, and this applies also to an ice core, because when you take an ice core out, you've got layers, right? And those layers can be defined, and now you can also date them by uranium thorium dating. You can date now, and then of course if there's anything organic in an ice layer, you can date that. But so you now have several different methods of dating, and you can actually do layer counting in the ice or tree ring counting in the trees. And so over decades, the glaciologists, the dendrochronologists, and the geochemists who are experts in radiocarbon dating, they have been systematically calibrating the two dates. So what happens is, and where some people get confused, is that if you're reading the older literature, it might give a date. That date will be uncalibrated. It will be generally younger than the calibrated date, right? So you'll see a discrepancy, where, the lower Younger Dryas, or the end of the Younger Dryas is, let's say, placed at 10,000 years ago. Well, now with the calibrated date, it's 11,600. And that 1,600 years, or whatever it may be, represents that divergence between radiocarbon date and calibrated date. We can also think of the when you see, X number of years, Cal, C-A-L, Y-R, B-P. We'll see that multiple times. You'll get it, Mike. It's calibrated years before present. Okay. And that's going to be different than radiocarbon years because of this divergence factor. And the divergence factor is a function of the fact that the radioactive isotopes of carbon are not constant in their concentration through the atmosphere. Okay, so basically what I do is I also suggest that the CAL, which stands for calibrated, can also be thought of as standing for calendar years. Because it's those calibrated years that are the actual calendar years counting backwards from now. And then the radiocarbon years could diverge as much as 1,000 years or 1,500 years, actually looking younger, right? Okay, so with that in mind, this was an important milestone here, the discovery by Willard Libby of radiocarbon dating, okay? And this paper, first paper, was 1952. Now, at 1952, what kind of database did you have to look at to make statistical inferences? Well, you didn't have any. So you now had to go fast forward a few years before you could start getting dates to see when things may or may not have happened. Okay, so we're going to jump forward to 1956, 4 years now, and we have Maurice Ewing and William L. Don, who published a paper called A Theory of Ice Ages. It occurred in Science, summer of 1956. And here's Ewing. Now, you may have heard of Ewing. Anybody who's seen my work on Atlantis is going to know the name Maurice Ewing, because he was the marine geologist that was on that first cruise aboard the ship that did the traverse of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge back in the late 1940s. And I have quoted extensively from a 48 expedition, a 49 expedition that Maurice Ewing was the head of, that appeared in National Geographic magazine. So if you're interested in that, then I would definitely say go procure my lectures on Atlantis. And in those lectures, I try to steer away from the fringe, the woo-woo stuff, and just get down to the hard geology and ask the question, is the hard geology, is it consistent with what Plato describes? That's what we get into.
Okay. Well, we'll provide that link to that lecture.
Yeah, good. So here, this is Maurice Ewing. Here's one. I guess he was pretty much younger here. Yeah, so he was like one of the founding fathers of marine geology. Okay, so Maurice Ewing, William Don, A Theory of the Ice Ages. The data show that this fairly abrupt increase in temperature in the surface layers of the Atlantic Ocean about 11,000 years ago was the most significant temperature change of the past 60 to 80,000 years. Okay, so what now he's accessed some of the preliminary radiocarbon dates, and he sees that there is an increase, and he calls it a fairly abrupt. It's a fairly abrupt increase in temperature.
Right.
Because
he's being conservative, I assume.
Absolutely, because in 1956, uniformitarianism or strict gradualism dominated all discussion virtually, or thinking about earth change, global change, climate change, environmental change, et cetera, and anything postulating catastrophe was considered to be definitely fringe or pseudo or whatever. So what he's saying here is that there was a fairly abrupt increase in temperature in the surface layers of the Atlantic Ocean about 11,000 years ago, but they were able to determine that it was the most significant temperature change of the past 60 to 80,000 years, although similar changes occurred earlier in the Pleistocene. We suggest that the alternating warm and cold stages of Pleistocene climate are the effects of fairly abrupt alternations between warm and cold conditions of the upper layer of the Atlantic and Arctic oceans. And we're going to get into that because the ocean stratification that presumably resulted from a large influx of fresh water from the melting glaciers is potentially being repeated today by the melting glaciers. And the melting glaciers, it is claimed, would cause an interruption in the thermohaline circulation. The warm waters being carried up nearly to Scandinavia, dumping their warmth, and then densifying because cold water is heavier than warm water, and then sinking down to becoming deep water, and then that deep water circulating back to the equatorial regions where it picks up more heat in this never-ending cycle. Well, I'll say this. The amount of melting that's going on now is minuscule compared to the rates of melting that ended the last ice age and ultimately saw the elimination of something like 6 million cubic miles of glacial ice piled up on the continents that are no longer there. Okay, so then But they conclude, they have to say this. In spite of the fact of the evidence that they're looking at, they say this, and this is Maurice as a younger man here. He says, the theories of the origin of the Pleistocene glacial climate and of the glacial and interglacial stages proposed here are in complete harmony with the doctrine of uniformitarianism. No external influences or catastrophic events are required to initiate or maintain these conditions. Oh, there was a fairly abrupt changes. However, we are not willing to go.
Yeah.
We're not willing to backtrack to catastrophism. That seemed to be the perspective of virtually every geologist or founding father of geology back in the 1800s.
So, do you think he believed otherwise?
Well, at this point, he may have been having questions, but he's making it clear that what he's proposing here is not going to be in contradiction to the well-entrenched doctrine of gradualism. Right.
Right, but I'm asking you, do you think he might have personally, like,
I think,
was he pressured
yes,
into making this public statement as opposed, and personally, he might
yes,
tell his
I
friends?
do, because look, he says fairly abrupt.
Right.
So
right.
he's acknowledging that, well,
Something's
but
going on.
he's not willing to go full circle back to catastrophism.
Right.
So he's saying, well, it's fairly abrupt, but really, no external influences or catastrophic events are required. All right, this is 1956. Then we get to 57, and we're going to go into this. This is where we're going to pick up on the next episode. A very interesting paper by Carl O. Sauer, The End of the Ice Age and Its Witnesses. But I'm going to go through this quick for a second, just to 1960, and the work of Maurice Ewing and Bruce Heason. So here's Maurice again, right? He's now collaborating with Bruce Heason and Wallace Brecker, who we're going to meet because they were key players. Look at the title of this article in 1960. Evidence for an abrupt change close to in climate close to 11,000 years ago. Notice the absence of the qualifier fairly abrupt.
Yeah, exactly.
They're saying, no, unambiguously, there was evidence for an abrupt change in climate close to 11,000 years ago. Because now we've got, this is 1960. So 4 years after Ewing's previous paper, has accumulated a lot more radiocarbon data, has made it possible to refine the changes that occurred, and so this is the shift that has taken place by 1960, right? So this is where we're going to pick it up in the next episode. I hope everybody comes back and joins me, because as we move forward to this, we are getting to what to me is just the most exciting developments. And in looking at this, in effect, what kind of seeps through some of these papers about the psychology of these men and women who are making these studies and realizing that, wait a second, this is telling a much more dramatic story than we had visualized a generation ago.
You know what? A lot of people will know the difference between, or the controversy between gradualism and catastrophism, but a lot of people won't. And I realize so far in the series, we haven't really explained, like, what that is. Do you have before we end this episode, could you explain to those who are not aware of the controversy between those two camps, just exactly what that is and why? I mean, which is totally relevant to why what you're talking about right now is so important.
Well, there's uniformitarianism is a powerful tool for understanding the past. It's basically the tagline of it is the present is the key to the past. And what you do is, when you're trying to decipher archaic landscapes and you're looking prehistoric landscapes of which there is no record, the first thing you do is go, okay, is there a modern analog to that? Like, speaking of the glacial age, it was the modern analog of the Little Ice Age that helped facilitate the evolution of the eyes and the conceptual framework to understand the big ice age. Why? Well, we learned about mooring, right? We learned about terminal mooring. Well, the huge glaciers of the Great Ice Age created big, prominent moorings that had been seen and studied, from the 1700s on, right? Now, what's happening is that the Little Ice Age, the glaciers worldwide began growing at around between 1400 years ago. Several interruptions and even reversals, but they reached their maximum extent like in the early 1800s. Larger than glaciers worldwide had been for 11,000 years, right? They began to melt back. So as they begin to melt back, well, now diligent observers, the founders of geology and glaciology and so on, who were like really looking and paying attention, could see, little ice age glaciers have recessed backwards, and there's mooring, right? Like there on the northwest on the flanks of the Alps, the Swiss Alps and the Italian Alps, there is mooring, little ice age mooring, right? Now you go out beyond that another 20 miles or so, there's another mooring which is bigger, that's basically the same thing, just a larger version of it. So, look, we've seen the Little Ice Age glaciers creating this moraine, receding backwards, and now out here on the plain, 20, 30 miles from the Alpine front, where the Little Ice Age mooring is, you've got this big deposits of mooring. And not just the mooring, but all the other evidence of the presence of masses of glacial ice. They put it all together and realized, well, gosh, at one point the glaciers were even way bigger than they were during the Little Ice Age. So just as the Little Ice Age helped to evolve the eyesight and the conceptual framework to see and understand the Big Ice Age. Now, catastrophism was basically when you had the founders of geology going out, and this is William Buckland, Cuvier, Sedgwick, Rodney Murchison, Humboldt, the list goes on. They were virtually all catastrophists. They looked at the landscape unencumbered by dogma and doctrine.
And what
they saw...
What time frame was that?
Oh, we're talking early 1800s to, a few decades post-Civil War. Because what happened between the end of, say, American Civil War and the turn of the 20th century is that geology became established institutional study, right? So when geological science was being incorporated into academic curricula, what they were looking for was this framework that they could use, and the framework was drawn from the work of Charles Lyell, who was the one who basically codified and popularized the uniformitarian concept, which, however, eventually became dogma in that, here's why it became dogma. And Lyell was building upon the work of William Playfair. I think it was William Playfair, who was building on the work of James Hutton. James Hutton was in a position where he was able to see the evidence now that the world was much, much older, right? When you're looking at the belief that the world is 7,000 or 10,000 years old, whatever those landscape features are out there, they all have to be formed within that ridiculously constricted framework. Well, with the advent of the Huttonian chronological model of the Earth, it's now many, many times older. What that did is allowed geologists, incipient geologists, to go, well, now we don't have to cram everything into 10,000 years. We've got hundreds of thousands or now even millions of years to accomplish this. So, we don't need catastrophes anymore, that we can throw that out with the Bible and Noah's flood. Because now we've got a concept that everything is happening incrementally, one grain of sand, one drop of water at a time, over these huge, vast spans of time. And given enough time, yeah, one drop of water, one grain of sand is going to be able to accumulate a whole lot of geomorphic work, right? And they pretty much threw out the baby with the bathwater. And
So I cut you off before. You were just about that early group of catastrophists. You were just about to say what they saw, and then I kind of interjected a
okay,
question.
what they saw was, in their minds, evidence of processes unlike those occurring today. Right. And we'll be showing examples of that. You know, I actually, if you recall, when the new website gets launched, I've got that series already written about the history of early catastrophist geologists and what they believed and what they saw and how they interpreted it. Now, they didn't all see it eye to eye, of course.
Of course.
But post-Civil War, what happened was Lyellian
Been doing a lot of good work.
Came to dominate the discipline of geology and how it was taught in universities. And it became unscientific to invoke processes to explain things that happened in the past that we don't see happening today. That's where it became dogmatic.
Well, why? Why did they introduce this dogma and this unscientific approach to something so important?
Well, it was half scientific because the reference to today's process is very key to understanding half of the concepts of change, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm maintaining is it was only half. The other half is that, yeah, you have to look at what's going on today. When you look at a meandering river, when you look at an earthquake, when you look at a volcanic eruption, whatever it might be. You look at a forest fire, and then you see that the forest fire burns all the trees off of a slope, and now there's nothing to retain the surface runoff, and so now you have erosion that occurs that wouldn't occur if the forest was still there. And that erosion creates gullies, it creates outwash, etc. So we can observe things happening today, absolutely. And we can extrapolate from that, and it's a tremendously powerful tool. Where they went wrong, I think, is that by putting this straitjacket on the thinking and saying that anything that is explained not by reference to modern processes or rates is unscientific. Now, why did they do that? Well, I think it was part of the outcome of this, the controversies between science on the one hand and religion on the other. Because with the birth of modern science coming out of the scientific enlightenment, those gentlemen had their feet in two worlds. One world where intellectual inquiry is believed in and promoted. On another hand, where if you disagree with church doctrine, you're a heretic. Mm-hmm. And there were consequences. That was still going on in the 16 and early 1700s, right? Mm-hmm. It was still going on in the time of Kepler and Newton and Galileo and Tycho Brahe and all those guys, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's part of it, is that we want to science has got to get away from religion and the dogmas imposed by theological belief systems. And I think that was part of it. And so there was this fear that, like when Bretz came along in the early, 1920s and said, hey, there was these really gigantic floods in the Pacific Northwest, the geological establishment said, get out of here. You're trying to bring back Noah's flood. And we've dispensed with that. We've moved beyond that. We're scientific now. Well, there's a lot to say about that. Eventually, of course, Bretz was vindicated. There were really giant floods. And since then, we've discovered that all over the ancient world, there were really giant floods. Most of them seem to be centered around the interglacial transition, the period we're exactly talking about here. So that's kind of where we're at now.
Okay.
And we've still got this. We saw first when the catastrophe was invoked to explain the demise of the dinosaurs, the disappearance, extinction of the dinosaurs, it was resisted for 10 to 15 years. And the critics all said the same thing. Well, until you can shoot, you talk about an asteroid impacting the Earth and all the feedbacks and secondary consequences of that asteroid impact, right, ultimately causing the extinction of the dinosaurs. Well, where's the crater? you know, if this thing happened, shouldn't there be a big crater somewhere? Well, until you show us that crater, we're not believing you. We're going to go back to some of the older, much more longer, that the extinction didn't happen overnight. It happened over millions of years, right? Well, eventually in the early 90s, the crater was found. Throughout the 90s, it was dated, redated, and it turned out that it was exactly precisely at the Cretaceous Earth boundary, right? So eventually now virtually all scientists have accepted that the asteroid impact was real, with the implication that the extinction of the dinosaurs was very quick. It was not something that took place over millions of years. Fast forward to 2007, which is where we're headed for. What happened in 2007?
Been doing a lot of good.
The events of the Younger Dryas, it was proposed, were triggered by the impact of something from space. That's still controversial now, and there was, I believe, a very knee-jerk reaction to it, and I'll show why. I think as we move forward through the timeline and we get there, I'll show why I think that it was a knee-jerk reaction. And basically you had the gradualists who at that point controlled the narrative, because here's the difference between the dinosaur impact and an impact happening 11 or 12 or 13,000 years ago is 66 million years ago, well, no humans around. It was, you know, much more of academic interest rather than pragmatic interest to our own times. So totally different matter when you come up to the time in relatively recent human history when we modern humans lived on the Earth, and we're only going back twice the distance of the beginning of civilization. We go back to the beginning of civilization between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. The first appearances of civilization on Earth, and we go that far back again. Well, now we're right back there at the end of the Younger Dryas, basically. And all of those events that happen. Well, those events have implications for discussions of climate change that's going on right now, because all of what we're talking about now, the rapid recession of the ice that we're talking about, there's no agreement, there's no consensus on that, what actually happened. There's a lot of different ideas. Some of them have more merit than others, but there's no consensus. And yet we're being told, and we now know from precise dating, multiple cross-checking of multiple dating methodologies, that there were climate changes that happened extremely fast. And they were much greater than anything we've seen in the last couple of centuries. And they happened just, you know, at the end of the last ice age. Now, and there have also been pretty extreme changes that have occurred now we've discovered in the Holocene itself. Yet we're constantly being told, and I see this over and over again, oh, it's never happened this fast. Well, if somebody says, oh, it's never happened this fast, they have no idea what they're talking about. And there's lots of people saying into me, well, what's different here now from climate change? What's different here between man-made climate change and natural climate change? Well, oh, it's never happened this fast. Well, I'm sorry, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
That's not true.
That's not true. No, that's not true. And we're going to be exploring that in depth right here, and that's part of why we're doing this. So on that note, I think we better adjourn.
Okay.
We're trying to keep these episodes concise.
Well, that was a good discussion, just to get the context of the different camps, and to make sure that people understand the difference between gradualism, catastrophism, why it's important, what the difference is, and where we are right now. Gradualism still has a hold on our education system and on society today.
Yes, because only within the context of gradualism can you claim that there is now an anthropogenically driven climate crisis.
Right. Which is a problem. All right, we'll leave it right there.
We'll leave it right there, and we're going to pick this up in our next episode. So stick with us, and I hope you're having as much fun as we are.
I know I am.
Me too.
Hey guys, we're back, and today we got an epic video planned. We're gonna be buying 200 Subway sandwiches for the homeless.
All right, see if we can get it right this time. The following is a comprehensive list.
If you mess up these 2 side quests in Fallout 4, you can actually miss out on 4 unique legendary weapons and legendary armor as well. Starting out, most players are going to miss the legendary armor in this first side quest because they completed it in the wrong way. So here's how to not mess it up. To start this adventure, you'll need to come here on the map to the relay tower OMC 810. Now once you arrive at this tower, you can use the terminal to extend its dishes, and then you'll be able to tune into the distress signal on your Pip-Boy, and that signal will get stronger as you get closer to the location it's coming from. But to save you the time, the location it's going to direct you towards is the National Guard training yard just to the east. And when you arrive, you'll actually see a vertibird on the roof, so clearly the Brotherhood of Steel have been here. Just head on inside and take care of the ghouls, and you'll find the last remaining Knight Aslin directly opposite the entrance and on your right in this room here. You can take what remains of her combat armor, holotape, and then feast on her flesh. Take a listen to Knight Aslin's holotape for the next location of the hunt. This will then direct you to the reserve satellite array, which is very close by, just to the east of your current location. You can literally see the satellite dishes as you leave the building and then just walk over. Now this location has been overrun by super mutants, so do take care. But specifically in the northeast of the satellite relay, you're going to see a wooden shack that's suspended from one of the dishes. And you can access this by just climbing up the stairs around the tower. It's inside this shack where you're going to find the remnants of the Brotherhood scribe Faris, who also has a holotape that you can listen to along with some ammunition and of course a quick snack. So listen to his holotape, and that's then going to direct you to the next location, which is all the way back to the west in Everett Estate, located just here. Now you can initially fast travel to this location, and then when you arrive, just head east through the white picket fence play park and then up the hill and go north and then change to going northeast until you reach the ruined building, where the signal strength will increase. Now the ruined building location is an unmarked one, so it doesn't appear on the map, but it's right here where I'm standing. And it's at this ruin you're going to find Knight Varham lying on the ground dead. So loot his holotape, and it's going to describe why there's lots of other Brotherhood T60 power armors that are strewn across the floor with burnt out fusion cores. All of them are unusable, so you can't actually loot them, but we do also discover from the holotape that Paladin Brandis survived the attack, and also the password for a secret Brotherhood bunker. Now the bunker is located east from Sanctuary, just here on the northern edge of the map. It's called Recon Bunker Theater. Now make sure you stick to the roads in this area because there are quite a few enemies, and also be careful of the landmines nearby on the road as you approach it. But now we can finally open the bunker's security door with the save before you go inside, because you don't want to go into the
Paramount? Yeah, here it is. Paramount has won the bidding war for Warner Brothers. After Netflix withdrew, saying saying that the deal was no longer financially attractive. Paramount will now own the holy shit. Let me go and find it. Paramount wins. This is huge.
Story seems to have more twists and turns than an Agatha Christie novel. Just when you thought it was all over, along comes a last-minute play to completely change the game. It seemed like only yesterday I was reporting on the sale of Warner Brothers to Netflix after an intense bidding war with Paramount in a $100 billion mega deal that seemed to signal a shift in the balance of power in Hollywood.
Definitely.
The beginning of the end for both the studio system and the theatrical release model, as all the major players were slowly being gobbled up and absorbed into the streaming giants. But then Paramount took a look at the situation and decided...
Maybe so, sir. But not today.
And promptly upped their bid to a frankly ludicrous $111 billion, at which point Netflix decided, yeah, fuck that, bro, we're out. And just like that...
Man. So now Paramount's buying them out.
Paramount had pulled victory from the jaws of defeat, seeing off Netflix in an exercise of raw financial power.
They just brought in the money.
What the hell does this even mean for the future of filmmaking, theatrical releases, and the massive slate of IPs and divisions under the Warner Brothers umbrella? Because let's not mince words here, Paramount now control a pretty massive slice of the media landscape.
Yeah, look at this. They own like Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, SpongeBob, Transformers. Holy shit. This is all under one company. Oh my god.
Not just entertainment,
Mission
IPs,
Impossible,
movies and TV shows,
Mortal
but
Kombat,
news
Star
networks
Trek,
as well. What are they going to do with all this power and influence?
Oh no.
Well, to answer that question, you should probably consider the man at the top of this particular pyramid, David Ellison, the billionaire owner of Paramount Skydance and the son of Larry Ellison, the world's third richest man with a net worth of almost $250 billion.
This guy's worth 250. Damn, bro. Like, so they just went in there, put their dick on the table, and they bought out. They just bought out Warner Brothers. Holy shit. God damn. Yeah.
Fuck. Ellison started in the industry by founding Skydance Media back in 2006 with nothing more than a little elbow
TikTok
grease,
too?
some can-do
Man.
attitude, and yes, a massive infusion of money from his dads. What can I say, man? Having the world's third richest man as your father probably has a few perks.
It sure does. Yeah, lucky guy.
Anyway, fast forward a couple of decades, and David was keen to expand his business empire, and one quick and efficient way to do that was to buy out the struggling Paramount Pictures, which was the studio equivalent of a fixer-upper. It had lots of valuable IPs and networks under its control, but years of bad decisions and corporate restructures meant that it no longer had the resources and confidence to exploit them.
What a
That's
surprise.
great and all, but you might think that the FCC would have a thing or two to say about such a huge merger of corporations.
Nope.
Especially when it comes to news channels like CBS on the line.
Nope.
Not to worry though, because as it turns out, David is good pals with the man in the White House, and I
very convenient.
Kind of like to imagine the conversation played out something like this.
What do you want?
Hey Don, any chance you could lean on the FCC and get them to approve that Skydance merger for me? I sure would appreciate it, buddy.
I don't know about that, Dave. People might have questions.
Well, if you could make this happen, I'll fire everyone at CBS and replace them with people who only say nice things about you.
Consider it done.
Cheers.
It's that easy,
bro. And so approval was granted and the
Part
deal
of the
went
deal.
ahead.
Yep.
Paramount became Paramount Skydance and David set his sights on his next target, Warner Brothers. Another
Man.
studio with a shitload of potential and a ton of IPs that it's mostly too stupid or too incompetent to properly exploit. And funnily enough, another news network in need of, reconfiguring.
Wait, so CNN got bought out by these guys then? Wait a minute, so CNN is under this umbrella? Oh my god, wait. So it's Jesus Christ. DC, CNN, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, MTV, Comedy Central, Harry Potter, DC Comics, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Transformers, Mission Impossible, Star Trek, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dora the oh my god. They just bought the whole thing. Jesus. The Chud News Network. Finally.
Ahoy there.
Don, it's me again. Listen, you know how you pulled some strings at the FCC for that Paramount merger? Well, I could use your help again. I'm buying Warner Brothers this time.
I don't know if I can do this a second time, Dave.
They have CNN.
We've got a deal.
The upshot of all the
oh wow, it's easy.
This is that I wouldn't expect too many regulatory hurdles for this particular deal. And if you happen to be a big fan of CNN,
You'll be seeing a lot of changes around here.
But what, man, so CNN in 1 year has gone from just being like a terrible, like, so basically CNN has crashed out so hard. They now have basically a partnership with a gambling company, which is Kalshi. And then now they're being sold to a company. Oh, dude, it's so over.
What does it mean for the entertainment side of things, which is what we're really interested in here? Well, based on Ellison's previous work as a producer for Skydance, it's not difficult to see where his creative sensibilities lie.
Yeah.
He's very much an action guy, with a heavy lean-in towards male-driven properties with traditional heroes. And how can I put this? I don't think he's exactly a big fan of the message.
Uh-oh.
In fact, considering Paramount Plus is rapidly turning into the Taylor Sheridan network, I think it's fair to say this guy sees Middle America for what it is, a potentially huge market that's been badly neglected in recent years, mostly by people who absolutely hate them. Imagine for a moment,
That's probably true, yeah.
if there was a network that catered to their interests.
What?
Now, as you can probably surmise, the prospect of a multi-billionaire with conservative leanings merging two of the biggest...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if it, this is my outlook for it, right? Is it a good thing that there's a consolidation of all of the media companies under one group of people? No. But I'd rather it be under a group of people that I would slightly more agree with.
Studios in Hollywood together under his personal control went down about as well
there's
as
not going to be any more gay people in these movies, guys. It's over.
Expected with the usual crowds. Oh dear, it's a bit scary when you don't have an absolute stranglehold on modern culture and have to compete with
this is the reason why they get mad.
Other creatives that don't share your particular worldview, isn't it? Pass me the world's smallest violin, will you? I mean, considering Ellison owns Paramount already, his first order of business should have been to nuke Kurtzman Trek from orbit, decanonize every show they've ever sharted out into the world, and have the entire secret hideout team forcibly escorted out of the building.
That's what they should do, honestly. Like, really, like, if they shut down some of these, like, annoying woke shows, and they said, listen, guys, nope, and that was it, I honestly think that they would gain so much support, it would be insane. I don't think that people realize how much resentment there is towards that type of messaging and ideology. I think there are so many people who are just totally fucking tired of it. And honestly, I'm not just speaking for myself. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Fuck it, you can just buy out their contracts if you have to.
Just buy
it's
them
not like
out.
you're short on money. But whatever you do, just get
Infinity
those useless
money.
retards out of there. But what about Warner Brothers' other IPs like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, and the entire DCU? Well, I'd be lying if I said I was disappointed they weren't going to fall under Netflix's control. I mean, Jesus, could you even begin to imagine what a Netflix adaptation of Lord of the Rings would look like? We may just...
Dude, it's, again... We are so lucky that Lord of the Rings was made in a time before putting a political message inside of every piece of media was mandatory. We are so insanely lucky that we missed only 5 or 10 years, and that's it. And you can still go back and you can still watch those movies, and they're just as good as they were back then.
have
perfect,
dodged
yes.
the biggest bullet in entertainment history. Wouldn't get too comfortable in that Warner Brothers office if I were you, James.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm not going to pretend that this is an ideal outcome by any stretch, and I don't particularly love the idea.
It's always better for your side to win than the other side. Even though, you know, you could say your side winning isn't always the best thing.
Of independent
It's the lesser of two evils.
Studios merging together into homogenous mega corporations,
Yep.
because let's be honest, it's bad for competition and bad for creativity.
Yep.
But on the other hand, if ever there was a definitive signal that the age of identity politics and the message has come to an end in Hollywood, I think this just might be it. The great experiment that's decimated pop culture for the past decade is well and truly over. Good.
I don't know if it's over yet, but it will be over. And I think that it will truly be over when you have all of the artists and other types of creative people that get replaced by AI. Because once they get replaced totally by AI, or not totally, but like almost totally, then you're going to have studios that don't have to capitulate and deal with them at all. Because one of the big reasons why these studios have to deal with these people and why they have these messages and stories is because they have to hire people that think like this, because that's the majority of the way the education system generates them. You're wrong? No, I think that's it. It's a huge factor.
Fucking riddance. The only question now is, when can the age of rebuilding begin?
I think it already is.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
Yep.
Go away now.
No, I mean, this is a great video. I'll link it to you guys. It just came out, so make sure to give it a like and give it a watch, right? I think that's great. And 100% give him a sub. I watch Critical Drinker all the time. I think he's totally right about a lot of this stuff, and I'm happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it. And what is this here? Marco Rubio, Disney Iran. I'll look at the Iran thing with Marco Rubio, but let me focus on talking about this just for a second. Are you tired of winning yet? No, I'm not. I will be tired of winning when every single one of these shows gets canceled and you have, like, basically the way that I judge whether something is good or not is if it upsets people that I don't like. And if it upsets people that I don't like, then it's good. And if it doesn't upset them, then it's probably not that good. But the moment that all of those people start crashing out and start crying, then I think to myself, oh, wait a minute. This is amazing. I'm happy about this. Drinker's great. Yeah, absolutely. Canceled and deleted from existence. Good metric. Yeah, 100%, man. And that's it. What I feel like Netflix just fleeced Paramount with this whole process. I don't know about that. And yeah, Netflix and Disney are spiritually right wing. Netflix and Disney Plus are spiritually right wing. HBO and Apple TV are spiritually left wing. Paramount is fascist. Expert on all things fake and gay. Yeah, that's about right. Well, here we go, guys. That's amazing. I love it. Disney, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, the people that are inventing this stuff, again, if they're unhappy and they're crying and upset, it means that something good happened. Paramount's bid was backed by one of the richest people in the world, the U.S. government, numerous other foreign governments, and more. This is not Netflix's fault. Yeah, it's so funny how Paramount can keep just resubmitting bids and be told no thanks, but suddenly now there's a deadline for Netflix to make a deal, apparently. That's what happens. Yep, too bad, huh? Wow. That's sad. And make no mistake, Paramount buying Warner Brothers is not a win for the right. However, it is a win for the camp of there would have been so much worse if Netflix owned Warner Brothers. Yeah, it's better than the alternative. I think that's really the biggest difference.
Before fast food chains and processed meals filled our tables, Native American tribes across North America had perfected cooking techniques that sustained entire civilizations for thousands of years. These recipes weren't just food, they were medicine, culture, and survival, all wrapped into one. 25 Native American dinners you'll wish you knew sooner takes you on a journey through flavors that have been forgotten by most Americans, yet offer nutrition and taste that puts modern cooking to shame. Wojapi. This sacred berry sauce holds the title as one of the most important foods in Lakota culture. Wojapi isn't just a sauce, it's liquid tradition passed down through generations of Native mothers and grandmothers. The word itself means pudding in Lakota, but calling it pudding doesn't do justice to its deep cultural meaning. Making Wojapi requires patience and respect for the ingredients. You start with whatever berries nature provides. Chokecherries, blueberries, or strawberries work best. The berries get crushed and mixed with water, then slowly cooked until they release their natural sugars. Some tribes add a touch of honey or maple syrup, but traditional wojapi relies on the fruit's own sweetness. The magic happens during the slow cooking process. As the berries break down, they create a thick, rich sauce that coats the back of a spoon. This isn't meant to be eaten alone. Wojapi serves as a companion to fry bread, wild game, or even modern dishes like pancakes. The Lakota people consider wojapi essential for ceremonies and gatherings where sharing food strengthens community bonds. Pemmican. If Native Americans had invented protein bars, pemmican would be their masterpiece. This concentrated food could keep warriors and hunters alive for months on the trail. The name comes from the Cree word pimihkan, which means manufactured grease, though that description hardly captures its importance. Creating pemmican starts with lean meat, usually buffalo, deer, or elk. The meat gets cut into thin strips and dried over low fires until it becomes completely dehydrated. Then comes the grinding process, where the dried meat gets pounded into powder using stones. This powder gets mixed with rendered fat and often berries like cranberries or chokecherries for extra nutrition and flavor. The finished product looks like dense, dark bars that could survive years without refrigeration. One small piece of pemmican could sustain a person for an entire day of hard travel. Modern hikers and athletes have rediscovered pemmican because it delivers complete nutrition in a compact form. The fat provides steady energy, the protein builds muscle, and the berries add vitamins that prevent scurvy and other diseases. Tanka bars. Tanka bars represent the modern evolution of pemmican, created by Native American entrepreneur Mark Tilson. These bars combine traditional buffalo meat with cranberries and natural seasonings, bringing ancient nutrition into the modern world. The name Tanka means great or large in Lakota, reflecting the big impact these small bars have on both nutrition and Native American economic development. Unlike mass-produced energy bars filled with artificial ingredients, Tanka bars stick to the original pemmican recipe principles. Buffalo meat provides the protein base, while cranberries add natural sweetness and antioxidants. The bars contain no preservatives, yet they stay fresh for months because the traditional drying and fat rendering process naturally prevents spoilage. What makes Tanka bars special goes beyond nutrition. They represent economic sovereignty for Native American communities. The buffalo meat comes from Native-owned ranches, and the profits support tribal economic development. When you eat a Tanka bar, you're not just getting healthy food, you're supporting Native American communities working to rebuild their traditional food systems while creating modern businesses. Three Sisters Stew. The Three Sisters aren't relatives. They're corn, beans, and squash, the foundation of Native American agriculture for over 1,000 years. These three crops grew together in the same fields, each one helping the others survive and thrive. The corn provided stalks for beans to climb. The beans fixed nitrogen in the soil to feed the corn and squash, and the squash leaves shaded the soil to retain moisture. Making Three Sisters Stew celebrates this agricultural partnership in one pot. You start by cooking dried beans until they're tender. This takes the longest time, so start them first. Fresh or dried corn kernels go in next, followed by chunks of winter squash like butternut or acorn squash. Some tribes add wild game like venison or rabbit, while others keep it completely plant-based. The magic of Three Sisters Stew lies in its complete nutrition. Corn and beans together provide all the amino acids humans need for protein, while squash adds vitamins A and C, plus healthy carbohydrates. Native American communities lived on variations of this stew throughout the harsh winter months, proving that plant-based eating could sustain entire civilizations long before modern vegetarianism became trendy. Acorn bread. Acorns covered the ground every fall like nature's own grocery store, and Native American tribes across North America knew how to turn these bitter nuts into sweet, nutritious bread. The process requires patience and knowledge passed down through generations, because raw acorns contain tannins that make them inedible without proper preparation. The first step involves cracking open the acorns and grinding them into meal using stones. This acorn meal tastes incredibly bitter due to the tannins, so it needs to be leached with water. Traditional methods involve placing the meal in baskets and pouring water through it repeatedly until the bitter taste disappeared. Some tribes buried the meal in stream beds, letting running water do the work over several days. Once the tannins are removed, the acorn meal becomes sweet and nutty. It gets mixed with water to form dough, then shaped into flat cakes and cooked on hot stones or in earth ovens. The finished bread has a dense texture and rich flavor that's completely different from wheat bread. Acorn bread provided essential calories and nutrients during winter months when other food sources became scarce. Blue corn mush. Blue corn holds sacred meaning for many southwestern tribes, particularly the Hopi and Navajo people. This ancient variety of corn produces kernels in deep purple-blue color, packed with antioxidants that give regular corn its nutritional superiority. Blue corn mush served as a daily staple, providing steady energy for hard work in harsh desert conditions. Preparing blue corn mush starts with grinding dried blue corn kernels into fine meal using traditional stone metates. The grinding process takes considerable effort, but it creates meal with the perfect texture for making mush. Some families still own metates passed down through generations, their volcanic stone surfaces seasoned by decades of use. The ground blue corn meal gets slowly cooked with water, stirring constantly to prevent lumps from forming. As it cooks, the mush develops a beautiful lavender color and nutty flavor that's richer than regular cornmeal. Many tribes eat blue corn mush for breakfast, often adding wild honey or berries for sweetness. The high protein content and complex carbohydrates provide sustained energy that keeps people satisfied for hours without the blood sugar spikes of modern processed cereals. Wild rice and cranberry pilaf. Wild rice isn't actually rice. It's a grass seed that grows in the shallow lakes of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and southern Canada. The Ojibwe people call it manuman, which means good berry, and they've harvested it using traditional canoes and wooden poles for over 1,000 years. This sacred food holds such importance that the Ojibwe have prophecies about following the food that grows on water to their promised land. Harvesting wild rice requires skill and respect for the plant. Families paddle wooden canoes into rice beds during the late summer, using carved poles to bend the rice stalks over the canoe while knocking the ripe seeds into the boat with wooden paddles. The seeds get parched over fires, then winnowed to remove the hulls, creating the dark, nutty grains we know as wild rice. Cooking wild rice and cranberry pilaf combines the earthy flavor of manuman with the tartness of cranberries, another traditional food source. The rice gets simmered slowly until the grains split open and become tender, then mixed with dried cranberries, wild onions, and sometimes nuts like hazelnuts or walnuts. This dish provides complete nutrition with protein, complex carbohydrates, antioxidants, and healthy fats all in one bowl. Buffalo roast with juniper berries. Buffalo once covered the Great Plains in herds so massive they darkened the horizon for days as they passed. Plains tribes like the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Crow built their entire way of life around these magnificent animals, using every part from the meat to the hide to the bones. Buffalo roast with juniper berries represents the pinnacle of Plains Indian cooking, combining the rich flavor of grass-fed buffalo with the piney taste of wild juniper. Preparing this dish starts with selecting a good roast from the buffalo shoulder or hindquarter. The meat gets rubbed with crushed juniper berries, which grow wild across the western United States. These berries aren't actually berries, they're the female cones of juniper trees, and they taste like a cross between gin and pine needles with a slightly bitter finish. The seasoned roast gets cooked slowly over low coals, often in earth ovens lined with hot stones. The long, slow cooking process breaks down the tough fibers in buffalo meat, making it tender enough to cut with a wooden knife. The juniper berries infuse the meat with a unique flavor that's completely different from any modern seasoning. This wasn't just food, it was medicine, as juniper berries help with digestion and have natural antiseptic properties. Bison bone broth. Long before bone broth became a trendy health food, Native American tribes were simmering bison bones for days to extract every bit of nutrition from these massive animals. Bison bone broth provided essential nutrients during harsh winters when fresh food became scarce. The cooking process extracted collagen, minerals, and marrow from the bones, creating a rich, healing broth that could sustain entire families. Making traditional bison bone broth requires patience and planning. Large leg bones and knuckle bones get cracked open to expose the marrow, then placed in skin-lined pits with hot stones and water. The cooking process takes 24 to 48 hours, with fresh hot stones added regularly to maintain the simmering temperature. Some tribes added wild vegetables like prairie turnips or lamb's quarters for extra nutrition and flavor. The finished broth has a rich golden color and gelatin-like consistency when it cools. This natural gelatin helps heal gut problems and joint pain, while the minerals strengthen bones and teeth. Modern research has confirmed what Native Americans knew instinctively. Bone broth provides nutrients that are almost impossible to get from other sources, including glycine, proline, and hydroxyproline that support healthy skin, hair, and nails. Bear fat fry bread. Fry bread carries complicated emotions in Native American communities. While it represents survival and adaptability, it also reminds people of government commodities and forced changes to traditional diets. Bear fat fry bread connects to older traditions when native hunters rendered fat from bears, elk, and buffalo to create cooking oil that could last for months without refrigeration. Bear fat has unique properties that make it perfect for frying. It has a high smoke point, so it doesn't burn easily, and it adds a rich, nutty flavor to whatever gets cooked in it. Rendering bear fat requires cutting the fat into small pieces and slowly heating it until the pure oil separates from the solid pieces. The rendered fat gets stored in hide containers or modern jars, staying fresh for months. The fry bread dough itself is simple. Just flour, salt, baking powder, and water mixed into a soft dough. Small pieces get stretched thin and dropped into hot bear fat, where they puff up into golden circles with crispy edges and soft centers. Traditional fry bread was smaller and denser than modern versions, designed to provide maximum calories with minimal ingredients. Eaten with wojapi, honey, or meat, bear fat fry bread provided essential calories during long hunts or harsh weather. Corn husk wrapped tamales. Southwestern tribes perfected the art of making tamales centuries before Spanish colonizers arrived in the Americas. These corn husk-wrapped packages combined ground corn with meat, beans, or vegetables, then steamed to perfection in earth ovens or large pottery vessels. The corn husks served as both cooking vessel and serving plate, making tamales the ultimate portable food. Traditional tamale making starts with preparing masa from dried corn kernels. The corn gets soaked in ash water or lime water to remove the hulls, then ground into smooth dough on stone metates. This process, called nixtamalization, makes the corn easier to digest and increases its nutritional value by freeing up niacin and adding calcium from the ash or lime. The masa gets spread on softened corn husk, then filled with various ingredients depending on what's available. Rabbit, deer, or turkey meat mixed with wild chilies and herbs makes a popular filling, while beans mashed with sunflower seeds create a protein-rich vegetarian option. The filled husks get tied shut and steamed for hours until the masa becomes firm and the flavors meld together. Opening a hot tamale releases an aroma that connects modern eaters to thousands of years of Native American cooking traditions. Hominy stew. Hominy represents one of humanity's greatest food innovations, though most people don't realize its importance. The process of treating corn with alkali solutions to create hominy makes the grain more nutritious and easier to digest, preventing diseases like pellagra that plagued populations who ate untreated corn. Native American tribes developed this technique independently, calling the processed corn by various names, including nixtamal and hominy. Creating hominy starts with dried field corn kernels and wood ash from specific trees like hickory or oak. The ash gets mixed with water to create lye, which is then heated with the corn kernels until the tough outer hulls loosen and can be rubbed off. What remains are plump white kernels with a distinctive chewy texture and nutty flavor that's completely different from regular corn. Hominy stew combines these processed corn kernels with meat, usually venison or rabbit, and whatever vegetables are in season. Wild onions, sunflower seeds, and berries often find their way into the pot, creating a hearty one-dish meal that could feed large groups. The stew gets cooked slowly over low fires, allowing the flavors to develop and the hominy to become tender. This wasn't just sustenance, it was complete nutrition that could sustain people through the hardest times. Nettle soup. Stinging nettles grow wild across North America, and while most people consider them weeds to be avoided, Native American tribes recognize them as powerful food and medicine. Young nettle leaves, harvested before the plants flower, provide more protein than spinach, along with high levels of iron, calcium, and vitamins A and C. Nettle soup served as an important spring tonic, helping people recover from winter's limited diet. Harvesting nettles requires thick gloves and careful handling to avoid the stinging hairs that give the plant its name. The best leaves come from young plants in early spring when they're tender and haven't developed their full stinging power. Once cooked, the stinging properties disappear completely, leaving behind nutritious greens with a flavor similar to spinach, but with more depth and complexity. Traditional nettle soup starts with a base of water or bone broth, to which the clean nettle leaves are added, along with wild onions, prairie turnips, or other available vegetables. Some tribes added meat for extra protein, while others kept the soup purely plant-based. The finished soup has a beautiful green color and earthy flavor that speaks to the connection between indigenous people and the land that sustained them. Cedar tea. Cedar tea doesn't actually come from cedar trees. It's made from various evergreen trees, including white pine, hemlock, and juniper, that Native Americans called cedar because of their similar properties. This aromatic tea provided essential vitamin C during winter months, when fresh fruits and vegetables weren't available, preventing scurvy and other nutritional diseases that affected many early European explorers. Different tribes used different trees for their cedar tea, but the preparation method remained similar across cultures. Fresh or dried needles get steeped in hot water for several minutes, creating a tea with a piney, slightly bitter flavor. The tea contains not only vitamin C, but also antimicrobial compounds that help fight infections and respiratory problems common during cold weather. Drinking cedar tea connects people to the forest in a direct, intimate way. Each sip carries the essence of ancient trees that have weathered countless seasons. Many Native Americans consider cedar tea sacred, using it in ceremonies and healing rituals, as well as daily nutrition. The tea varies in strength and flavor depending on which tree species is used and what time of year the needles are harvested, with spring growth offering the mildest flavor. Sumac lemonade. Staghorn sumac grows wild across much of North America, producing clusters of red berries that look dangerous but actually make a refreshing drink that tastes remarkably like lemonade. Native American tribes discovered that these berries, when soaked in cold water, release a tart, citrusy flavor perfect for hot summer days. Unlike many wild foods, sumac berries can be eaten raw or made into drinks without any special preparation. Making sumac lemonade requires identifying the right type of sumac. Staghorn sumac has fuzzy red berry clusters, while poison sumac has white berries and should be avoided completely. The red berries get soaked in cold water for several hours, then strained through basketry or cloth to remove the seeds and fuzzy coating. The resulting liquid has a beautiful pink color and tangy flavor that's refreshing without being overpowering. This traditional drink provides vitamin C and antioxidants while offering a natural alternative to modern sodas and juices. Many tribes served sumac lemonade at gatherings and ceremonies where its festive color and unique flavor marked special occasions. The berries can be dried and stored for winter use, providing a taste of summer during the coldest months when fresh flavors become precious memories. Cholla buds with agave syrup. The Sonoran Desert might look barren to outsiders, but desert tribes like the Tohono O'odham knew it as a vast grocery store filled with nutritious foods. Cholla buds, the flower buds of prickly pear cactus, provided important nutrition during late spring when other food sources ran low. These spiny buds required careful harvesting and preparation, but they offered protein, calcium, and complex carbohydrates that sustained desert communities. Harvesting cholla buds takes skill and the right tools. Using long wooden tongs, collectors knock the buds from tall cactus plants before the flowers open. The buds are covered in sharp spines that must be removed by rolling them in sand or burning them off over fires. Once cleaned, the buds get roasted in earth ovens lined with hot stones, cooking for hours until they become tender and sweet. Agave syrup, made from the hearts of century plants, provides the perfect complement to roasted cholla buds. The agave hearts get roasted for days in underground ovens, breaking down complex carbohydrates into simple sugars that taste like dark honey. When cholla buds are served with agave syrup, the combination creates a dessert that's completely natural yet satisfying enough to end any meal. This pairing shows how desert peoples found sweetness and sustenance in one of North America's harshest environments. Prickly pear cactus jam. Prickly pear cacti produce beautiful fruits called tunas that range in color from deep red to bright yellow. These fruits provided essential vitamins and natural sugars for southwestern tribes, who developed techniques for harvesting and processing them despite their protective covering of tiny spines called glochids. Prickly pear jam concentrates the fruit's nutrition while preserving it for months without refrigeration. Harvesting prickly pear fruits requires thick gloves and careful handling. The fruits are twisted off the cactus pads when they're fully ripe, indicated by their deep color and slight softness. The glochids get removed by rolling the fruits in sand, scraping them with sticks, or singing them off over fires. Once cleaned, the fruits reveal sweet, seedy flesh that ranges from white to deep magenta, depending on the variety. Making prickly pear jam involves crushing the fruits and cooking them slowly until the liquid reduces and thickens. Traditional methods relied on the fruit's natural pectin for thickening, though some tribes added ground chia seeds or other natural thickeners. The finished jam has an intense, sweet flavor with floral notes that's unlike any other fruit. This jam provided concentrated nutrition during winter months and served as a special treat for ceremonies and gatherings. Pine nut soup. Pine nuts, also called piñon nuts, grow on specific pine trees found across the American Southwest. These protein-rich nuts mature only every few years, making good piñon years cause for celebration among tribes like the Paiute, Shoshone, and Navajo. Pine nut soup represented the ultimate comfort food, combining the rich, buttery nuts with warming broth to create a dish that satisfied both hunger and the soul. Harvesting pine nuts requires timing and patience. The cones must be gathered just as they begin to open, but before the nuts fall out naturally. Families would travel to traditional gathering areas, often camping for weeks while collecting enough nuts to last through winter. The cones get roasted over fires to open them fully. Then the nuts are extracted by hand, a time-consuming process that brought families together in shared work. Pine nut soup starts with grinding the nuts into meal, which then gets cooked with water or broth until it forms a creamy consistency. Some versions include wild vegetables or meat, while others rely purely on the nuts for nutrition and flavor. The finished soup has a rich, nutty taste and creamy texture that's deeply satisfying. Pine nuts are one of the few plant foods that provide complete protein, making this soup an excellent source of nutrition for people following traditional diets. Smoked eel. Rivers and streams across North America once teemed with eels, providing reliable protein for tribes living near waterways. These snake-like fish could be caught using traditional trap made from woven baskets or spears wielded by skilled fishermen. Smoking the eels preserved them for months while concentrating their rich, oily flavor into something truly special. Catching eels required understanding their habits and seasonal movements. These fish are most active at night and during rainy weather, when they move through shallow water in search of food. Traditional eel traps took advantage of this behavior, funneling the fish into basket-like containers where they couldn't escape. Spearing eels required quick reflexes and intimate knowledge of where they liked to hide during daylight hours. The smoking process transforms fresh eel into a completely different food. The cleaned eels get hung on wooden racks over slow-burning fires, often using specific woods like alder or oak that impart particular flavors. The smoking takes days, slowly dehydrating the fish while infusing them with smoke. The finished product has a deep, rich flavor that's both fishy and smoky, with a texture that's firm yet tender. Smoked eel provided essential omega-3 fatty acids and complete protein that kept people healthy throughout long winters. Chokecherry patties. Chokecherries grow wild across much of North America, producing small, dark fruits that are incredibly astringent when eaten fresh, but become sweet and flavorful when properly processed. Plains tribes like the Lakota and Cheyenne relied heavily on chokecherries, which they processed into patties that could be stored for years without spoiling. These fruit leather-like patties provided concentrated nutrition and natural sweetness during the hardest times. Processing chokecherries requires patience and knowledge passed down through generations. The berries get mashed, pits and all, then spread on hides or woven mats to dry in the sun. As they dry, the fruit forms a leather-like sheet that can be rolled up and stored. The pits add a subtle almond flavor to the finished product while providing additional nutrients. Traditional chokecherry patties are much more concentrated than modern fruit leather. They're dense, chewy, and intensely flavored, designed to provide maximum nutrition in the smallest possible package. A small piece could satisfy hunger and provide energy for hours of hard work. Many tribes considered chokecherry patties essential travel food, carrying them on long journeys where fresh food wasn't available. Hopi Peaky bread. Peaky bread represents one of the most technically challenging foods in Native American cuisine. Made by the Hopi people of northeastern Arizona, this paper-thin bread requires years of practice to master and holds deep ceremonial significance in Hopi culture. The bread is so thin it's almost transparent, yet it maintains enough structure to be rolled into tight cylinders that can be stored for months. Making Peaky bread starts with blue cornmeal that's been ground to an almost powder-like consistency. This meal gets mixed with water and a small amount of ash from 4 o'clock plants, which serves as a leavening agent. The batter must be exactly the right consistency, thin enough to spread in an almost transparent layer, yet thick enough to hold together when cooked. The cooking process requires a special smooth stone that's been polished to mirror-like perfection. This stone gets heated over a fire until it reaches the exact right temperature, then the batter gets spread across it using a special tool. Within seconds, the batter sets into a thin sheet that can be peeled off and rolled while still warm. Master Peaky bread makers can create sheets so thin that text can be read through them, yet strong enough to maintain their shape for months. Cattail pollen cakes. Cattails grow in wetlands across North America, providing multiple food sources from their roots to their shoots to their pollen. The golden pollen that covers cattail flower spikes in early summer can be collected and used to make cakes with a unique flavor and bright yellow color. This pollen is incredibly nutritious, containing protein, vitamins, and minerals that made it a valuable addition to traditional diets. Collecting cattail pollen requires timing and the right technique. The pollen is ready when the flower spikes turn bright yellow and release clouds of golden dust when shaken. Collectors bend the cattail heads into baskets or bags, then shake them vigorously to release the pollen. A good day of collecting can yield several pounds of pollen from a healthy cattail marsh. Cattail pollen cakes combine the collected pollen with ground cornmeal or other flours, along with water and sometimes eggs or fat to bind everything together. The mixture gets formed into small cakes and cooked on hot stones or in earth ovens. The finished cakes have a bright yellow color and a slightly nutty floral flavor that's unlike anything else. These cakes provided concentrated nutrition and served as special treats during gatherings and ceremonies.
These are the Cajun Candy hamburgers that won on Guy's Grocery Games. Let's get it, dude. That's right, you heard me in the intro. Guy's Grocery Game winner. Season 41, episode Dusky. Go check that out on the Food Network. Your boy was throwing down and got the W. And this is what we're going to recreate. Everybody been DMing me. Show me the winning burger and the Cajun Candy. We're starting on the burger first. I don't know why people get all butthurt about eggs and ground meat. It just helps it stick together. Now, I'm not doing this exactly like I did on Guys because I got time. And I got all the ingredients I need. So let's make the best burger, Cajun Candy. We can. Check this out right here. Meat glitter. Fire, dude. Look at that. Let me put a little bit right here so you can see it. Oh, boy. done grease my board up right there. I don't want them burgers to stick. And I'm going heavy with this. And I thought I went heavy on the game, and they dinged me, and they said, needed more salt. Damn! That's the first time in my life I've ever heard somebody says, mine needs more salt. Check that out. And I came out with this for the restaurant, La Pointe, Summit, Mississippi. That goes on our steaks. I'm going on with a little bit two-step fire, just to give it a little bit spice. Get your little dirty hand in there. I want to do this first. I want to get the patties made, and I want to get them in the ice box. So let's go with it. Beautiful, beautiful, high quality, fatty. Ooh, you heard that? Fatty ground meat. Because I want a juicy burger. Oh, yeah. Let's make them big old patties. And people always give me hate because my burgers are so big. If your bun is bigger than your burgers, then you ain't got none. You can do side bends or sit-ups, but please don't lose that butt. Cosmo says you're fat. They got Ozempics for that. Check that out, dude. Sir Mix-a-Lot, boy, who grew up with that? My posse's on Broadway. My posse's on Broadway. Yeah. Y'all know when I grew up right there, boy. I do not want to take a bite of a burger and get nut skin with bun, dude. Look at it right there. That's a meatloaf! You call it what you want, dude. I call it a Grocery Games winner. Chicken dinner. We're going to get these made. I'm going to get them in the ice box, let them cool down. That'll help them stick together better when they hit that old hot lump charcoal. Oh, yeah. You're going to indulge in a burger. Eat a burger, dude. We're getting good grip from the Gatorback tire. The Alpine's bumping, but I need the volume louder. We got the hamburgers, Max and Relax in the icebox. We're working on that Cajun candy. It all starts with butter. I need more butter, couillon. What? Put that on our cracker, dude. We got our butter melting down. We got some habaneros, some jalapenos. But this way you could deviate. If you don't like it hot, use banana peppers. Use whatever peppers you want, or you can go hotter. Seeds, everything go in here. Just like that. Get it in there. Get that out of the way. Boom. Jalapenos. You know what they ding me on too? Everything I cut wasn't the same size. Yeah, because I'm a freaking connasse, dude. We don't cut nothing the same size, boy. But it was fun. I'm glad the opportunity came at hand. Get that in there. You get the picture. Brown sugar. Stale crackers. Homegrown honey right there. Right out the backyard. Keep cutting them peppers up, dude. And this is one thing you could put in the refrigerator. Snack on it. There's so many things you could put this Cajun candy on. Unbelievable. You make some tacos, hamburgers. Put that on a salad, dude. Oh, you know what's good on a salad? The freaking meat glitter. Go figure, dude. Slicing, dicing. Outdoor edge. Boom, 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 boom. Get it in there. Check that out, dude. Check it out. We're going to cut all them peppers up, but you get the idea. Just gonna smother that down like that. But I am throwing in, I didn't do it on Guy's Grocery Game, I didn't have time, some onions. Love some good old hot, sweet onions. Let me get my little cut right here. Like that, get them in there. Boom. We're gonna get them all soft, ready to rock cock. What? Let's see. Just like that. A little more fire. You gonna light? Oh, she lit. Can't hear shit. Let's get it. Check how pretty that is. Red pepper flake. About that much right there. Now, at this point, you can use the whiskey you like. This is honey infused right here. And we got fire, dude. Look at that. What? That'll get you going on a cool day. all that alchemy y'all off, dude. Man, dude, you know you're fat when you think charcoal looks good. Look at that right there. Just got a shipment in. Check it out, dude. Big shout out. Jealous. What outdoor is looking? What we got here? Oh, yeah, baby. Straight from the Home Depot. Beautiful. All charcoal ain't the same. Comment below if you ever used the Jealous Javel. Check this out. Look at that right there. These burgers are gonna be money, dude. Whoa! You hear a lot of noise in the background. We're getting ready for the Cajun Two-Step Festival, April 18th. Look it up, dude. But I love my Mr. Outdoors cookout right here. Been running this for a long time. Check that out. Moves around, goes up and down. Got spots for your utensils. Check that out, dude. So you can get off the heat, get your beautiful burgers on there. Look at that like that. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that's a mamma jamma right there. I'm gonna try to do medium rare, but you know when you're filming, things happen that, so now look, you can lower it down. Then you can throw down, dude. And while we wait for these burgers to marinate, we hydrate. We got fire! Look how pretty, I can smell that already. Flame kiss, and I ain't talking about Burger King. What? Gets too hot, keep cranking the skank, dude. Look at that right there. That thing's perfect for the camp. Money, dude. Comment below if you think multiple flipping your burger makes a difference. They say, you keep flipping your burgers, you're losing all the juice. Look at that right there, dude. Look at that right there. Oh my goodness. Shut. T-ball. Freaking money, dude. I'm getting like ready to tear a burger's ass up. I don't know if I can say that, you know what I mean? Going down. Look at that. Gets a little hot. Put it off of there like that. Got your little warming tray if you want to put your bread on there, dude. I like it. I like it. Tell you what, let's flame kiss them on the burgers. This is gonna be mine right there. What? I said, born on me. Check this out. As the smaller ones cook, you get that like little warming tray right there, dude. Check that out. Whew. Get that like that. Let it keep dripping. But while you got that like that, dude, you gotta get your bun. A little butter on your bun, butter on your bun, butter on your bun. Ooh. Nice. Do a couple buns. I'm slinging butter. Grandpa always said better to sling butter than sling crack rock. They're done, dude. We just gotta melt the cheese. And I know I'm gonna get some hate on the cheese I use, but there's nothing better than good, straight, I call it commodity cheese, dude. Oh, you need to use fancy feta. It's green, it's rotten. No, I don't want that, dude. Like that. Heat that out of the way. A couple little pans like that. Right there. Scoot over. Ay. What? I got one more. Melt the cheese, baby. Get a little hot. We're getting a little hot. Crank the skank. Literally cranking the skank, dude. Woo. How much fun can you have cooking a freaking homemade hamburger for the win? The juices are loosened. Let's pull them, dude. What? Look at that right there, dude. Look at that one. Oh, don't go nowhere. Right here, let's yeek another one. Maybe I should yeek them so hard. Watch your feet, dude. Melted cheese for the win. Look at that. Let's see about this one. Oh, yeah. Freaking dude. Hot! Get that bread back on. Meet me inside the Buskio. We're going to build the ultimate Guy's Grocery Game winning spicy bacon cheeseburger. Let's build this winning burger, dude. Money dip. Come out of there. What? Both buns. Boom. 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 Gonna give you some man-ass to go with them fatty burgers, dude. Get it like that. I thought that was a hair pick getting y'all. Check that out, dude. Going on with Big Sloppy. Look how that filled that patty out real good. Real good. Look at that right there. Going in. Bacon. A lot of bacon. Like that. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah. I'm going back to the day it happened. Like that. With my tongue, with my tongue, with my tongue. I don't even know where I'm going with this. Right here on top of that, like that. Right there on top of that, like that. I'm going to get some of that juices, too. Like that. Slam it. Oh, you heard that bacon going. That's the winner. Guy's Grocery Game. Flavor Town. Let's get it, dude. The show ain't done till we give them a little run. Let me see if I can even cut one of these juicy Lucy's. Look at that right there. Coming at you, dude. Give it a run. Look at that. Oh, them burgers ain't. Them burgers ain't. Them burgers ain't. I see why I won. That's money right there. Literally. Morning. I'm speechless. I didn't want to say sausage bone. It's better than sausage bone. That's fire, dude.
You're telling me for 40 years all I had to do was put a little water on it? Ain't no way.
Put your bacon in a pan. Add water. Just enough to cover the bacon. It makes the bacon crispier and it doesn't splatter.
You cook it on the stove, spatters everywhere, spatters all over your clothes, burns you. And apparently, if you take a skillet, put your bacon in, put water in it, no spatter. That's going to be awesome. Let's try it. This is, I think this is thin sliced. This is driving me crazy. I mean, seriously. This is the thinnest bacon I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know. Look how thin this is. I wouldn't recommend this bacon. But you pour water in there till it's slightly covered. Turn it on. Wipe this down. No spatter on here now. It says the perfect cut. Lies. Look at this. Kentucky Legend. Made in Indiana. A perfect balance between thick and regular cut. That's the thinnest. That's like when you go to the store and say you want shaved ham. Wow. All right, we still ain't spattering all over the place. It's popping. It's spitting. There's stuff on the stove. I just got hit in the arm. Now, it took a while for it to spatter. But it's spattering. spatter everywhere. But what does thin sliced water bacon, Kentucky bacon, made in Indiana, taste like? Here we go. Is it crispy? Still tastes good. Tastes like bacon. But it still spatters.
So this is the thing people are saying is like Jim Carrey got like, what the fuck is this? So this is supposed to be Jim Carrey?
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. I really took on a pretty big challenge trying to do my speech in French. So, you know, I wrote it and I researched it and I practiced it like crazy. But, you know, it's, then I watched everybody like talking 1,000 miles an hour up there receiving their awards. And I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes and I was like a novice, but I felt a lot of love and I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried, and what I said was true, and I really wanted to recognize my family. I wanted to recognize my dad.
So they say this is Jim Carrey?
My dad was the type
This
of
is
person
supposed to
that
be
if
Jim
you met
Carrey.
him for 5 minutes, you felt like you knew him for 50 years. You know?
The voice is
Can't
totally
talk
off.
about him without getting emotional. Oh, loved it. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And having Michelle, you know, Camille
Look at his eye color compared to the
was
imposter.
also amazing.
So everybody
And,
thinks this is
it
a
was
fake
just a
Jim
brilliant
Carrey.
evening, you know, really brilliant.
Shit.
Evening. Oh my gosh.
They're
Walter
doing
Mulligan
this?
was off the hook. I mean, I can't believe he committed to doing all that. I was really, is this about someone else? My favorite funny face is the one I'm wearing right now.
Thank you so much, Jim.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, there's no way, right? Like, what is this? I mean, this looks like bullshit, honestly. Like, trying to make Jim Carrey one of the worst psyops in the world. Jim's scary. Jim Carrey's full speech? Okay, so he couldn't say anything. I don't know, man. Like, everybody thinks that this guy, it's like a fake, he had it figured out. Like, what the fuck? What a difference 8 years makes. I mean, yeah, people get older. I mean, that's kind of what happens. I don't know what to think about this. What the fuck? The lizard people got him. I mean, he did talk a lot about... Because this is... The thing is, like, this is the way I imagine Jim Carrey to look. And, like, the cheeks are different. Like, I don't know. The face seems like more, like, swollen, I guess. Yeah, this is Jim Carrey. This is, like... Who the fuck is this guy? I don't know what the hell happened. Like, the Botox needs to settle? Yeah, I think that's probably it, too. That, like, you know, I'm assuming that, you know, whenever you get plastic surgery or something like that, at the beginning you look weird. It's kind of like people have shown me, like, hair transplants or something. And then after time, it kind of settles and you look normal after that. So that's what it could be. It doesn't look or behave like Jim Carrey. Like, because you look at his eyebrows, too, and that's usually where they put, I think, Botox in, I'm pretty sure. Like, look at this.
Did you notice Jim Carrey's blue eyes? Nobody realized that the person accepting the award at the 51st César Awards was actually Jim Carrey's body double. First, Jim Carrey's eyes have always been a deep brown, especially during The Mask and The Truman Show era. Those eyes carried a signature brown glow, lively and full of vitality. However, the person receiving the award had blue eyes, appearing almost unnaturally transparent under the bright stage lights. Second, anyone familiar with Jim Carrey knows that in recent years, he has gradually distanced himself from mainstream Hollywood social events guess. And has publicly expressed his detachment from fame and celebrity culture. In contrast, the award recipient was very outgoing on stage, interacting frequently with the media and using exaggerated gestures, completely inconsistent with Jim Carrey's low-key personality. Finally, his classic movements and expressions seemed deliberately stiff. At the ceremony, he occasionally made familiar funny faces and exaggerated gestures, but these seemed like intentional imitations of Jim Carrey remembered from memory, lacking natural humor. Both the gestures and facial
I know what he's talking about.
Expressions carried a trace of mechanical precision, like a trained stand-in performing Jim Carrey. Do you think the person accepting the award at the César Awards was really Jim Carrey?
There's no way this is real, right? Like, this is Jim Carrey the clone? Jesus, it's so loud. There's no way. It's weird. I mean, we deserve better psyops. Oh my fucking God. I don't even know what to say. It's called, I feel like he probably just got plastic surgery, right? I mean, like, there's no way this is real. I mean, that's crazy if this is real. You don't see it at all? I don't know about that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not it. I mean, I have no idea. That's him? Like, his eyes. Stop cloning it. Look. Oh. Where does it say? Like, this is how bad I am at spelling. What is it here? Okay. Yeah, it wasn't there and I got confused. Okay. Holy fuck. My brain doesn't organize words. No, I'm serious. Like, it's crazy. Bro, like, yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, I have no memory of the way letters are. Okay, this is it. This Jim Carrey shit has me bugging. Oh my God. What? Holy fuck, man. Like, I don't even know what to say. This is insane. Like, are you a clone too? I guess I am a clone. Like, this is, yeah, the blue eyes. I mean, I don't know about being blue eyes or anything like that. I got no idea. Dyslexia maxing? I just don't organize words. My brain does not organize words. Jim Carrey celebrating his 60-second photo with, I mean, like, that doesn't really look that, I mean, he looks kind of the same as he does there. I mean, I feel like, okay, so does he look... Oh, man. That's crazy. That's insane. The hairline, maybe? I think it could just be a surgery or something. I'd give it a little bit longer and see what happens. There's no chance. I mean, I don't think that looks that much different. I really don't. But there is something that, like, is very... I think it's his eyebrow, is his brow ridge or something like that is what makes him look different. What about his teeth? I feel like the teeth look pretty much about the same, sure. And made a rare appearance to honorary Caesar Award in Paris. Wow. And so his name is Walter Goggins. You think that there's a fake person. You can't convince me they didn't clone Jim Carrey.
It's so beautiful. And having Michelle.
Dude, there's no way. Dude.
Is it? Right? Yeah. What is it? Come on, Jimmy. Seriously, the time is up. People are hip to this kind of stuff. I'm here tonight to blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower. I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies. It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, and you're a part of it, and it is the all-mocking tongue.
I've got to say that if there is ever a time for it to happen, it would... Dude.
It's the symbol of the all-mocking tongue. And I'm sick of it. I want everybody to be in on the joke, man. You know what I mean?
Everybody be in on the joke.
Now, talk show hosts, people on
the laugh tracks were added.
have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile, so you don't know what's really going on. You know, they get out there in the woods in a circle naked and they decide these things, and you know, and you know, look at him trying to help it up. It's hilarious. Hilarious. And
wow. And it's just, I mean, so this is
I don't exist.
This is wait.
I don't exist. So they're all characters that I played, including Jim Carrey, including Joel Barish, including any of those things. They're all characters. Jim Carrey was a less intentional character, right? Because I thought I was just building something that people would like, but it was a character. I played the guy that was free from concern so that people who watched me would be free from concern. I don't exist.
Oh, it's a wonderful feeling. I really took.
This is, dude. How is this happening with everything and with everybody? Like, I don't even know what to say. This is crazy. Like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, so this is kind of, maybe he's taking estrogen. Okay, so the probability that I think Jim Carrey has been replaced with a clone, 2%. Sorry, I think it's 2%. Very, very low percentage, okay? It's like 0. Yes, I really think it's probably just plastic surgery and him looking weird, and that's the way it is. It's not a crazy big deal. He got some filler in his face. Yeah, usually whenever people have that, they look weird for a couple of days, then it settles, and they look more normal. There's nothing crazy at all about this.
Hey, y'all, and welcome to Politabrawl. My name is Brian, and Caitlin Collins is flabbergasted by Mike Lawler's perfect response to what's actually happening in Minnesota and across the rest of the United States right now. Let's dive in.
Does it make sense to you then why the vice president was defending ICE and DHS detaining a 5-year-old?
I think as you learn more about the incident, you find out that the father left his son. That obviously is a problem. The agents there are not going to leave the child alone. You don't want a situation, though, where there's this type of confrontation when children are involved. And I think that's something that all of us can look at and say, there's no question, ICE has a job to do. I support what they are doing to try and deport criminal aliens. I support what they are doing to try and deport people who have previous orders of deportation against them. I think where the American people start to get concerned is when it involves families, when you start to see situations unfold where little children are there in question. But I think it's important for all of us to actually look at the totality of this situation. Over the 4 years of Joe Biden's presidency, 10.5 million migrants flooded into the country. You have states and cities like New York, Minnesota, Minneapolis, where they refuse to cooperate with federal officials on our immigration laws. And so you have a situation where they don't permit local law enforcement to cooperate. And as a result, immigration and customs officials are forced to come into these states. They are arresting thousands upon thousands of criminals. Now,
okay, but let me take your, okay, so you're saying you don't like the sanctuary city policy.
No, that should be abolished.
But that's not, and that's your position.
And by the way,
but
that
that's
is
not
directly,
the debate. That's actually not.
No, it is very much tied to this debate.
But with this specifically, because I saw Jacob Fry say ICE can come in and do ICE things, but when they're doing things like this, that's where they have a problem. But with this instance with the 5-year-old, the dad was going through the asylum process, according to what we know from DHS. I haven't seen them say that he committed any crimes that they know of, that he was, say we're going after sexual predators or people who, committed robberies or whatever. I haven't seen them say that about
We
this
don't have
person.
all the facts yet on that individual.
Right, but and there's also a dispute between the school officials and DHS over what the dad actually did on that day. And so I think that there's a lot of people
Was
trying
the
to figure
dad
out,
with him when he was when the ICE agents were there with him,
Yeah, but,
doesn't appear as though he was.
Do you trust the Department of Homeland Security version of what happened?
Look,
I mean, they also called Renee Good a domestic terrorist right after she was killed.
We are getting the facts and information, and I think this is the challenge with this situation. Everybody wants to pounce to fit their own narrative, okay? And you have a situation where our country was flooded with 10.5 million people. The reason interactions at the border are down is because we've actually secured the border. So Customs and Border Patrol agents are not having as many interactions with individuals because they're not releasing them into the country, and people have stopped coming. ICE officials are actually interacting with people because now they're trying
and
to clear out
the tactics ICE is using when they're interacting with those people?
When you're talking about people who have committed murder, when you're talking about people who have committed,
this situation
right? You want to focus on one individual
it's not just
circumstance.
One. There's a lot of stuff coming out of Minneapolis.
You've had 675,000 people deported, okay, over the past year. 70% of them have been involved either with a criminal conviction or accused of a crime. You want to say what? That ICE should cease all activity? They're going to engage,
but are those the
and
choices?
Especially when you have cities like New York or like Minneapolis that refuse to cooperate. That's great. Jacob Fry now says ICE could come in and do ICE
but
things.
That's my question. Are those the two options where you say ICE does nothing or ICE is detaining 5-year-olds?
There's a balance to be had. Again, let all the facts come out about that individual case, but there's a balance to be had here. And when local officials refuse to cooperate, this is why you're seeing a surge in some of these cities like Minneapolis. If local officials would cooperate and local law enforcement is able to participate with immigration and customs officials, then you're not going to need that surge of personnel. And so you're less likely to have these types of interactions. Moreover, as I've said repeatedly, we need to address the broken immigration system in this country. 40 years ago was the last time we actually addressed immigration in this country.
I think people agree with you on immigration. That's something that found bipartisan support. Trump running on the border, that was one of his most popular stances.
And people still support securing the border,
but
and
half
they
of
support
Americans
deporting criminal aliens.
Sure, but half of Americans think ICE is making cities less safe.
When you have politicians,
do you approve of the tactics ICE is
when
using
you have politicians
in Minneapolis?
encouraging people to interfere with ICE, to interfere with law enforcement, it is creating this conflict. It is not helpful.
But do you think ICE is also playing a role in that?
I think ICE
at times with their tactics?
I think ICE needs to abide by the law. I think they need to cooperate. I think local law enforcement needs to cooperate with ICE to keep people safe and to make sure that we don't have these types of interactions that create angst amongst the public. But ICE has a job to do in large measure because Joe Biden allowed 10.5 million people to flood into this country.
Collected, measured, and calm. Mike Lawler did a perfect job here. So what's the problem? Okay, the problem isn't that ICE has gotten a couple of things wrong recently. Can we at least admit that? Now, of the millions of things that are going wrong, we're only picking a handful. So that means a 0.5% of 0.5% of 0.5%, so on and so forth until you get to the right number here. We have a clear problem, and we're hyper-focused on a couple of instances where someone messed up somewhere. You're going to halt an entire operation for that? Really? Is that where we're at? You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the reaction to something that's actually about to come up, the Tet Offensive. In 1968, the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong were getting their teeth kicked in. They were losing hard. And they knew that they had to do something drastic. They knew that America's military superiority was basically something that they couldn't stop. So they thought to themselves, what if we got them to stop in a different way? So what they did is they realized that if you go into certain areas under American control and make massive issues there, cause firefights, so on and so forth, Americans are going to look in their newfangled TV sets and they're going to think, oh, we're not winning. This is awful. This is terrible. And that's exactly what happened. Walter Cronkite would get on the air and basically tell the American people what was not happening. Okay? He told them a lie based on what looked like the truth. And he essentially said that, well, it looks like we're doing terrible things in Vietnam. Well, yes, we were. There were other things that you could have reported on, Walter, but it was all based on the vibes. The Viet Cong lost all military objectives that they did set for themselves. The only one that they were hoping that would work, strangely enough, was that the American media would start posting pictures and images, and it would turn American sentiment against the war. Well, it worked to a T. That's what's going on right now. The mainstream media keeps on focusing your attention on a few problems, 3 clear problems, but there's been 3 million problems that have been solved. 3 versus 3 million, I'm sorry, it's an ugly calculus, and Americans we don't think in these terms because we've never had to. But what's better for America right now? Fixing the 3 million problems? Fixing the fraud? Fixing all the clear issues? We have the paper trail now that connects Democrat Party members and elected officials receiving money from these organizations that essentially receives free money from the federal government? Is this how the whole thing works? For months, the Democrat Party has been, and the mainstream media has been searching for opportunities, searching for a way that they can shift the narrative here. Well, they have. And the psychosis is so strong that everyone on my socials, okay, everyone in those spheres are horrified. And rightly so. The image of a child being separated from its father is not a good one. At all. It should hit you in the gut and say, wow, this is a bad thing. So instead of halting all operations, you need to ensure that the job is being done correctly. And as it turns out, in this case, it actually was. I'm kind of shocked by Caitlin Collins on this one, because she actually has a bigger victory that no one's talking about. Perhaps the father is indeed going through the asylum process. And so ICE detained him. Well, if he's going through the process, then ICE would bring him in. They'd give the kid a cup of hot chocolate and some time watching Bluey. And then see, okay, so this is your paperwork all here? Okay, our bad. Everything on here is just fine. Have a good one, and you can have a sandwich on the way out. Something like that. That's how this process is supposed to work. But the man ran, the media caught up with this story, and now we have this image that will probably be in the running for Time Magazine's Image of the Year. Although I think we've already had that with the Iranian woman a couple of weeks ago, lighting up a cigarette while burning a picture of the Ayatollah. But the mainstream media has been looking for any possible alternative to get people to stop talking about these stories, and they found it. And they found it more than just the story that they're talking about here. There's some even more awful ones going on in Minnesota. What is going on in that state, by the way? We have big questions and big problems that we're trying to fix. There are going to be screw-ups. It happens. We want to mitigate them as much as possible. It's good to criticize what's going on. When you do it at the expense of these policies that are necessary, you then run the risk of doing something much more dumb. And all for reasons that are totally understandable. But that's my take on this. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. My name is Brian. Hope you enjoyed that segment here on Politbrawl. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Catch you on the next one. Until then, y'all have a good one.
Essentially, as a huge crowd of Iranians have come out, this is absolute insanity. Look at this. The streets of London have been taken over by Iranians. There's a car that's currently stuck in the middle of the road. Look at the monarchists. Look at the pro-freedom Iranians. Javed Shah to everybody. Now, look at this. Let me show you what's going on here. Massive crowd are out. We've got the flags of the United States of America. We got the Trump flags. We got the Iranian flags. Everybody's out happy. Everybody's celebrating. The day of liberation for Iran is here. Ali the Mouse, Mushali, is dead. Khamenei is gone. Woo! Look at this craziness. Freedom for Iran. I don't know if they can hear the music. There's a music in the background. Let's go back to the stage bit. Look at cars. Ban the cars. Look at this insanity. It's an Iranian car. Look at the crowd over there. Wow. Wait. God bless America. God bless President Trump. Let's go to that side.
Yeah, maybe
They got snacks. They got drinks and food. Let's go there. I need snacks. David Shaw. It's like it feels like Iran has won the World Cup.
everyone's in there getting cake.
Get the cakes.
This is the country cake.
London, England. Millions and millions of millions of Iranians who've been in exile outside of Iran. They can now go back to their homeland. They want to go back to Iran, and now they can. Look at it. There's a flag on top of it.
I mean, I'd love to see how they climbed up to it.
Yeah.
Nice and hot.
Oh, we should go back there. Let's do that. Let's go behind that car. We got the Israeli flags as well. Hang on. It's very difficult to move around here, but in case somehow, for some reason, you've missed everything, you don't know what's going on, you might have missed all the live streams. Ali Khamenei, Ali the Mouse is dead. Iran is getting liberated. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is returning. The final battle is here. God bless Israel. Israel. Let's go to the Trump flag. There you go. It's a huge crowd. Let's go here. Let's go here. Look at that. Look at all the cars. Let's go. Look at this. Driving here is not easy right now. Walking is not easy either. Look at the Trump flag. Trump, 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 Trump. There's still more people over here. What the hell's going on? It goes all the way up. The whole street is being taken over. Look at the Iranians. We're live from North London in Finchley. Oh, man! Oh! Oh! David Shaw! David Shaw! Go that way. Shaw! Shaw! Look at the kids over here. Look at that one. Insanity in London. The day of liberation from Ali Khamenei. Hitler dead. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Hitler's dead. Hitler's dead. Oh my God. Train. Yes, Mama. Thank you. For all your work. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We appreciate your work, man. Thank you. We're going to hold this in Iran very soon, my friend. Absolutely. We'll go. Mush Ali, bye-bye. They are saying Ali the mouse. Bye-bye. Ali the mouse. Mush Ali, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Look at this craziness. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is going to have a heart attack tonight. Seeing this. Mush Ali, bye-bye. 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 Everybody's happy here. Mush Ali, bye-bye. I genuinely didn't believe it was going to be this easy. It took 10 seconds for the US and Israel to eliminate Ali Khamenei. Israel! I'm Israel Chai! I'm Israel Chai! Once again, we're saving the world. Aren't we? Once again. Once again. We don't get thank you. We don't have to. Let's do it. God bless Israel. Look at this, guys. They're still joining. I thought I was going to be late. Oh, my God. Land of the free. President Trump, thank you. Thank you. To all the doubters, to all who said, Tusi, you are lying. President Trump is not sending help. F you. President Trump said help is on its way, and help came. Let's get a drink somewhere. I need to go to a shop. Supermarket. The supermarket, they're called Persia. The Persia supermarket. This is free advertising for Persia supermarket. Yeah. So pretty bad. No, it's an actual dog. Okay. Look at it. We got more Trump flags.
Hey, champagne.
Did we go to the shop together?
Hey, show
All right,
the shop.
we're going to show you the shop. But I need a drink, so take a break from the craziness. We got a shisha from here as well. Got a lot of stuff. This is the tour of Persian shop.
Show them. It's a bit depleted, but like look like this.
Look at this crazy stuff. Oh, that's my favorite.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, let's get a drink. It's not there. It's somewhere else. Yeah, the live stream about the actual celebration is turning to me finding a drink for myself. There's some sort of sheep. If it was a goat, Ali Khamenei would go for him. See? If you were a goat, Khamenei would go for you. You're not Khamenei's type. You're a sheep. Oh, they're doing the national anthem. Okay, what do I get? Oh, I need that. Oh, no, we have... Hang on, what?
What is this? Is this alcohol? Alcoholic, non-alcoholic.
That's food. No, get proper. There we go. Proper bag. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Moretti. Heineken.
Alcohol free.
Oh, they don't have they don't have the license. That's it. I'm getting this. Hang on.
Oh, is that a national song or something?
Yeah. Okay. You're not getting any.
No.
We'll go somewhere else.
No, don't put it.
Okay. All right, let's go back out. We're missing out. Missing out on the celebrations. Okay, let's quickly go back out. Let's go back to the craziest stuff. Can't find a drink. I need to find a drink. I need a beer. Look at this. Look at this, guys. McDonald's. I waited for you. Look at that.
See, look, yeah, the good versions always have cool cars.
Cool car. Wow. It goes all the way to the other side. Everyone's dancing. So many. Of course, the Jewish community are also coming out to show support. Ah, Josh Howie's here. Look, Josh Howie of Jimmy News.
How are you, mate? I'm good, mate. How are you? You actually talking to me? Yeah, what is it?
Thanks, mate. Thanks. It was so easy. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Could have done it 47 years ago. Josh Howie is here. Great. Right. Okay, we need to find someone who knows what alcohol is. I need beer. Look at these guys.
Oh my god.
Oh, merci. Merci. We got a lot of 2C2 fans, of course. Hey! I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel, I'm Israel, I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. I'm Ben. I'm Israel. Come on. I'm Ben. Once again. We save the world. I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm Israel. I'm in the middle of nothing. In the middle of it's the first time ever. Let's go back to the Iranians. All right. I was almost kidnapped. America. Look at this insanity, guys. All right, where is the booze? Woohoo!
I let you go on my shoulders, but I think you're a bit too big.
They're saying death to 3 groups. The mullahs, IRGC, the leftists, and the MEK. Go, John, hit. Shaw! This is our favorite bakery, Rex. Rex is the best place. Look at that. It's too busy. I'll show you the cake from the window. It's too busy to go in. It's always busy anyway. Oh, there he is. Look at the cakes, the Persian cakes. It's always busy in there.
Yeah. It's still good.
Who's this guy? King Reza Pahlavi. There you go, we got this. We have 41,000 people watching live. Let's go. We need to go to the big music that's loud.
Not when you talk to family.
Let's get back. They're chanting. King Reza Pahlavi.
Iran is becoming liberated. After 47 long years, I can finally soon meet my father again. After decades, I can finally see my dad in Tehran soon. And of course, we'll go live on CCTV. Mushali, bye-bye. Oh, there's a mouse, guys. That's Ali the mouse. Mushali. It's a... That's Khomeini. Khomeini's been... they're hanging Khomeini. That is not a mouse. Why is there a rat? It's basically a mouse, but it's new. Can't tell. Well, that was Khomeini in North London. I think it's homemade. Homemade Khomeini. See me. Oh! Look at these guys, they're so happy.
Yeah, someone from Kenya.
Oh, come on, the safe to get closer. That's Ali Khamenei up there. Look. Hooray! If I get that man, jump it. Okay.
Someone's waving
Look at this crowd. Freedom-loving people of Iran.
Oh, wow.
More people are still joining. Now, the funniest summary of what happened over the last few hours in Iran, around midday, the Israelis and the Americans hit the Islamic Republic. In reality, that first 10 seconds was when Khamenei was killed. But then the regime retaliated. A couple of hours later, no, six hours later, when the rumors came that Khamenei is dead because we haven't heard from him, the regime said, don't worry guys, the supreme leader is about to come out to make a live speech. We waited and waited and waited. And then, oh. Hooray! Actually, this is a good view. London. It's no longer Londonstan. It's the land of Iran. Where is Bushra Sheikh? Where is Tucker Carlson? Where is Candace Owens? All right, go. What was that? Where was I? Oh yeah, he was supposed to come out to make a speech. Then we waited, and he didn't come out. And then they said the speech is cancelled because the supreme leader is busy washing his hair. And then the Israeli said he's dead. My wife's getting a kiss. Then the Israeli said he's dead. And then they said he's alive with no evidence. And then the Israeli said we found his body. And then they were like, oh. And then that's it. That was the best summary of the day when it comes to the fall of Ali Khamenei. The remaining members of the IRGC are still attacking the Persian Gulf Arab countries and Israel as well. Alcohol! I found alcohol! There we go. Alcohol! Tobacco! Go, alcohol.
What do you want, my darling?
Beer.
Beer.
Hey, you like Heineken or Peroni? Peroni, ideally, if not Heineken. I know, you're going to criticize me. I don't care. Huh? Peroni. David Shaw. They are everywhere. I've never seen so many Iranians in one place. This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, guys. I genuinely. Hello, how are you? Oh, thank you, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Obviously, I knew this day is going to come. I knew President Trump is going to send help. I knew Khamenei was going to go. But I was in bed. Yes. I missed the moment. I promise you guys, we're going to go live before the mainstream media. I lied because I was in bed. Then I woke up. I was panicking. Then I had to try to find my family. I couldn't find my dad. He's in Tehran and still can't find him, but apparently he's alive. Allegedly. He's fine. And then it happened. I'm still trying to digest the whole thing because it happened so quickly. It's kind of underwhelming. I'm like, really? He died instantly? He died like a dog. Beautiful dog. I can't wait for President Trump to make that speech. Today, the US military killed Khamenei. He died like a dog. All right, look at this, guys. Look at all these cars coming out. I don't know why they're bringing cars. I can't drive anymore. Oh, yeah. Thank you. How are you? Thank you. Thank you so much, Norris. I'm trying to be serious. Where's my wife? I've lost my wife again. Wife! Woman! Oh, she's there. Oh my God, look at those guys. The dog. Love the dog. Hi. Thank you, man. Thank you. One day, Britain will be liberated from Keir Starmer. And this celebration will be done by the British patriots. Here, hang on. Wife, I'm here. Iranians know how to open this. I need Iranians to open this. There we go. See, told you. See, with his teeth. Freedom. David, Tusi.
No,
Yes, guys. Cheers, cheers. David Shaw. All right, let's go back to the crazy.
It's so good. It's vodka raspberry. Do you want to try it? It's so
Sounds
good.
girly.
It's so good. You love girly jokes. He loves girly jokes.
Salute. Oh,
So good.
girly but tasty.
I've got a gin and tonic in my pocket.
That's what Khamenei said when he was in shower with his boyfriend. Girly but tasty.
Javi
Javi Shah! Nice to see you. Merci. Thank you. Let's go to the main crowd. We got my booze. I got my cigarettes. I'm fine. Javi Shah!
I feel like since I married you, I've become an honorary Iranian, so I can say it with passion.
The last time I saw this level of celebration everywhere was when 2C TV reached 1 million subscribers. There were global celebrations across all streets from New York to Mecca. And
Haters would call it fake news.
yeah, this is all AI. They're not real. The crowd is not real. You're destroying your own car. Get down. Health and safety. We need more fireworks. Oh my god, out the favorite shop with the business.
We guys, if you want really cool homework,
Right.
if you want really cool homework, this is the place to go. Every time you come to the person,
Thank you.
آخرش جواب.
Merci, Anna. Finally, it's happened. Yeah, go to that shop in Finchley. Home Light.
Restaurant that'll hold your bags for you if you've got too much.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I mean, come on, before you.
This is the fourth live stream of the day, by the way. You're welcome. Public service continues. Javi Shah!
Tusi! Man, I watch you all the time. It's the best program, man.
What is happening here?
Oh. That is like.
Wow. 9 out of 10. Go on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go deep inside. That's what Khamenei said in the shower to his boyfriend. Hiya. That microphone's not working, is it? It's not loud enough. 1 minute silence. He wants to do a 1 minute silence for all those who've been murdered during the uprising. But his microphone is not loud enough. I don't think if people can hear it.
Like winged.
Look at these guys. Israelis and Iranians. You're obsessed with the cars. I'm gonna go that way.
Tell your phone to be dry.
You'll see my Ford B-Max.
Sister.
Thanks, good. Trump flag, Trump flag, Trump alert. Look at the Trump flag. Oh my God, look at these guys. Yeah, we got the combination of the Israeli and the Iranian flag as well. Look at that. Show the flag. Brilliant. Now that's an alliance. Yeah, still dancing over there.
Fine job.
Okay. I wonder how many IRGC infiltrators we have here. How many IRGC infiltrators we have here? From the embassy.
Nina, Barnabas. Oh, great. I am putting. Oh, what are your members? Yes, yes. And I'm waiting. And I'm a new radical. And I saw you just right. Close off, go round.
Where were you? Oh, they saw us live and they. Oh yeah. Team Jesus. Yay. Go dance, go dance.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
And so,
Finally.
they don't have the drinks.
Oh my God. There's so many different groups, like different pockets in the crowd. Can you do something about this? Okay, hang on. Oh, put it. Yeah. Hang on. Let's go back to the crazy crowd. Well, actually, the whole thing is crazy. But let me show you the other guys. Hang on. I'm Israel Chai. All right. Okay, now. I'm now stuck here. I need to go on the other side. Okay. Let's go back to the main section. Are we going that way?
I don't want to burn anything.
Let's go on the left here. The celebrations continue. A lot more people have joined. We got here about half an hour ago, about 40 minutes ago. And it wasn't even like this. Oh, they're dancing over here.
Oh, it's finished. That was the shortest fireworks in the history of fireworks. We'll come back. Yeah, they got smoke. There's an IRGC base on fire over there. No, it's a gas leak. We have a gas leak fire. Look, gas leak. Something's gone insane. That's a picture of one of the lovely Iranians who was murdered during the uprising, up there on top of the car. I'm going to go around. One of the many. Gonna go around. One of the brave Iranians who was murdered a few weeks ago. Goes all the way. West. Garbage off! Garbage off!
Stood by the car's coming.
If you just joined us now, we're in North London in Finchley. The Iranian community are out celebrating the fall of Khomeini. Oh, I like that song. This way. This song translates to I'm going back to Tehran. Tehran. Soon. Okay, I was asked to go up on the platform. Going up, I'm going up. How the hell am I? There we go. Sensitive in the house. The wife is here. Thousands and thousands of people out in North London. I hope you enjoyed our live coverage from North London in Finchley as thousands and thousands of people are out celebrating the death of Ali the Mouse or Khushhali Khomeini. It's gone, it's over, freedom is coming home, and we're going back to Tehran. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Tissy, and we are the media.
All right, y'all, we are back with another video. I definitely had to bring y'all this. And here go the Democrats getting humiliated once again. Like I told y'all before, it don't matter what President Trump do. The Democrats always find a way to try to just be mad at this man. Oh, why did Donald Trump do this? Why did Donald Trump do that? But yet, you know, you got the Iranian people that is celebrating in the middle of the road. Thank you, President Trump. You got a lot of them that is crying because President Trump did what he have to do. And now you got AOC and Ilhan Omar. All of them are mad, but yet the Iranian people are happy. So why is the Democrats so mad? Why is they so mad? Because Joe Biden couldn't do anything. Is that what that is? Or is it because their hate for Donald Trump, it just grows every single day, and they just can't stop showing their hate for him. It just don't make any sense at all. Now we definitely about to dive straight into this, and even Mark Kelly coming out, we already know he got Trump derangement syndrome. So like I said, the Democrats are the only ones that's running around here acting like they mad because President Trump took out Iran's supreme leader, because it needed to happen, and now they are pissed off. So like I said, y'all please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, shout out to everybody showing so much support, and shout out to the one that always watches the entire video. I appreciate all of you, especially one that always let me know in the comment section that you did stay to the end. Now, before we get into Ilhan Omar, I just want to show y'all what AOC said. Look at this right here. She gonna say, the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful. It is unnecessary, and it will be catastrophe. So that's what I'm talking about. So she's saying what is going to happen, but yet you got the Iranian people are happy about this. And we'll get to that in just a minute. She said just this week, Iran and the United States are negotiating key measures that could have staved off war. The president walked away from these discussions and chose war instead. Wow. President Trump flippantly acknowledged the possibility of American casualty, stating that often happens in war. Mr. President, this was not inevitable. This is a deliberate choice of aggression when diplomacy and security were within reach. Stop lying to the American people. Like these, I'm telling you, they are so mad. Why don't the Iranian people feel like this? This is just the Democrats. Violence, biggest violence. We learned this lesson in Iraq. We learned this lesson in Afghanistan, and we're about to learn it again in Iran. Bombs have yet to create endurance democracies in the region, and this will be no different. In a moment of war, our Constitution is unambiguous. Congress authorizes war. The president does not. I would do in my part to uphold our Constitution by voting yes on Representative Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution. Every member of Congress must join us in rejecting this aimless war. So now they are freaking mad. And then look at this guy right here. Look at this traitor. He part of the seditious secret. Look at this traitor. This man right here should be in jail. His hate for Donald Trump, boy. I'm telling you, they got to open up a Trump derangement syndrome clinic. They got to. Look at Mark Kelly. Look how mad he is. Just listen to what he said.
Hey, folks, this morning, the United States, while this administration launched a major attack on Iran, as I see this, hey, there's no real plan here. And often these things do not go the way people think they do, especially the people that don't serve in the military, like this president. Often they're the ones that think every solution is to drop a bomb. And by the way, this is the guy that got us into this mess anyway. He, in his first term, he ripped up the Iran nuclear deal, which then put the Iranians on a path to further enrich uranium. Did that strike this summer that...
It's just funny to me that you got Democrats who be sitting up here trying to defend other countries and other supreme leaders who don't like American people, who was taking out American people and stuff like that. Why is they taking up for the supreme leader of Iran? Why are they taking up for him? All because they don't like Donald Trump. I've said this before. Let Joe Biden would have been in President Trump's situation. Let Barack Obama, let any Democrat would have been in President Trump's situation, and this right here happened. AOC, Ilhan Omar, all of them will be praising the president. But since they don't like Trump, it don't matter what he do. It don't matter what he do. They're not going to like it anyway. And it shows.
Operationally was a success. Strategically, as we see now, not so much. So I'm really concerned about troops on the ground in Iran.
You really concerned, but yet you the same person that told the military to disobey President Trump's orders? You really care after you told the military to disobey President Trump's orders?
We don't need that. We don't need more dead Americans and trillions of dollars of our tax dollars spent on this. I think the president owes the American people an answer on what is the strategy here. What is the goal? It
don't matter what his strategy is or what his goal is. Y'all gonna find a way to not like it regardless. It don't matter. You the same person who was mean mugging. You didn't clap at his State of the Union speech. You didn't do anything but just sat there and make faces. Where's the American people at who's asking President Trump questions? Almost all the American people is happy about it. The Iranian people is happy about it. The only people that ain't happy about it is y'all Democrats. What are you talking about, the American people? Show me a video where American people are mad. If other you got like some liberals and Democrats.
Getting rid of the Iranians' nuclear capability, which, by the way, this administration said was obliterated last summer. Or is it getting rid of ballistic missiles? Or is it regime change? We need an answer, and we need a vote.
We need an answer. The only answer you're going to get is that you need to be in jail for telling the military to disobey President Trump's order. That's the only thing you need to be worried about. President Trump ain't got to explain a damn thing to you, Mark Kelly. He ain't got to explain nothing to you. Nothing. Look at this. Look what Ilhan Omar put. And she just got humiliated. Even Nancy Mace went off on her. So Ilhan Omar say Trump has launched an illegal regime change war. As someone who has survived the horrors of war, I know military strikes would not make us safer. They would inflame tensions and push the region further into chaos. When we abandon diplomacy, we choose destruction. So this is what she said, and then somebody right above her said Ilhan Omar's father was a colonial servant in the genocidal regime of Somali dictator Siad Barre. His years of service included the 1977 through 1979 Ogden War, which saw horrific crimes and human rights abuses. Your father was amongst those responsible for the horrors of war. And that's the thing. She know that right there is true. But yet, she hates Donald Trump, so it don't matter. And I'm going to say this throughout the video. It don't matter what this man do. Y'all let me know in the comment section. Do y'all agree with me? It doesn't matter what President Trump do. The Democrats is going to find a way to just be mad at him and say, oh, he wrong or he started a war. He ain't started anything. Everything President Trump do, he's helping the American people. That's exactly what he's doing. And then she go on to lie, and then she got fact-checked by Twitter. So Ilhan Omar said this on the 26th. She said Iraq was attacked by the U.S. during Ramadan, and it's sickening to know that the U.S. is again going to attack Iran during Ramadan. The U.S. apparently loves to strike Muslim countries during Ramadan, and I'm convinced it isn't what these countries have done to violate international law, but about who they worship. So she got fact-checked and said none of the Persian Gulf was started in Ramadan. First Persian Gulf was February 8, 1990, which is 10th of Muharram, 1411 of Islamic lunar calendar. Second Persian Gulf War is a 2003, which is 16th of Muharram, 1424 of Islamic lunar calendar. So she just getting fact checked. All she do is lie. This is all. That's the reason why I'm talking about. All she do is freaking lie. Tell lie after lie after lie. So Nancy Mace posted this. She said, "My heart goes out to Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib tonight, sending them thoughts and prayers." After this right here said that Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei confirmed dead. So this is what Ilhan Omar said. She said, "I hope you aren't drunk and took your staff's advice. Rashida and I don't know this man." So think about that. She just said that her and Rashida don't know this man, but yet they online fighting for somebody that they don't know. Let's think about that. She literally just said that she don't know this man, but yet she trying to say Donald Trump is wrong for what he did. But she's saying, "Oh, well, I don't know him." But you know what he did, though. And then you got like the Iranian people came out saying that they've been wanting something like this to happen for the last 47-some years. And then she just admitted that she don't even know him. But yet, you know, I guess she know him now because she hates Donald Trump. So she's just going to side with him. That's just what it is. So she telling Nancy Mace, "I hope you aren't drunk and you took your staff's advice. Rashida and I don't know this man and feel confident. He didn't care about us. So why y'all acting like y'all care about him then?" That's what I'm talking about, the hypocrisy. "Please refrain from drinking too much as you have been warned from your staff and stay off social media when you are drunk. I pray in his holy month you find peace and respect for yourself." So yeah, she's just trying to take shots at Nancy Mace, and Nancy Mace wasn't playing. And then look at Ilhan Omar. "The American people are sick. They love bringing up the American people, but where are the Americans at that's online talking down about what President Trump did? You don't even see none. So they just sit up here lying. The American people are sick and tired of endless war built on false promises and paid for with innocent lives. Congress must immediately pass countermassive war powers resolution." It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So y'all can forget about that. So some other person posted, they said, "Nancy Mace is fine bombing fasting families in Iran during Ramadan for Operation Epstein." Nancy Mace come back and say, "I don't give a if it's Ramadan. Why do you continue to simp for terrorists who want Americans and their allies dead?" And this is this whole thing that I'm talking about with Ilhan Omar. This is the whole thing I'm talking about. Somebody who want Americans dead, they sit over there trying to side with them and say President Trump was wrong and all of that. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now look at it. Holy smokes. CNN was just forced to air a Democrat Iranian American eviscerating her own party for attacking President Trump. Let's check out this clip.
I think that it is imperative the Democratic Party wake up and get past their dislike of Donald Trump, President Trump, and their feelings of international conflicts going on. This is about national security. This is about what is possible in the Middle East. This is about being a good neighbor, good partner to the Gulf states and what their aspirations are. This is about supporting the people of Venezuela. This is about dismembering our relationship with, or not dismembering, but resetting our relationship with China. Right now, 55% of the oil production that Iran produces goes to China despite sanctions. You want to support the people of Ukraine, you want to end that war, you have to, there is no getting around dismembering this Islamic Republic. It is non-negotiable. It is not a want to have, it is a have to have, and it's not just for the Iranian people. I think you have to trust the Iranian people. We know this government better than anyone else. When you dismember and decapitate this regime, you are going to see a change in the Middle East, in Venezuela, in China, in Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, their ideology has really, it's caused a lot of problems for us worldwide. We need to take it seriously. And I think at this point, we have a tremendous opportunity. This will be like ending the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall. This is a transformational moment for humankind, for security. And as an American, this is in our interest to complete it. So I am a Democrat. I have been a huge Democrat. I'm incredibly disappointed with my party. I do not see myself in them in this moment.
You see what I'm talking about? And that right there is just what. And then this woman says she's a Democrat. And like I said before, you seen like the Iranians, they in the middle of the street, they celebrating, they blowing their horns. I showed y'all a video yesterday. A lot of them was crying and stuff like that. But yet you got the Democrats who the only one want to act like that they so mad. Even check out what Tom Cotton said.
Iran is going to continue to target our bases in the region, our Arab friends, and Israel. That's why it was so vitally necessary that we put an end to Iran's 47-year campaign of terror and revolutionary violence once and for all. The red lines that have been crossed is Iran crossing the red lines of the civilized world, going back to the 1979 hostage crisis, the bombing in the Marine barracks in Beirut, the bombing of the Khobar Towers, killing and maiming thousands of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. Those are the red lines that have been crossed. President Trump has finally put his foot down and made it clear that we will no longer tolerate the revolutionary violence of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Exactly. So that's exactly what he was doing. So in there say Jassin Ayatollah Arafi was just appointed acting Iranian supreme leader. How long is that going to last? I guess we'll find out. So like I said, just so much stuff that is going on and stuff now. Is that boom, the left does not know how to react to this. Look at this.
I just want to say thank you, Donald Trump. You're a man of your word. You released 90 million hostages.
He said, you're a man of your word, President Trump. You released 90 million hostages. And this is and look how they celebrate. But yet Democrats is the ones that want to be mad.
Just want to say thank you, Donald Trump. You're a man of your word. You released 90 million hostages. They were hostage for 47 years. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Bibi.
This was one of the most evil people that ever lived. And after 37 years in Iran, he's been eliminated. And I can't imagine why Democrat, Republican, everyone can't celebrate that, because tens of millions of people in Iran are absolutely celebrating that thing.
Yep.
And that's why I might be the only Democrat that would vote against the Iranian War Powers bill, because that would be the kind of thing they would want to prohibit or block that from happening.
Wow. So like I said, you see like the people are happy, man. They are celebrating. Look at it. It's official. President Trump had just done more for women's rights than any Democrat alive today, and their response is to protest it. And I told you that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what Democrats are doing. They are protesting it. Oh, man. I'm telling you, they just be digging themselves in a deeper and deeper hole. And let's check out this clip right here.
What brought you out here today?
To thank President Trump.
What were you thinking when you saw the news?
I couldn't believe it. It's been 47 years of this tyranny. I've been coming to this federal building since the 1980s, since the Islamic Republic of Iran has been in power. They are the most barbaric terrorist organization in the entire world. With them gone, the world will be a better place.
It's time for the world to breathe. It's time for the Iranian people to go to where they're supposed to go, to really free themselves from this darkness. The world is going to be in a better place. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Israel. We love you. The world is going to be in much better place as of today.
And you see, like, look how, just listen to this. Look how happy they is. Look how happy they is. And then you got AOC and Ilhan Omar crying and Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Just ridiculous. Even people, some Democrats going on CNN is even calling them out. You heard the woman say she's a Democrat and she's upset that her own party is acting like this.
And we don't know how to thank Israel and President Trump. All I can tell you is I've been living for 47 years, and the future of everybody in the whole world depended on this regime being gone. And now they're gone. Now that they're gone, we can finally breathe. I don't know how to thank President Trump as much as I'm speechless. I am speechless, but I'm hoping The end is finished, and we're gonna live to see the new future for the world and the Iranian people and everybody around the world, not just Muslims, Christian, Jews, all of us. We need to get along and make the world a better place.
Do you still have family in Iran?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you been able to speak with them at all?
As of yesterday, no, but from what we've seen is they are celebrating everywhere in Iran. They're not afraid.
Everywhere.
They don't have anything to lose anymore. These people will go out of their way. They have nothing to lose. They're so fearless. For the first time, nobody's left Tehran. Where before in the previous war, they were told to leave Tehran. No one's left Tehran. They want to finish the job and get it over with.
Wow. So like I said, that just go to show you how happy these people are. And then look at this. Not even about 3 hours ago. Say, wow, President Trump is playing no games. So President Trump just posted on Truth Social. He said, Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today. Harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that's exactly what's going on now. So President Trump said, hey, if they do that, they're not going to like what's going to be coming back towards them. Ain't it funny that every time something happened, here go Marjorie Taylor Greene, like she just done turned to a whole Democrat right now. This woman done turned to a whole Democrat. Even Scott Jennings had to go off on Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene because they decided they want to attack Donald Trump over this Iran. Check it out.
Congressman Thomas Massie also writing, "This is not America first." Do they have a point?
No, they don't have a point, and I don't consider them to be actual Republicans, and I don't consider them to be part of the America First or MAGA movement, to be honest with you. They are basically allied against Donald Trump on everything, whether it's foreign affairs or domestic policy. They've just become political enemies of the President of the United States, no matter what he does, and that's unfortunate, but she quit, and he's about to lose in a primary in Kentucky, so that'll be the end of that. If I may, you mentioned what's the justification, and I think it's a fair question, and Karen raised some questions that need to be answered, and I'm sure they will answer them. But look, over 47 years, hundreds of American troops have been killed by the Iranian regime and its proxies, and I talked to senior administration, very senior administration officials today. They had intelligence that the regime was going to fire missiles into U.S. military and civilian targets. They were still enriching uranium. They would not give up on that. We had a lot of justification to do this. They tried diplomacy. Iran wouldn't do it. The president acted to save American lives. That was
exactly acted to save Americans' lives. So like I said, just so much stuff going on, man, and they it seems like they just gonna continue to cry, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that, and it seems like that's just what's going to happen. But we ain't gonna pay them no attention at all. But like I said, you notice like people have been like extremely happy, with what's been going on, especially like I said, the Iranians, like they've been extremely happy. Like I said, you've been seeing people in the street like dancing. I showed y'all videos of people that was crying yesterday because they was happy about what President Trump had did. Like you can see this, like people right here in the middle of the street is just happy. Look at this. Breaking Iranian state media just confirmed the death of Ayatollah Khamenei following devastating President Trump and Israeli strikes. Iranians are dancing in the streets. The Ayatollah is officially no more freedom and the people win. So like I said, this is the reason why these Democrats are mad, because of this right here. Look at it. Look at this. Now, I can't play the music, but you can see, like, thank you, Trump. Look at this. Look how happy they is because of this. But like I said before, like I said at the beginning of the video, Democrats are the only ones mad. Why? Because President Trump keeps on winning, and they can't stand to see President Trump continue to win. They don't like it. They want him to lose, but it's not happening. Like I said, you just see this clip right here of people just thanking President Trump. I mean, they just go to show you, that they've been through so much. And look at the hostages and stuff they said that has been freed and stuff like that the guy had just mentioned. So that right there tells you everything you need to know. And they listen to the Trump Dan, the YMCA. Wish I can play it, but I don't want to get copyrighted. But you can just see, man, they all out there dancing. They are happy, man. And it's good to see that. It's good to see that these people are happy and jumping around and thanking President Trump, for what he did. And they love it. So like I said, Democrats are going to continue to be mad. Even check out what this young lady said. Look at this.
Finally, President Trump. Thank you so much, President Trump. We love you. Completed this. Thank you, God. Thank you. God bless President Trump. And we are just so excited to see what the next steps are. No matter what it is, anything is better than the current dictatorship. And he's dead. He's gone. Thanks to Donald Trump. Thank you so much. We love you.
Wow. Look at the celebration. They popping fireworks. Look, they popping firecrackers and everything. Look at this. Look at this. Boy, they are happy. They are happy. So there y'all go right there, man. Y'all get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about this. Obviously, you can see AOC is mad. You can see that Ilhan Omar just got humiliated by Nancy Mace and other people because she's over there crying. She just admitted she don't even know the man and stuff, but yet she's taking up for that man over President Trump, all because she don't like him. And we know that's exactly what it is. So like I said, thank you all for watching, especially the ones that made it to the end. I will keep y'all up to date as more information comes out, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
So crazy stuff is happening, and US and Iran have actually gone into war. We're not going to go too much into detail what actually is happening. I'm sure you guys know a lot more than I do. But I thought since these two are going at it right now, let's see a video on the US versus Iran military power showdown in 2026. We're going to see the military for the US, the military for Iran, and see how they compare. Before we do get into this, appreciate if you guys can that subscribe button. And yeah, let's check these two out. First of all, you don't even want to be messing with America. That's just crazy anyway. Okay. Oh, this is America, right? I recognize the B-12 bombers. B-2. 140. That was like 142. Oh. Iran don't have any. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, with these like particular like jets? Okay. So they're not just jets in general. It's the B-52, the B-1, and the B-2. Right. Okay. Not a good start. Okay, now we got the fighter jets. Jeez. Bro, this is actually crazy how you can actually visually pull it to scale. 1,790. That's like a quarter of America's, right? From what I can tell. Okay, so they do have a decent amount, but nothing on the scale of America. Oh, it looked like it was more. I'm not gonna lie. So that's like a 10th. Oh, it looked like it was more. I'm not gonna lie. All right, now we're on to the tanks. Oh! Imagine you're on a battlefield and you see this coming to you. What? Oh my god, that's insane. That's probably more tanks than we do have in the military in the UK. But people, 4,650. Okay, we got a little bit more than that, but yo, first of all, Iran, this isn't looking good, bro. This isn't looking good. This isn't looking good. I'm not gonna lie. This is not looking good. Jeez. Right, okay, so maybe 1,000. Yeah, that's about 1,000, right? All right, 2,000. Okay, so like nearly half. Nearly half. They got... Okay, so the closest number so far is their tanks. Right. Okay, now we're on to the helicopters. Get into the chopper. A lot of helicopters. Wow. Up more as well. Wow. 1,000 helicopters. These would be attack helicopters, right? Don't tell me you only got one row. Guys, don't tell me you only got 2 rows. 13. What would it? Yo. Right, listen. If you got these numbers compared to the USA, then I don't know too much behind it all. But like, yo, maybe there's other ways than going into war, right? Like, it's not gonna look good for you. It's not gonna end well. It's really not. Attack helicopters, 1,000 to 13. Jeez. Okay, maybe the air is not where Iran shines. Maybe they got like more like artillery on the ground, right? Like they did have a decent number of tanks, so maybe. Okay, a lot of these. 1,012. Oh, okay. I already see Iran's got a lot. They might match up for these. Maybe more? Is this where they shine? Maybe more? Oh, they do have a lot. I'm not gonna lie, this is close. Oh, they got more. Oh, wait, is this gonna be a turning point? Oh, wow, they have a lot more. Okay, interesting. Towed artillery, they got a lot of them. Okay, what about these ones? These are very important. A movable missile launchers, mate. It's a decent amount for America. 641. How many Iran? I think they got more. Alright, so other than the skies, Iran ain't looking too bad. Like, if they have more of these. It might switch though. Like, we're only basing it so far right now. Like, at this point in the video, there's still quite a bit to go. Oh yeah, they got more for sure. 100% they got more for sure. Oh, they got loads more. Jeez. 1,517. Okay. So listen. I know the skies controls the fight. Don't get me wrong, right? I know that. I've watched enough military videos to know that, like, if you control the skies, you're okay. And America's controlling the skies, so they could just, you know, destroy these, right? But on the ground, Iran actually has really good numbers. I'm very surprised. MLRS strength. Okay, more tanks. Don't know what tanks these are. 671 of them. Okay, more than Iran. Iran does have a decent amount though, from what I can tell. How are these different to the other tanks? How are these different? 392. So America is leading on the tanks overall by more than half. I'm including the other tanks. Oh, self-propelled artillery. They're not even tanks? What? Okay, again, I feel like it's just, when it comes to the skies, I feel like no one's beating America here. I feel like this is going to be a sweep. Right? I'm certain of it. USA 918. Yeah, not too many. Maybe 100. But bro, what are these? Are these meant to be passenger planes? What kind of jets are these meant to be? These are like passenger planes. What's going on? Passenger planes won't be in a transportation planes, maybe. Transport craft. Oh, 87 less than 100. Damn. Yeah. When it comes to the skies, USA sweeps it by a lot more. Transport aircraft, right? Okay, now we got the UAVs. Jeez. You would think that, like, America knows the skies controls the fight. You would, like by this video, you'll think like, okay, right? They know something here. And to be fair, America probably has such a crazy high number compared to other countries because like they're very expensive. These are very expensive to have many of. 647. Oh, we got a one rower. We got a one rower. 10. Damn. Special mission aircraft. Okay, Iran don't like to go on special mission, sure. This is the one I don't like. This is actually terrifying. Nuclear bombs, right? It should be 4,000 something. I see. Oh, 3,700. Right. Okay, I could be totally wrong. But isn't this current situation with the US and Iran right now, isn't it because Iran wants to make a nuclear bomb? So they want to turn a 0 into not 0. And is that why this is happening? I could be totally wrong. I could be totally wrong. Nuclear bombs. Okay. When it comes down to the people, how many we got? A lot. A lot. A lot. Jeez. Oh my. 1.3 million. Wow. 1.3 million is a crazy number, bro. 1.3 million is a crazy number. How many do Iran have? Well, I think Iran's got more than the UK. The UK has like 300,000, I think. Oh my. Wait, yeah, that's more than 300,000, surely. That's like 800,000, something like that, my guess. 610,000, bro. Not as much as America, but double the UK. Wow. Wow. Active forces. That was just the active? I thought I was including the reserve. That was just the active? I think there's more in the reserve. Yo. Oh, 800,000 reserves. Okay. I ran a lot as well. You know what? These numbers, I'm not gonna lie, I am quite surprised with Iran being decently high in some parts. Okay, and even some was beating America in some. I know America, all in all, military-wise, just wipes the floor. Like the how much America spends is a crazy amount, and how much more they had in the skies and the tanks is probably where it matters the most, right? So, and their tech, when it comes to their equipment as well, is so much higher and better than other people's tech as well. So, yeah, it's going to be brutal, especially with the amount of jets that America has. It's crazy. And how good they are. Brutal, dude. You don't mess with the USA. I'm telling you. Wow. 350,000 reserve. You know what? Actually, I did watch a video about USA and Iran, and the video was called "How the US destroyed half of Iran's navy in less than 8 hours." Right? Some of you guys might remember that video. It's on my channel. It's a good story if you want to check it out. That should be, you know, a warning. To not try and start things again. Like, yo, bro, like, the USA is too powerful, my guy. USA is too powerful. If they destroyed half your navy in 8 hours, what do you think they can do with better tech? Because they've only improved. Oh, here we go, navy. Here we go. Here we go. 11 aircraft carriers. 0. Does Iran even have water around Iran? I don't even know. They might not even have it. Well, no. They must do, because I watched a video on US, you know, destroying half of Iran's navy. So they must have some sort of navy. Okay, but they got none of them. Submarines. So again, these are expensive things to build. I'm seeing quite a little bit of a trend in this video. USA 70. Oh, they have a few. They have a few. They have a few. They got what, like 20? 20. Okay. Not as much as America, but it's America, right? So, what are these? Are these frigates? Iran 7. USA 0. Yeah, these are frigates. I've never really understood why the USA don't have frigates. They don't like frigates. They don't like frigates. What's this last one? Okay. This is Iran's again. I'm gonna guess that America has 0 of these as well. Oh, this is America. A1. Iran 0 destroyers. See, I'd rather have a destroyer over a frigate, but I don't know the difference. The destroyer just sounds scary. The destroyer, bro. But yo, hey, very interesting video. You don't mess with America, I'm not gonna lie. Like, their technology, their equipment, their people, their country is powerful. But very interesting video to see like the actual comparison and to actually see like how many each country does have. Let me know what you guys think to it in the comment section. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a thumbs up, subscribe for more content. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.
Did also want to share this. President Trump just taking to social media to say, I have just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval ships, some of them relatively large and important. We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea also. In a different attack, we largely destroyed their naval headquarters. Other than that, their Navy is doing very well. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Dr. Majid, you know, when you take a look at this very latest information from the president, you know, what does this indicate to you in terms of, you know, a successful ongoing operation?
Right. Well, it tells me the policy of appeasement to the regime is ending. It tells me that the free world's wishes are better aligned now with the wishes and aspirations of the people of Iran. That the appeasement paved the way, unfortunately, for this destructive war, as all wars are destructive and costly. And so the best way would have been to empower the people of Iran and recognize their right to overthrow this regime decades ago. But unfortunately, that did not occur, and we engaged in multiple negotiations and agreements with the regime in Iran, which it was only doing not in good faith, but also to only to buy itself time. But right now, it is isolated, the regime. It is Navy, as the president mentioned, is by all means destroyed. It is facing a restive population. And its backs are against the wall. It's diplomatically isolated and it's economically incapable of even feeding the Iranian people. And so it has to face the population. That fighting force is ultimately the solution, the overthrow of the regime by the men, women, and young resistance fighters inside Iran. And that infrastructure is already there. We shouldn't heed regime's paranoia or expressions of wishing for diplomacy. The path forward is establishment of a democratic republic. And so to that end, the National Council of Resistance of Iran just yesterday announced the provisional government so that the power can be transferred from the regime to the people of Iran. Mind you, the first iteration of this provisional government was first introduced in 1981. October 1981 by the NCRI. And since then, the NCRI has been working to overthrow this regime in line with the desires and aspirations of the people of Iran.
We're taking a live look at a rally happening right now in New York City in support of the Iranian people. President Trump continues to encourage the people of Iran to rise up to this moment and overthrow the regime. As you take a look at that, you know, from your experience, how realistic is this possibility?
Well, I see in your screen the picture of Reza Pahlavi, the son of a former dictator in Iran, whose only claim to legitimacy is that he's son of a dictator. He has never disavowed the crimes of his father. I remind your audience that most of the prisons that were built in Iran and the regime is using, including Evin, Ghazal Hisar, and other prisons, were built by Reza Pahlavi's father, the former dictator Shah of Iran. And so Iran will never go back to single-party monarchy. Iranian people have already said goodbye to that by overthrowing his father. And certainly he has not shown any level of sacrifice that's necessary to earn leadership. In fact, he was on this very last uprising, on the 6th day of uprising, he was on a beach in South America while the people of Iran were bleeding. And so those who hold his pictures have no pulse of the Iranian people on the streets of Iran. On the other hand, the MEK members who are fighting in the streets of Iran have the pulse, are the pulse of the Iranian people. And so no power from outside can be inserting anybody to replace the government in Iran. At the same time, I do not believe the IRGC will step aside and cede power to the West. But at the same time, I also know that the Iranian people are capable of overthrowing this regime. They have a provisional government that has been in place for decades. It has a well-established plan, the 10-point plan by Mrs. Mayam Rajavi, that has widespread support, not only globally by more than 4,000 parliamentarians, but also by the United States Congress through two different sessions of Congress, both the 118th, 119th Congress, through House Resolution 100, House Resolution 1148, and in this session of Congress, House Resolution 166, a bipartisan majority supporting her 10-point plan for a free, democratic, and non-nuclear republic. And we want, and we think the administration should heed Congress's suggestions and recognize the NCRI.
As we continue to look ahead, while this is happening in Iran, it's also happening in a larger region. With the developments that we continue to monitor and report on, what is the risk of perhaps the region, all of this spilling over into the region and the impact that this might have?
Right. Well, it takes the regime has been a lot of bravado and a lot of showmanship, but the only thing they have done thus far is kill innocent civilians in the streets of Iran. The only way to address this regime is to stand in front of it. The international community, the United States, and all policymakers abroad, outside of Iran, should take their heed from the Iranian people. The Iranian people are standing up to this regime. This regime is run by the IRGC. It was before Khamenei died, and is still being run by the IRGC. Yes, there will be infighting between the regime officials after the death of Ali Khamenei, but this regime's only know-how is to kill and to create chaos and conflict. And the streets of Iran speak for that, because they killed more than 400 people in just the past 2 months alone, in the past month alone, and same in January. That's more than 10 people each day. And so they will continue to do that, and the harm that they will do to their neighbors and to our America's installations obviously will be there as long as this regime is in existence. And so we should support the Iranian people. We should empower the Iranian resistance politically so that they can overthrow this regime. The kinetic energy on the ground matters. The capability on the ground matters. The political infrastructure in the NCRI matters. And certainly the plan for a transition period so that elections, nationwide elections, can be held within 6 months matters. And that's why we support the National Council of Resistance of Iran.
As the world continues to watch the developments among the international Iranian community, what is the sense? Is there one of hope? Is there one of concern? What is the mood?
I think hope. I think better engagement and involvement. I think our job and my job here right now is to help inform, but with a hand and a pulse on the streets of Iran, not from democracies of the West. The streets of Iran don't speak, unfortunately, of vibrance that you see. They speak of resistance. They speak of fighting. They speak of people who are rising up even at the mourning of their daughters and children at the grave sites. They are resisting this regime, and this regime needs to be fought with and kicked out of Iran forever. So although these bombs weaken the regime, bringing about secular democracy and a non-nuclear republic in Iran is a job and a responsibility of the Iranian people, and their organized resistance is a task they accepted with honor and are sacrificing to accomplish that. And all we ask our policymakers is to offer them, as the United States Congress has done, to offer them moral and political support.
And do you think that a regime change is within reach?
I think regime change is very much within reach. I think this regime doesn't have much long left. I think it's ideologically, politically, economically, and even militarily is decapitated. I think it is going to, unfortunately, just like a rabid wolf in against the wall, bite. And we need to be aware of it. We need to be cautious and let those people on the ground who know this regime well fight this regime. Offer them support.
Dr. Majid, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
From the Washington Post, Trump seeking executive power over elections is urged to declare emergency. Activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a draft executive order that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting. Pro-Trump activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a 17-page draft executive order that claims China interfered with the 2020 election as a basis to declare a national emergency that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting. President Donald Trump has repeatedly previewed a plan to mandate voter ID and ban mail ballots in November's midterm elections, and the activists expect their draft will figure into Trump's promised executive order on the issue. The White House declined to elaborate on Trump's plans. Under the Constitution, it is the legislatures and state that really control how a state conducts its elections, and the president doesn't have any power to do that, said Peter Ticktin, a Florida lawyer who is advocating for the draft executive order. Ticktin attended the New York Military Academy with Trump and was part of his legal team that filed an unsuccessful 2022 lawsuit accusing Democrats of conspiring to damage him with allegations that his 2016 campaign colluded with Russia. But here we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election process, Ticktin went on, that causes a national emergency where the president has to be able to deal with it. So I'm not particularly excited about the idea of Trump having an executive order that in any way affects elections, but I do like the idea of voter ID. So, and most of the reason why I don't like the idea of an executive order is because of what you're giving to the Democrats, right? This whole thing, the way it's framed is, oh, Trump's going to do this executive order and he's going to cheat at the elections and he's going to install himself. It's feeding into the narrative that the left has been making that Trump's not going to leave office in 2028. He's going to be a dictator, et cetera, et cetera. And this is just about, voter ID, which is really about making sure that only Americans are voting. Only citizens are voting. And the argument is, look, if the Republicans don't want to pass the SAVE Act, which SAVE Act, I like it. There are Republicans that don't want to touch it. There's 4 that don't want to vote to end the zombie filibuster because it could affect there's 1 that's up for re-election, and I think 2 of them are not. The McConnell's not, and there was someone else that's not, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But anyways, there's 4 that say no. They're not going to get to 53, so they're not going to be able to stop the zombie filibuster. So the SAVE Act is probably dead. So Trump's like, all right, well, I'm going to have an executive order to make sure that there have to be, IDs to vote, and there are no mail-in ballots, which personally I think mail-in ballots are a terrible idea, and I think that you should have to show ID to vote. So
wouldn't this just be taken to the Supreme Court and then eventually struck down?
I mean, I assume so, but but the thing is, the Supreme Court picks its cases, months and months in advance. Mm-hmm. So what would likely happen is he'll probably actually have the executive order after he knows that this case can't get to the Supreme Court before the election, because now we're 7 months away, until November. So, the Supreme Court will decide what they're going to do in the fall. They'll probably decide, I think, in May or June or something like that. And if he makes the executive order, then they're not going to put it on the docket. They could say that it's an emergency. It's possible, but I don't know.
Feels like nothing gets done anymore without executive orders, and that sucks too. Like nothing gets done in Congress. The only thing that happens is Trump does executive orders, Biden does executive orders. Everybody complains that it's executive overreach, which it is for the most part, and
it's Congress's fault.
Yes, and it's an increasing amount of overreach from the executive branch, and it's not even lasting progress because most of the time it ends up getting shot down anyways. So we're just stuck in this limbo.
Not only that, it damages the country because we got such a polarized, political situation that when Biden got in, he undid all of the actually good policies regarding the border that Trump had. The Remain in Mexico, he undid that. He undid
oil?
What was it?
And fracking.
Yeah, that stuff he undid. But the only reason that he undid the stuff was because they were Donald Trump's executive orders. It was about saying, screw you, Donald Trump, we don't like you, so we're going to undo all of your executive orders, even the ones that are good. And we ended up with, by some estimates, 20 million people that came to the country illegally.
Well, can you tell me again what the point was about? You said that Democrats don't like him, therefore it's bad because they'll frame it a specific way?
Yeah, so they don't like Donald Trump, and they're going to frame this as they're going to truthfully say that this is executive overreach. And
he's horrible at PR anyways. He leans into that. Like he leaned into Trump 2028. He's his own worst enemy.
But
when it comes to that stuff.
When it comes to elections, they're going to use that to get out the vote. They're going to say Donald Trump. They're going to say Donald Trump is a dictator. He's trying to steal the election. They've already started. Like you look on X, as soon as this came out, people were saying, "Oh, he's trying to steal the election. He's trying to rig the election, et cetera, et cetera." And really, what he's trying to do is make sure that only people that have IDs vote. And they're going to say, oh, he's trying to disenfranchise women because women can't get IDs because they're dumb, and black people can't get IDs because some reason,
we need it to go through because when Fetterman wins in 2028, we need to know that it's for sure.
Fetterman.
I'm all in on Fetterman 2028.
I don't hate that at all. I don't hate that. But it like I said, I mean, it's giving the Democrats ammunition. It's helping them in their campaigns. But at the same time, I mean, I really do think that it should be obvious that you have to have ID to vote. It should be obvious that you don't do mail-in ballots because they're not secure. And these policies, we can't get Congress to actually do it, at all. So, he's
they
like, all right, well,
do it with a supermajority.
Yeah.
Like if you can't get anything done with the supermajority, what are Americans supposed to believe when you have a split Congress and Senate?
Mm-hmm.
They stuff it all. They get stuff done, but they stuff it into those omnibuses, and no one knows what it was that they did. And they push a button every year, and that's what they did. 8 months worth of legislature in one big 100,000-page bill.
Well, I tell you what.
Sorry,
I mean, you can take that. Nowadays you can take that bill and put it into AI and put it into whatever your AI of preferences and say, hey, all right, give me a synopsis. What is this? And I mean, it might take a 1,000-page bill and knock it down to a couple hundred pages, but it's something that's digestible and you can read.
This is something about dictatorship. Dictator does not mean evil. Dictator could be a good guy. You could call what's a benevolent dictator. They exist in history. They've come and gone, and they came in, seized total authority, fixed the system because it had been corrupted, and then they leave. And the system now goes back to normal and is healthy again.
Are you saying that you want Donald Trump to do this?
Well, I think that's what he is doing with these executive orders. He's trying to override Congress because of the corruption of big business, global money coming in. We can have non-citizens voting because they don't even need to show IDs. It's freakish. Who knows what kind of corruption could happen? So he's trying to use dictatorial powers to fix it. Then the audience, the blue guys or whatever, they're like, oh, he's a dictator, trying to insinuate that means he's evil. But it could be a very good thing to have a momentary dictatorship. Abraham Lincoln became a dictator for a moment when he started stripping people of their human rights. During wartime, obviously, presidents become dictators in general. They have a lot of dictatorial power. But it's new for Americans to have to face a dictator and to be like, maybe there's some value to this.
Where are we at? I looked a while back. How many executive orders has he signed versus others?
Trump?
Yeah. I mean, when he was reelected, I took a look, and there were some others that were right up there with him.
I mean, Biden did quite a few in his term, right? From what I understand.
Yeah, from what I know.
But Trump's first term, was that like a huge jump from Obama's?
In Biden's first term?
No, was Trump's first term a huge amount of executive orders compared to? I know Say that again.
I think Obama had a ton too, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but I think George W. had very, very little.
Well, he signed Trump signed more in
240.
his first year than he did in his first term.
Yeah, Trump signed 240. 100 days he signed 143. First full year of his. Wait a minute, that must be his first.
I got 243 in his first term.
No, I'm sorry.
This time around.
Yeah, 240 in his second term. In his first term, it was 140 in the first 100 days. First year was 225. So total was 240.
But he's on track to do 4 times more in his second term if the pace keeps up. I don't know how many Biden had.
Yeah,
and then
even back to Clinton from what I was reading before as well.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a list.
Say that again.
Even back to Clinton as well.
Like he
Wow,
did a lot, or
he did a
a
lot,
few.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and then the Patriot Act. I mean, immense
wasn't an executive
dictatorial
order, though.
power to the
The
president.
president wasn't, or the Patriot Act wasn't an executive order, though. That was passed by Congress.
No, I meant that it gives the president this even more dictatorial ability to override Congress and launch, strikes and wars.
Yeah, but Congress has an incentive to not actually do anything, right? Anything that they have to vote on, they want to pass the power to someone else. They want to give it to the
So
president.
that they don't
because
have to
then-
answer to their.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Well, even so this year, at least, from what my memory recalls, how many tiebreaker votes did we need from the VP?
Yeah, like at least 2 or 3.
Exactly. And it just seems like it's been so much more. I know that seems like a low number, right? But even in just the first year of the term of the administration.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the Democrats do vote as a bloc, right? Like you very rarely get anyone. Fetterman he's got terrible approval ratings with the Democrats. He's got great approval ratings with the Republicans, and the Republicans are just like, at least he's honest, all right? At least he's doing his job. At least he thinks about the stuff. All the rest of the Democrats are just like, what am I supposed to vote? Okay.
Whenever he wins office, you guys are gonna have to come back to me because I've been on the train since he got elected. I said he's going to the presidency.
I don't hate him.
You know who the president is with the most executive
I don't
orders?
remember. No, I just remember
Anybody?
the first
FDR. It was
just gonna
FDR
say
with
FDR.
3,700.
Yeah.
3,700 over. He served 3 terms.
A
12-year
wartime
period.
president.
Yes, and then the next up was Woodrow Wilson. Also,
The worst
they
president.
call him the most autocratic of all. He's the one that got us the Federal Reserve Act. Basically
absolute
sold us
worst
over to the
president.
bankers. 1,800. So 3,700, 1,800, then down to 1,200. Now we're looking at people with like 600 and 400.
Yeah.
It was-
I think he's pretty much right in line with some of the others in the past 40 years.
Yeah. He's not particularly outside of what would be considered normal. And the left, to your point, Ian,
He's more vocal about it.
the left would say that their favorite presidents are the ones that have been the most egregious when it comes to executive orders and presidential power. Abraham Lincoln, FDR, Woodrow Wilson.
They love FDR, don't
yeah, they love FDR. They love Woodrow Wilson. He's considered the father of the progressive movement. And these guys were very, very comfortable exercising power. And just saying, well, I'm the president, I can do it. I'm the president, I can do it. And now they scream about how Trump's a dictator, but all of the left, they love these presidents that were, outside of the norm when it came to executive orders.
Because they've never had to deal with the pushback, right? Because they've always been able to shout down any Republican who gets into office by telling you that they're a dictator when they know that, it's Saul Alinsky.
Yeah.
Accuse others
Yeah.
that you yourself are guilty of.
Yep, exactly.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
At least 20 people were shot in downtown Austin this morning, and at least 3 people are dead. Take a look. It happened behind me.
Okay, so if you live in the United States right now, it is very difficult to follow the news because there's so much going on. And right now, the dominating news story in the United States is, of course, what's happening with Iran and the entire Middle East. However, I'm sure some of you have seen this, 3 dead, 14 injured in Texas bar shooting, but there is one detail a lot of people seem to be missing about this news story. This event is being investigated as an act of terror by the FBI, and they have some indicators that say this is potentially a terror attack. And contextually speaking, this is a very big deal because just 24 hours ago, the FBI put out a high alert for possible terror attacks in the United States, especially connected to what is happening with Iran. Now, here's my disclaimer. This has not officially been called a terror attack. However, I'm simply just trying to let you know because there are so many news stories out there right now in the United States. It's very difficult to find and look at all the details. This specific investigation has indicators, according to the FBI, of a terror attack. In fact, I'm going to let the FBI speak for themselves on this.
Gather additional evidence. Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Again, it's still too early to make a determination on that. That's why we are investigating it very closely with our partners with Austin Police Department.
And if this was any other day in the United States, this would be the main headline, one of the biggest stories out there. But again, because so much is going on, I think a lot of people are missing this part of the story. So make sure to please like this video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, but it also helps others see the videos as well. And I think people would be interested in the actual details of this case and this possibly being an act of terror. Again, my disclaimer, it has not officially been put out there as an act of terror, but contextually speaking, it's a big deal if just 24 hours ago, the FBI was saying, hey, this could potentially happen, and our agents are on high alert for any of these attacks to occur in the United States. Okay, so before we listen to the press conference, here is the news story at Baseline.
At least 20 people were shot in downtown Austin this morning, and at least 3 people are dead. Take a look. It happened behind me. The early morning 911 calls came in about reports of a shooting at Buford's, a popular bar on 6th Street in downtown Austin near Rio Grande. Police responded quickly. They say that they had engaged with the suspect, who is now dead. This is the latest that we know right now. 17 people are hurt. 14 were taken to the hospital. 3 are in critical condition, and 3 people were found at the scene dead.
Okay, so as I'm filming this video and editing the video, it looks like the mainstream is starting to pick up on this story now. In fact, this is Bill Melugin. He just posted this. Breaking, per multiple federal law enforcement sources, the Austin, Texas mass shooter was a 53-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen who was born in Senegal and was living in Luggerville, Texas. And material recovered from his person and vehicle give possible indications of a nexus to terrorism, as the FBI announced earlier today. And if you are unaware, again, Bill Melugin is a Fox News correspondent. And now that Bill Melugin has posted that, all of my updates are literally, hey, this is who the person is, and this might be a terror attack. It goes to show you how fast the news cycle can be or not be, depending on who's reporting on it and whether or not there's going to get some media hype behind it. But now it looks like more and more people are starting to figure out, hey, this is possibly a way bigger deal than it already is.
The mayor spoke earlier. He said his hearts go out to the families and say that police, their quick actions saved lives. There was a news conference not too long ago. This is what officials had to say.
I'm very thankful for the speed with which our public safety officials responded to this. I don't think there's any question that it saved lives.
This was a very active scene. As many of you know, we have paramedics that are embedded in the entertainment district and with the Austin Police Department on the weekends. We received the call at 1:59 a.m. and within 57 seconds, the first paramedics and officers were on scene actively treating the patients.
All I can say is, wow. 57 seconds, and they were already on the ground trying to save lives. amazing work. God bless all of you guys, and prayers for the families. Like, legitimately, this is super sad and kind of difficult to report. Again, I'm doing my best to try and give you guys all the most relevant news. This morning, I did a live stream already about 3 U.S. soldiers who have lost their lives in the Middle East due to attacks on them. And yeah, now we have this. So we're just waiting to see what's the deal behind this as to whether or not this is a terror attack. And let's go ahead and dig into the actual press conference where this does get asked, or we do get some information as far as what exactly happened here. Okay, so let's dig into the press conference. At the beginning of the press conference, there was a person who said, by the way, minimal questions, and we cannot give you guys a lot of details considering this is an active investigation, so keep that in mind. So this is the mayor right here.
It is one that has brought significant trauma to our city, and our hearts go out to the individual victims and their families as a result of this event. I want to reiterate something I said earlier this morning, and that is my deep thanks and pride in the work that has been done by our first responders and by our police. There is no question in my mind that the quick response of the police officers and of our EMS personnel and those professionals made a difference and saved lives.
Yep.
That is an important thing for us to keep in mind as we go through this and we go both the trauma of this and the investigation. And that is the very professional, extremely competent and quick response of our police and our EMS personnel saving lives under these circumstances.
Yep.
The other thing I will point out is that this is, and you'll hear this from professional law enforcement here in just a moment, this is an ongoing investigation. We are going to work to make sure that the public has information as thorough and as rapidly as is professionally appropriate as we continue with this investigation. But I'm going to let the professionals tell you more about that. I just want to make sure everybody understands we're doing this well and we're doing it right, but that sometimes takes time. But we will make sure that the public has the information as rapidly as this is professional and appropriate.
Yeah, and again, 57 seconds, I mean, you couldn't get any faster than that. Trying to analyze what's happening, you hear shots are fired. I cannot show you guys the raw footage from what happened here because obviously it's a little too gruesome and probably a little too graphic. But yeah, it was a very chaotic scene. People were screaming, there were shots fired. So to get on the ground, get into the scene, within 57 seconds, that is like elite levels of professionalism. So that is amazing. So thank you so much again for their services. So I think this is the part most of you want to see. I'm just going to jump straight to the FBI and what they have to say.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Alex Dorn, I'm the acting special agent in charge for the San Antonio Field Office of the FBI. We want to extend our deepest condolences as well to the victims and their families of this tragic incident. I also want to sincerely thank Austin Police Department and the officers for their extremely rapid response to the incident. There is no doubt that those officers saved countless lives with their quick reaction and quick training to respond to the shooter and address the threat. The FBI is working in lockstep with our partners with Austin Police Department. We have members from our evidence response team as well as our many other specialty teams, including our digital forensics folks that are on scene, helping to address the scene and gather additional evidence. Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Again, it's still too early to make a determination on that. That's why we are investigating it very closely with our partners with Austin Police Department.
And by the way, as far as what exactly those items were on his body or in the vehicle, I'm not even going to speculate. I don't think that's proper journalism, and I don't want to lead you guys down the wrong direction, but we don't know. Obviously, the FBI is going to be extremely cautious in leading people down the wrong path as well, especially in a time where, again, just 24 hours ago, the FBI did say, by the way, we are all on high alert in case something does go down as far as retaliation in the United States due to the attacks against Iran.
I just want to say, conclusion, we are committed to seeing this process through to the very end, and we will continue to work very closely with our partners with Austin Police Department. Thank you.
I want to also ask our chief, Lukritz, to come up and say a few words related to
Okay, so again, as I'm filming and editing this video, now we have a report straight from Fox News themselves on television.
And breaking news now from Texas, a story we've been following since just dawn this morning. The FBI is on high alert for terrorism in this country, as we know, and at least 3 people were killed, 14 hurt, wounded. A gunman opened fire in a bar in the capital of Texas, Austin, early this morning. Police say officers killed that gunman. The FBI is not ruling this out as an act of terrorism.
There were indicators that on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism.
You said indicators of terrorism. Can you say domestic terrorism or international terrorism? And then also, can we confirm the Joint Terrorism Task Force involvement?
In terms of specifically what type of terrorism, we're just at this point prepared to say that it was potentially an act of terrorism.
So as that investigation continues, they'll look at that as a possibility. Meanwhile, the New York Post is reporting the shooter in Austin was a naturalized citizen from Senegal, so a Senegal national with a prior record of arrests. We will monitor the story and bring you any developments from it.
So again, nothing has been confirmed as far as this is a terror attack. You heard it from the FBI themselves. They're just ruling it as a possible terror attack. They're not even putting a label of domestic or international. It is way too fresh, way too early, and even Fox News, they're not even going down that route of overly speculating, because this story is already big enough. It's tragic enough as far as what happened. But then when you put the label of terror attack, this changes everything. Policies change. In Austin, things change. So this is why you have to be very careful, and especially with this outlier as far as what's happening in the Middle East. Again, the entire FBI in the United States is already on high alert. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video as much as you could enjoy the video. Again, I know in the United States, this is all very tragic news as of right now. It's very hard to consume and digest, but this is what's happening. I'm doing my best to give you guys all the most relevant updates, be as fair as possible with these updates. And yeah, all I can say is please pray for peace. We do need that right now. That is very crucial. And if you do want more updates, make sure to please subscribe, turn on your notifications, like the video. That will help you to see the updates. And yeah, again, I'm going to do my best to report all of this. These are all of the most relevant updates. I hate going down the road of overly implying things when we don't have all of the details, especially when the FBI is not even going down that road as of right now. So when we do get more details and it's big news or relevant updates, I will be bringing it to you probably live, but it'll be a breaking news story. So thank you guys again for everything. Again, please pray for peace. Please seek Christ. We all need that right now. Thank you guys so much. God bless all of you.
The most pathetic thing about the Iraqi drone graveyard was not that the machines were broken. It was that they died without ever taking a single bullet from the enemy. A few years ago, the Iraqi military thought they were buying the ultimate weapon. China sold stealth drones to Iraq, but a massive vibration flaw permanently grounded the entire fleet. Beijing promised the world that their CH-4 drone was the exact equivalent of the legendary American MQ-9 Reaper, but for a fraction of the cost. They copied the wings, they copied the tail, they even copied the sensor ball. To an untrained politician, it looked like a masterpiece of modern aerial warfare. But politicians do not understand the brutal physics of aviation metallurgy. The Chinese engineers could not figure out how to build a smooth, reliable turboprop engine. So they bolted a cheap, violently shaking piston engine onto a fragile composite airframe. The result was not a stealth hunter, it was a flying jackhammer. The engines vibrated so violently in the sky that they literally rattled the drones to pieces. Wires snapped, metal fatigued, cameras shattered. In a matter of months, an entire fleet of multi-million-dollar war machines was permanently crippled by its own internal shaking. How did a simple engine vibration turn a fleet of deadly combat drones into the world's most expensive pile of scrap plastic? The numbers are worse than embarrassing. They are a kind of technical crime scene. I'm staring at the official annex from the Inspector General's quarterly report, every serial number for Iraq's CH-4 fleet, row by row. Each one stamped with the same damning status: grounded, grounded, grounded. 12 drones were delivered, and by the end of the reporting period in the fourth quarter of 2021, only a single airframe is even listed as flyable. Not mission capable, just technically able to leave the ground. The rest are dead weight, no logged flight hours, no pending repairs, just a static display of failure lined up in the annex like a spreadsheet obituary. As an engineer, I can't read entries like this without feeling a physical ache. Each grounded serial number is a story of wasted labor, of crews forced to cannibalize one drone for parts to keep another limping along, only to watch both end up on the same list. You can almost hear the frustration in the maintenance notes. Awaiting piston shipment, supplier bankrupt, engine mount bolts fatigued, no replacements available. It's not just a hangar full of broken drones. It's a record of promises broken by physics and by supply chains that never existed. And right there, in black and white, the most humiliating line of all, only one airworthy. For a fleet that was supposed to patrol a nation's skies, it's a kind of mechanical extinction. The data does not lie. The dream of a cheap Reaper died, not in battle, but buried under its own paperwork. The year is 2015. China's aerospace conglomerate CASC is rolling out the red carpet at the Zhuhai Air Show. Brochures everywhere, glossy full-color spreads promising a revolution in drone warfare. They called it the CH-4, a so-called stealth platform, and the sales pitch was pure theater, 30 hours of endurance, precision-guided munitions, and a price tag that undercut the American Reaper by millions. $5 million, maybe $6 million a unit, depending on how many you wanted. The numbers looked perfect on paper. The silhouette was unmistakable: long wings, a bulbous sensor ball, a pusher propeller. From a distance, you could almost squint and see a Reaper. Almost. But the salesmen were not selling an aircraft. They were selling a dream, the idea that any country with enough cash and a signature could field the same kind of persistent, high-tech air power the US had spent decades perfecting. The demo reels ran on endless loop: arcing missiles, slow-motion takeoff, a drone gliding serenely over desert terrain. Not a word about what kept those wings from shaking themselves apart. Not a hint of what happens when you bolt a cheap piston engine straight to a composite airframe and call it innovation. The buyers lined up anyway: Iraq, Jordan. They saw the price tag, the payload specs, the promise of autonomy. They did not see the physics. They did not ask about the maintenance. They bought the shape, not the substance. And as an engineer reading those old brochures now, I can barely stand to look at them. It is like watching a magic trick where you already know the secret. The illusion only works until the machine has to fly. Bench test data does not lie. The AV200 engine, Chinese 4-stroke, 150 horsepower on paper, spins up on the stand, and the accelerometer trace climbs like a fever chart. The piston's reciprocating mass, that primitive up and down violence, settles into a rhythm that is not just rough, but mathematically lethal: 20 cycles per second, 20 hertz. The exact natural bending mode of the CH-4 rear boom. That is not a coincidence. That is a design death sentence. I can picture the frequency overlay in my head, the way a structural engineer would wince at the spike. When the engine hits cruise revolutions per minute, the whole tail section starts to resonate, amplifying every pulse until the airframe itself is shaking with a force that grows, not linearly, but exponentially. The bench log from the test cell in 2014 spells it out. If peak vibration amplitude exceeds 1.7 GE at 20 Hz, dampers not installed in export configuration. There is no mystery here. Harmonic resonance is not a rare accident. It is what happens when you copy a shape and ignore the math. The Americans learned this in the 1960s, the hard way, Tacoma Narrows Bridge, then the B-47, then every airliner that ever flapped a wing at the wrong frequency. You never, ever let your engine's main excitation line up with the structure's natural mode. You detune, you isolate, you spend money on mounts, on elastomeric bushings, on test flights that chase down every last decimal point on the frequency graph. But here, the AV200 is bolted straight to composite with nothing but a steel flange. No isolation, no forgiveness. Every time the engine fires, it hammers the airframe with a force tuned to break it. It is the kind of thing that leaves a mark in the logs. Rear fuselage rivets cracked after 40 hours. Sensor pod delaminated, vibration damage. Maintenance crews do not need a physics degree to know what is happening. They just hear the drone land, feel the shudder through the floor, and know that something inside is coming apart. The resonance is not just a technical flaw, it is a slow-motion disaster, written into the DNA of every CH-4 that ever left the factory. It starts with a single bolt. M8 metric steel threaded into the engine mount behind the CH-4's firewall. The maintenance log from November 2019 lists 8 sheared bolts replaced in one requisition with the terse phrase, fatigue failure. I have to stop reading for a second. Fatigue. Failure means microcracks, invisible at first, growing with every engine cycle until the metal snaps like a twig. It is the kind of flaw you expect in a junkyard, not in a combat aircraft. But here, it is routine. The vibration that starts at the engine does not just rattle the airframe, it hunts down every weak link, every bolt, every rivet, and works until something gives. There is a pattern to the destruction. First, the bolts. Then the wiring harnesses start to loosen, connectors backing out just enough to break contact. The logs call it ISR sensor dropout, but what that really means is a drone on station, camera feed dead, crew blind. I can picture the technician tracing the bundle of wires, hands shaking, finding nothing but a loose connector vibrating itself to death. One log from March 2020 reads, loss of EOIR feed after 12 hours, wiring harness inspected, connector loose. 12 hours. That is all it took for the vibration to shake apart the drone's eyes. The failures multiply. Composite delamination in the sensor ball, cracks in the fuselage, rivets shearing in the fuel tank mount. Each symptom leads to the next, a mechanical cascade. By the time a grounding order is issued, defect protocol, immediate grounding. If vibration exceeds 1.5 G, the damage is already done. Spare part requisitions pile up, each one more desperate than the last. But the replacements never arrive, or they arrive too late, or they do not fit. There is no way to stop the fracture cascade once it starts. Not with new bolts, not with wishful thinking. The CH-4 was never designed to survive its own physics, and every maintenance log is a confession written in broken parts. The hangar is a quiet kind of chaos. Iraqi crews move in slow, exhausted loops, faces drawn, hands blackened by oil and frustration. There is a battered field manual open on the workbench, Defect Protocol, Section 3.4. The rule is simple. If the vibration monitor spikes above 1.5 G on the flight data recorder, the drone is grounded. No debate, no workaround. The manual does not care if it is the only airframe left, or if there is a mission in 2 hours. Exceed the threshold, lock the doors, wait for a replacement mount that is not coming. I thumb through a stack of maintenance logs, each one a confession. Cannibalized servo from CH-404 for use on CH-407. Awaiting engine mount bolts, supplier response pending. Sensor pod delaminated, no spare available. It is a language of desperation, a kind of mechanical triage. They are not fixing drones. They are stripping one corpse to keep another twitching for another sortie, hoping the vibration does not tear it apart before it lands. Every time a crew pulls apart from a grounded airframe, They know they are just moving the problem down the line, never solving it, only buying a few more flight hours at the cost of another drone's life. One of the technicians quoted in a field interview said it best, "We locked the drone in the hangar for weeks because the protocol forced us to wait for a new mount that never arrived." The waiting becomes a ritual. Ground the airframe, file the paperwork, beg for a shipment that has already been cancelled. The defect protocol is supposed to keep the crew safe, but all it does is turn the hangar into a graveyard of grounded machines and broken promises. Every serial number in the logbook is another reminder physics does not care about price tags or sales brochures, and neither does fatigue. The crews are left with nothing but silence, empty racks, and a manual that reads like a surrender note. There's a reason the Reaper doesn't rattle itself to pieces. It isn't luck, and it isn't magic. It's mechanical discipline, measured to the thousandth of a millimeter. I remember the first time I watched a TPE 331 come off the balancing rig at Honeywell's plant in Phoenix. The techs ran the shaft up to cruise RPM, then dialed in counterweights until the rotor's mass eccentricity dropped under plus or minus 0.005 millimeters. That's not a typo. 5 microns. You could stack a dozen red blood cells and still not reach the tolerance limit. The numbers are so tight the engine might as well be floating in a vacuum, but it goes further. The entire mounting system is a masterclass in isolation. The engine sits on a cradle of elastomeric bushings, each one precision molded to absorb frequencies above 15 Hz. The cross-section looks almost ornamental, layered rings of synthetic rubber, hydraulic fluid, and stainless steel, all calibrated to bleed off vibration before it ever touches the airframe. The result? During cruise, the vibration that leaks into the Reaper's tail is less than 0.2 G. That's not just quiet, that's surgical. You can balance a coin on the horizontal stab during engine run-up and it won't even tremble. Every Reaper that leaves the line is tested, logged, and certified to these standards. Not one airframe is signed off without passing a vibration trace that would make a Swiss watchmaker sweat. The data is archived, every decimal point accounted for. That's the difference. Not just a drone that looks right on a brochure, but a machine that's physically silent where it matters. You don't need to pray for luck. You trust the numbers. That's what real air power feels like. Discipline isn't a slogan on a poster. It's a checklist, a schedule, a line in the operational flight program that says, inspect the hot section every 500 hours, no exceptions. I've spent years with the MQ-9, and I can tell you, real reliability is engineered into the bones of the maintenance cycle. Every detail is tracked, logged, and enforced. The 500-hour interval isn't a suggestion. It's a contract written in turbine blades and vibration traces. Miss it, and you risk the kind of microscopic failure that doesn't announce itself until it's already torn through a sensor pod at 20,000 feet. I have the operational flight program open in front of me. Section 4.3.2 reads, engine hot section, remove, inspect, balance, reassemble. Log all findings. There's a rhythm to it, a discipline that is almost military in its precision because it is military. The Reaper's entire support structure is built around zero tolerance for shortcuts. If a crew chief finds a vibration trace out of specification, the airframe is flagged, grounded, and the root cause hunted down with a kind of forensic obsession. Every anomaly is a problem to be solved, not a mystery to be endured. That's how you keep a drone flying for thousands of hours without a catastrophic failure. You don't just react, you predict, you prevent, you plan for every possible mode of fatigue before it can become a headline. The 500-hour inspection isn't just about catching wear, it's about proving, over and over, that the system works as intended. That's why the MQ-9 isn't a hangar queen. That's why you don't see American drones piling up dead on the tarmac, waiting for a miracle part from a bankrupt supplier. Reliability is not a hope. It's a habit, enforced by every line in the checklist and every wrench turned on schedule. That's the difference. That's why our birds come home. Jordan's procurement office must have known the feeling. buyer's remorse on a national scale. I have the auction notice open on my tablet, the one circulated by the Royal Jordanian Air Force in mid-2019. 6 CH-4 drones, barely used, up for immediate sale. The language was clinical. Surplus aerial assets available for transfer to eligible parties. No mention of vibration logs, no hint that the birds had spent more time grounded than flying. But you can read between the lines, these were not assets, they were liabilities, and Jordan wanted out fast. Within months, media outlets in Libya reported the arrival of Chinese drones, 6 airframes traced right back to Jordan's hangars, now in the hands of the Libyan National Army. The transfer was not about strengthening alliances or shifting the regional balance. It was liquidation, plain and simple. Get the hardware off the books, recoup whatever cash you can, and let someone else inherit the headache of keeping a CH-4 in the air. I can almost picture the procurement official, pen hovering over the transfer paperwork, weighing the humiliation against the relief. It is not every day a country admits defeat by auctioning off its entire drone fleet like used farm equipment. There is a PDF excerpt making the rounds among engineers, a scanned page from the auction catalog, serial numbers listed, condition reported as operational with minor technical issues. That is putting it kindly. The real story is written in the maintenance logs and the cancelled spare part orders. Jordan's crews had already learned what Iraq's would soon discover. You cannot fix a design flaw with paperwork, and you cannot fly a drone that shakes itself apart. So the solution was simple. Sell. Anywhere, to anyone, just make it someone else's problem. The official answer from China's aerospace giant lands in my inbox like a punchline. On March 15th, 2020, CASC's Customer Service Division, in perfect bureaucratic English, wrote that the CH-4 design meets all contractual specifications, vibration is within design limits, recommend tighter maintenance checklists. That is it. A masterpiece of denial, signed and stamped. Never mind the Iraqi maintenance chief's frantic emails, the parts requests denied, the airframes stacked in the hangar like discarded appliances. The supplier is bankrupt, the bolts are sheared, the wiring harnesses are vibrating themselves into oblivion, but the official word is that everything is fine. Just check your checklist harder. I can almost hear the despair in the Iraqi maintenance chief's voice, replaying the same ritual, ground the drone, file the paperwork, beg for parts that will never come, and receive a form letter from Beijing telling him to try again. It is a trap dressed up as after-sales support. The system is rigged, so blame always circles back to the operator, never the design. KST gets to keep the contract. The customer gets a hangar full of dead machines and a manual that reads like a legal disclaimer. Meanwhile, the world is watching. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute's order tables do not lie. As the CH-4s rot, regional orders for the MQ-9 Reaper are climbing, up 15% between 2023 and 2025. Iraq's procurement officers, once dazzled by glossy brochures and bargain prices, are now standing in line for American drones, quietly erasing the evidence of their last purchase. The lesson is written in the empty racks and the unanswered emails, a warning to anyone who thinks you can buy air power by the kilogram. China sold the shape. The rest was just paperwork. Today, I watch those CH-4 shells rust in the sun, and every maintenance log reads like an autopsy of arrogance. Engines vibrate themselves to death because someone thought shortcuts beat physics. Meanwhile, the Reapers keep flying, hour after hour, because we built them to outlast both enemy and entropy. In this business, engineering is destiny, and metal always tells the truth. Drop your take below. I want to hear from real operators.
Star Cloud 1, separation confirmed.
This is the first launch of a data center in space. And here, Elon and Jensen seriously discussing putting them on orbit. My first thought was, are you serious? Then it got far more interesting, because it's not just them. Google, Amazon, everyone is circling the same idea. There is something about space that keeps pulling us back.
The next step beyond Earth data centers is
our Earth orbital data centers. And we'll be launching with SpaceX orbital data centers at the 100 to 200 gigawatt per year. What if you want to go beyond a mere terawatt per year? In order to do that, you have to go to the moon.
I've spent the last decade designing microchips that live or die by physics. That's why this episode is personal, because this idea sits right on the knife's edge, because it's either pure madness or inevitable next step. Subscribe to the channel and let me explain. We are building gigawatt data centers, and these are not just big buildings with servers. It's AI supercomputers the size of cities, millions of GPUs, and we built power plants next door just to keep them alive. And the most unglamorous part is cooling, because these campuses don't just consume electricity, they devour water, they drain rivers, just to stop silicon from cooking itself to death. But what's becoming even more scarce than power and water is time. That's why hyperscalers are in a land grab. Speed is the mode now, but on Earth, permits take years. Land is limited, power grid is sold out, and the roadmap says we need 100 times more compute by 2030. If this trend continues, we don't just run out of power, we run out of Earth. So maybe it's time to put the cloud in the clouds. I know it sounds ridiculous, but space is tempting. There is no land limits, and in theory, unlimited solar power. It sounds clean and infinite, but this idea is insane on so many levels. That's why I can't wait to unpack it today. We will do it in 2 layers. Plan A, put data centers in orbit. Plan B, put data centers on the moon. So what would it actually take to build a tiny 20,000 GPU data center and make it fly over your head? Before we launch anything, we have to be honest about what an AI data center is. Because launching GPUs to space is easy. Launching a functioning AI data center is not. On Earth, a data center is surrounded by invisible infrastructure. Power comes from somewhere else. Cooling is an entire science. Fiber stitches thousands of servers into one giant AI supercomputer. In orbit, all of that disappears. So let's run the checklist. First, to launch a data center in orbit, you need compute. That's the easy part. We already know how to build absurdly powerful GPUs. But the moment you leave Earth, silicon enters a different battlefield. Space is brutal to chips. It's constantly bombarding them with high-energy particles. So we need chips that can survive this huge amount of radiation. You don't see these particles, but they flip bits in memory, corrupt calculations, slowly degrade transistors. Space slowly kills your servers, 1 bit flip at a time. On Earth, the atmosphere and magnetic field absorb most of that. In low Earth orbit, you still get partial protection, so it's survivable, but not forgiving. Which means you can't just throw a rack of GPUs into orbit. You have to shield them from all the sides carefully. We need physical shielding that blocks particles without adding too much mass. Technically, this is solvable, and we already have proof. Startup StarCloud already sent NVIDIA Hopper GPU into space. And it's already about 100 times more powerful than any computer previously operated in orbit. And it's already running inference in space. So the question is no longer, can GPUs survive up there? The question is, does it make any sense economically and technically? Because the moment you turn these GPUs on, they start pulling power. And power is the least insane part of that story. Because on Earth you have clouds, night, bad weather. In orbit you just get sunlight, and a lot of it. At first glance it looks perfect. You unfold solar arrays, face the sun, collect energy, run your systems, charge batteries for eclipse. Repeat every orbit. At small scale it works beautifully. until it is a data center. Because the moment you scale to real AI compute, everything changes. On Earth, modern AI campuses already sit in the gigawatt range. Of course, the first orbital proposals are more modest, tens of megawatts. StarCloud, for example, is aiming at roughly 40 megawatts. That's about 300 NVLink 72 racks with about 20,000 GPUs in total. Now, let's run the numbers. 10 square meters of solar panels gives you just a few kilowatts. Scale that to 40 megawatts and the geometry explodes. You're looking at something like a 350 by 350 meters solar array, over 100,000 square meters and roughly 400 tons. Just picture it, dozens of football fields of solar panels flying over your head at nearly 8 kilometers per second. That's massive, but not impossible if delivered in pieces. And the upside is real. In orbit, solar outperforms ground systems by at least 10 times. Imagine we shoot all of that to space and solve power. Finally, we've got an AI data center that we won't be able to plug off anymore. And just as instantly, every watt of power you generated turns into your new problem: heat. That's when the dream collides with physics. Which sounds ridiculous, right? Because space is cold. And that single idea misled more engineers than anything else. Because your GPU doesn't care about the temperature in space. It cares whether the heat can escape silicon. Everyone thinks that space is cold. That's why this problem is so dangerous. In low Earth orbit, you're essentially sitting in near perfect vacuum. There is no air, no medium to carry heat away. And the higher you go, the more absolute the vacuum becomes. Space is cold. But vacuum is an insulator, which actually makes things much harder to cool in space. On Earth, heat disappears easily. Air molecules collide with hot surfaces and carry energy off. Water pulls heat away even faster. In space, none of that exists. You cannot dump heat into space. You can only radiate it away. And radiation is slow. Typically, it's hundreds of times less effective than convection or liquid cooling on Earth. That's why satellites carry radiators, huge panels whose only job is to dump waste heat into darkness. This is where the fantasy meets thermodynamics. Radiative cooling follows the Stefan Boltzmann law. In plain terms, if you want to dump megawatts of heat without melting your hardware, you add surface area. A lot of it. For a 40 megawatt orbital data center, the math lands in the range of 120,000 square meters effective area. That's about 15 to 20 football fields of radiator wings in orbit. This means radiators must be huge compared to the relative compute load, and most likely implemented as two-sided panels. But here is the critical part. Radiator mass compounds the problem. It scales with how much heat you have to reject. If we are using a standard spacecraft estimates, you're looking at roughly 400 to 800 tons of radiator hardware for a 40 megawatt data center. And that's just for cooling. At the current launch prices, that's in the range of $2 to $4 billion just to launch the radiators. And when launch cost will drop to something $500 per kilogram with Starship, you're looking at something like $200 million to $400 million just to launch the cooling. So yes, Starship helps, but even in the best case, we are looking at hundreds of millions of dollars just to launch cooling. And surprisingly, from here on, it's only getting worse and worse. Electronics in orbit don't sit at one temperature. In low Earth orbit, a spacecraft circles the planet every 90 minutes. One moment, it's in direct sunlight at 120 degrees. Minutes later, it drops into shadow at minus 170. That's a 300-degree temperature swing, and this thermal stress accumulates over its lifespan. Every orbit, all day, every day. So in space, you need a different approach. That's exactly what Starlink does. The electronics inside is wrapped into multi-layer insulation, thin reflective foils that block most solar radiation and trap internal heat. Small onboard heaters kick in during eclipse so batteries and processors don't freeze. The result is a controlled internal range, from 10 to 60 degrees inside, while outside, space is trying to tear it apart. It works at satellite scale, at few hundred watts. But now scale it to a megawatt data center, and that's a huge jump, with no proven solution. So suddenly, the cold vacuum of space becomes the hottest engineering problem. On paper, space data centers look elegant, but the image changes fast. It's not GPUs on the orbit, it's radiators and panels in orbit. But even if you solve heat, you still need to talk to Earth. Because if the results can't get down, the compute doesn't matter. It's just a very expensive space heater. Next, we will discuss the real killer of data centers in space and wrap up the economics and see if it makes sense to build a data center on the moon instead. But before we go there, I want to talk to you about my favorite tech magazine, IEEE Spectrum. It keeps me sharp on what's happening across the industry, including semiconductors, AI, robotics, energy, and space tech. When I want real depth and high-quality analysis, IEEE Spectrum is where I go. They consistently cover the trends that actually matter across the tech stack. Running a tech company and making a content in tech means I need signal, not noise. And that's exactly what I get there. I actually enjoy reading both digital and physical magazines. Digital gives you instant access, archives, and newsletters. Great for staying current. But the print edition is special. You sit down with a cup of coffee and really spend time with it, without distractions. I love to keep past issues on my desk and revisit them. That's my steady source of ideas. If you care about staying ahead in tech and engineering, subscribe to IEEE Spectrum now through the link below and you will get an exclusive 10% off your subscription. If you enjoy my content, you will most certainly love their content too. And to me, that means a lot that they are sponsoring this episode. Now back to the space dream. And now things will get uncomfortable, because on Earth, data centers are stitched together with fiber. Inside modern AI clusters, links are already pushing towards 1.6 terabits per second. That's the baseline these systems expect. Constant, high-throughput communication between racks, clusters, and users. So the moment you put a supercomputer on orbit, a question arises. How do you move that much data back to Earth? In theory, you can send enormous amounts of data through space using lasers. This is called free space orbital communication. You fire extremely precise laser beams between satellites, and those beams carry data at hundreds of gigabits per second. Starlink already uses it between satellites. Inside space, bandwidth can be actually incredible. We are talking about hundreds of gigabits per second. Because there is no atmosphere, no cables, just light. The real bottleneck is getting that data back to Earth, because the moment this signal hits the atmosphere, everything changes. Clouds scatter light, weather interferes, even turbulence in the air distorts the beam. You can work around some of that with phase arrays. These are flat antennas that steer and focus the signal into a very tight beam, so tight that enough of it reaches Earth. It helps, but it's still nowhere near fiber level capacity. So here you end up with a strange mismatch. Massive compute in orbit and very narrow pipelines down to Earth. And the thing is, the further from Earth you go, the worse it gets. And I will come back to that in a moment when talking about the moon. By now, the pattern is clear. Power is solvable. Cooling is brutal. Bandwidth is the weak spot. And even if you solve all of that, eventually something will break. because GPUs fail, components age, and in about 4 years they are obsolete anyway. So imagine you want to replace a failed unit or upgrade the cluster. How do you go about maintenance? On Earth, we walk in, replace a rack, swap a part, and move on. In orbit, that's impossible. So the whole thing is designed for survival or for replacement. Both hurt. The moment you put a data center in space, physical maintenance disappears. No technicians, no quick fixes. Everything has to keep running on its own. So here the philosophy changes completely. You don't fix things in orbit. You just outnumber the failure. And this forces you to launch more capacity than you actually need. Extra nodes sitting idle, ready to take over the second something glitches. If one server dies, the system reroutes around it, the fleet slowly refreshing itself over time. Here, software becomes the first line of maintenance. Most of the things are fixed remotely. And from the outside, it looks like nothing happened. Only when hardware truly fails, you accept the loss. And then you wait for the next launch window and send up a replacement. This is how Starlink already works. They don't repair units, they replace them. New units go up constantly. Old or failed ones deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere. Right now, it's happening at a steady cadence of 2 satellites a day. Satellites coming down, new ones going up. Most of the debris vaporizes before it reaches the ground. The problem here, it doesn't just disappear. What's left becomes a thin layer of particles high in the atmosphere. Aluminum oxides and other remnants that can linger for years. Scientists are still studying what that means for ozone and climate. Well, at small satellite scale, this model works. At data center scale, it's brutal. Moreover, every upgrade is tied to a rocket. And suddenly, economics start to dominate the conversation, because redundancy means extra hardware. Extra hardware means extra launches. And remember, tons of solar and radiators. And all of that becomes very expensive. And this is where the romance ends and the spreadsheet begins. Because if it's not cheaper or strategically necessary, it won't scale. Let's go back to our 40 megawatts orbital data center. That's about 400 tons of compute, plus 400 tons of radiators, plus 400 tons of solar. So more than 1,000 tons total mass. At today's launch prices, about $5,000 per kilogram, you are looking at least $5 billion just to lift a system like this into orbit. And that's only to get the mass of the planet. It doesn't include solar panel costs, compute cost, batteries, it doesn't include the cooling, and if you add all of this infrastructure, the costs are just exploding. We're coming to the kind of numbers that make even the richest hyperscalers pause. In the end, it all comes down to one simple matrix: watts per dollar. And at the moment, I'm not convinced the math here works. And I know at the moment this idea might already look like madness to you. Well, at some point it might start making sense because launch costs are falling so fast. Companies like SpaceX and Stoke are pushing that curve down. Internal launch costs for SpaceX are likely far lower, at least 5 times, than public pricing. That's the only reason why anyone serious is even talking about orbital data centers. And it's also why Elon keeps bringing it up. But I feel like we're still missing a breakthrough or two to get there. But at the same time, the orbit is getting really crowded. There are already thousands of satellites up there. Put something the size of a floating data center into low orbit, and congestion becomes real. If you need to scale it to 1 terawatt, you need to go to the moon. Well, data centers on the moon. That's a real moonshot. Why to build a data center on the moon at all? Because Earth has limits. Power, land, permits, politics. The moon has none of those. Vast surface area. In theory, unlimited expansion. That's the attraction. But guess what? The further you go from Earth, the harder everything gets. And when you try to put a data center on the moon, our checklists get brutal. Let's run it. First, compute. Radiation on the moon is far harsher than in low Earth orbit. There is no magnetic field, no atmosphere, nothing between your hardware and space. Cosmic rays hit constantly, but solar storms is the real nightmare. A solar storm is a massive cloud of charged particles that can last for hours, sometimes days. On the moon, it hits directly. No protection. That means a steady bombardment of high-energy particles slamming into silicon, flipping bits, corrupting memory, triggering logic errors. A normal GPU would not survive long. A couple of days, maybe a week. So we need the radiation-hardened chips. But that explodes complexity and the chip size. Then we need to add heavy shielding around the hardware, and typically use a specialized chip process like silicon on insulator. Basically, instead of building transistors directly on silicon, you isolate them on a thin insulating layer. That separation reduces the chances that a particle strike triggers a cascade of currents through the chip. It makes circuits far more tolerant to radiation. And yes, all of that works, but it's expensive. Radiation-hardened chips can cost 10 to 100 times more than normal chips, and they are usually slower. You don't want to put cutting-edge 2-nanometer GPU on the moon. The newest nodes are the most fragile. Transistors are so small now that a single high-energy particle can do more than flip a bit. It can knock out an entire computing core. With every transistor shrink, with smaller and smaller nodes, performance goes up, resilience goes down. Also, some suggest that you can just skip all this heavy protection, and of course you could, but then you bet that your multi-billion-dollar lunar supercluster will survive more than a month. Probably it won't. So you fall back to more mature nodes, like 7-nanometer. AMD has already some radiation-hardened designs, like SoCs and FPGAs, but so far no radiation-hardened GPUs. These are reliable, but not the cutting edge, which means you are already trading the performance for survival. And as if it wasn't enough, the moon adds one more complication. Dust. Fine, abrasive, electrostatic dust that clings to everything. It coats radiators, degrades optics, interferes with moving parts, slowly killing hardware over time. And that's before you've even turned the system on, because in the end, compute isn't the hardest problem. Power is. At first glance, this sounds easy. Solar energy is abundant on the moon. There is no atmosphere, no clouds, just pure sunlight. Perfect, right? Not quite. The moon rotates slowly. One lunar day lasts about 29 Earth days. That means roughly 14 days of continuous sunlight, followed by 14 days of complete darkness. During the darkness, solar output drops to zero. So now you need either massive battery storage or nuclear reactors deployed on the lunar surface. Both add mass. Mass adds launch cost. And once again, launch cost dominates everything. Let's assume somehow you solved power and can survive 2-week night. Now you finally have a lunar data center. And now comes the question that ruins the mood. How do you cool it? Because on the moon, heat has no place to go. No air, no wind, no atmosphere to carry it away. But now at the moon, extreme temperature swings. Surface temperatures can swing from over 120 degrees Celsius in sunlight to below minus 130 degrees Celsius at night. In shadowed craters, it drops even lower. Your hardware isn't just hot, it's expanding and contracting constantly. Just like in orbit, radiators become critical. They have to be enormous, disproportionately large compared to the compute they're cooling. I'm sure at this point many of you are ready to give up on this crazy idea. But we haven't covered the worst part yet. Because the biggest killer isn't the heat, it's Physics. Specifically, the speed of light. The moon sits nearly 400,000 kilometers away, which means every bit of data has to cross that distance. The only realistic way to move large volumes here is through laser optical communication. High-power infrared beams aimed directly at optical ground stations on Earth. In theory, this works beautifully. Laser links can reach gigabits level speed, which is enough for bulky data transfer. But light is only so fast. It takes about 1.3 seconds to travel one way from the moon to Earth. Even under perfect conditions, you're looking at roughly 2.6 seconds of round-trip latency. That severely limits the list of applications. So it won't work for real-time applications like AI inference, for what we use terrestrial data centers for. But it might work for data storage or large jobs where you process everything up there and then send the results down afterwards. Compared with low Earth orbit, where latency sits around 10 to 50 milliseconds, the moon feels distant. So what would make sense up there? Probably storage. But then you can ask an obvious question. Isn't storage already way too expensive on Earth? And yet, this is exactly what Lone Star Data Holding is experimenting with. Off-planet data storage. This is a strategy to keep the most valuable, important data off Earth. So if something goes wrong here, this is a way to back us up. Lone Star planned to build up tiny lunar data centers. They launched a test mission in March 2025, so last year, with 1 kilogram of compute plus SSD storage. But unfortunately, the landing didn't succeed. Still, the direction is clear. The long game isn't streaming or real-time compute, it's backup. If something catastrophic happens on Earth, the data survives somewhere else. Cold storage, and yes, extremely expensive one. So if you're not yet convinced that this whole idea is a little lunatic, let's talk about the final killer: economics. Getting mass to orbit is expensive. Landing payloads on the moon can cost 20 times more per kilogram than low Earth orbit. Everything must land softly, which is not guaranteed. So a small lunar data center quickly becomes a mega expensive project. Basically, you have to solve everything we've discussed for orbit and then add even more. Maintenance robots, replacement hardware, and autonomous repair. It's extremely hard to run a lunar data center entirely from Earth. At some point, you need local capability. Mining, possibly silicon, because the moon has plenty of it. And then manufacturing. A data center won't be enough. You need economy. That's why, for me, the only possible reason to build a data center on the moon is to build the economy on the moon. Otherwise, every problem that's already hard and expensive to solve on Earth is becoming even harder and more expensive to solve up there. So, are space data centers madness or inevitability? If we take orbit, the physics says it's possible. Economics says not yet. The moon at the moment feels a little bit out of the orbit. Even with all the free land, all the sunlight, all the theoretical scale, is any of this worth the effort? Still, there is something about space we can't stay away from. And I personally think we are still missing a couple of breakthroughs in energy and the way we compute before we can make such an endeavor. Subscribe to the channel not to miss them. Now watch this episode on the world's largest AI data center, or this one where I take you inside the secret chip factory to show you the smallest microchips to date. And I will see you there. Ciao!
China laughed at the US Navy when they built a massive 350 ship fleet, but America's quick-sink bomb just turned their billion-dollar destroyers into artificial reefs. For the last decade, Beijing's propaganda machine promised the world that the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLAN, was an unstoppable steel wall. They churned out massive stealth destroyers like cheap plastic toys, boasting that sheer numbers would easily overwhelm American aircraft carriers in the Pacific. But Beijing fundamentally misunderstood how the Pentagon fights. You do not need a multi-million-dollar nuclear submarine to sink a billion-dollar warship. In a classified test over the Gulf of Mexico, an American F-15E Strike Eagle dropped a modified clearance rack JDAM smart bomb. It did not even hit the target ship, it hit the water. 1 second later, the massive vessel was violently snapped in half by an invisible force of physics. How did a cheap piece of falling steel instantly break the spine of a modern warship? The People's Liberation Army Navy, known as PLAN, has spent the last decade in a shipbuilding frenzy. Beijing's yards crank out hulls at a rate that would make Henry Ford blush, over 350 warships and counting, more than any other navy on Earth. The PLAN's official registers list everything from stealthy corvettes to massive amphibious assault ships, but their real pride and joy is the Type 055 destroyer. On paper, the Type 055 is a beast, 13,000 tons, 112 vertical launch cells, phased array radar, and more propaganda value than a parade of intercontinental ballistic missiles through Tiananmen Square. 8 are already in service, each one a floating billboard for Xi Jinping's unstoppable steel wall. But let's not kid ourselves, this is not just a numbers game. The plan's main strategy is brute force arithmetic, overwhelm the Pacific with hulls, create a target-rich shooting gallery, and dare the US Navy to keep up. Congressional reports peg the plan at 10 to 15 new ships every year, a relentless surge that has left the US Navy trailing with fewer than 300 battle force ships. The gap is real, and so is the swagger. Chinese state media loves to show off drone footage of carrier strike groups slicing through the South China Sea, all those brand new hulls gleaming like a billionaire's car collection. Here is the punchline. Beijing spent billions welding together this armada, betting that sheer mass would guarantee dominance. But there is a defect in the protocol. You can stack hulls from Hainan to Hokkaido, but if you do not respect the physics of water and steel, you are just building tomorrow's artificial reefs. Water does not compress. Gravity does not care about your hull count. It only takes one underkeel detonation to snap a billion-dollar warship's spine, turning a flagship into a twisted monument to bad engineering priorities. The plan may have the world's biggest navy by the numbers, but in the age of quicksink, it is a fleet built on a fatal misunderstanding of how real navies die. Walk into any American submarine and you will find a torpedo room that is more cramped than glamorous. The US Navy's best hunter-killer submarines, Virginia-class, Los Angeles-class, even the rare Seawolf, can barely squeeze in 24 Mark 48 heavyweight torpedoes at a time. 24 shots, give or take, and that is it. No infinite ammo, no bottomless magazine. When the tubes run dry, that sub has to break off, sneak home, and reload. Now put that against the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLAN, fielding over 350 hulls and climbing. Beijing's shipyards crank out warships like a factory line, churning steel and propaganda in equal measure. The PLAN dreams of a Pacific where they can flood the battle space with targets, betting that America's silent service will run out of torpedoes long before China runs out of ships. Here is the logistical cliff. In any real fight, those Mark 48 torpedoes vanish fast. A Virginia-class submarine can carry a mix, Tomahawks for land strikes, and mines for sea control, but the core anti-ship punch maxes out at 24 to 26 torpedoes. The Los Angeles class is a similar story. Even the mighty Seawolf, with its 8 tubes and large hull, rarely loads more than 38 weapons, and that is split between torpedoes and missiles. The Navy keeps the official numbers classified, but congressional war games and think tank simulations keep sounding the same alarm. In a hot Pacific war, the US submarine force could burn through its entire torpedo stockpile in weeks, sometimes in days, leaving the world's most advanced submarines with nothing left to shoot at China's relentless parade of new hulls. This is the dirty secret behind the People's Liberation Army Navy's target-rich shooting gallery. You can build all the Type 055 destroyers you want, each a billion-dollar floating fortress bristling with vertical launch cells. But if the enemy runs out of ordnance before you run out of ships, you win by default. That is the arithmetic Beijing is counting on. It is not about tactical brilliance, it is about magazine depth and production lines. The US Navy's torpedo factories cannot match the pace of Chinese shipyards, and every Mark 48 costs millions. Every time a sub fires, that is one less shot for the rest of the war. The PLAN taunts with numbers because, for now, the numbers work. The only way to break that math is to change the rules, to find a way to turn cheap steel and old bombs into a mass ship-killing solution that does not run dry. But until that engineering fix arrives, the Pacific is a numbers game, and the US is fighting with a half-empty magazine. The backbone of QuickSync is not some futuristic prototype, it is the GBU-31JDAM, a workhorse of American air power that has been dropping steel on target since the late 1990s. Picture a 2,000-pound bomb forged from the kind of no-nonsense steel you would find in a Cold War bunker, retrofitted with a GPS and INS tail kit that transforms it from a dumb gravity bomb into a precision-guided sledgehammer. The Joint Direct Attack Munition Program was never about flash. It was about turning surplus stockpiles into guided weapons that could hit within 5 meters of a set of GPS coordinates. That is not theory. That is a circular error probable, CEP, of less than 16 feet, rain or shine, day or night, from Kosovo to the Gulf. This is clearance rack steel, mass-produced, fielded by the tens of thousands, and trusted by every branch from the Air Force to the Navy. The beauty of the JDAM is not just in the hardware, it is in the economics. For the price of a single missile, you can buy a truckload of these things. The GBU-31 is the Walmart special of precision munitions, not glamorous, but reliable, scalable, and brutally effective when paired with the right brains. That is where the QuickSync upgrade comes in. The Air Force Research Laboratory did not invent a new bomb. They took the GBU-31 and gave it a maritime brain. The tail kit stays, GPS and INS for navigation, fins for steering, the same basic body. The real trick is up front, a modular nose ready to accept whatever seeker you want to bolt on. The weapon. Open systems. Architecture, WOSA, is not about gold plating. It is about plugging in a seeker package, radar, infrared, target recognition, without reinventing the wheel. The result is a weapon that costs a fraction of a heavyweight torpedo, but can do the same job from an F-15E or a B-52 at standoff ranges that let you hit a moving ship in the South China Sea without risking a submarine. There is a certain satisfaction in knowing that the PLAN's billion-dollar Type 055 destroyers can be brought down by a bomb body that is older than most of the sailors on board. That is the asymmetric promise of QuickSync: take old American steel, give it a precision maritime brain, and turn Beijing's steel wall into a liability. The PLAN can keep churning out hulls, but every new ship just adds another entry to the target list for a weapon that costs less than a mid-level sedan. The secret sauce in QuickSync isn't just the old GBU-31JDAM body, but what's crammed into its nose. The Air Force Research Laboratory, AFRL, out of Eglin Air Force Base, calls it the Weapon Open Systems Architecture, WOSA Seeker. Forget the days of one-trick bombs. WOSA is plug-and-play for warfare, a modular open bus sensor head that can swap radar, infrared, or whatever the next clever engineer dreams up. The result? A clearance rack steel bomb gets a maritime brain, able to hunt ships on its own, no matter how fast or unpredictable the sea gets. Here's how it works. The F-15E Strike Eagle, or B-52 Stratofortress, releases a QuickSync modified JDAM from altitude. The tail kit handles the basics, GPS and inertial navigation, fins steering it toward a set of coordinates. But once it gets close, the WOSA Seeker takes over. Its radar and infrared eyes scan the waves, lock onto the moving hull, even if that hull is a PLAN Type 055 destroyer running at full tilt, and pick the aim point. No human in the loop, no last-second laser painting, no data link handholding. It's fire and forget, and it's lethal. The genius is in the open architecture. Air Force Research Laboratory, AFRL, doctrine is simple: don't gold plate, don't over-customize, just make every sensor and software module hot swappable. If tomorrow's threat jams radar, you plug in a new seeker. If Beijing starts painting decoy ships, you drop in a better AI for target recognition. The WOSA bus is the universal translator for bomb guidance, letting American engineers out-iterate any PLAN countermeasure. BAE Systems built the first seeker, but any contractor can compete, driving costs down, innovation up, and timelines short. This modular seeker isn't just a technical upgrade, it's a doctrine shift. The same F-15E that carries air-to-ground, JDAMs over the desert, now carries anti-ship brains into the South China Sea. One bomb, dozens of possible seekers, and a kill chain that doesn't care if the PLAN has 350 hulls or 3,500. The math is brutal for Beijing. Every new ship they launch is just another target for an American bomb that can change its mind mid-flight. That's how you turn cheap steel into a fleet-killing scalpel, one plug-and-play nose at a time. Let's kill the Hollywood myth right now. Bombs don't sink modern warships by punching through the deck and painting the sky with fireballs. Deck hits are for movie trailers and propaganda reels, and real naval engineering laughs at that. Compartmentalized hulls like the Plan Type 055 destroyer are built to swallow deck explosions, seal the breach, and keep fighting. QuickSync is not here to make sparks. It is programmed to miss, to slip under the hull, and detonate where gravity and water pressure do the dirty work. On April 28, 2022, at Eglin Air Force Base's Gulf of Mexico test range, the Air Force Research Laboratory put this physics lesson on display. A GBU-31 JDDM, a clearance rack weapon made of 40-year-old American steel and retrofitted with the WOSA seeker, came screaming down from an F-15E Strike Eagle. It did not aim for the deck. It skipped the hull entirely, dove just beneath the waterline, and detonated at a depth where the ocean turns into a steel press. Here is what happens next. The detonation does not radiate out like a hand grenade. It releases a pressure wave, hydrostatic shock, so intense that for a split second the ocean is stiffer than concrete. Peak pressures exceed 16 megapascals right at the blast point, a force that would crumple a tank like a soda can. The water does not compress, so the energy has nowhere to go but outward, slamming into the ship's hull at 5 times the speed of sound in air. The result is a cavity, a gas void, born instantly beneath the keel. If you were standing on that ship, you would not hear a fireball. You would feel a deep, muffled thump that hits your chest like a sledgehammer swung underwater. Then comes the shriek, the sound of thousands of tons of steel, rivets, and welds howling as the backbone of the ship starts to give. The bow and stern stay afloat for a heartbeat, but the midsection suddenly loses its support, gravity yanking it down into the void. This is the defect protocol in action. Beijing spent billions welding together 350 hulls and never respected the cardinal rule: water does not compress. No matter how thick the deck armor, a vacuum under the hull lets gravity do the killing. That is the brutal elegance of QuickSync. It does not just sink ships, it snaps their spine, turns proud planned destroyers into tomorrow's artificial reefs, and leaves Beijing's steel wall as nothing more than a target-rich shooting gallery. The initial shock and void formation are just the opening notes. The real destruction comes next, when the structural failure finishes what physics started. On April 28, 2022, at Eglin Air Force Base's Gulf Test Range, the Air Force Research Laboratory demonstrated a truth that Hollywood never shows. Warships don't die in fireballs, but in silence and steel. An F-15E Strike Eagle dropped a QuickSync-modified GBU-31 JDAM, not aiming for the deck, but slipping just below the waterline. The bomb detonated beneath the hull, where water becomes a weapon. The explosion sent a hydrostatic shock through the sea, spiking pressure above 16 megapascals, enough to flatten armored vehicles. Yet the real destruction began after the blast, with the sudden birth of a gas void, the bubble pulse. For a heartbeat, the ship's midsection hung unsupported over a growing cavity, while the bow and stern still floated. The ocean, unyielding and incompressible, left the ship's spine exposed. The keel and hull girders, engineered to resist bending, now faced a force that exceeded their section modulus. This is the breaking point every naval architect fears. The steel backbone snaps. Beijing's defect protocol is written in these moments. Hundreds of hulls, billions spent, but the laws of physics remain unmoved. No propaganda or armor can save a ship when gravity takes over and the water vanishes beneath its keel. The midships fracture first, right where the bubble pulse does its worst. The bow and stern might linger, but the center folds, splits, and drops. A broken spine, unmistakable and final. Naval architects studying the footage saw the mechanism confirmed. The hull girder strength limits were overwhelmed. The section modulus was exceeded. The ship's fate was sealed in seconds. The quick-sink bomb, far cheaper than a heavyweight torpedo, turns a billion-dollar destroyer into scrap. No matter how many ships are built, the outcome is the same. A snapped keel, a severed hull, and the illusion of invincibility shattered by physics. Let's do the arithmetic. Beijing dreads. A single Type 055 destroyer, flagship of the People's Liberation Army Navy, costs north of $1 billion. That's 1,000 million in steel, electronics, and propaganda. Now stack that against the quick-sink modified GBU-31 JDM, clearance rack, 40-year-old American steel, upgraded with a WOSA seeker and a maritime brain, rolling out of US depots for roughly $300,000 a shot. That's not a typo. 300 grand, give or take, less than the price of a missile, less than the cost of a Type 055 anchor chain. For the price of one PLAN destroyer, the Air Force could field over 3,000 quick-sink bombs. The cost curve isn't just lopsided, it's humiliating. An F-15E Strike Eagle can carry 2 quick-sinks per sortie, and a B-52 Stratofortress can load up with a dozen or more. Multiply that by the number of available aircraft, and suddenly the US can saturate a battle space with precision ship killers faster than China can weld new hulls. The Mk-48 heavyweight torpedo is a masterpiece, but at over $4 million per shot and limited by submarine magazine depth, it cannot keep up with the PLAN production line. Quick-sink. Flips the script, mass-produced, affordable, and scalable. This is the nightmare scenario for any navy obsessed with numbers. Beijing bet on brute force hull counts, but never did the math on what happens when every new ship is just another billion-dollar target for a bomb that costs less than a mid-level sedan. That's the arithmetic of humiliation, cheap American steel, expensive Chinese pride, and a Pacific suddenly stacked in favor of the side that knows how to weaponize a budget. Every military engineer knows, the moment you reveal a new way to break ships, the other side scrambles for a fix. Beijing's naval architects are no exception. The PLAN's technical journals already whisper about reinforced keels, thicker midship girders, and double-layered hulls to absorb the next quick-sink strike. But here's the cruel arithmetic. Every ton of extra steel slapped under a Type 055 destroyer means less speed, less range, and a bigger price tag. You can try to armor your way out of the defect protocol, but hydrodynamics and gravity don't negotiate. Reinforcing a destroyer's backbone can add hundreds of tons and millions in cost, only to buy a few seconds grace before the gas void opens and gravity snaps the spine anyway. Dispersing the fleet sounds clever in a war college seminar, but it's a logistical nightmare at sea. Spread your ships too thin and command and control collapses. Try to hide 350 hulls in the South China Sea, and you strain every radar, radio, and supply chain link until something snaps. The PLAN can shortlist decoys, electronic countermeasures, or even deploy more air defenses, but the cost curve stays humiliating. Every mitigation Beijing adds forces them to spend more per hull, while the US can keep loading clearance rack JDAMs with WOSA seekers onto B-52 Stratofortresses and F-15E Strike Eagles. The balance of power isn't just about numbers anymore, it's about who can afford to keep fighting when the shooting starts. Quick-sink ensures that for every billion-dollar warship, there's a cheap American bomb waiting to break its back and rewrite the rules of naval warfare. Hollywood loves deck hits and fireballs, but the pedantic truth is this. On April 28, 2022, the AFRL at Eglin Air Force Base proved a clearance rack GBU-31 JDAM with a Viewer OSA seeker does not need a direct hit. QuickSync dives under billion-dollar PLAN hulls, snaps the spine with hydrostatic shock, and lets physics write Beijing's next humiliation. Water does not care about propaganda, only pressure. Welcome to the era of cheap steel, broken pride. Thoughts below.
The war in Ukraine has two distinct theaters. The first is the brutal war of attrition being waged on the battlefield, where hundreds of thousands of troops face off against each other across an extended 1,000-mile front line. The second is in the air, where both sides bombard each other nightly with long-range missiles and drone swarms. The near-constant bombardment is designed to inflict so much damage to the other side that continuing the war becomes unfeasible, regardless of progress on the ground. And with that goal in mind, in 2025, Ukraine has begun zeroing in on the heart of the Russian war machine. So let's look what's on their radar and why it's made a significant difference. In many ways, air superiority has become one of the more critical aspects of the war. On the ground, neither side appears to have the numbers or resources for more than a slow, bloody grind forward, at best. At the current rate of advances, it would take years, if not decades, for either side to secure a decisive victory territorially. But in the air, Ukraine has made monumental strides. They've been striking targets both in the occupied territories in the Donbass, Crimea, Kherson, and Zaporizhia Oblast, and ever deeper inside Russia since 2022. But they seriously picked up the pace in the early summer of 2025, with primary targets in three categories. First, it targeted military facilities or sites within the military-industrial complex, such as factories that produce military equipment or components. According to a recent report compiled by Ukrainian website United24 Media, a total of 132 military facilities were hit during 2025, including 91 strikes on military-industrial complex facilities, 25 strikes on overt military facilities, and 16 strikes on airfields. That's one successful strike on a major military target every 3 days. The most famous and likely consequential of these was the operation dubbed Operation Spiderweb, carried out on June 1st. Ukrainian intelligence services smuggled dozens of drones into Russia and assembled them into specially designed launcher trucks. The trucks were then driven close to critical Russian air bases, where the Russian fleet of strategic nuclear bombers was housed, and the drones were then launched at them. The attack caught the Russians completely by surprise. The bombers were standing out in the open, unprotected, in line with the recently expired New START nuclear arms control treaty, which compelled both the US and Russia to park their bombers in places where they can be seen by satellite surveillance. By the time the dust had settled, at least 7 Tu-95 and Tu-22 M3 bombers had been destroyed or damaged, along with a couple of transport and early warning aircraft. 4 air bases in total were successfully hit: Belaya Air Base in Irkutsk Oblast, Olenya Air Base in Murmansk Oblast, Yagilevo Air Base in Ryazan Oblast, and Ivanovo Air Base in the oblast that shares the same name. Another critical air base struck by Ukraine was the Kanskaya Air Base in the Republic of Adygea. This key Russian Aerospace Forces, or VKS, rear logistics hub was attacked overnight on December 28. But it wasn't just air bases that Ukraine struck. It also targeted facilities that produce Russia's military equipment throughout the year as well, and to great effect. On May 28, for example, Ukrainian Special Operations Forces and Intelligence Services, or SBU, hit the Kronstadt plant in Dubna in Moscow Oblast. As the producer of Orion, Inokdet, Grom, and Helios drones, among others, the troubled plant, which is undergoing all sorts of financial woes at the moment, is a critical node in Russia's UAV production chain. On the same night, in the same city, SBU units also struck the Raduga plant, manufacturer of cruise missiles like KH-101-555, KH-69, and KH-59MK missiles with which Russia regularly strikes Ukraine. On what was a particularly fiery night for the Russian military-industrial complex, particularly in the Moscow region. The UAV forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine also struck the Angstrom plant, which develops and produces microelectronic components widely used by the Russian military. Later, on July 26, Ukrainian drones reportedly hit and damaged 2 buildings at the Signal plant in the city of Stavropol. The plant is one of Russia's leading producers of electronic warfare equipment, including radar, radio navigation, and remote-controlled radio equipment. The second main category of targets hit by Ukrainian long-range strikes was logistical targets. These included 30 strikes on electrical substations, 28 strikes on logistics infrastructure, and 15 strikes on Russian ports. The city of Belgorod, the closest large Russian city to the Ukrainian border, has borne the brunt of the worst of the strikes on electrical infrastructure. The Luch substation was struck on October 5th, causing widespread blackouts, while another attack on September 28 targeted the Belgorod thermal power plant and associated substations, cutting power to over 500,000 people. The city has also been plunged into darkness at least twice during early 2026, with hot water in centralized heating systems reportedly unavailable until April or May. Additionally, the Novo-Bryansk substation in the Bryansk region and Oryol combined heat and power plant in Oryol were reportedly hit by Neptune missiles on October 31, disrupting electricity to the area. Further strikes on substations and other electrical facilities were also recorded in Vladimir, Smolensk, Voronezh, and Tambov. In terms of strikes on logistics, Ukrainian forces focused primarily on rail infrastructure. Repeated strikes on railway lines in Rostov Oblast, Leningrad Oblast, the occupied Zaporizhia region, and the cities of Oryol, Voronezh, and Bryansk derailed military and fuel trains, disrupting troop and equipment movements. A major sabotage operation on the Trans-Siberian Railway on November 13 temporarily blocked a key logistics artery. Russian trains carrying fuel and military supplies were also targeted. In May, the GUR Special Forces struck a moving Russian fuel train in Zaporizhia with OWA UAV drones. Then, in July, a train carrying fuel, lubricants, and military equipment was destroyed in Rostov Oblast. And in August, Ukrainian strikes derailed fuel trains near Tokmak and Dzyankoy, cutting supply into Crimea. Russian railway stations and junctions were also not spared. Between July and August alone, for example, the South Station in Rostov Oblast, Surovikino Station in Volgograd region, and Jankoy Station in Crimea were all hit, damaging power lines, halting traffic, suspending military cargo flows, and disrupting supply routes in the process. And traction substations and relay cabinets in Rostov, Volgograd, Voronezh, and Krasnodar were also hit, causing automatic shutdowns and widespread rail disruptions. As for the strikes on Russian ports, these primarily targeted fuel storage and oil export facilities, focusing on Black Sea and Sea of Azov ports that are critical to Russia's energy industry, naval and land operations. The most striking of those came arguably right at the end of the year, when Ukrainian drones struck oil product tanks at the Temryuk port on the Azov Sea on Christmas Day. 2 large fuel reservoirs caught fire at the southern port of Temryuk, scorching an area of around 2,000 square feet. 6 weeks earlier, a Ukrainian drone attack damaged an oil depot and a civilian vessel in the port of Novorossiysk near Krasnodar Krai, temporarily halting oil exports from Russia's largest Black Sea oil terminal. Indeed, strikes on Russian energy infrastructure are the third category of Ukrainian long-range strike targets, and in many senses, it's these strikes that have been the highest priority and had the greatest consequences. According to the United 24 report, in 2025, Ukraine hit Russian oil refineries 88 times, oil storage facilities 28 times, and gas infrastructure 6 times. For example, the Makhachkala oil refinery in Dagestan was struck on the night of October 21, damaging a processing unit that supplies fuel to Russia's Caspian flotilla. Then, on December 14, at least 3 refineries were hit in diverse locations. The Afivsky refinery in Krasnodar Krai, a major refinery with 6.25 million tons per year capacity, the Uryupinsk oil depot in Volgograd Oblast, and the Slavneft Yanos refinery in Yaroslavl Oblast. For good measure, alongside the Temryuk fuel reservoir strike, Ukraine also hit the Novoshukhtinsk oil refinery in Rostov Oblast with Storm Shadow missiles on Christmas Day. However, there were other strikes that pushed the dagger even deeper into Russia's military heart. Perhaps the most daring strikes, and those with the most far-reaching long-term consequences, have been Ukraine's strikes on Russian oil tankers at sea. These tankers are part of Russia's so-called Shadow Fleet, which continues transporting Russian oil despite Western sanctions. During the year, at least 11 Shadow Fleet tankers have incurred critical damage after being attacked by drones or suffering unspecified external explosions. The SBU has claimed responsibility for 4 of these attacks, while pointedly not denying the others, and has made clear that they intend to substantially damage Russian seaborne crude oil export revenues. The tanker strikes actually started in late December 2024, when Ursa Major, cargo ship owned by a company affiliated with the Russian Ministry of Defense, sank in the Mediterranean following several explosions. They then continued throughout the winter months of early 2025. The crude oil tanker Sea Charm was damaged in mid-January, while in the vicinity of Turkey's Ceyhan port. The Grace Ferrum was impacted off Libya in early February. The Sea Jewel was hit in Italy's Savona port on February 15, and the tanker Koala suffered damage from explosions while docked at Russia's Ust-Lager port on the Baltic Sea. While details of the cause of the explosions in all these cases remain somewhat murky, experts believe they were likely the result of limpet mines, small explosive charges with powerful magnets that stick to the hull of a ship. But during the course of the war, Ukraine has rapidly upgraded its naval drone capabilities, and these entered the fray with a vengeance in the second half of the year. In June, the crude oil tanker Vilamura, under Greek management, suffered an explosion off the coast of Libya. It was carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil and had to be towed to southern Greece for repairs. 2 weeks later, on July 6, the Eco-Wizard tanker, also under Greek management, was hit by 2 explosions just 10 minutes apart. Then on November 27, the Mersin, a Panama-flagged oil tanker managed by Istanbul-based Besiktas Shipping, was damaged off the coast of Senegal after being struck by 4 external explosions while at anchor near Dakar. The explosion caused seawater to enter the engine room, leading to a distress signal, emergency response, and successful evacuation of all crew who were unharmed. While Ukraine hasn't claimed responsibility for the attack and naval authorities deny that naval drones were involved, given what happened right after, it seems that Ukrainian naval drones, particularly its new Sea Baby maritime drones, were the likely culprit. In November, Ukraine's SBU started openly deploying Sea Babies to attack Russian commercial ships, damaging 3 Shadow Fleet tankers in the Black Sea in attacks for which it claimed responsibility on 28 November and December 10. These attacks were followed by an aerial drone attack on a tanker in the Mediterranean on December 19, the first overt deliberate strikes on commercial ships seen in the war. Combined, these strikes bring the number of Shadow tankers either taken out of action entirely or significantly damaged by Ukraine in 2025 up to at least 11, including 8 crude oil tankers. Now, meticulously collated facts, analyzed and compiled into cutting-edge analysis, that's what we deliver day after day here on The Military Show. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel to keep your finger on the pulse of what's really going on in the world of warfare. Now, the loss of the tankers themselves represents a pretty hefty financial blow for Russia. While most of the tankers in Russia's Shadow Fleet are estimated to be pretty long in the tooth at around 15 years old, replacing one is likely to set them back around $59 million each. At current oil prices, a tanker sunk while carrying a cargo of 2 million barrels of Russian Urals crude would cost Russia over $200 million. According to S&P Global, in September 2025, the Russian Shadow Fleet comprised 978 tankers with over 27,000 deadweight tonnage, representing a combined capacity of 127 million deadweight tons, or approximately 18.5% of the global oil tanker fleet. On the face of it, Ukraine has a long way to go before making a meaningful dent in that. However, not all tankers are used as prolifically as others. Based on their history, the majority of the tankers hit by Ukraine appear to be part of a much smaller group of tankers that make multiple Russian port calls a year, which the Kyiv School of Economics referred to as the core of Russia's Shadow Fleet. If that assessment is accurate, The tankers damaged or disabled in the last year may represent up to 10% of the total fleet, a potentially significant economic result. But the fallout from these attacks for Russia doesn't stop there. Insurance markets reacted strongly to the strikes, with rates for ships trading in the Black Sea increasing by as much as 300% in early December and doubling again in January. Russian seaborne crude exports via the Black Sea have plunged by 30%. And Besiktas Shipping, one of Turkey's largest tanker operators, including the Mersin and several other vessels sanctioned by Ukraine, announced that it will no longer transport Russian cargoes after the attack on the Mersin, citing untenable risks. Bottom line, it's basically become a lot more dangerous and expensive for Russia to export its oil. And that's the basic idea with all of these strikes, which former SBU chief Vasyl Malyuk famously dubbed kinetic sanctions, to starve Russia's war machine by cutting off access to revenues from its oil and gas exports. As little as a decade ago, the Russian economy was deeply dependent on revenues from energy exports, prompting the late US Senator John McCain to state in 2014 that Russia is a gas station masquerading as a country. Others like futurist Yuval Noah Harari, US Representative Denny Heck, and former EU foreign policy chief Josep Borrell expanded the notion, contending that Russia is a gas station with nukes or derivatives of the statement. Up to half of Russian state revenues were derived from oil and gas exports in the mid-2010s. However, that share has declined steadily and significantly over the years as Russia has increasingly diversified its economy. In 2024, oil and gas revenues reached 11.1 trillion rubles, around $120.3 billion, representing 30% of the federal budget, a 60% decline over little more than a decade. Officially, Russia's defense budget for 2025 was 13.5 trillion rubles, around $177 billion at current exchange rates. However, some estimates place total military and security spending as high as 16.8 trillion rubles, around $220 billion, when broader categories like internal security and classified items are included. Under this expanded definition, military spending increased by almost 70% in 2024. At those levels of spending, Russia's oil revenues clearly aren't sufficient to cover the cost of its war in Ukraine, with government funding sources shifting toward domestic taxation and an expanded export base rather than oil and gas revenues. Still, in 2025, the cost of the Ukrainian strikes on Russia's oil revenues quickly tallied up, increasing the urgency of diversifying its funding sources. According to Yevgeny Borovikov, Deputy General Director of leading Russian insurance broker Mainz, the Russian oil sector incurred more than $13 billion in direct and indirect losses as a result of Ukrainian drone attacks in 2025. The direct financial damage to oil and gas facilities from drone and missile strikes exceeded 100 billion rubles, approximately $1.3 billion, with lost revenue and indirect impacts bringing the total cost to over $1 trillion rubles, around $13.1 billion at today's rates. Consulting firm Argus reported a sharp decline in crude oil deliveries via pipelines to Russian refineries, which dropped to their lowest level in 15 years. In 2025, Russian refineries received 228.34 million tons of crude oil, 1.6% less than in 2024. Total domestic refining output fell by 1.7%, down to 262.3 million tons. Additionally, Russian insurance companies faced a surge in claims under terrorism and sabotage risk categories. According to a February 2026 report in the Russian financially focused website Kommersant, payouts in these categories exceeded the total value of premiums collected. Alexei Kotoyansky, head of corporate underwriting at insurer Saglesier, corroborated this fact, stating that the loss ratio on relevant insurance portfolios increased tenfold, with premiums no longer covering the volume of payouts. Insurance broker Remind reported a significant rise in the frequency of incidents and claimed that average losses from a single refinery attack often reached $5 to $10 million. Taken together, it's easy to conclude that the kinetic sanctions are working, and Ukraine is winning the war in the air. It looks like, in conjunction with counter-sanctions by Western nations, Ukrainian long-range strikes are progressively bringing Russia to the point where it can no longer fund its war or justify its continuation to the Russian public and financial elites. The problem is that there are two sides participating in this air war, and it requires substantially greater mental gymnastics to come to the same conclusion when you look at the damage Russia's reciprocal strikes are doing to Ukraine. In 2025, the size of Russia's nightly bombardments consistently exceeded those of Ukraine's, typically by several times, and these ramped up considerably in the second half of the year. That was in response to Ukrainian summertime attacks on Russian oil infrastructure that temporarily caused petrol shortages, a ban on petroleum exports, and queues at the pump in multiple regions. According to data compiled by United 24, Russia launched around 2,400 missiles and more than 100,000 drones of various types during long-range strikes in 2025. Both sides have regularly claimed interception rates of over 90%, implying that roughly 10,000 Russian long-range drones and 240 missiles struck targets during the year. Those are sobering numbers compared to the Ukrainian figures, especially when you consider how much larger Russia is than Ukraine. Not only is Russia landing many more blows, but the mere fact that Russia has 3 times the population and infrastructure spread out across such vast territory makes it that much more difficult for Ukraine to make a meaningful and long-lasting dent. Due to strict censorship of Russian strike results in Ukraine, it's very difficult to get an accurate handle on how much damage was caused by the many hundreds of strikes on Ukrainian military infrastructure and military-industrial complex claimed by Russia. But the fact that Ukrainian drone manufacturing, for example, takes place in top-secret circumstances for fear of Russian strikes speaks volumes. By contrast, Russian drone factories like Kronstadt and Allerberger stand out in the open for Ukrainian drone operators to see. But while military damage remains a subject of speculation for now, the growing humanitarian catastrophe caused by relentless Russian strikes on Ukrainian energy infrastructure right in the middle of a winter where temperatures in Ukraine have regularly dropped below 14 Fahrenheit is plain to see. By January 2026, Ukraine's available generating capacity had dropped from 33.7 GW to about 14 GW, roughly one-third of pre-invasion levels, including the destruction of 90% of thermal power generation, 50% of hydropower installations damaged, and 40% destroyed. Already, the energy sector's long-term reconstruction needs are estimated at $68 billion, and the nightly strikes continue unabated. As a result, basic things like electricity, heating, water coming out of the taps, and a working sewage system have become luxuries for the majority of ordinary Ukrainians. More than 600 residents of Kyiv, roughly 1 in 5, have reportedly heeded Mayor Vitaly Klitschko's call to flee the city for the winter. Emergency power schedules have been in operation across the country for weeks, with no end in sight, with most regions on most days lucky to see 4 hours of power a day. As you can imagine, trying to keep an economy afloat in these circumstances, let alone live with a modicum of comfort, is challenging to say the least. Millions of city residents around the country have been left without heat for days on end, with sewage freezing in the pipes in many buildings as a result. This has forced some residents to resort to emergency measures like using cat litter when nature calls. As Desnyansky District State Administration Maxim Bukhmatov recently bluntly spelled out, it's unpleasant, humiliating, and un-European, digging holes, installing portable toilets, using plastic bags and cat litter. But you have to survive. Pipes are already bursting in the Golosiye and shit is pouring out of the windows. Judging by the increasing number of protests against electricity outages by Ukrainian citizens and comments on Ukrainian Telegram channels, a growing number of Ukrainians are questioning the sanity of escalating long-range attacks on Russian energy infrastructure when the consequences are so severe. Russians, with the exception perhaps of Belgorod, aren't feeling the effects of the air war to anywhere near the same extent as they are. So, will economic sanctions and kinetic sanctions, coupled with military stagnation, bring Russia to its knees in 2026, as we discussed in this recent video? Or will armies of freezing Ukrainians armed with bags full of used cat litter force the Ukrainian government into an unfavorable conclusion to the war? Subscribe to this channel to stay informed as the situation develops and not miss out. Thanks for watching.
All right. Some would argue this would have made Math Pass more bearable, right? But this morning, police in Georgia have a message to parents across the country. Double check your child's lunch before the cafeteria turns into happy hour. The police department is sharing this photo on social media showing a bag of chips, some snacks in there, and a can of lemon drop martini. The drink is 11% alcohol. It's a cutwater beverage there. In the post, the police department wrote, quote, "This is not Capri Sun. This is not apple juice. That is a whole parent had a long night starter pack." Police are asking you to check lunch boxes before resource officers got to do inventory at recess.
Yeah, I just picture this poor busy mom that just grabbed, a drink out of the fridge and threw it in the lunchbox, and now they're mortified.
Or maybe even like the kid. They were like, hey, just grab a drink or something, and they may have it looked good.
The resource officers, though, pocketing the lemon drop martini for later.
The resource officer, well played.
Would you support the United States getting into the war with Iran?
No, not a chance.
What do you think should happen?
Precision strikes, just precision strikes, get rid of any ability for them to have a nuclear weapon, but no boots on the ground, never again. Countries like Iran, you can't allow them to obtain any sort of a high enriched uranium to make a weapon. If they want to have nuclear energy, that's another thing, but highly enriched uranium isn't meant for nuclear energy. That's only meant for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to make a bomb.
How dangerous are these people over there in those parts of the world?
The people of Iran are great people. If you look at Iran in the 70s and the 80s, it was very much like any other country, first world country. But with the Ayatollah and with the extremists, taking away women's rights and education, they went backwards instead of forward. They damned themselves a little bit. The people are fine. It's their leadership that needs an adjustment.
And should the United States go after that nuclear weapon that they are apparently building?
1,000%. Yeah.
You would support them going into the war?
Yeah, I would. It wouldn't be a war, so it's not a war.
So say they did enter into this war, how long would you think this would last? Do you think it'd be one missile, one bomb, and it's over?
I think, well, it's never just one bomb. I think if you're looking at, it'd be a tiered precision strike, so it'd happen in phases, but it wouldn't be something like Bush's, coin fight, the counterinsurgency fight with Iraq, Afghanistan for 20 plus years. It wouldn't be a continuation of that. I think Trump would live up to his word of it being just, hey, we're just going to strike this and that's that. I don't like the fact that we have to get involved in stuff like this, but when you have a country like Iran who potentially they're working diligently to try and get a bomb, that's scary. That should be scary for any American or anyone in the Western world.
Now, I got to show you the responses. The responses are absolute cinema. All right, so this is Mehdi Hassan. Again, it's all the Hassans, the Ahmeds, the Mohammeds. They're all really mad about this, right? As beacons of Western Christianity and civilization. I'm really glad that we can have these people talk on our behalf. So Mehdi Hassan says, "Oh, it's an illegal attack. An illegal attack, guys." There is no evidence that Iran was about to strike Israel or about to acquire nukes. By the way, there is actually evidence that they are working on nukes. Maybe not about to acquire nukes, but why wait? Why wait? They're middle of massacring tens of thousands of their own people. We know that they're planning on making nukes to kill us. Why wait? Anyway, there's zero justification under international law for Israel bombing Iran. First of all, we also bombed Iran. All right, we deserve credit here too. It wasn't just Israel. This was a team effort. I think this is super important. No one cares about international law. International law is fake and it's gay, all right? Where was international law when Iran massacred 30,000 of their own people? Where was international law when Iran got Hezbollah terrorists to attack our Marines in Beirut? All right? Where was international law when Iran got Hamas to attack Israel and rape thousands of women or whatever the hell they were doing there and take hostages and start a war over there? Where was international law when Iran bombed 7 neighboring countries for no reason today? Where was international law when Gondor fell? I've noticed that international law only exists so that the weak, pathetic, inbred retards could cry and scream when based people with big balls drop bombs on their head. I've noticed that it's basically become a crutch for the third world because, unfortunately, they are too busy having sex with goats and they have not yet figured out the ability to wage war on a modern playing field. Next, you're being Islamophobic and racist. I will stop the moment they stop having sex with their cousins. I'm a fair man. And also just the irony of there's zero evidence Iran was about to strike Israel. Dude, Iran's been attacking Israel for like the last 46 years. Okay, you can shut the fuck up. Anyway, this is amazing. Donald Trump should be impeached. Impeached for a third time. Oh no, why is this happening? Well, that's because schools are getting blown up by their own missiles. What he has done tonight is illegal. It's illegal. No, not something illegal, says Mehdi Hassan, terrorist supporter, pro-Hamas. Mehdi Hassan, Ayatollah Khomeini, no, no, leave my Islamic terrorists alone. It's unbelievable that we let these parasites into our countries, I'm not gonna lie. Hassan, this tweet's incredible. I love it so much. I'm so happy he made this tweet. If there's any terrorism that happens on U.S. soil now, you will never be able to convince me nor millions of other Americans that it wasn't Israel and America. What? Conducting it together to rally the masses supported an insanely unpopular war? Dude, the war is over. the war ended the moment it started, okay? I don't know if you got the memo. We don't need to convince people, all right? First of all, this war is not insanely unpopular. According to polling, it has about a 50-50 split in regards to its popularity. And that includes 50% of people that are just completely and politically retarded that don't understand that bombing Iran is literally in America's own interest. Not only has Iran been killing us, attacking us, threatening us, talking about developing nukes to kill us, but crippling Iran also is the most America-first policy in the world if you want to cut off China from invading Taiwan, and if you want to cut off Russia from invading Ukraine. And so we could stop funding all these infinite wars, because Iran is the oil factory, and their oil is what basically keeps China operational, fighting us in this AI race. And it also is the oil, and it produces the Shahed drones that Russia has been using against Ukraine, and a war that we've also been funding, giving hundreds of billions of dollars to. Now, again, the geopolitics of all this is probably very lost on the average person who's retarded, which makes sense. I mean, they are retarded after all, a lot of them. They're taught to be retarded in schools. It's not even their own fault half the time. So, you know, first of all, not an insanely unpopular war. Second of all, a lot of people don't understand the geopolitical magnitude of all of this. And third of all, Hassan is literally calling for terrorism in the United States and talk about how he's going to blame Israel and America instead of blaming the actual terrorists. Are you insane? We had an open border. We have Islamists in our country that quite literally talk about death to America and how they plan on doing this, and they want to do more October 7th, except this time in America. They openly chant and yell this stuff on our streets. Why? Why would America want to make a terrorist attack on our own turf? Like, to convince people to join a war? The war's over, bro. You're going to see. It's exactly going the way I said. Donald Trump is going to talk publicly about make a deal, while he amasses his forces there. Poof, he's going to obliterate the supreme leader, gather another El Presidente to his collection, and we move on with life. All right, Hassan just wants terrorist attacks in America, and he's already paving the way to call it false flags and blame it on America instead of actually blame it on the Islamic terrorists that quite literally chant death to America. They want to kill us. No one is surprised here, but this is fucking insane. This is a delusional take even for you. No, it really is. It's complete insanity that we have people like this. He's our largest leftist political streamer in America, by the way. Truly insane. Hassan Dog Shiker. Dog Shocker Piker. Alright, this is amazing, dude. So this guy has been fighting about how we need to bomb Israel because of what's happening in Gaza, okay? Alright, he's like free Palestine, even though Iranian people are suffering so much worse than the Palestinians, who, let me remind you, started a war and lost miserably. In fact, I would say that October 7th, when Gaza decided to attack Israel on October 7th, it was probably the worst military miscalculation in the history of the world. It wound up with Hamas getting obliterated, Hezbollah getting obliterated, the Houthis getting obliterated, Iran getting obliterated. So Hassan says there's no such thing as a preemptive strike. Geopolitical expert Hassan Dog Shocker Piker over here, terrorist supporter Piker. Here, America deserved 9/11 Piker. He's really dropping some real truth bombs. No such thing as a preemptive strike. Israel is striking Iran in spite of the negotiations. What? What are you even talking about? The negotiations failed. There are no negotiations. Trump just said negotiations because he kind of wanted to blindside them and obliterate their fucking faces, because they refused to actually follow literally any deal they've ever made. That Oman mediator tried to publicize in the U.S. media to avoid this outcome. Little did they know Israel gets what it desires, even if it collapses the West. You really think destroying a terrorist regime over 72 hours is going to collapse the West? You really think destroying a terrorist regime that, by the way, is killing us as it stands, all right, by flooding our countries with retards, okay? You really think that obliterating them in 72 hours? Because I'm telling you, man, this war is going to be like a week long. It's going to be hitting some pinpoint strikes. We're not going to have boots on the ground. And we're going to tie it up in a nice little bow with a dead fucking terrorist on the top of it. All right, Ahmed the dead terrorist sitting on top of a nice little casket in a bow, his remains delivered to Donald Trump. You're not ready, bro. This dude's crying and coping because he supports Islamic terrorism. That's why he's screaming and yelling, okay? It's because he hates the West. He's trying to collapse the West. For the record, there is no other interpretation. It's the only interpretation. In between electrocuting his dog and allegedly raping 15-year-olds in a brothel in Germany, this dude goes out there and sucks the dick of Islamic terrorism on his stream all day, every single day, where he fights against our immigration policies to import as many of these retards as he possibly can. All right? There's no such thing as a preemptive strike. My guy, they have been waging war on us. Us as in, by the way, the Western world for the last 47 years. Unbelievable that this roach has the gall to state his opinions here. So, the Israel War Room, dude, I don't know who's running this account, man. The Israel War Room responded with Hassan with this gif. This gif of Zohran Mamdani crying. Zohran Mamdani was briefed by Twitter about this strike, super important. So notice this is an incredible statement. Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel. By the way, you can see the M dashes.